It must be that Chinese food, but he's still sweating.
Oh, dude, don't even
We're
start.
live.
And we're live. Still gassy like a motherfucker,
Good morning, all you beautiful starlights, grand rising, you illuminated beings out there, alchemical beings, beings of light.
Crazy people like myself.
How is everyone doing here this morning? Start off with some little Johnny jokes.
Oh no.
Who is it that I'm hearing? Is it me? It must be me.
It's gotta be you.
It is me. Fuck, it is me. Okay.
I'm still trying to share out.
Okay, we
Share
got
it out, guys. Share it out. Let's unplug humanity together. Sharing it to a stream will help.
yes, that helps a lot. So we got this. We're muted over here. And then okay, we're good. Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing this morning? All you beautiful souls. My name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from the West Coast, British Columbia, Canada, on this foggy morning, but about +2 out. Quick weather report from the West Coast, Vancouver. Mountain Devil, nice to see you. Welcome. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Richard Minnick, welcome. Nice to see you again, brother. Oh, look, there's Ride the Frequency. Hello, Ride the Frequency. And who else is in the house? Mountain Devil. Coffee, anyone? Yes, please. I will take a coffee, please. No sugar.
Go
I will
ahead,
take
Stone.
it black. I will
I got
take that
2 on
black.
the go.
Hello, Mountain Devil. You said hello. I was being rude. So hello, good morning. Thank you very much for being here this morning with us. We truly appreciate you. Oh, look, there's Stone Hobbit. Good morrow, roomies. Should be a fun day today. Absolutely. Yesterday was an amazing day. It was
Good
so
morrow.
amazing that I had a hard time going to sleep last night, but I fell asleep afterwards anyways. Oh, look, there's our beautiful sister from another mother, Constance
Hey,
Victoria
Constance.
Briggs. Nice to see you, Constance. She is amazing. Constance is going to be coming on when? Let me give you guys a quick date here on Constance Victoria Briggs. We have her scheduled coming up here. Boom, 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 boom. Where are we? We have Constance on March 19th, our day 8 on Saturday at 3:40 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So that's going to be an epic upload, as it always is. If you guys didn't see Constance or don't know who Constance is, check out Full Spectrum Universe as well as Watchers Talk. We have some videos with her in our archives, so go and check that out.
Look, that's at 11:11 a.m. too. She left that message in Eastern Standard Time, 11:11 a.m.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, looking forward to Constance. She's busy. She just wrote a book, and looking forward to that one. This lady is amazing. I resonate with the moon, right? I've been looking at the moon for a long time, and I've even explored the idea of the time when there was no moon in our skies. And there's a lot of good evidence to suggest that perhaps the moon wasn't always there, because when we look at the astrological literature across time, it doesn't tend or speaks about the moon, the biggest lunar body in space next to us, and kind of just conveniently they don't talk about it, and then suddenly they started to talk about the moon. And then we have the Acadians. The Acadians are the I guess they would be like a form of an indigenous aboriginals of the Greeks. They used to live
they're like the Cretans. They
right.
derived from the islands of Sardinia and Crete.
Yeah, long time ago, before there was even a Greece and before there was a Rome, anything like that. And interestingly enough, who was it? Emmanuel Boloski talks about the Acadians, that they used to live in forests, and they used to feed off of berries and acorns. Now, I'm not too sure if he's literally talking about that they used to eat berries and acorns, because I'm not quite sure how you can eat acorns. I'm sure there's a way, maybe back in the day.
You can. There is a way. I
Yeah,
do
tell
it.
us. Give us
You
a
can
download.
actually make acorn grit bread.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Yes, it takes a lot of patience. Okay, because you've got to crush up your. The best way that I found is you crush up your acorn. Okay, you get the inner seed out of the outer shell, and then you crush it up, and then you wash it and you boil it. You tip that out. You do this half a dozen times. You can taste the stringent of if it's still there. If it has that rough taste on your tongue and in your mouth, you got to keep washing it. And once you've washed that out, then you can dry it out, grind it down, and use it as flour to make your bread.
Oh, how cool. See, there's a download right there. I didn't know that, so now I have a better understanding of it. So he
Yeah.
used to say that they used to live in the mountains and in the woods, and they would feed off of acorns and berries. And this was before there was the moon in our skies. And then we have Aboriginals in Colombia that speak about the time before there was the moon. And then when I think about the acorns and the berries, and there's like stories from the Aborigines in Australia that say the same thing, that there was a time when there was no moon in our sky, and then suddenly one day it showed up. So we really have to question that, right? So if we have our ancestors telling us that there was no moon in the sky, we have to take that and we have to buy that, because when we look at the mainstream, the legacy media and the legacy academia, I think we should call it the mainstream academia, the legacy academia, they'll tell you
epidemia, we'll
yeah.
call it, because it's an epidemic with misinformation.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, epidemia. Yeah, those guys, you can't believe a word they say, because they're telling us that, oh, the moon's been there for 4.5 billion years, and without it the earth just wouldn't be around, and we would have 10-mile high tsunamis that would just kill everything. But when we look at history, it just doesn't seem to be that way. Not only that, if we look at John Shaughnessy, for instance, he talks about the earth's axis is just going like that, right? And then he says, in one of his videos that, and in fact, he talked about it the other day, that at one point the Earth was in the same axial position as Uranus is, right? So it was locked on its side. So that goes to suggest, and it goes to solidify what some of the other writers and literature and philosophers have been saying in the past, that at one point, at some given time, the Earth was in an upright position like this. It wasn't in a tilt like 21, 22 degree tilt that we have today. It used to be an upright like that, kind of like a top, right? You ever spin a top? Right? You spin a top, it centers itself and it spins, and then you touch it and it goes into that wobble. That wobble, imagine it to be the precessional cycle.
Yes.
Right. So, that precessional cycle. So once the Earth comes out of that and it levels itself out again, and then it goes up, because a spinning object is going to want to straighten itself out. So once it straightens itself out, that's what the ancestors were saying, that there was only a small polar cap in the North Pole and a very small polar cap in the South Pole, and the entire planet had the same temperature. There were no seasons. There was no summer, spring, fall, autumn, winter, whatever. There was none of that. One solid temperature, 25, 26 degrees, all day, every day, forever. And that was probably the time when there was the water canopy on the Earth as well, right? And then things were like really huge, and then things looked like they were much closer to us, because the water was really working as a, what do you call those things? A magnifying glass? Right, so it makes sense. So I don't believe what the academia says, or sorry, the epidemia says, because I tend to believe our ancestors. Look what the grandmothers were telling us yesterday all day long. We have that sacred wisdom coming from them, and they were telling us that we need to go internal, and we need to listen to the internal. We need to listen to our ancestors. We need to listen to the ancestral memory that's coded within our genetic code, and there we will find the answers. Now, when we listen with our ears, not hear, listen with our ears, and see with our eyes, we can look, right? We can look, not see, we can look. And then the ancestors tell us that, hey, kids, there was no moon. The moon was brought in. It was fucking aliens. Aliens brought the moon in. Now whether, and these confused scientists, they kind of say the same thing, right? They're like, oh well, the moon is older than the Earth, and but yet it was formed at the same time with the Earth and the moon, and then oh, it was a rogue. It came in, it got caught. None of that makes any sense. None of it. So I personally think that the moon is an extraterrestrial vessel that was brought here, and it is more than likely a way station for the Anunnaki. And the Anunnaki are living there, and they're monitoring us from the moon. And there's a lot of things happening on the moon. Like there's this dude, I'm not a big fan of his, but he's got good work. His name is Mike Barra, and I believe he's one of the writers for the show Ancient Aliens. And he wrote a book. I forgot what it's called, but it shows you structures on the moon, like these big pipes and bridges. And he pointed out that there's a satellite dish on the moon that is the size of a football field. Now,
yes, I've seen it.
Now, whether you look at the American football field or you look at the British soccer field, regardless, it's still pretty big. And if you have a satellite dish that big pointed right at the Earth, right, like literally pointed directly at the Earth, and that's not natural. So there's something going on there. There's something very strange going on there. And I think it's ET. Plus, it rings like a bell for hours and hours and hours and hours after. Let me hear your guys' thought. I'm just running off with my lips.
I like that story of the bell where the Russians shot some sort of atomic weapon and made it ring for 3 days.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to say this. You know how there's star seeds? It seems like you're a moon seed. There's something going on in the moon. And, I mean, there's a lot of, I want to say, theories on what it actually is. But I honestly think that it was towed into orbit around this planet. And what I mean by that is there was this time where this world was unstable, and to stabilize the oceans and the geomagnetical field or the electromagnetic field, they had to bring some sort of orbiting body to make it replicate what it looked like on their planet, whatever that system or that type of being was. And from there, once that happened and everything calmed down, is when we started to see the development of the dinosaurs and things like that. Because habitable life wouldn't have, if there was no moon, I don't believe that habitable life would be the same, right? Especially with the interior cores of the Earth and the magma activity at that time. It was very volatile.
Okay, let me be the devil's right-hand man here. Right. It's interesting, but, I wonder, because in order for the moon to have an effect on the Earth, it would need to have mass. And if it has mass, then it has gravity, and that mass and gravity would pull on the Earth and it would have an effect on the Earth. But if the moon is hollow, as we suspect that it is, and it rings like a bell, then it wouldn't have the mass or the gravitational pull to affect the Earth in the way that the epidemia is telling us that it will happen, because the moon would have to have mass. E equals mc2, right? Old Einstein. Well, Einstein's wife, anyways, not Einstein. You guys should know that Einstein's a fraud. Right? Einstein didn't come up with his theories. It was actually his wife that wrote all the papers. He put his name on it because back in those days, you guys know, women have been hated for thousands and thousands of years. And how dare a woman come up with like this type of theory? No way, only a man can come up with it. So with that type of retardation happening in the mind, like, she was forced to just let Einstein have it. He signed his name on it. He played the role really good. That's why when he won the Nobel Peace Prize, he gave all that money to his wife because he knew that it was hers, and kudos to him that he did that. So, he gave it to her. But anyways, E equals mc2. So if we take that into play.
Well, you're looking at planetary, just regular planetary, like basically science or mathematics of regular planetary things. If this is a base or it's metal on the inside. What's to say they don't have machines that can facilitate mass or air
Yeah, yeah.
gravity or use
I was
anti-gravity,
hoping you wouldn't
or
say that.
keeps an attractor beam locked around, like there's a specific spot on planet where there's like a Star Trek tractor beam that keeps the moon within that orbit, so it
Yeah, I
simulates an
catch you.
orbit, and after a certain amount of time it stays there.
Yeah.
I catch you there. That's a good call. I didn't take technology into my hypothesis, so I take the retardation back.
Well, no, this is why we have these conversations, and I love that you play devil's advocate. I love when we do that, me and you go back and forth, because people think that we think alike all the time, and we actually think different on a lot of things.
Yeah,
But
we disagree on more things than we agree on.
that's probably true. That's probably true. But we pose a very good front while we're on camera. No, but we do. There's a lot of main baseline things that we feel the same on, and we have these conversations sometimes that go so deep, and none of those are usually on camera. They're usually
Yeah.
on a messenger, or we'll be on a
Yeah, we
video
do a
call and
call.
talk about it. It's really wild. It's really
Yeah.
wild. We should start recording those conversations because they get out there. They get really wild.
Yeah, those are
Here's
private conversations, and I would just rather leave them private and not make them public, right? Because we're really brainstorming at that time, tossing ideas, and
Oh, for sure.
know,
I'm just saying,
really,
if they could
it's
only see. That's
best
all.
conversations at the moment are the ones that you're having and you go in depth. You don't need to name names. You don't need to name the gore factor. If you just talk about the experiences, you'll find the commonalities. I wanted to jump in and say, have you questioned the craters on the moon? The depth, the shape, the size, how they're all very the same.
They look like blaster pockets, or they were carved out by some sort of machine, which maybe is one of the ways that if there is metal underneath, they use those craters as access points for either spaceships to go inside or for military, like a hatch. At the bottom of some of those craters is just hatches. And if you didn't know any better, you wouldn't go down there because you can't breathe on the moon. You could float down there really quickly because of gravity. You'd be like, wee, and just kind of down a hole. But there's a lot of different reasons. And what Omar was talking about before is that satellite dish. There's also a facility that looks like it has a giant cannon on it, and
yeah.
that cannon is pointed directly at somewhere, like I forget exactly where it's pointed to, but it's pointed to the Earth. It's not pointed away from it. That's not the dark side. It's pointed at something,
hmm
and I bet you that's pointed at probably Mariana's Trench. And if they so feel the need to eliminate, Earth as it stands, that's how they do it. Turn on the cannon,
What if that cannon in itself is a some sort of like a receiver or a transmitter of sorts, and that is connected to the Saturn moon matrix? Because what if the moons of Saturn are, well, okay, let's go into this a little bit. What if I've hypothesized this in my Saturn um, presentations, that, and there was an author too, I forgot his name now, Bergen, something like that. The book is called The Ring Makers of Saturn. So let's hypothesize and that the Saturn rings are artificial, that some of it is natural, but the rest of them have been enhanced, and that they are crystalline based. And if they're crystalline based, then we have these artificial moons around Saturn, like Mimas and Iapetus and things like that. You can clearly tell that those are artificial moons. There's one called the Walnut Moon, and there is a 15-mile high mountain ridge that goes on its equator, and it looks like they took the top part and the bottom part, put it together and welded it together. And then there's a bunch of hexagons on it too. Bunch of hexagon on Mimas, bunch of hexagon on Iapetus. Hexagons seem to have something to do with something here. But what if those moons are harnessing the frequency, the vibration, the distortion of Saturn, and then those rings are amplifying that distortion, and then these moons are picking it up, and then they're transmitting it to our moon, and then our moon is picking it up and then transmitting it via that cannon type thing or that satellite, and is pointed directly at the earth in order for us to experience this false reality, this simulation that we're in, and that the distortion that's coming from Saturn that's being transmitted to the earth is causing humanity to vibrate at a denser level. Now, I watched a like a little program of sorts a little while back that let me bring myself on camera. I'm done my work.
Yeah, come on screen, bud.
Now, I watched a video that said that they had these two mice, okay, in a maze, and they let these mice go, and they had food around, cheese and stuff, and these mice were going around the maze, and they were doing excellent, very smart mice, right? Very, very cool mice, and they're going around, and they were able to maneuver their way through the maze and find the cheese, and they were all good. And then they turned on some kind of a frequency, right? They wouldn't say what type of frequency it was. Good thing, because I'm sure people will try to replicate that. But they, emitted some sort of a frequency onto these mice, and these mice instantly went crazy. They had no idea what was going on, and then they redid the experiment, and they put cheese down and food, and they let these mice out. And with this frequency on, these mice were confused. They had no idea where to go. They were climbing over the things. And then once they saw each other, they started fighting. They ignored the food altogether and started fighting each other, biting each other. And then the interesting thing is that as soon as they lifted the frequency off of these mice went back to being docile again. So my hypothesis is that within this Saturn moon matrix that we're interacting with, and this frequency that's coming our way, is what if that frequency is causing us to behave in the manner that we've been behaving for the past several few thousand years? Because prior to that, we were a peaceful, loving civilization. We didn't war with one another. We telepathically spoke with one another. We built things. We cooperated, and we shared our ideas and things. And then suddenly this happened. And conveniently enough, this began happening after the Anunnaki showed up. You dig? After the Anunnaki, this started to happen. And then more than likely, the moon showed up too when the Anunnaki showed up, right? Because they needed a way station. They needed some sort of a thing. And this is what I'm hypothesizing. And I feel that perhaps the Anunnaki are working with what Carrie Ann was talking about last night, these plasma parasitic beings, AKA the archons, and dark entities, shadow beings, whatever you want to call them. I think the Anunnaki work for them. And then they're the ones that told these guys to go ahead and weaponize our solar system so that they can control us in the way that they are controlling us, right? So, and then the Black Knight satellite on it's well. So it could be that because this Black Knight satellite is in an north to south orbital orbit like that, when usually weather satellites go like this, right? The reason why satellites go like this, the weather satellites, is because the planet is turning like this, and the satellite's going like this. It'll capture everything on the planet. And then communication satellites are on an equatorial orbit like that, right? And then the weather satellites are like this. So if we got fucking the Black Knight satellite up here that's rotating like this, and if it's picking up the frequency that's coming off of that satellite dish on the moon, right, and then it's transmitting it down like this onto the Earth. Imagine the Earth being here, and then this frequency from Black Knight coming down like this. It's going to cover the entirety of the entire planet. And everybody on the planet is going to resonate like that. Maybe, in some places, the frequency is very strong, like in the Middle East. You take a look at the Middle East, going, pretty much from Israel, Palestine, Iran, Iraq, Syria, all the way to Iran, right? And then once you get to India, it's pretty cool over there. People don't like to fight in India, but just when you get to Iran, right, that whole area is just been war and violence for like thousands of years, and there's really no need for that. But I feel that it's the Saturn vibration that's being emitted from the moon onto us, and then that's fucking us over. So if we take the moon and get rid of it, right, I bet you humanity goes back to being normal. And I don't feel that there will be 10-mile high tsunamis and things like that, because I just don't feel that even with technology, that removing the moon from our orbit would really have all that many consequences. Maybe there'll be a bit of a rattle, a few earth shakes, maybe a couple tsunamis here and there, but that's pretty much it. I don't think we would have any more damage than that. Okay, your guys' turn.
I'll let Stone go first. I mean, that's.
Are you sure about that, mate? Oh God. Okay.
Let's
go ahead.
First off, I see. I've had a couple of occasions where in one of them they shot me off planet, and it was the noise I heard when I went, and it was like really, really thick metal banging together and being joined. I used to look at the stars when I was a kid, and what I see now is very different to what I saw then. I see that every star out there has a partner. Now, I've been sky watching for at least 30 years and taking photos of the full moon, and the moons change every time it changes. We're coming into a full moon right now. I'll show it to you tomorrow night. Morning. Anyway, where I'm at living here, I am on the west coast of New Zealand. The west coast has black sand. On the east coast, it has white sand. Now, I'm on what's known as a Waitomo, which is there's tunnels underneath and water's flowing. We're on a water table. So I now am having white sand replacing the pebbles and stones that used to be in my river. And the thing is, I'm so close to the black sand beaches that I'm having difficulty trying to analyze this. I know it's there. But what I've seen is I've seen full pieces of land through a spring totally just fall away. I've got videos of it. Just fall away and wash just within a couple of hours, boom. And to me, that is when the frequencies come in from the planets. And we get that burst. We also get that underground tsunami, which causes the water tables to change, which causes the frequencies to change. I've been in a planet on a few of my other journeys, and what I've seen is the North and South poles are an axis. They're when it comes aligned with the center Earth, and that lines up, and this whole massive hole opens up, then you've got access. And I do believe that we started off as a seed planet, like the moon. The moon being towed in, it is a base. Inside there'll be massive activity. I don't see the moon like anybody that I know that sees the moon. I see it as a base. I have an alien contact, and I've nicknamed him the Flasher. We don't have names and places they come from. We just have contact. And in these flashes over the years, I've learned that this is a form of communication. It's not just flash, yes, no answers. It's when you see that beam of light come in, you have just been fed a massive download. Whether or not you can translate it is another issue. But the more you are in that frequency of these flashes, the faster you're going to open up, because they want to contact with you at your comfortable level. Sometimes you get yelled at, and I get yelled at. But what they've showed me is, at one stage, I was watching planets grow, and I wasn't alone. I had a friend doing it with me at the same time, and we were trying to work out how these rings around these planets were getting bigger, and the different colors. I analyze everything. I analyze the elements. Everything rusts. You just got to see what the breakdown process is. This is alchemy. So when I saw these things growing, then I got into the satellites around the planet, and I started watching them go by, and I started watching them get more. And then you see, I go out there now, and I can show you roadways through the stars. All right. I have watched the stars communicate. So when you're talking about this massive as beam out there, I've seen stuff shoot across the sky that there is a form of communication. Two, there's something firing weapons up there at other ships coming in. Three, there are flashes and signals sent between Stargate to Stargate. These stargates, when you see them, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm getting massive goosebumps. When you start seeing and working out the diameter of where these stars are communicating, and that you can tell it is not a normal light that comes from it when they light up. Okay. You stand there and watch that, I can guarantee you will see something come in that space. There's a zone. Okay. And if something comes in and it's not meant to, the ET that I communicate, who I call Flasher, his crew or his whatever the job description they have, I've seen them fire at these ships coming in. I've been sitting in my backyard and I've had these things come in out of nowhere, drop over top of the house, shoot between me and my friend's seat, and shoot off like a white soccer ball with a tail. It's moving fast, and it's more of a living entity movement than it is a mechanical. That you tell the difference after doing this. So the satellites around these other planets eventually became the rings, and I believe that is what is happening with the devices that are going up there right now. Everything that they've got, we have absolute no privacy already. These beings that have come in and communicated with me over the years, they've shown me what and how to break this illusion, and that is what I do. I accept it, I acknowledge it, and this is fantastic. Anyway, I've yabbered on. Somebody else jump in.
All right, so I'm going to keep it real short and simple and look at what we have now on this planet with direct energy weapons, where they use frequencies to make people sick, to make people basically change the brain wave patterns, is what they're trying to do. And I think that if they did that on a grand scale, like Omar was saying, and how it's changed the planet, definitely it could be that doesn't even have to be entities. That could be our own people doing that or working for
Mm-hmm.
those dark overlords. So with Saturn and I know you guys are a lot more versed in the Saturn sphere than I am, but the symbolism that we see on this planet could directly correlate to what Saturn represents to that far satanic style cult group. And I think that their time is up. The light's been shined on them, but I think once the it's like when you overturn a board and it's in the woods and it's been sitting there for 6 months and all the bugs come scurrying out after you flip it over and the sunlight hits it.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to go that far because that's all I got right now. And I think that we're going to have that point where we're going to see exactly what Saturn means and why they symbolize and idolize it so much. So that's it. Landing it right there.
Okay, Rob, I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to give a really quick download on Saturn. And while I'm doing that, can you please jump in to the private chat and direct Ron on how to bring his slides up, please? And
Sure.
I will do a quick download on Saturn, on what I'm talking about. Now, guys, this is an extremely long presentation. It's about 7.5 hours long, and if you guys are interested in watching this, it is on under the video archives of Watcher's Talk. It's called um, the false something or rather. Anyways, let me come over here. So the false perception. So started this off as, I'm going to subject you to a blitz. That is, I am going to subject your mind to tremendous onslaughts, and you cannot get up and leave because you're caught. Not because I'm holding you prisoner, but because something in you will prevent you from leaving, while another part of you is going to go truthfully berserk. So brace yourself, because this is Saturn, the false perception. This is a false planet, guys. This Saturn is not really what it appears to be. It is a holographic. It is a holographic field of information, and here are some symbols that are related to Saturn. The Saturn cult is ingrained into nearly. Let me bring this up a little bit for my notes. Saturn cult is ingrained into nearly every aspect of our life, yet the true significance of Saturn can be found within secret societies and in the deepest underpinnings of religion. Is it possible that the reality we experience, I'll bring this up a little bit, it's been a while since I did this one, so hold on with me. Is it possible that the reality we experience has been hijacked by creator gods who keep us living in subservience, control, and conformity? Why do we look forward to the weekend when we are weakened? Why does the word Saturday mean Saturn's day? Why do we exchange rings when we marry? Why is there so much Saturn symbolism in religion and in the corporate world? Semitic civilization referred to the god Saturn as El, who is the supreme deity and represented by a black cube. The ancients' name of Saturn was, as mentioned, El. It is a reason why those that were chosen by El were called elites. In fact, the word elect, elder, elevated, Elohim, tempel, circle, gospel, apostle, disciple, evangelist, etc., all derive from the word cult of El. Angels are messengers of God, but God was El, and the El, as Paul Anthony Wallace has suggested, is that they are the powerful ones. So the El are the powerful ones, which is why we have the names of archangels bearing the El suffix: Raphael, Michael, Oriel, Gabriel, etc. Now, if my mouse stops, come on, I hate this mouse. Having the same problem as John Cadman the other night, guys. So right here, this is the accepted ancient symbol of the sun. People think that it's a symbol of the sun that we know today, but is that symbol more likely to be the symbol, the sun we know today, or the sun we once knew? The Saturn sun, the dark sun, the black sun. In the occult, it was and is known as the old sun, and it is known the dark sun and the dark lord. So I'm not going to go through all of them. And here is the reason, the Lord of the Rings and the Olympic rings and all of that, it derives from the rings of Saturn. These are the rings of Saturn, and this is where it really comes from. And now Saturn also has been long symbolized as an eye. And here are some examples of the symbols that have been used in the past. And even right now, this may look familiar to you guys. The eye of providence that we see on the top of the pyramid of the dollar bill, the all-seeing eye. Here's another expression of Saturn being represented as an eye. Now, at some given time, way back in the past, there was a huge, enormous ejection of mass that came from Saturn, and when the Earth would tilt on its axis, season to season to season, when it would tilt, when you viewed Saturn from the Earth, it would appear to have like a crescent, an illuminated crescent, and that crescent would move as the axis of the earth would turn. There's the north, the east, the west, and then the south, and then right here, this is one of the symbols that you find in the ancient world that is commonly occurring theme of Saturn. Here you have the sun, and then you have the crescent. Now, when we look at ancient Egypt, and as well as when we look at the Masons, this right here can also be the solar boat, right? So the crescent it's actually evolved over time. It's never remained the same. Here's an example of the right here, right? We have the crescent, and then right here again, that's the sound vibration, the cymatics, and that really makes a whole lot of sense, because when we look at the cymatics and when we look at the frequencies coming off Saturn, that's what it creates. Now, here are some common occurring themes that the elite like to use for the symbols of Saturn, and this may look familiar to you guys actually. Now, here's one, here's another one. Right now, when you look at this symbol, what does that remind you of? Right, you will actually see this on the aircraft of the Allies back in World War II. And also, when you go to expand your screen right here, when you go to expand it, it has the same thing. That is the symbol of Saturn, right? In fact, you're looking at this. Can you see that, somebody, where I'm pointing, where it says explore? Right, yes, this symbol right here is as well a Saturnistic symbol right there. I'll show you guys coming up right here. Here's another one. Here's some common symbology themes of Saturn as seen in antiquity. Here it is. Here's the crescent, and then there's the sun. And here's another one. Here we have the sun shining, right? The four corners of the earth, or the four rivers. And then here's the crescent again. And look, there's that symbol that I was just showing you. See right there? Right? See that symbol right there? Here's that symbol. That is the Saturn symbol, which is right there. And then here it is again, the same thing. And then we see this on the street plan of Washington, District of Columbia as well. This symbol, and again, this symbol is right there. And then moving a little further, here's another one where they've changed it up a little bit. But again, the crescent is the theme. There it is again, and then there it is again, and then here it is again, and then here is where the Saturn symbol has evolved. Instead of being a crescent like this, they've extended it. They've extended it because it forms the horns of the horned gods. So here we have the horned gods, like the Pan god, right? There's a number of them, and then here we have the all-seeing eye from the Lord of the Rings, and there's the crescent, and then there's the all-seeing eye that we see on the Eye of Providence. Here we have a symbol of Islam. Here's the crescent with the star, and here we have Saturn with the crescent. Remember, I was saying it illuminated. When the axis of the earth moved, there's the illumination. Here's the symbol from Islam that's been taken from that. So it is more than likely a Saturn-based religion, as all Abrahamic religions: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Here we have it again. This right here is the god Sin. He's the Arabian god. And then here we have the star and the crescent, and then again, right there, the star, the Saturn moon matrix is what this right here is explaining. This guy right here, this is the Brotherhood of Saturn, the Fraternitas Saturni. This occult course organization is based in Germany and openly embodies the hidden side of Saturn worship. This is very deep, guys. It goes into the Bohemian Grove. And then when you go to the Bohemian Grove, here's like all of the political leaders and the elites that are at the Bohemian Grove. And Bohemian Grove, they do a lot of crazy shit. Like, look, there's a couple of presidents right there. I believe that's Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan. Here's, and again, some of their gatherings. Thanks to Alex Jones. He snuck in and was able to expose these guys, and was able to give us a lot of images. And these guys are, here we go. Here's an image. This is what they do at the Bohemian Grove. The owl, known as Moloch, is riddled throughout history. The more commonly known occultical owl is 40 feet statue at the Bohemian Grove. To start some brief history about Moloch, the owl known by many names, including Moloch, Moloch, Milcom, Baal, or Malcolm, in Hebrew, it quite literally translates to king. And then here we have Behemothep, and we have Baal right here, and then we have the bull. Now, why the bull? Because the bull is ruled by Saturn, and of course the horns, right? Because it's the horned god. We come over here, and I would suggest the ancient bull gods was the worship of Saturn, bull gods of Mesopotamia, Apis, the bull god of Egypt. It just goes on and on. That's why we continue to see bulls with, with horns. And then here we see in Egypt, here we have the crescent again as the horns, and then we have the sun in the middle as sun worship. And then here we have it again. Here is the crescent. This also is Roman. Here we have the crescent, and then we have the sun god right there. And this is what it's looking like, right? See? Like that, like that. And then here's some American symbols that are using the very same thing. Here we have the eagle with the crescent, and then we have the star right here. But if you take the stars here in the middle, you can actually make a star out of that. Here's the Air Force Special. Again, the star, and then the star, and then the crescent. And here's another one. How appropriate. Here's the House of Mountbatten in England. The wheat symbolizes the crescent. And then here, the crown they're trying to say is part of Saturn. Why are they using the crown? Because the crown is an expression of Cronus. Cronus is the god of Saturn. So that's why they use the crown. When you put the crown onto the head of royalty, they're saying that they are agents of Saturn, of El, the powerful ones. Here we have the symbol of the United Nations, and how appropriate that they have a scope pointed onto the earth with the horned crescent. So, it's not a very good organization. Here we have an example of Rome, the two-headed eagle. Again, you have the crescent, and then you have the crown, and the crown is Cronus. It goes on and on and on, guys. It's really deep. Here's a Rosicrucian order. Again, you have the wings, and the wings are supposed to be the expression of the horned god Saturn. And here we have again the same thing, the number 8 in Bentley. That looks like a B, but in fact it's a number 8. Why is it a number 8? Because Saturn is the 8th planet from the sun. Here is one of the major secret societies in the network in the House of Mortor, known as a Maltese cross. Now, this is kind of interesting. I'll come up with that. And then here we have the Celtic cross with the sun in the background. And then here we have the Pope John Paul. Look what he has on his chest, the Maltese cross. And right above him is the upside down cross. Right here, we have, somebody in the church, but again, there's a Maltese cross, which is part of the secret families. And then here's the crown jewels. If you take a look at the different crowns that they have, you have the symbology of Saturn on there. Here we have the Saturn that's shining in all directions, and that's where we get the term the four corners of the earth, or the four rivers of the earth. And then again the Maltese cross, and then right here on top of the crown you have the Maltese cross with the sun star, the black sun in the middle. Now let's break it down a little bit. Right here, right there is the Saturn, right there is the Maltese cross, right there is the Saturn with the four corners of the earth, and all around it you have the number 8, the X. The X means to cross over. And then right here, this is the symbol I was telling you when we looked at the Earth, or Saturn. Saturn would shine like in all directions. And this is where we get the star that the kids get when they do really good. The gold star, the silver star, the bronze star, things like that. That is coming from Saturn. Here we take a look at St. Peter's Square. Again, St. Peter's Square, here we have the crescent, the horned god, and in the middle we have Saturn with shining its light in all direction. Here we have Ratzinger, the Pope that was too demonic for the church, so they let him go. And here, look, he's holding again. Here's the star in the middle, the four corners of the earth, another expression of Saturn. Here's a good one. Here is, people say that's Satan, right? But it's been inverted, because this right here is I love you. And these guys have changed that from I love you to Satan. I love Satan. I love Satan. You see that? This is how these guys have inverted that. So very, very demonic. Let me go on. Here's another symbol of the hand symbol of like this, of Satan, which we also find on what do you call that, in the District of Columbia. This is a video. I'm not going to play it. Might be copyright. Now, look, here's all of the political leaders around the world giving you Satan. I love Satan. These guys love Satan. Here we have Eminem with Satan. Here we got Barry Obama with Michael Obama, more than likely. And here he is, giving us a Satan sign. Here we have this fella. I forgot his name, but Bahamutep. Here we have the French president, again with the Satan. Here we have Anton Levy. He was the leader and the founder of the Church of Satan and the former head of the Church of Satan. And he's meeting John Kerry. He's an ambassador and also a Secretary of State, something like that, for the Americans. Here we have Ronald Reagan, loving on old Satan. Oh boy, here we go. Here's the Bushes, the legacy family. This guy loves Satan. There's old George Bush with Satan, family religion, guys. And then here we have his wife with Satan, and they both are loving on Satan. And oh, boom, look, there's his daughter, Bush's daughter, in with Satan as well. So all three of them are into Satan. So it makes you go think what Jeb and all these other guys are up to, because it's a family religion. Here we have the prime minister of the Russian Federation, and then here we have President Putin. And look at Putin. He's just looking at him, and he's not satanic. And this guy right here, look, he's flashing him the Satan symbol. That's why this guy's not around anymore, because Putin is fighting the New World Order. And here we go, right here. Here we have William Mountbatten loving on Satan. Here we have Spider-Man loving on Satan. Here we have Metallica loving on Satan. Here, what's this guy's name? Drake or something? Look, he's
Drizzy Drake.
Yeah, there you go. He's got the owl on his chest, and what is the owl? That's Moloch. Moloch from the Bohemian Grove, the satanic god. Here's another one. I've got her name, but look, she's got Bahamutep on her shirt. Here is Beyonce, I believe, dressed like Bahamutep. Check this out. This is a Katy Perry at some sort of awards. Look, they're wearing horns and loving on Satan all openly. These guys are extremely satanic. Look, here's another one. All of these guys. Look, I think this is Lady Gaga. Dressed up like Satan. Here is Bruce Jenner's daughter. Take a look on her chest, Bahamutep. Here's this lady. I forgot her name, but again, Bahamutep. It just goes on and on and on, guys. It's just too much to say. Look, she's wearing a ring with Bahamutep. Here's another one, Bahamutep. Here's another one. This guy right here, what's his name? Christian Bale. He thanked Satan when he got his Golden Globe for playing Dick Cheney. Go figure. Here's another one, Madonna with Satan. I swear this girl works from a fucking handbook, because she's just right into this. Take a look at that. Here's the two towers. The two towers are actually, I didn't get into that earlier, but the two towers are evolved from the crescent. The crescent turned into the two towers. If you guys want to watch, go back and watch this 7-hour presentation. It's very, very deep. I'm just brushing over this. Again, look, here we have one of the videos, all wearing horns, dressed up like Satan. Her one eye covered like this. One eye covered. One eye covered means the all-seeing eye of providence. Again, you can see that eye on the southern pole of Saturn. Very interesting. Again, right here. Again, right there, covering the one eye. There's the one eye that we see on the dollar bill. And here
it's
we
the all-seeing eye of Providence, Rhode Island.
That's right. Here we have, Saturn, it's astrologically it is ruled by Capricorn. Capricorn is ruled by the goat, and then there's the goat, right? Because the goat is the expression of Saturn, and then we have goat, the pan god. Here is another one, the panda goat god, and then it goes on and on. And here, have a look at this one.
It's so
You know,
connected, bro. It's so connected. Like you've
yeah,
literally gone through pop culture, executive branches. Like this is all of this stuff is connected, and you know it's connected through people. People is the connecting factor of it. So
yeah, take a look at this with the Uncle Sam, I want you. Right, Uncle Sam is the expression of Behemothep as he comes in. See, have a looky-loo. This gift clearly shows it. And this right here, guys, is not only in the United States, but it's in England, in Australia. And this is Uncle Sam. He wants you, you know, he wants your soul, your spirit, your essence. This right here, again, you know, the bullhead with horns. And then again, inside the bull, back in the Roman days, they used to put people inside it, light a fire underneath. And when they would scream, the bull would sound like Saturn. Again, right here, this is a crescent holding the sphere. And then from there, it evolved into the two pillars. And then from the two pillars, we can see it on the Masonic works. There's some more Masonic work. Again, the two towers. Here's the crescent right here. Again, the two towers. There's the all-seeing eye. And then let me just move forward right here. I was saying the number 8. Numerology, the Saturn is number 8. That's why it's the planet of death. 8 is infinity. It just goes on forever and ever and ever. They gave it the infinity. Remember the I love Satan, right? These guys like to invert that kind of stuff. And here we have a spider, an 8-legged spider. And this is the Nazca lines down in Peru. And again, here is the horns, and then it's an 8, the number 8. And then there's the sphere. The sun sphere. Here is the magic cube of Saturn right here. This is the magic cube of Saturn, because in numerology, you don't have double numbers. You take the numbers, you add them to come up with a single number. And in the magic cube, the magic square cube of either Saturn or even the Masonics, no matter how you count this, you can go up, you can go this way, you can go on a diagonal. It doesn't matter. It will always be number 15. And when you take that 15, you equal it, comes to 666. And we have the number 666. Now, the number 666 is actually a sacred number, but the dark occult, I'm not, you know, hammering the Masons here, because I believe the Masons are actually the good guys, but the inverted, the people that are on the very top of the pyramid, they've inverted it and they're using it for dark purposes. Here is the sigil of Saturn, and this is also the sigil of the Freemasons as well, and also is connected with the magic cube. And here we have the black and white checkered floors. You know, when you go into a church or whatever the case may be, you see the black and white. That black and white is supposed to be about confusion and crossover, and also it is an example of the magic square cube. Here's a little video that I put together, and it shows you all of the churches, well, not all of them, but you know, a majority of the churches around the world that are using the checkered floor, and that is all part of the Saturnistic worship. So here we go. Just very short video. Rob, let me know when Ron is ready, and then I'll jump off.
we got everything loaded up, so we're just about ready.
Okay, okay. So I will end it right here. Let me just what is it that
hold on? I'm sharing out the links to the Saturn Part 1 and Part 2 presentations for everybody
and then
to go see it. There you go, guys. Part 1 and Part 2.
So right here, you know, this stuff is very interesting. Right here, the you know, the hill of Saturn and the Capitoline Hill that they have next to the Saturn Mound in where was that? The hill of Saturn, which is the bloodline family gathering place. That's where the skull and bones and all of that. And then when these guys moved into America, they brought their Capitoline Hill to America, and then now America has a Capitol Hill, and that Capitol Hill is part of the Capitoline Hill, the hill of Saturn. It just goes on. Here's a quickly.
Now they've
Here's
got
the
the
map.
Capitol Police acting like Stasi too. That's going around, and they're actually going into Florida, Miami, and parts of the country and creating their own police force, like a secret police. So
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
called the Capitol Police. It's wild.
yeah. Here's an image that I was showing earlier. Remember, I was saying it's marked out in the grid plan of Washington, D.C. street plan. And then every circle that you see, those are all major buildings in Washington. And then they've connected, and then the streets are worked out so that they actually express Saturn. Like here's a good one right here. Let me see this. Why did I put this on here? There was a significance to this, and I
You
didn't
can see it's the Mason. It's the Freemasons.
Yeah, right there.
Yep, it's got the thing.
Yeah, right there.
It's 9:10 now, brother.
And then here's the X. X marks the spot, right? I just want to quickly just show what I was talking about. I'm just done right here. Here's the hexagon that is on top of on the north pole of Saturn. And then here is the all-seeing eye on the southern pole of Saturn. And then this is where the eye of Providence comes from. So if you guys want to watch more of that, go on after the stream when you have some free time to check out part 1 and part 2. And I actually did another one where there's all in part 1. And then afterwards, I ended up having a conversation with Rick Keefe about it. So you guys can check that out as well. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to take myself off screen, grab myself a quick coffee. Actually, let's bring Ron on.
Right? Yeah, I'm just going to read a little quick, little segment here. We got Ron Holiday, who has been investigating and writing about the paranormal for nearly 40 years. He is an author of several books, including UFO Scotland, Famous Scots and the Supernatural, and Alien Spirit. For several years, he wrote the X-Files column for the Glasgow Evening Times newspaper and has published over 200 articles. Ron lives in Scotland. Let's bring in Ron.
Hi,
how you doing, sir?
Not too bad. Thanks for that introduction. Hi, everybody.
It's very hard to hear you. Is there a way you can get closer to the mic, maybe?
Yeah. Okay. How's that? That any
That's
better?
better. That's better.
Okay.
All right. We're going to remove ourselves off the screen and pull up your presentation.
Okay. Right.
Now you'll be able to adjust the presentation. You'll see on the screen it says slides. All you got to do is click the arrows in which direction you want to go, whether it's right or left. So you'll see it when I bring it up here.
Okay.
So you see it at the bottom there where it says slides?
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Next slide. Yeah. Right.
Awesome.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. That's great. Yeah. Right. I'll just go ahead then. Because first of all, thanks for bringing me on to the conference. Delighted to be here. As was said, I've had a long-standing interest in the paranormal, particularly in UFOs, and the implication on UFO sightings, alien encounters, for humanity. What does it mean? But I'm going to look particularly today at the impact it had on Scotland, where I come from. And just to clarify, in case there's anybody there who doesn't know where Scotland is, because we're not a very big country. Yeah, it's just off the coast of Europe there, the northern part of the United Kingdom. Small geographical area and a small population. There's only about 5.5 million of us. However, having said that, there have been an absolutely phenomenal number of UFO sightings. And what's fascinated me is the impact that those sightings have had on people in Scotland and how it has raised consciousness about alien entities and what it means. I mean, what is the explanation for everything that has been going on? Why has Scotland had so many UFO reports given and UFO encounters, alien encounters, given the size of the population? I mean, so much was going on that the local papers and magazines started printing many articles, for example, like this one, Alien Invasion. Suggestion was that Scotland was being targeted or visited in particular by alien entities because there happened to be so many sightings. And, it raised a question for people, Are we being visited by aliens from distant planets or what? So it did stimulate a really big debate about what it meant. Were people imagining all these incidents, or was it really alien contact? Or was it from something else? I mean, there were all kinds of suggestions. And, I found that particularly interesting, that it did stimulate people's consciousness and they started thinking about this whole subject, which I think had been for a long time hidden because people just weren't aware of the amount of, or the possibilities that we were being visited from other planets. But, one of the things that particularly interested me, if this was not, if you like, alien encounters, what was it? I mean, was there something else going on? I mean, were there links between UFO sightings, UFO encounters, alien encounters, and other aspects of the paranormal? Because in some cases, encounters only lasted a comparatively short time. And here's one particular photo that came up, of a ghostly kind of figure with what was claimed to be an alien spaceship in the background. I'm not suggesting all that was genuine, but I do think it did raise the issue of just what we were experiencing, because a number of people had encounters where they could actually see through a spacecraft into the ground beyond, or cases where the spaceship seemed half solid and, if you like, half transparent. So it did raise the issue. I mean, like ghostly encounters, what actually were people seeing? Were we encountering objects or entities from other dimensions? I mean, is it just too simple to say, yeah, there's something coming from a distant planet? They're traveling across thousands of miles to visit us. Now, I know this goes contrary to what a lot of people say, like the Roswell crash, which seemed like a real solid object had actually landed, but a lot of other people's experiences have not been quite as solid as that, if you like. And it does raise the issue of what we're dealing with. Sorry, it's not a particularly good slide, but I just had to take it off of a newspaper that got folded up. But as I was saying, what are we dealing with? Because this lady, Pat McLeod, was driving along the road. She was going to the doctor's just for a straightforward visit, nothing in particular, just a checkup. And as she was going along, she saw this object, which is in the background there, coming down over the road. And it was a large object. And she said, yeah, it looked like Saturn. That's how she described it. And the newspaper did a drawing of it. She said it was like a flaming ball in the middle with this, Saturn-like circle round it. And she watched it come down and land, as she thought, on a piece of waste ground. So she stopped the car, she got out and went over, expecting to see this object lying. There was a large object, it was about 20 feet across, expecting to see it. But when she got there was absolutely nothing there. The object just seemed to have disappeared. And she expected, because she rang up the newspaper and said, she's seen this object. She expected that many other people would actually have seen it as well, but she was astonished that nobody, not a single person, reported seeing it, which again raises the question of what are we dealing with? Are these solid objects? Are these objects from other dimensions? How do we explain these sightings or these encounters where one person alone sees it and nobody else sees it? And as I'm sure as you're aware, there have been many similar reports like that, where people see something, sure everybody else has seen it, and find that, yeah, they're the only ones. So, I mean, is it some kind of psychic encounter, or just exactly what's happening? Just brief history of UFO sightings in Scotland, in case anybody's interested. Like a lot of places, there were reports of strange objects seen in the sky way back in the 19th century, reported in Scotland, and I'm sure plenty of other places stretching even further back. As you know from some of the writings from the ancient world. One thing that was often reported was balls of lightning traveling across lochs or lakes. as you might call them elsewhere. So there were many sightings of balls of light. But I mean, the first recorded sighting that I have took place in 1937 when a man wrote to me, and said this he had seen what looked like a spaceship flying across the sky, and it looked solid. So that's the earliest sighting I have had, which actually predates, the 1947 era, which is supposed to have brought in the first real solid sightings of flying saucers, or UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them. And the first, as it were, solid sighting, in the sense that it was, the chap actually did a drawing of it and explained to me exactly what he'd seen, took place 1947, Portobello. Obviously, I won't know where that is, but it's an area of Edinburgh down by the sea. And he claimed to have seen what looked like a spaceship with an actual person inside, solid object again. But he was also surprised that nobody else seemed to see it. So this was only reported to me, 40 years after the event. So I really couldn't check up as to whether it was possibly something else that he'd seen. But certainly that coincided with the first reporting in the USA of, that's sparked off our modern UFO sighting era. So just a couple of books, that I've written about Scottish UFOs. And to state the obvious, but again, it's curious because UFOs come in all shapes and sizes. There's a massive variation in the appearance of UFOs. I mean, there's some, these pictures will all be copyright, obviously. There's some photos of what people have claimed to have seen. They're not genuine, I don't think, but that's the kind of thing people have claimed to have seen. And there's another bunch. And there's some similarity, but there's an awful lot of difference. So, I mean, why is that? I mean, why do we get all these different types of UFOs reported? I mean, does it mean we've been visited by, all sorts of planets or what? I mean, it is a bit of a mystery, which, is quite puzzling if we are dealing with genuine UFO alien entity sightings. There's a kind of typical, I would regard as a typical UFO, sort of saucer-shaped silver thing. And this was a painting made by a chap who had an account in one part of Edinburgh, and his widow presented me with the painting, which I really appreciated. And then again, a completely different, I hope you can see that, it's not a great picture, but that's the best I could do with it. That's a dumbbell-shaped UFO from the 1990s in Glasgow. Glasgow, the biggest city in Scotland. And then, completely weird sighting. I just produced this because, this is a drawing the chap did he was living in Shetland, an island to the north of Scotland. And he sent me this drawing of his encounter. And what he saw, he claimed to have seen, was this object. He was standing in his kitchen window looking out, and he saw this object coming down, and he described it as a world. He said it was a globe of the world surrounded by this burning kind of light. He said it looked leather-like, and it's sat there on the ground for several minutes and then shot up. And sometimes, you do find it hard to understand exactly what people were seeing. But anyway, I spoke to the chap and he sent me quite a lot of details, of what he had seen. So again, you get these encounters of these sightings which seem to, defy any kind of obvious explanation. I mean, can we really believe that something came down, globe shaped, had drawings of the world on it, but and these flaming all around it? I mean, it's really very strange. As I said, I chatted to the chap, and he sent me a lot of details, and I'm inclined to believe this is what he actually saw. And again, another drawing from a witness, a completely different shape, like two triangles on top of each other. Again, viewed from his window, convinced this is what he saw, with these kind of red lights all around it. So even in Scotland, you get Sorry, folks, I do have a bit of a tickle in my throat. So again, you get people saying all kinds of different things. I mean, so what does it say about what people are experiencing? I mean, are these psychic experiences? Are these genuine objects? Here's something completely odd as far as I'm concerned. Spoke to this chap on several occasions. He was driving to work, came to this junction, and then he saw all these objects in the sky. Triangular shaped object, this, I don't know, he described like a large canoe. And then this, I don't know what to make of it. It seemed like a coffin with a pole down below, sort of something, you know, to support it. Again, it was completely weird, but spoke to him at length, discussed it all. He filled in various forms. So, I mean, this is what he said he saw. So, I mean, you get such a variety in UFO sightings that you do wonder just exactly what is going on. A bit more straightforward, but again, different object described, looks like a kind of flying delta-shaped object. Some claims that, in fact, you know, these black triangular-shaped things were actually planes being tested. It was down the west coast of Scotland, and there was a large base on the west coast of Scotland, a place called Machrihanish, which was a US and British air base, and it's quite possible aircraft were being tested, but for quite a time there were a lot of these objects being sighted. And in fact, I appeared on a program to discuss it because there really was a lot of interest in what was going on. So those were sightings. What about encounters? Well, Scotland has experienced a number of quite bizarre encounters. This concerned a chap called Gary Wood. He was driving along with his friend, a chap called Colin Wright. And as they were driving along, they came to a corner of the road and there was a bright light hovering over it. And the next thing they remembered was driving back along the road. They were visiting a house, but when they got there, they found that they were almost 2 hours later than they should have been. So Gary, chap in the picture there, he got quite concerned about all this. He had a lot of disturbed sleep, couldn't understand what went on. So eventually underwent hypnotic regression. And he came up with this account of being lifted out of the car and taken into what seemed like a spacecraft and meeting or being, if you like, investigated, examined various strange alien entities, like the one that you can see maybe just down below, kind of grey type creature, small one. There were tall creatures. There were other people being held there. There was a naked woman who was in great distress. So he saw all these things. And this did come out under hypnotic regression. But then afterwards, Gary started having, if you like, memories of having encountered alien entities when he was a child. So although this was, if you like, his biggest experience of UFO abductions, he did seem to think he had a bit of a history of it. And the curious thing is, which I will come back to, is that he felt that he hadn't been taken up into a spacecraft, but they'd actually been taken down into a base under the ground, which the aliens were using to, if you like, visit various places in Scotland, and in particular in that area. And he was so convinced about this that he actually spent time trying to discover where this base might be. This is certainly Scotland's most famous encounter, a chap called Bob Taylor. And this encounter was actually investigated by the Scottish police. Bob was a forester. He was walking through woods in the centre of Scotland. He did this on a regular basis, but this particular day, he came upon an object hovering above the ground. And as he stood there watching it, two spiky balls came rolling out of this object came towards him, grabbed hold of his trousers, and the next minute, he woke up. What seemed like a minute, he woke up. But it turned out he'd been unconscious for maybe 20 to 30 minutes. And this was the description of the object that he'd actually encountered. A round object, so with the flange round it, and there's an artist's description of the spiky balls that came out of him. The odd thing that it doesn't indicate there was that he could actually see through part of this into the ground beyond. So although part of it seemed solid, part of it he could actually see through. So it wasn't a completely solid object. I mean, there was some discussion about, what had he actually seen? Did this object have legs? There's a bit of a controversy about it, but at the end of the day, it was believed, according to Bob, no, this object was just actually hovering in the air. It was not resting on the ground, which did raise some other questions because there were marks left on the ground. And as I said, this encounter was investigated by the police because Bob, he had a lorry, couldn't get the lorry started. Seemed like there maybe been some interference with the lorry's engine, but he managed to he staggered home. When he got home, his wife obviously saw he was in a distressed state. His trousers were ripped. He had a cut on his head. So she rang the police, and the police came along, wondered what had gone on. They searched, couldn't find anybody. They thought maybe he'd been attacked. He'd been assaulted by some youth. There were reports that youth had been seen, not in that particular day, but in previous days. So they searched the whole woods, couldn't find a thing. They were convinced Bob was telling the truth as far as he was concerned, didn't think he was making it up. And that's been the opinion of everybody involved in the case. We've investigated, spoken to Bob. I spoke to Bob a couple of times, visited him in his house, and he was absolutely, he thought he'd had a tremendous encounter. He was quite thrilled by, he told me, he had seen something out of this world. And he was not, he never made any money out of it. He was quite honest about it. Told this story, said other people have made money out of it. I've never made any money out of it. So it's been regarded as really quite a solid UFO encounter case. And it was of such significance, and people took it so seriously that I, with one or two others, campaigned to get the site recognized, because I thought it was worthwhile. I mean, it was such a fascinating encounter, one the police had investigated, and there didn't seem to be any explanation, that, we felt that the site should be recognized. And 20 odd years ago, they put up this stone with a plaque on it. And more recently, they've actually put up signage. So you can actually be directed there and look at the site. It's changed a bit. Trees have grown up, but still recognized. As I said, as I showed in one of the slides, there was a feeling that Scotland was being specially targeted by alien entities, given the number of sightings. And one area where it was felt sightings were concentrated was this village of Bonnybridge, and up sprang the phrase Bonnybridge Triangle, which is obviously a take on the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know if there ever was a proper triangle, but all we can say is that there were a lot of sightings in this particular area. Hundreds, in fact, which seemed completely bizarre, because Bonnybridge is a small, little more than a village, really. A few thousand people living there, and the number of sightings was just phenomenal. And as a result, people visited from all over the world. The Japanese film crew, German film crew, and the local councillor there, local representative, was campaigning to the government to have these sightings investigated. Needless to say, the government weren't interested, or claimed they weren't interested. I think it is significant that the Ministry of Defence in the UK claimed for decades they weren't interested in UFO sightings, but then suddenly, after 30, 40 years of denying it, began to release UFO sightings that they'd actually collected. So what the local representative was trying to do there was to get the government to investigate all these reports, because there were dozens, hundreds of reports, and local people were coming to his door saying, well, what's going on here? You know, why have people been having all these encounters and seeing all these things? And I was certainly involved in investigating quite a few of these reports. There was a lot of video taken. I can't actually show any, it's all copyright, obviously. But I can assure you that some of it was interesting. It was taken in daylight and it was shown on British TV. You know, it's a big audience. So there was a lot of material collected. I mean, what did it mean? Why were so many sightings being reported in this area? Various suggestions coming up. You know, were these psychic events? Was it for some reason a window into another dimension? What was it? Were people trying to, you know, was there some bizarre tests going on by alien beings to see what the reaction was in Scotland for some reason, just as a sample of the world, the UK? I mean, it was certainly very weird. And this went on for several years. Then suddenly it just seemed to die down. And there were still some reports, but not a high one just the last couple of years, but there was nothing like the volume. So you had this burst of UFO activity, and then suddenly, you know, it seemed to go quiet. Some people think this is, you know, start to get a bit esoteric at this particular spot. But to my mind, what are we talking about? You know, there's a picture of modern, contemporary, 19th, 20th century view of fairies. You know, what's the link between UFOs, ancient folklore, and fairies? Doesn't seem anyone at first sight, but you know, you do get some links. I don't know if you're interested in, or people are interested in, characteristics of fairies, but in the past they were believed to live underground, like some people claim. You know, their underground bases. Yeah, well, fairies were supposed to live underground. And a number of people, and I mentioned them there, Robert Lee, I'll come to Robert in a while, Gary Wood, and somebody else who had a lot of UFO encounters, believed he as well had been taken underground. So, I mean, there is that link there, and there are other links as well. You know, because, I mean, you think of fairies in films and, you know, contemporary books as these small little creatures with wings floating about. But, you know, in the past, that was not how fairies were seen. They were seen as people like us, small, but with, if you like, supernatural powers. And one of those supernatural powers was the ability to walk through walls or walk through solid objects. They also took people to underground. You know, they captured people, took people away. So there is some kind of similarity between that and ancient, you know, the ancient view of fairy people. And if you go around Scotland, you know, there are fairy knowes, fairy hills, which were believed to be entrances into fairy underground towns and cities, because it was thought that fairies, they lived just like us. You know, they had towns, they had cities, but they just lived underground and they had these supernatural abilities. And, you know, that belief carries on today. I mean, that's a site in Scotland which people bring along what's called cloth, as is believed if you've got, say, a sore arm, you rub that, get a cloth against your arm, hang it up on the tree there, and it disintegrates, then that sore arm will go away. And that's still a practice carried on. I don't know how much people believe in it, but I mean, it shows you the influence of the past on the present. I did mention, or I should have mentioned, a chap called Robert Kirk, and he was a man who, back in the 17th to 18th century, had encounters with fairies, wrote a book about it, and described the characteristics as being very human-like, but with these supernatural powers. And he was supposedly abducted by the fairies. Sorry, abducted by the fairies, and he did actually exist. There's his grave. Yeah. So, as I said, I mean, I do believe that there is links between modern UFO sightings and things that happened in the past to people, you know, and UFOs and the supernatural do get connected up in other ways as well. Because I've dealt with more than one case, but certainly I'll describe one particular case, again in Glasgow, Scotland's biggest city, where a woman saw an object which she thought was a UFO just outside her house. You heard a clanking on the roof, thought, oh, that's landed on my roof, or something's happened on the roof with this UFO. And the next minute there was a beam of light came down onto a staircase. And she walked up and she saw what she described as something looked like an angel. And like this figure from the painting here, had this long flowing cloak, had this sandals on the feet, and had this halo around her head. She looked like an angel. So, as I've said, I just wonder, you know, to talk about being visited by aliens from other planets, is this really what's going on? Is there something more complicated? You know, are we dealing with beings from other dimensions, from other universes? I mean, just exactly what's going on. I mean, I've spent a lot of time investigating UFOs and people's reports, but I still find a lot of it, you know, quite contradictory in a way. You know, it's not straightforward. I know people get quite worked up if you try to suggest them. Yeah, look, it's not just, you know, we're not just maybe being visited by people from vast distances away. You know, there could be an explanation nearer home. And again, you know, we've got, as I've said, you know, you just don't get UFO sighting. You just necessarily don't get somebody seeing an object. You get other things going on at the same time. And in one area, when I talked about the Pat McLeod one, you might remember, with a Saturn-like object, well, at the same time, the woman had this real strange experience. It was just within a day or two of Pat McLeod's sighting of that object. She was lying in bed and she suddenly woke up and saw a light going round the room in a quite deliberate fashion. So she felt a bit odd. So she got up, went to the bedroom window and looked out. And at the bottom of a garden, she saw an object which looked a bit like that Mothman object we described there. She said it was about 6 feet tall. It was clinging to a tree at the bottom of a garden, and it had wings. So it seemed like a human with wings. Very, really odd object. But the oddest thing is, she said, I felt really peculiar, and you think I might have been frightened, but I didn't feel frightened. I felt in a bit of a daze. So I just went back to my bed and lay down and went back off to sleep. So I don't know whether she'd been mesmerized or hypnotized or something had happened, but she was convinced that this was the object that she'd seen. And then again, going back to this kind of folklore issue and this idea that, you get a mixture of events happening. This took place back in the 1960s, and the person who had this encounter, she was only 10 years old at the time, but when I spoke to her, it was obviously quite a few years later, by which time she had grown up. She, in fact, was a social worker, dealing with social care. She had a daughter, and it was this, having a daughter, which had brought this back to her in the sense that she was concerned that something might happen to her daughter in the same way it had happened to her. And she said she lived on a farm out in the country, and she used to go walking into the wood to play. So she went there one day, as she often did. And this particular time, as she was walking through the wood, she suddenly came upon a group of blue beings about shoulder height, and she stopped. Obviously, she was astonished, she was concerned. She tried to run away, but found she was actually rooted to the spot. She could not move. The next minute, a beam of light came down, and she found herself lifted up into what seemed like some kind of spacecraft. And there she remembered being on a bed, and or on some kind of mattress or a couch or something like that. And she was examined in some kind of way. And then she didn't know how much time had passed. She was beamed back down again. And when she beamed back down, she got back, strength. She wasn't frozen anymore. She could move. So she ran all the way home. And when she got back home, she discovered that her parents were on the point of calling the police, because she thought she'd only been away for a short time, an hour or so. And it turned out she'd been away for most of the day. And after that, she felt unwell, and she lay in her bed for a few days trying to recover. Now, the interesting thing on top of this is when I spoke to this woman, as I said, she, university educated and so on, she believed, she'd maybe had an implant put in one of her teeth, and she was going to the dentist to have this checked out. But she was also concerned for her daughter, because she'd been in her daughter's bedroom, and she'd seen what looked like the head of Anubis floating outside the window. She didn't understand how this was connected to her particular encounter, but she felt that this was a threat or a warning of some kind, that something that was going to happen to her daughter. Problem was, I'd have loved to follow this case up, but she was concerned that her boyfriend, she wasn't married, but she had a long-term partner, he wasn't interested in this. In fact, he was quite antagonistic towards it, and she didn't want to upset him. So I wasn't able to follow it up to find out what had got on, but I do know that she really was concerned about something happening to her daughter, as had happened to her. Sorry, I'll maybe buzz through this bit, but there's a ceremony in Scotland called the Bury, B-U-R-Y, Bury Man ceremony, where you get this person covers themselves in these sort of bury things. I don't know what you call them, just like things you stick on, off plants and the like. And they parade through the village. This is an ancient ceremony, and there's a close up, and there's a picture of them in full dress. And I don't know, maybe somebody will know more about this than me, but I was reading a book about an alien that was claimed to have visited this tribe in Brazil. It was known as Bepcarority, and the story goes that the villagers saw this spaceship coming down. They didn't know it was a spaceship, it was an object with flames coming out of it. They described it, came down. An individual came out, made contact with them, and he actually healed, he carried out healing and so on, and helped them before he disappeared again, shot up back into this. And the kind of thing that they, how they described him was in this way, that it's made up to show just what they claim to have seen. And I thought, yeah, all right. There is a similarity between these things, and it just made me wonder, has this kind of event happened to other people in the distant past? Have we just neglected it, ignored it? Maybe we should been doing a little bit more research into some of these ancient ceremonies, because maybe they do represent a show that in the past there has been contact with alien entities. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Just as you well know, a variety of people have claimed to have had UFO and paranormal experiences. US President Jimmy Carter, pretty famously. I did describe in another of my books, Famous Scots and Supernatural, the kind of encounters and beliefs in the paranormal including alien entities that, famous people in Scotland did have. Based it in Scotland, obviously, because Olivia was particularly interested in that. But I'm sure that applies right across the board, right across the world. And carrying on with this particular theme, William Wallace, you might have heard of because of the film Braveheart, which did get quite a big audience across the world. And
freedom.
Freedom. Yeah.
I love that movie. Probably watched it about 200 times, Ron.
Yeah, I love the freedom. Yeah, okay.
I know it word for word.
Yeah, well, actually, the premiere was just up the road from where I live, actually. And I live in Stirling, or Bridge of Ireland, just outside Stirling. The premiere was there. And of course, we had the full entourage of the well-known turning up for it. But I mean, the interesting thing for me was that a whole pile of stories grew up around William Wallace, that he had supernatural powers, that he had, in fact, he'd fought with a headless ghost. And there was this story about William Wallace going to this church, getting into a trance, and he had this experience of an object coming down, flaming object coming down, landing, and out of this flaming object appeared a woman. And she spoke to him. She gave him a sword and other things before, getting back into this craft, which, which we would, I think, say was a spacecraft of some kind, because that is how it is described, and then shooting off again. Whether that story is true, I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it is interesting to show just how, there's a long tradition of encounters with strange beings. That's just a photo of, there's something called the Wallace Monument, and that's a statue. And that's some of the publicity I got for the book and Braveheart and Superpowers. I didn't claim William Wallace had superpowers. What I was saying was, that there were these strange stories associated with William Wallace as an example of how old and ancient some tales were, which linked people up to strange encounters. And, are UFOs dangerous? Yeah, well, I'm sure, we've all got stories about that. And I mean, I found this particularly kind of worrying. I mean, people have different views of abductions and encounters. Some people said, yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. I liked it. A lot of people saying, it's absolutely horrendous. Didn't want anything to do with it. And so, I mean, there's a sense that, maybe UFOs are dangerous in a way. And in this particular case, it says alien expert solves dead pilot mystery. I didn't solve the dead pilot mystery. I just made a suggestion about it, because this chap, he, looking at the time, anyway, this chap, he took off in the Cessna from a place, island of Mull, which is just off the coast of Scotland. He took off from an airstrip, which wasn't a proper airstrip. It was just kind of flattened length of ground, which they used as an airstrip next to a hotel. This was on Christmas Eve. Nobody seemed to know exactly why he decided to take off. Seemed an odd thing to do. It was in the dark. This was an unlit strip. There was no way of actually finding your way back easily. Anyway, he flew off and disappeared. And they searched for months, couldn't find him. And then 3-4 months later, they found his body on a hillside, on Mull, even though the area had been searched many, many times. And there was no explanation as to how he got there. There was no marks on his body. Didn't look like he jumped out of a plane. There was no sight of the plane. And the plane wasn't found for years. Eventually it was found in the water just off the actual coast. But I mean, the chap wasn't wet. He was dry. It looked like he'd actually just walked there shortly before. And there seemed no explanation as to why this had happened to him. Where had he gone? Where had he been? Well, I researched into it, and discovered that there was an area where strange lights were often seen in the sky. And on that particular day and time that he took off, strange lights had been seen. And so I said, suggested, was there some kind of UFO encounter? Did this chap, fly up there? Was there a UFO going about, some spacecraft or something? Was this the kind of encounter? Was he abducted, taken away, and then deposited? And that was just a suggestion on my part, because I thought, this might be an answer to it. But I don't know if that's definite or not, but I certainly think it's a possibility. And then in Scotland, tornadoes, planes scrambled to intercept UFO. Again, despite claims to the contrary, there's no question about it, that our Ministry of Defence, is interested in this particular topic. Sometimes it can be seen as a threat. They try to say they're only interested if it's a threat, suggesting, they're not really that interested. But the evidence is that they were really interested and continue to be interested. They have released various UFO sightings, but the feeling is they've only released the ones that aren't that interesting, and the more interesting ones they've kept hidden away. This kind of thing is worrying, and I think it's worrying when government, they've got this tendency, just to cover things up. I mean, they're only interested in things that they think, they can put out and people will lose interest in. Anything that's of significance, they hide away. And this particular incident, there was a chap called Robert Lee. He was a Norwegian chap. He came over during the Second World War, after the Germans invaded Norway. Came over here and he's just stayed here. And he had a number of UFO encounters, including one near his house, which made him really interested in the subject. And he became convinced that a mountain, maybe about 10 miles away, was a site that housed underground base is used by UFOs. And he actually showed me this. You could see these silver objects. I was never quite sure what was there. I tried to walk there one day. It's quite a long walk, but I found that I got sick and dizzy. So it was such rough ground, I had to give up. But according to him, and I actually thought, he's not talking sense here. He said I'd seen these objects lift out of this underground base and fly up following these planes. I did look into it, and it was right, because there had been a squadron of Hercules planes, which are huge, as huge transport planes. They had been flying over at that time, and believe it or not, one of these planes actually crashed a few miles further along. And he was convinced that this UFO had actually caused this plane crash. Now, I'm not 100% sure of that, but I could confirm after investigating that, this flight of planes had gone over that area, and certainly one had crashed. There was no question about that. So I just wondered, was there a link? I mean, are UFOs actually interfering with airplanes? I mean, is this kind of encounter being concealed? And Scotland does have, as I've said, a lot of UFO reports. There was a lot of UFO reports down the west side of Scotland. I've got it here, Scotland's Area 51, which I'm sure everybody is absolutely familiar with from the USA. Less familiar, I'm sure, with this area. But Machrihanish, I'll say it again in case you can't follow it, Machrihanish, was a huge base on the west coast of Scotland, closed down now because of the end of the alleged end of the Cold War, and was one of the biggest bases in Europe, and a lot of activity there. And a man who worked there, a witness who worked there, he got in touch with me and told me that he had seen a disc-shaped object. He worked there, obviously. The disc-shaped object more than once, coming in and actually landing on the base. And right, I said, well, can we meet up to discuss? He said, sure, I'll meet up to discuss, no problem. So anyway, I went to meet him up and he never turned up. So I was never sure what had happened there, because I mean, people who work there obviously, have to sign the Secrecy Acts. They're not allowed to divulge anything that's happened there, anything that they've seen. So I thought it was a pretty brave act to get in touch with me. And he was convincing about this. I thought, yeah, I'm sure this chap has actually seen something. And I had that feeling that maybe he had been shut up or told not to get in touch with me again, because obviously that is breaching the Secrecy Acts, which is a serious offence. That's the last book I brought out, Alien Spirits, and this was a summary or description, if you like, of a whole series of seances. I don't know if you're interested in seances that I held with a medium called Ray Todd. And Ray was bringing through physically, you could actually see these faces of alien, among other things, of alien spirits. And I saw a whole range of alien spirits, lizard-like things. I mean, a whole range. It was really absolutely bizarre. And this made me completely, rethink what I'd originally believed or sensed about alien encounters. That we could be actually living in a multi-universe position or multi-dimension, in that what we were seeing as aliens or alien spacecraft or whatever could be coming, could be just part of our whole life and a lot closer to us than people actually expected or believed in. It was really weird, but I mean, you'd have to read it. Yeah, so in closing, really, alien spirits, do we live in a multi-dimensional universe? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do believe that the alien phenomenon, UFO phenomenon, is just so much more complex, so much more curious, so more inexplicable, that seems at first sight, because I know people originally seemed to suggest, yeah, like Buck Rogers, as it were, showing my age a bit here, Star Trek here, there's some kind of solid UFO. It's a spaceship coming from God knows where, through a wormhole, through a, but is that what it's all about? I mean, the evidence suggests that these entity encounters have stretched back over thousands and thousands of years. So what is it? Are we meeting people from the future? Are we meeting people from another world, another dimension? I don't know. But I do actually find the whole topic not only an exciting one to investigate, but actually mind-boggling in many, many ways. Thank you.
Wow, Ron, that was exceptional. I mean, I truly believe that there is a connection from the extraterrestrial to the paranormal too, and there's dimensional, ultra dimensional. I mean, there's so many different ways we can go with it, and a lot of the evidence that you put forward today is it's incredible, and I love to explore that congruency between both avenues. So I started with a show sort of in the paranormal, and that's kind of how I got my footing into the other aspects when I started my show. I was picked up by a lot of paranormal style investigation type of a lot of people that came on, and now I've expanded to what we do now. But to hear what they experience and then to hear what a contactee experiences, it's somewhat similar, and it there's a lot of, like I said, congruency between the two.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Rob. Yeah, and I think that's what makes it so fascinating. That is such a complicated phenomenon, which brings in so many aspects. I mean, yeah.
Absolutely. And it seems as if Scotland is definitely a hot spot for UFO activity. And
Yeah.
what's your take on why that might be? Is there something different there than a lot of other places. I mean, of course, there's hot spots, but what makes Scotland so much different when it comes to this kind of contact?
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue I've thought about because, as you say, a lot of places in the USA, masses of sightings over the years. I mean, it's just the number of sightings in relation to the population. But if I can just expand on the whole paranormal thing, Scotland's got a lot of, had loads of ghost sightings, poltergeist sightings, Loch Monster sightings, and at one time it was regarded as a hotbed of vampire encounters. So there's been a lot going on in Scotland over the years. I'm not absolutely sure why. I mean, I keep coming up with the idea, is there some kind of psychic window taking place in Scotland? Is there some sort of, I don't know, psychic waves or something? I honestly don't know exactly what the answer is. But all I know is that a heck of a lot of stuff goes on in Scotland, and I mean, there's Loch Ness, people come from all over the world just to see that particular spot.
This is my theory, and looking at Scotland's history, it is a place of a lot of traumatic style war and bloodshed and death. There is a lot of that in Scotland because it's it didn't have an allegiance with the crown of England for a long time, and there was a lot of activity, violence wise, but also when we see traumas like that, especially in the paranormal field, tends to leave imprints or basically change the frequency or waves. And maybe that's why these manifestations of imagination start to come to life when we start to see all these different things, or when we get contact from outer space, they kind of come to that place first because they can feel the reverberation and the frequency and how it's, basically like a pulse from that traumatic experience.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a possibility, because I mean, there's been a lot of invasions of Scotland, over the centuries. Obviously, been a lot of fighting, a lot of battles. I mean, there's a lot of witchcraft and so on. Yeah, so I mean, I can see how that can, generate, if you like, certain type of wave, a certain type of, psychic resonance. Yeah, I can see that, and I do believe it's maybe that, that is what links in. That is what is causing some kind of attraction or stimulation, or if you like, upheavals. And I mean, certainly that is a possibility, which could explain what's been going on.
Another aspect of that too is what Rockers Los Angeles is talking about. Scotland may have crystals underground emitting energy, or maybe hidden pyramids, and there was a lot of druidic style type of history as well. Between the Celts and Scotland, there was a lot of druidism, and that druidism breeds windows and opens portals and things like that. So that could definitely be.
Yeah. I'll tell you one. Well, interesting thing is that Uri Geller, he bought an island off the coast of Scotland because he believed it had some contact or link to the ancient Egyptians, mentioning pyramids and stuff like that. So yeah, and supposedly Scotland was named originally after an Egyptian princess, Scotia. And I worked with a psychic for a bit who, was convinced that, there'd been a lot more contact within Egypt, ancient Egyptians, than was realized. And I think, this is a problem. A lot of, I think, history, a lot of ancient contact, ancient events, have been lost. We just do not have the kind of records, that we've had for the last, 300, 400 years. Go back thousands of years, we just don't have the sort of information. There are tantalizing clues in what archaeologists have discovered, what people have theorized, but we don't have a lot of, if you like, solid, we can't pick up, here's a book somebody's written, a report somebody's written, and say, that is exactly what went on. So it's a real possibility that we've missed a lot, which would explain what's going on today.
I totally agree with you. I've looked into a lot of different aspects of, the Phoenicians and the Egyptians talk about white men coming from the Isles, which is
Yeah,
the Isles of Ireland and Scotland,
yeah,
and essentially bringing their druidic type of style of religious style to the Middle East and to Egypt. There is a
mm,
tremendous connection. And looking at some of the ancient lands of Tartaria and the stories that the Egyptians gave to the Greeks, and we see that the Irish are involved in that as well, and the
mm,
Scots, and
yeah,
it's really wild. I truly believe you're onto something there for sure.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, Rob. Yeah, I mean, I just find all that fascinating, all those ancient links, I mean, not enough's made of it. I mean, it's kind of written out of a contemporary view of the world, Except, I mean, I know a lot of people are investigating it, but for the general public, I think a lot of this is missed out, and people don't make, they're not being allowed to make the connections between our present experiences of the paranormal and what has gone on in the past.
Well, I yes, absolutely, and I believe it's this frequency, it's this resonating frequency between that gives the entities that are on the other side of the veil the ability to speak with
Mm,
basically we would call them souls or spirits would be able to speak to people,
mm,
especially using electromagnetic waves and the sorts of EMFs and
mm,
recordings that they get. But also, if we look at a contact from a UFO, they would use similar style transmissions to
mm,
inflict the radio or the television. And there is, like I said, there's so many different lines of thought that are
mm,
congruent
mm.
to each other. So it's really
Yeah,
wild.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I agree. There's so much to connect up that, I mean, it's going to take a long while to get all this together. But I mean, I think people are working in it. People are beginning to make connections, and right across the world. I mean, contact's so much easier these days. People are bringing up ideas which can feed into other ideas. And so I think you can build up a better picture of what might be going on. I mean, and psychic contact and everything else. I mean, I do believe that there are more people who've got psychic ability. They just don't realize it. And if people did realize it, we'd be in a better place to understand maybe what's going on. But yeah, I just find all that fascinating.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. So, Ron, what are you working on now? Is there something that you're working for towards now?
Yeah, well, I've been working on various things. I'm trying to put together. I'm interested in all the reports of monsters in Scotland, and I mean the whole range of monsters. I mean by a monster, something non-human, and there's been such a variety over the centuries. And I'm just interested in bringing this all together, see what this means. Why do people see, say they've seen werewolves, vampires, and so on. Why is all that black? Black cats, strange, what dragons even? I mean, that whole thing. Why have people been seeing these things? And why don't people see some of those things today? I mean, people still see, for example, fairies. People still see it. Often reluctant to admit to it, but people do. And so, some things carry on, other things don't carry on. So I'm interested in that, and what is the reality of all? What does it say for a present reality? If people say they've had a vampire experience in the past, and there were reports of it, why is that not happening? Is it because people stop believing it? So what does that say about a reality? Or is it still going on and people don't believe it's happening? I mean, all that kind of thing, Rob. So yeah, so I've been working on that. It's taken me a wee while. I'm a slow worker, to be honest about it, but I hope to get there eventually.
That's a lot of work, and I'm sure you have a specific or a favorite monster. What's your favorite monster doing all this work? I'm sure you have one.
My favorite monsters, the Loch monsters, because there's been a lot of activity. A Loch Ness gets all the publicity, but there are a lot of lochs in Scotland with histories of some kind of monsters, and people are still seeing them today, which again is it's a long tradition, fascinating tradition. So I said, sorry, repeating myself here, but I mean, I was just interested in why do people still carry on seeing loch monsters, fairies, Why don't people see vampires? Why don't they see werewolves? You know, yeah, it's odd.
Awesome. So, Ron, thank you so much. Why don't you let
No,
the people know where they can find you again? We've been putting it in the chat here, so let me pull it up. But let the people know where they can find your work.
yep, on Amazon. All my books are still available on Amazon.
Excellent. We've been putting it in the chat, so just wanted to say thank you again. It's been an honor and a privilege to speak with you, and we'll see you soon, Ron.
Yeah, I hope so, Rob. And thank you for having me on. I've really enjoyed listening to you and to your previous speaker. I managed to catch that as well. So, yeah, been really good. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Ron. Another amazing presenter coming through and giving us just a ton of knowledge. And I believe I'm bringing Omar in. Where is Omar? There he is. You're muted, brother. Come off of mute if you want to talk to us. Do it.
What's up, brother? That
What?
was epic, wasn't it?
Oh, it was epic, dude.
Yeah,
I
I like.
love the connections. The connections being made is like my favorite. It's one of my
Yeah,
favorite things to go down the line and see that there is a paranormal side to it, and then the UFO side, and the avenues where, like I said, where they come together, and it's either eerily similar or the same. It gives me goosebumps.
yeah, totally. I really resonated with the inner earth and the fairies and the dragons, and it's that's something that a lot of people don't talk about. We don't hear a lot about that, right? So it's nice to hear somebody making that connection of the inner earth and with folklore and with fairies, and right, because that's really what we're creating here, is to explore all those other ideas and not to dismiss them as as we have in the past because of our programming. So it's really nice that that connection was made, and we were able to talk about it.
I totally agree. Couldn't have said it better myself. I think that it's there's so much left out there to explore, and the fun part is that now people are coming around to the fact that there is a quantifiable, a tangible effect, and there is a realness to it.
Yeah,
And I think that that's the biggest. That's one of the funnest things to explore too. Is all these things we, like you said, this folklore that we thought was myth may not be. It
mhm.
may actually be tangible. So I'll rest it there, and I will leave the stage for you, brother.
Coolest, brother. I've got a great guest coming up. It's a good friend of mine, and met him last year through our friend Neil Gore at Portal to Ascension. Alan Steinfeld does a lot of work with Portal to Ascension, and I really enjoy Alan's mind and the way he approaches questions and the way he approaches the subject, and the questions that he asks are they're very good because they're reaching into depth. And he's also the creator of New Realities and a book that he just recently published called Making Contact by Alan Steinfeld, which is available at Amazon. And I will be sharing those links here in a few minutes once we bring Alan on. Good thing we don't have Phil Gruber on, or Alan would get heckled.
Yeah, me and Phil go back a long time. But you also forgot to mention that I am broadcasting this on my YouTube channel.
I was just going to say that we are broadcasting this on a number of different platforms, and you can watch this on New Realities. In fact, all of the days that we've been doing the past 6 days are available on New Realities, and then the next 5 days will be as well, because we're going 11 days. And thank you to Alan for allowing us to stream to his channel. And thank you, Alan. And I will hand the stage over to you, my brother.
Wait, before you leave, I just want to have one little discussion with you, because
Sure.
you mentioned that if we did away with the moon, it would serve us sort of. But I think the moon was put there by aliens as an artificial creation to balance a lot of the energies on the earth. The way that pulls the tides in the ocean. Well, just think of that gravity pulling the atmosphere. So the moon is actually creating different weather patterns, and it's actually helping clean our atmosphere by this gravitational pull, which I think is substantial, because even if it's hollow, there's something in there that is dense enough to keep it in orbit around the Earth and also create a gravitational field. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I like that. And that's kind of what Rob was alluding to earlier. He was saying that there could be like a machine in there of some sort that, is creating that gravitational pull, kind of like the Star Trek's beam that they grab onto something. And he was saying that it could be like that. And that's why it's orbiting, in that perfect balance, and the gravitational pull it could be caused by that. And yeah, I totally agree. I myself don't think that the moon is a natural body, natural satellite, and it was placed there. Now, placed there by whom is the really, really big question. And I think Mike Barra really goes into that, and I enjoy his his outlook on the moon. And for me, it's a I'm going to the ancient literature as well and listening to what our ancestors are saying, and then listening to the science. It's just really, really, really confusing. But Alan, I love the mystery, right? That's why I really enjoy doing this.
Well, I do agree with you that there was a uniform temperature around the planet, but this is before the cloud condensation started to rain down. It's like we had clouds like Venus has clouds, thick cloud covering. And when it started to condense, it started to form more of the oceans. Of course, we had water on the planet, but that thick cloud covering created a uniform temperature. And I think it could have been actually Atlantean or even pre-Atlantean that some technology started to pierce the cloud covering, causing floods and more of the massive oceans, but also revealing the stars and the sun and the moon and the sky. So there's a lot of mystery, you're right, that has yet to be solved. And you can't look to mainstream to tell you what the answers are, because they will just make it up like they do it all along and say, oh yeah, this is it. It's junk DNA, or it's, there's so many things, like the Egyptian civilization only goes back 5,000 years when it probably goes back at least 20,000. When they dated the Sphinx, John West and Robert Schoch looked for the water erosion on the Sphinx that was not caused by occasional rain, but it was caused when the Sahara desert didn't exist. It was mostly jungle there. That's why you see lions in some of the ancient Egyptian pictures, because it was much more tropical. And slowly, or maybe even overnight, the Sahara moved east to create that desert there. So Egypt, there's a lot to ancient civilizations and to the technologies of ancient civilization that we need to investigate more, and we need to bring it out to the world, because in that civilizations, there are answers that we need for the crisis in our civilization. Like I've been talking to JJ and Desiree Hertog. They just wrote a book about the batteries that were used in ancient Egypt using salt water and different metals to create electrical charge that probably illuminated some of the inner monuments. Like inside the Great Pyramid, there are no burn marks from torches. So how did they light the inside of that? There were these illumination devices that I think helped, and there's technology that can duplicate that. So if we want to know more about the future, we have to learn from the past, and see kind
of like the Baghdad battery you're talking about, that
yes,
that they discovered
the Baghdad
in Baghdad,
battery.
kind of something similar to that.
Yeah, there's definitely technology about the Baghdad battery and other batteries that were used for illumination in Egypt. And, also think of the sanitation problem they had. They used the dung beetle, which would turn, human waste into powder. And that's why it was worshipped, the dung beetle. That took care of a lot of their, sanitation needs. And, so let's look to the past to create a new future, but let's not stay in the past. We need to create a new future. That is really where we're going. And we need to uncover more of our potential, which is sort of what I'll be talking about today. So how do I share my screen on this platform?
Go to share. Now, is this your presentation? Is that on your computer, or do you have it online somewhere?
No, it's on no, it's PowerPoint on my computer.
Okay, so go
So if I
to share screen.
Before I do that, I want to say if you're watching this on New Realities, subscribe to the station channel and take out a super chat and keep watching all the past shows we did this week with, you're calling this Humanity Unplugged, but this is through the Watchers, right? The Watchers.
Yeah, through Watchers Talk, Full Spectrum Universe.
Watchers Talk. I think it's an incredible job you've done, Omar, to pull this together. I mean, I know it's tireless and sometimes thankless, but thank you. I'm thanking you for it. So
thank you, Alan, and I appreciate your contribution and your participation in this too. And I appreciate that you don't say no, right? Every time I've reached out to you, you're just being very facilitating, and I truly appreciate that. Like you're literally putting your channel at risk, right? So I appreciate that.
I literally am, especially with the copy. I mean, please tell your people nothing that's been copyrighted should go on, because it's not healthy.
It's a big
for
chance
your channel.
we're taking. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
So now just tell me next time.
Go to slides up top. When you hit share screen, it says
share
slides.
Slides. Okay.
And then go to from your computer.
Okay, your computer. It says, do I have to upload a file here?
Yeah, you just click it and then it'll show you your presentation and you can upload that right into the studio.
I have to upload it though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It just can't go right from my computer onto the screen.
If you have it on the background, you can go to share screen and then go to window.
Oh, that would be better. Share screen.
Okay, yeah, go to window and then it should be in the background.
Okay. Let me just see if I can. It's just giving me Microsoft PowerPoint. Is that? No, it's not showing me that yet. So let me go share screen. Let me pull this up and let me just see. So when I share screen, sorry for the go to share screen here, slides.
Yeah. And then you'll have go to share screen and then that'll open up and then you'll have 3 tabs that says entire screen, window, and then Chrome tab. You want to choose window.
I'll choose window. Okay, share. But I'm not seeing anything that's showing up when I do window.
Do you have it open in the background?
It was.
Do you have your presentation?
This way, slides, would that be better? Your computer, upload. It's open, yeah, but I can go just from the background. Let me just see, pull this up on my PowerPoint here. How much time do I have today?
You have until 11:30, Alan. So that's just about an hour.
Okay, so let me see. I'm opening my PowerPoint here. Oh, please choose a smaller size. It's limited. So, okay, what's another?
Big.
Okay,
so
what's
just
another
go
way?
to have it open in the background.
Yes, it is open in the background.
And then go to share screen, and then to window, and then it should be able to see it in the background on the window.
Window. I see
it's right in the middle, Alan.
Okay. Do you see it on your screen? PowerPoint there?
Let's
share.
See.
It says Chrome has lost permission to capture. Follow these steps.
Screen sharing was canceled.
Follow these steps. Oh, do I have to do privacy?
Just go through the prompts that they're telling you.
Right. So I go to Chrome, screen recording. No, this article is not. So I go to security and privacy on my computer, I guess. That's right. And security and privacy. Where is that? Security, privacy. Where is the security and privacy? Oh, here, security and privacy. Okay. And then I go to privacy. Is that what it says? Oh, then I have to give permission to Chrome, I guess, to it's add about location. It doesn't enable location services, Chrome, accessibility. Let me just see. Oh, recording, screen recording file. Wait.
I don't think you need to go through all of that, Alan. If you just go to, I think you've gone through all the prompts. So if you go to share screen to window, it should be in the background there.
Okay. So maybe I should share screen. Okay, let me try that again. This article did not help me. Okay, let me just try this again. Sorry for the delay. I want to get right to the talk, but okay, 1 second. Let me go back to that screen. Why is it? Okay. Oh, here. Wait. Oh, there. Okay, 1 second.
Here's our buddy Leanne Curtis. She wanted to heckle you a little bit.
She can come on and heckle me if she really wants to do that.
There, Alan? This is all because
what?
That damn futon.
Okay, thanks, Leanne. Thanks for that. Okay, I think I got it.
Or is this stretching you enough, this tutorial here?
Require administrative password. Okay. Okay. Anything else you want to say, Leanne?
Yeah. I'm watching you.
I'm watching you too. I say to Leanne, she really stretches people's beliefs.
Okay. She has been stretching us lately.
She has been.
That music is safe, though, Alan. I promise. There's no programming in it whatsoever.
There's no programming in it? Okay, let me see if this works. Hey, Leanne. Good to see you. How's your
Hi,
mother
Alan.
doing?
She's in the other room saying, Alain, Alain. And I don't know why, because she has no idea what's going on in here. She's not, I mean, she does.
Me, yes. Okay.
She is. And, you know, she also said very randomly the other day, was it you who was asking about the blue people? So I
was I asking about the blue people?
Yeah, no, she was talking to me. So I said, yeah, I was asking what's happening with the blue people. She said, well, once this is all over, they get to go back to their planet. I said, really? She said, and they may take the moon with them. I said, oh, that's interesting. And then she went off into something else. But she definitely is plugged into something. And it's been the most fascinating experience.
But what is she plugged into is the big key there, right?
The same thing we're all plugged into. Pretty sure. Source, you know?
You know, it's still giving me saying it's too big.
Even if you have it open in the background, Alan?
Yeah, I did, I think. Okay, let me try one more time.
If not, just give us an oral download.
Fix it, Oliver.
I'll give you an oral download if this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be freaky deaky, baby.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Just go share. Chrome has lost its permission. Okay, I'm just going to give you an oral download.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Alan.
Just stay on the screen, Leanne, in case you have questions, okay?
I'll text you. And then we can have ding in the background. No, I'm not doing that.
Okay. Can you show my book again, Omar? Because I just wanted to.
Sure will, Alan. Here it is. Guys, I will be sharing the link.
Sorry for the delay. I didn't know we had to upload it separately. But so this book is not my understanding of making contact. It is a collection of essays by some of the greatest minds in the field, like Whitley Strieber, Linda Moulton Howe, Grant Cameron, JJ and Desiree Hurtak, and they've all come together to understand this phenomenon from many, many different angles, because nobody has the whole truth. This is why the government is so reluctant to share with us what's really going on. So I put together that book, which tells the story of what that is, what is out there. Who knows what's really out there? No one really understands the phenomena. And we need to find a deeper part of ourselves if we're really going to understand it. We need to put together a lot of the different pieces of the puzzle here, because no one's going to tell us what's really going on. So I introduced my book with this prologue about what I think the future of humanity can hold and where we're going as a civilization. And this is from a quote that was hanging on my wall for, I don't know, 10 years, because when I found it, I said, I need to be reminded of this. I need to put this somewhere where other people can read about it. And this was written by an abolitionist when there was this whole anti-slavery campaign in the US, and that's led to the Civil War. And there was a lot of movements for, you know, the freedom of people, even though there's still a long way to go for the planet about freedom. That was one avenue that started for at least maybe this country, if you believe some of that, what you hear. But anyway, in the prologue by this guy, William Ellery Janning, he says, there are seasons in human affairs of inward and outward revolution, when new depths seem to be broken up in the soul, and when new wants are unfolded in multitudes. I think that's what you're doing here, Omar. You're helping people expand. Okay. And he also goes on to say, there are periods when the principles of experience need to be modified, which is what the UFOs are doing, and when hope and trust and instinct claim a share in the guidance of affairs, and when in truth, to dare is the highest wisdom. So we are going to the borders of what we thought was possible previously, what we thought was what we thought were the limits of consciousness. We're realizing, of course, that there are no limits. Of course, we're trapped, in a sense, if we choose to be, by our past. And this is another quote, if I was able to show it to you, and it's by H.G. Wells, the guy who wrote the first book about alien contact. In a way, it wasn't such a great book, but that War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. But later on in his career, he started to realize that maybe this wasn't all a negative response. Of course, there are positive and negative ETs out there, but as far as civilization, H.G. Wells says, civilization is a race between education and catastrophe. Let us learn the truth and spread it far and wide as our circumstances allowed for. Truth is the greatest weapon we have. So what is the truth? What are we talking about? What's really out there? Some people, you know, I wrote this book with a collection of people about maybe ETs, but maybe they're not ETs. Maybe there's another level, you know. I love this quote, too bad you can't see it, by Terence McKenna, where he says that maybe we're part of a symbiotic relationship with something that disguises itself as extraterrestrial as to not to really freak us out. So what we're calling extraterrestrial or ETs or UFOs is just a name. It's a name for something we have yet to understand. So when we call something unidentified, we think we're identifying it by calling it unidentified. And it's really not. We're trying to categorize the unknown in the language that we understand. And the unknown has no categories of understanding. It is uncategorizable until we evolve to a place where we can move out of the old categories of what we've known and create, let's say, new categories of understanding, new categories of structural belief. But it's not just about belief, it's about knowing. There's belief, there's thinking, and there's knowing. So do you believe you're watching this? Do you think you're watching this, or do you know? Knowing is a direct communication of mind to awareness. Thinking and believing are, well, believing is really nothing. Believing is only conjecture. Do you believe this? Do you believe that? You can believe anything you want. I call that make-believe. You can make yourself believe anything you want or be programmed to believe it. Belief is a kind of overlay of someone else's ideas about the nature of reality. So don't believe anything. And then there's thinking. You could think about things, which is great. We're here as thinking beings, but a lot of thought it's sort of related to what that woman said yesterday about the archons. A lot of thought, thinking is trapped inside a cyclical sense of worry. You're mostly thinking about, oh, should you do that, this. Real thought is unlimited. Real thought takes us into unknown possibilities. So there's thinking and there's thought in a way, but knowing, or what the Greeks called gnosis, is direct understanding. Understanding is not really the right word. Direct communication of mind or consciousness to phenomena. So we want to come to a place of knowing, and that's the key. So we need to transform on 10 levels. This is what I've mapped out, and too bad you can't see the PowerPoint, but I've mapped out 10 levels of knowing, and these knowing areas are being awakened by what was been called the UFO phenomena, whatever it is that's out there. I mean, UFOs don't really say anything. Are we being visited by aliens? Maybe. Are they always been here? Are they us? All those things are possible. It's whatever you believe, but maybe there's something outside belief that we have yet to know. And that's where I'm going. So when we transcend belief, we come back to knowing. And what do we know and what do we not know? That's the way to restructure the nature of reality as we perceive it. So perceptions are based on what we know. They're based on experience. They're based on what we know about that experience. And perceptions can be based on belief, but that's a distortion. And they can be based on programmed thought, but that's also a sort of it's in the way of knowing. So on 10 different levels of transformation that we need to come into if we're really going to know the phenomena and what's out there and who we are, I think it's first biological in a sense. It's biological, transcends knowing because it's more instinctual, but it is a biological transformation that we are going through. We're upgrading our DNA. We have to, and that's one level. The next level is psychological. Psychological is how we're going to integrate the perceptual values of what this next level of awakening does to our understanding of who we are. That's the psychological. And that's why a lot of people are freaked out by contact, the abduction phenomenon. I think people are freaked out by abductions because there's no preparation psychologically for it. So what my book subtitle is, Preparing for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence, is a psychological preparation for meeting the others. Of course, there's starseeds and all these people who have come from other realms, and they have prepared somewhat humanity for this next level. But each of us have to prepare our own psychology for when, let's say you're in your bed in the middle of the night, the doors are locked, and something shows up at the foot of your bed. Are you going to freak out? Are you going to go to another level of awareness and meet the beings on a kind of mental interface? Or are you going to let yourself be overpowered by that vibrational frequency of those other beings? So preparation has to be, vibrational and psychological and intellectual. These are the levels that we have to change or upgrade, let's say. I mean, change is always happening, but how do we upgrade to those different ways of embracing an unknown phenomena? Well, it does come down to vibrational. So we have to do things that will increase our vibrational field. I think we have to eat clean diets. I think we have to drink pure water. We have to breathe fresh air. We have to be around people that are uplifting. There's a lot of people who like to complain about their lives or the world or, war. And, it's great to take notice of that. But, Marshall Rosenberg in his Nonviolent Communication said, instead of complaining, think about how to make life more wonderful. So if you think about how to make life more wonderful, because it already is pretty amazing, then there's an increase in vibrational frequency on all levels. If you're looking for the wonder, if you're looking for that movement towards a higher field of vibration, you have to do that from the inside out. Making contact is making contact with the energetic forces that run your your body, mind, and spirit. You know, the spirit is always pretty evolved, but it's pulling us to the next level. But unless you're prepared for that, unless you're increasing the vibrational field by lots of other things, you know, doing exercise, yoga, you know, reading, stimulating books, listening to great lectures, listening to what's been presented here for the last few days. That's all an increase in your vibrational field, because you have to take this new information into the embodiment. And when you do, there's a shift. It has to make room for embracing new knowledge, but also helping other people, having integrity, listening to your intuition. These are all aspects of vibrational increase. Going to power spots is another place where you can feel the earth, you can feel that connection, and you can feel the cellular vibration. And when you feel that, then the endocrine gland system, the pineal pituitary system, starts to expand, and you start to have greater levels of thought and thinking. So that's another aspect. And so that's the fourth level. The fifth level of transformation that we need to go through is cultural. So it's not just on the individual. Those first four were just your individual. Then it becomes collective. How is the society? How is the groups? How is the countries and the planet dealing with this influx of new realities from these beings that are coming here? Are we ready for disclosure? Are we pushing for disclosure? Are we making room within our cultural sphere about other levels of reality? So that's a cultural level. And then it's planetary. So, you know, the planetary matrix is something that's been overshadowed with a grid that has kept us limited in different ways of thinking. So there's the planetary matrix, there's the solar plane matrix, there's the galactic matrix, there's the local universe, and there's the multi-universe matrix, which has stopped the expansion of thought, you know, from 3D to 4D reality. So I'm just running through this a little fast, just so I try to get all these concepts in. 3D reality, that's the physical body. That's the senses. That's the five senses, you know. It's hearing, seeing, smelling, touching, tasting. That's our groundedness in 3D reality. Of course, that's not the limited senses, and I'll get to that. The fourth dimension really is, and people say it's time, but I think it's emotion, our emotional realities. Like, are you angry? Are you sad? Are you happy? That's really where people live. They don't live so much in their bodies. They live in their emotional realities. So there's a lot of stuff could be going on physically around them, but all they're concerned about is, did someone say this to me? What am I going to do? How am I going to talk to that person? So the emotional realities is the field we live in. We live in those. That's where the human being, the human mind generally lives. It's in that very limited, and it's more like astral in a way. You know, people get stuck in the astral levels. They're stuck in their emotional body that has not gone on to evolve to greater levels. They haven't transcended the emotional matrix or the cultural matrix that kept us limited, you know, and the whole programming of the fourth dimensional emotional matrix is to work, buy, consume, and that's it. That's basically it. You know, you were very limited by the cultural matrix that just leads us to very limited choices in the world. Have a family, have relationships, keep yourself happy, you know, have enough money, hopefully, and that's it. That is all. That's what's been laid out for us in this very limited world, until you go and transform to the next level of this reality. And that is really what people have been calling 5D, the fifth dimension, whatever you want to call it. And that's been initiated a lot by certain experiences that also shift the vibration. People with near-death experience, people who have had out-of-body experience, astral projection, past life memory can trigger this fifth dimensional awareness. Even seeing a UFO, once you see something in the sky that's unexplainable, whatever that may be, you move out of the limited mind and the limited way of being stuck in this cycle of repetition and karmic limitation to the next level. Something is with Grant Cameron in my book, Making Contact, says if you've seen a UFO, it has seen you, and you are entangled in that field. You are connected. You're connected to a phenomena that's bigger than yourself. And whether they're positive or negative, you are now awakened to something. So if you see something, believe what you've seen, trust what you've seen, because there's a huge increase in sightings and I think visitations that are happening here on this planet. The next way of shifting to a fifth dimensional understanding is just having a telepathic communication, have a telepathic conversation with someone, talk to them psychically. And, if someone is ringing on your phone, don't look at who's calling, see if you can get the impression of who that energy is that is calling you. Also, remote viewing. I teach remote viewing classes on Portal to Ascension, and we talk about activating the remote viewing aspect of the non-local mind, meaning that we think our minds are part of the brain, and it's generating thought, and the thought has memory, and we're sending this memory or thoughts or ideas out there. But the brain, in my understanding, is really a receiver. It's a sender and receiver of higher consciousness. It's like a radio. If you open the radio, you're not going to find an announcer or musicians in there. The radio is a receiver, and it can be a sender. So that's what the brain, the hardware is the brains, the physical brain. The software is the personality, but you can have hardware and software, but it doesn't go anywhere. Let's say your computer, it's hardware and it has these software programs, but it just sits there until you have one thing, and that's the operator. The operator is consciousness itself. So without consciousness, it doesn't matter what kind of hardware and software you have. Without the operator, it doesn't go anywhere. So the operator, the consciousness, is the universal agent. It's the true nature of who we really are. It is a non-local awareness that transcends time and space. So when you become familiar with the understanding that you're not your body, you're not your mind, even you're not your personality, and you have those things and they're great, but who you are is made up of the consciousness field, then you start to awaken to a fifth dimensional understanding of new realities. That's what I'm calling new realities. So the evolutionary cycle really goes from the personal to the cultural to, let's say, the interdimensional. So we need to start from the person here, and we start to get involved with a group of people or a collective, or being unplugged from the old humanity. And that starts to influence a cultural meme or a cultural vibrational field. Of course, we're talking about fields of energy that start to shift the whole planetary matrix, the whole human unpluggedness into the next level of interdimensional awareness. And it's only by having an interdimensional awareness that we'll be able to really make contact with these other beings, because they're not, in my understanding, they're not of this 3D reality. They come in and out of the 3D, even 4D realm, the emotional realm, but they're not in this realm. They're not of this realm. They may visit, but so in order for us to meet the others on a higher level, on the level that they exist on, which is why I think we're getting so much UFO activity, because we're being pulled, for those that want to be, to the next realm of awakening. We're being pulled there. So my favorite quote along these lines is by John Mack. And too bad you can't see this picture of me and John Mack out for coffee from like 1995. He was the Harvard psychiatrist, head of the psychiatric program at Harvard University, who started to talk to people who have had contact in the early 90s. He wrote a book called Abductions, and he validated people's experience and said to these people, no, you're not crazy. You're having a real interchange with a phenomena that's unexplainable. So John Mack says from his book Abductions, and he also wrote a chapter in my book Making Contact that you can see there in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Even though he died about 2001, there was a unpublished article that he had transcribed that was never in print. So I asked permission from his archivist and his family to print this article by John Mack, which is titled Making Contact with the Subtle Realms. So he says, probably in my book and in Abductions, we're dealing with a phenomena which violates our sense of reality. That means 3D limited reality, which operates in the area between the physical objective world and the subjective experience. And we're being asked to prove the existence of this by physical science alone, by what I'm commenting, the old Newtonian science. But those methods, in my opinion, John Mack's opinion, will not yield its secrets until we discover other ways of knowing. Other ways of knowing means we have to understand the phenomena on not a linear Newtonian left brain awareness. So this is not a left brain phenomenon. Left brain will only get you from A to B. The right brain is your intuition. It's your creativity. It's your understanding of the gnosis. It's the understanding of what we really are. So there's this great slide I have up on my screen. Too bad we can't see it, but if you could, it would show a little kid walking along with this like bubble over his head that says ABC 1, 2, 3. That's the left brain, and the right brain is this mass of color and design and shape, and that's the right brain intuition of our potential. But we need to be whole brain beings. We need to open up the full spectrum of what's possible. Part of what was shutting down the matrix of human thought was just being logical, just being left brain, just following the rules, following the what you're supposed to do, what you've been told to do, following instructions. All that is very left brain and logic, and it doesn't include the intuitive, creative aspect. So we need to be whole brain understanding. And Tesla said, I love quoting Tesla said, he says, if the genius of invention was to reveal tomorrow the secrets of immortality, the eternal beauty and youth of which human beings are always wanting, what would prevent that from happening is the resistance to new knowledge, because we're very attached to what we think we know, not what we don't know. And I'm going to go through some examples of this. So, and then we'll open up into how we can expand into the unknown. So there, John Locke, the English philosopher, writes about how this ambassador from Holland went to Thailand, called Siam, back in his day. And he said to this king of Siam, he said, the water in my country gets so cold that an elephant could walk upon it. And the king, just by what his culture allowed him to understand and believe, said, no, that's impossible. I've heard you tell about many strange things from your culture, but now I know you're lying, because an elephant cannot walk across water. And that was just the way we are all limited by what we know, by the understanding of our cultural background. it doesn't let us believe something or know even something that is outside our worldview. So we have to keep stretching. So if someone sees something and you don't believe it, doesn't mean it's not true. If someone says, throws out a great idea and it doesn't make sense, that's great, because not making sense is how we expand into integrating the greater reality, the new realities. There's also this quote that was said to Galileo when he pointed the telescope at the sky. A telescope was not invented to look at the stars. It was originally called a spyglass. Armies would use it to see what was happening in the distance, so they'd see when people were coming. But Galileo, the genius of Galileo, was point the telescope at the sky. And the church comes along and says, we don't like you doing that. We know what's up there. And plus, that's God's bedroom, and he doesn't like you looking in on him. And then there was someone else from the church. And there's nothing wrong with, whatever you want to believe. But these people back in the 1600s, that was 1615, said, when Galileo said, the earth revolves around the sun, he said, that's as erroneous as to think that Jesus was not born of a virgin. And well, people can believe whatever they want, and maybe Jesus was, but it just talks about the limitation. Another way we can look at limitations, when Robert Fulton, who invented the steam engine, went to Napoleon and said, I can make your ship sail against the winds and the currents, and by just lighting a fire underneath the deck. And Napoleon said, excuse me, I have no time to listen to such nonsense. So this goes on and on through human history. And when the railroads were created in 1829, the president at the time, Martin Van Buren, said, railroads that carry women and children at such breakneck speeds as 15 miles per hour are scaring people and livestock. And the Almighty certainly never intended people to travel at such speed. So, we're always limited by what we know, but we're also limited by what we know about ourselves. There's this cartoon here that I'm showing. Maybe there is a way to show, where this guy is at a bar and he's sort of drunk and he's yelling at the bartender saying, hey, pal, you have no idea who I think I am. So your history, your understanding, your thoughts about yourselves, what you think your history is also another level of limitation about the expansion of consciousness. So what do we believe? What do we know? If we go back to UFOs, it is not about belief. It is about understanding. It's about opening up our minds to new possibilities. So there's this other quote I often show in my PowerPoint about the 1903 article in Scientific America, who said the Wright brothers are hoaxers. They're hoaxers because they said they can fly a heavier than air machine, off the ground. And it was proven just that same year by a guy named Simon Newcomb that it was impossible to fly a heavier than air machine through the air. And so the Scientific America said the Wright brothers must be hoaxers, until Theodore Roosevelt said, no, we're going to do tests and see if they can fly. And they were able to fly and defy what the science of the time was telling them was possible. So what is the science of our times telling us is possible? Well, that's where a lot of people like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, no, it's impossible for UFOs to fly here from another planet. And people are limited by their belief system. So what I show here in this PowerPoint is that we need what John Mack said, other ways of knowing. And the main principal way of other ways of knowing is quantum physics. Quantum physics is the key to understanding new realities. It really is. And we need to think along quantum physical terms in order to understand how this phenomena is actually moving interdimensionally. Of course, I want to just quote Richard Feynman says, if you think you understand quantum physics, you probably don't, because it supersedes the understanding from the old paradigm. But some of the principles of quantum physics are uncertainty, means that you can't pinpoint the exact location of anything in time, particularly electrons around an atom, because as soon as you pinpoint it, you're stopping the movement, and you're no longer looking at an atom, you're looking at an isolated part of the atom. It's like, how do you measure the current of a river by taking out a bucket of water? You can't do it because you no longer have the river. So really, reality is a wave, not a particle. Everything is turning into everything else, and there is no exact position of anything. Everything is in superposition. And I think this is how the UFOs, or whatever they are, move through time and space, by not collapsing the wave function. So collapsing the wave function is measuring the electron where it is, and you say, oh, this is it, and it becomes a particle, but it's never been a particle, because its actual function is to move in the wave. So when you collapse a wave function, you think you know what it is by naming something, and when you name it, it's not it. The Tao that can be named is not the true Tao. This is what the Chinese say. There is no, what we're naming things is not actually what the thing is. It's only a label for what these things are. So if you see a picture of an apple, is that an apple? No. This is what Rene Magritte, when he did this painting called Of a Pipe, that said, this is not a pipe, because you're not seeing a pipe, you're seeing a representation of paint on a canvas that looks like something you know, which is a pipe or an apple. But that's not what it is. Even when you see an apple right in front of you, you can call it that, but in a sense, you're also limiting it, because if you think you know what it is, you're not really experiencing the thing. If you stand in front of a tree and you're calling it a tree, you're not really being with that entity of what you're seeing. When you put labels on things, and we need labels, the left brain needs labels in order to identify things, but that's not what things are. That's what Joseph Chilton Pearce calls a semantic reality. And people live in this world of labels and things and self-identity, but that's not what's really going on. What's really here is unlimited possibilities. This is what the quantum function is saying. Another aspect of the quantum function is entanglement. If you're connecting with somebody, your minds are entangled. The energetic field of your mind are intersecting with each other. So entanglement, and the more time you spend with someone, the more entangled you are on the quantum wave function level with that person. So let's say you grow your brothers and sisters. Somehow your minds are entangled together. You can feel what they're feeling. And like I said about seeing these ships in the sky, that greater mind, because they do have a greater mind, they may not have a greater consciousness, but that mind is entangled with our mind. And as Grant Cameron says, you're part of the phenomena. If you've seen something that you can't explain, you're part of it. Actually, Nietzsche said, if you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. So that's sort of some of the principles of quantum physics that I think apply to how the functioning of these UFOs operate in and out of our three-dimensional world. By staying into superposition, they can move in and out of our reality, because maybe they were never actually in our reality or appearing in our reality, or appearing in the time space that we've identified, because it's really part of the programming of our mind. So they're really playing with our minds in a sense. So consciousness is key in understanding quantum physics, is understanding making contact, it's understanding who we are as unlimited beings, not personality, bodies, or identification of what we've done, our history. So what is consciousness? I'll quote Max Planck, who really was the father of quantum physics. And he says, I regard consciousness as fundamental. I regard matter, including time and space, as derivative of consciousness. It's not something we can get behind. Everything we talk about, everything we regard as existing, is postulated by consciousness. So people say, well, what is consciousness? It is, in a sense, undefinable, but it's beyond thought. It is existence itself, because nothing would exist unless there was this consciousness that led to existence. So we're connected to a vast consciousness, as a fractal of that. Robert Spira, who teaches non-duality, said, the materialistic point of view that asserts that the existence of realities outside of consciousness is a fabrication, because no one has been able to experience anything outside of consciousness. So is there an objective world out there? Well, who's to say? Because there's no objective mind, and to see what's outside of their mind. So there is no real objective world. This is the fundamental nature of consciousness. I think this is where Einstein's theory of relativity came in and sort of was such a shock to the old Newtonian science that said, no, there is objectivity out there in the world. Einstein said, no, everything is relative to where you are, the speed of light, the pictures of reality is relative to where you are standing. He didn't quite use the term consciousness, but it's relative to who you are. So who you, all, me, all of us are, is an aspect of conscious awareness trying to understand itself in existence. But it's not about understanding. Consciousness is about gnosis. It's about a direct knowing. So really, this is what the great philosophers were understanding, the Gnostic principles of awareness, of knowing, of pure being. Pure being is gnosis. When you're just present, that is the embodiment of consciousness. I think, this is my understanding. John Wheeler, who was another leader in the field of quantum physics and understanding, he wrote a book called The Participatory Universe, where he says, we are not simply bystanders on a cosmic stage. We are the shapers and creators of a living participatory universe, meaning the universe would not exist without you, because it would exist for other people maybe, but it wouldn't exist without you for you. It would exist, for or not. All we know is what we know. And we have to stay open to what we don't know, so we can increase our awareness, so we can start to merge with the gnosis of the greater existence. So another example I use is something Donald Hoffman says, who talks about how time and space are really just mental fabrications. And we can agree upon time and space because we live within a cultural matrix that says, okay, it's 1 hour, 60 seconds, or, there's agreements that have been programmed into our cultural matrix about the time space understanding. But Hoffman says, it seems that levels of consciousness shape the results of our observations. So you could be looking at an apple, but someone could see a whole energetic being. You could be looking at someone, you could be seeing auric fields. You could be seeing an infinite amount of things that are like an insect with their multiple eyes. They see lots of levels that we're not seeing. So I like to quote Alex Huxley, who says, if things were known, really, I'll quote, this is really a quote from Marcel Proust, who said, the voyage of discovery is not in finding new things, but it's in having new eyes to see the reality of what those things are. So what does that come down to? It comes down to hacking reality. So how do we hack reality? Well, let's say you have a website. And this is on the screen here. You can't change what's on the website until you go get the password and go into the HTML coding, and then you can change what you see on the screen. So you have to go into the coding to change reality. So how do you change what's out there? By going in and changing the coding or the belief system or the perceptions of the world, and then you start to see a different screen out there in the world. Bashar says, if the world is a reflection of your awareness. So if you're looking in the mirror and the guy in the mirror is not smiling, you don't go up to the mirror and try to make that guy smile. The smile or the awareness comes from an internal projection that then is reflected in your outer world. So that's the key to changing realities, by looking at your belief systems, looking at your programming, looking at what's stuck, looking at the dramas that are around you, looking at what's coming up for you, and then reprogramming your mind to make a difference in your own internal affairs. Let's call it that way. I'll quote Jeffrey Kripal in the book Supernatural. He says, it's time to tell a better story about the whole pantheon of the unknown, the gods, the miracles, the angels, the aliens, and all the mysteries in the sky. We need new categories of awareness. We need to tell a new story about who we are, about what's happening. There's this great quote by William Blake. He said, if the doors of perception were cleansed, we would see things as they are, which are infinite. But we've been closed up by ourselves and by our programming to see the world through just this narrow little crack in reality, in the world. But we're not seeing the big picture. What UFOs or whatever these beings are, they're trying to open our minds to a bigger picture of what's possible. You know, we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg, and the great mystics of our time, the people who have been more creative, the people who are tapped into more of an internal knowing, that are able to communicate it outside. The great artists of the world are able to show us what's really there, or as opposed to what our limited understanding of what's there. So this again goes just back to some of the basic understanding of the quantum physics, which is really something we don't, if we understood how to operate under the laws of quantum physics, we'd be able to do what we see these UFOs do, disappear in and out, to have connections with people instantly, to actually shift reality, to come in and out of dreams. If we understood the principles of entanglement, to understand that there's a wave particle duality, to understand the observer effect, the observer affects reality. And when you collapse the wave function into thinking this is what it is, you're losing the connection to the greater mind. There's only really the greater level of mind is abstract thinking, not concrete thinking, not seeing things just as they are. It's okay to see things how they are, but also see the greater cluster of meaning. This is what abstract thinking is. It's a cluster of meaning. That's what an emoji does. It's not telling you this is what yes or no, like a thumbs up just doesn't mean yes or no. It means a multiple levels of awareness and things. So new levels of cognition can only emerge at new levels of awareness. We need to have a greater understanding of who we are and higher cognitive functions. And that opens us up to other levels, and then we'll be able to. Someone just said hello there. Able to understand the true nature of reality by apprehension versus comprehension. Abstraction is being able to apprehend levels of reality, not comprehended. Comprehension, in the sense, is left brain thinking and collapses the wave function into a thing to make it happen. So getting back to the book I wrote, if you look at that, can you put that up on the screen one more time? Omar, did I lose you? Here. I just want to show people. So this all makes sense to me. If you look at this little asterisk inside between making and contact, that is a symbol. And what is a symbol of? I'm trying to tell people how I think these ETs think. They don't think in words. They're not communicating in words. They're communicating in symbols. So this asterisk actually means little star, but it's also a marking point. It's a point of contact. For me, this symbolic notation in the title is the point of making contact. It's how we understand the greater reality with abstract thought, symbolic nature, and not thinking in words, but thinking in more of an artistic way of interpreting reality. So what's the point of making contact? The point of making contact is expanding the knowledge of who we are as human beings, expanding the place of being our own true divine self. So the point of making contact really is to increase art, creativity, imagination. This is the evolutionary impulse in us. Art, creativity, imagination. That is why we incarnated here on Earth. This is what's really hardwired into us. And this is what's the matrix of limitation has stopped us from dealing with, intersecting with our true intuitive artistic nature. So this is what we have to kind of open up to and understand the unlimited aspect of the human being. And when we can do that, we start to increase the vibrational field around us. We start to accelerate the cellular structure. We start to expand our mind. We start to leave the old limitations behind and awaken to the next level of existence. So, Omar, I think.
Did you want to take some questions, Alan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I will. Let's go with this one here. Question: Seeking Heaven says, "What does a holographic universe mean to Alan? And does he feel our life experiences are tailored to our awareness level?"
Well, your life experiences are particularly tailored to your awareness level, but if you increase your awareness level, you have different experiences. I think holographic, yes, the universe is a hologram. It is it's a more holistic way of looking at things. We need to look at the holographic nature of existence and the universe. Each part contains the whole. So each of us are a fractal of the whole nature of existence. That's part of the hologram. Every piece of existence contains the whole of existence. That's the quantum thinking that we need to come to if we're going to expand the possibility of the of this existence that we're here in.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a question from New Realities from Pono888. Says, when consciousness traverses multiverse in sequence with, we have no idea consciousness is as free as electromagnetic resonances.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I understand.
I'm not understanding the.
Well, let me look at it on my New Realities.
Yeah,
let me look at
it.
What another question to go to while we're looking at that?
Yeah, for sure. Let's hit. Actually, I wanted to ask you the relationship between local and non-local communication with ET, right? So we know that our consciousness is, our brain is a receiver and a transmitter. So when we have these, contacts of the first, second, third, fourth, fifth kind, right? What are we dealing with there? Because when you look at something and it's beginning to communicate with you, would that be like local contact, or would that be like non-local contact?
Well, it's the difference between like talking to you, I'm talking to you, that's local, or I could get a telepathic message from you, then that doesn't have to be local. You know, some people who are star seeds communicating with other beings, their beings don't necessarily have to be in a ship. They could be anywhere in the cosmos. It's just how I think seeing a UFO or making that associations helps open our mind a little bit more to contact. But when we really become universal cosmic beings, that is just open. When we really understand how our brains operate, that it's not a local phenomena, just like you can pick up the same radio station wherever you are. It's like, how open are we to receiving? And that becomes, everything becomes non-local. I'm talking to you now locally, but if we were really practice, we'd be able to just communicate. We wouldn't even have to look at each other, and we'd just be able to distinguish the frequencies. Everybody's communicating on their own frequency, their own bandwidth. We just have to tune into the bandwidth and pick it up, and that's how channeling happens. They tune into a bandwidth, and those beings come through, and those beings aren't necessarily even in this dimension. So the brain as a receiver is an incredible instrument, and we don't even know how to operate it. So that's the next level of our evolution,
Yeah, I like that, because it's like what you were saying earlier with the telephone call. When your phone rings, don't answer it, don't look at it, try to focus in on who's calling. So that's kind of the same thing that you're saying here with the non-local and local, right? Where we can go inwards and then begin to focus, and then that bandwidth or that frequency, once we're vibrating at a particular level, will just expose itself, and then we can connect to it like a TV channel or a radio station or whatever, and then we can begin to transmit and receive between the two.
Right. It's like your telephone's picking, if it's not on, you're still getting messages, right? It's still you're receiving it, but you're not actively engaged. When you turn it on, you're downloading. So when we actively open our brains, I think this is what or our minds or our capabilities, we can start to receive this higher than consciousness thinking.
Here's a good question for you, Alan. It's about your book, and it's from our friend Kathy Mason. And I wondered about that too. How did you select the people to include in your book? Because just so many people. So how did you choose like these few particular people?
That's a really good question. That's something I thought about. So I went to this publisher. We developed this idea, and I've been going to conferences, I would say, for 30 years, UFO conferences. So I resonate with the people who I feel have done the most research, who are really totally involved, who are dedicated to understanding the phenomena, but each of them have their own specific take. So and there's 12 different essays in there, including my own, but I look for people I consider the top of the field. This is just my category. So we get Nick Pope leading it off because he worked for the Ministry of Defense, and he just talked about hardware, government cover-up. That was the first level, but I think he was great. And second chapter is Grant Cameron, who's also, I feel, able to put the whole phenomena into perspective. So these are people I thought were top of the field. Whitley Strieber talking about abductions, John Mack talking about his dealing with people, Linda Moulton Howe talking about her 40 years of research. So I looked for the best in the field and put them all together in their personal essay in this book. Mary Rodwell is talking about her starseed conversations with these young children who are just waking up to who they really are. So, and then Carolyn Corey, who I think is one of the most integrated people with these ETs on the planet. And then Darrell Anka wrote an original essay about his 30-year relationship with Bashar. So I go from the external, the nuts and bolts, and then Grant Cameron talking about the phenomenon, and then John Mack and Whitley Strieber talking about the interface, and then I talk about my own experience, and then we go into the the actual meeting of these beings with Mary Rodwell and Daryl Anka and Carolyn Corey, and how we integrate it. So we go from the exo to the esoteric, from the to the all levels of phenomena. So it's a really great primer. Like, people involved in this field, they probably know a lot of what's going on here. But if you, the only one in your family says, you know what, there's other beings, there's other things out there, this is the book to give them, to help them sort of understand. And like the subtitle says, preparing for the new realities of extraterrestrial existence. My next book goes deeper into the phenomenon, what it means to actually change your paradigm. But yeah, this is, you get this book on Amazon. You put the Amazon link there. You get it at Barnes & Noble. It's St. Martin's Press, St. Martin's Essentials. And it is, I think, one of the best collections of essays around, not because I put it together, because they really lay out the phenomenon from so many different perspectives that, you see, because no one has the whole truth. That's, like I said before, the government's not telling us because they don't really know. They have a little piece. They might have more than others, but to make sense of the phenomena, it's a subjective reality. Each of us have to make sense of it for ourselves. How do we integrate this into our own worldview? Because I think we're going to get more and more revelations as we get closer to public disclosure. We're going to understand the phenomena in ways that aren't apparent to us. But we have to understand, like I was saying, abstract language. How to think. Like, if you're talking to your dog, you're not going to bark at it, right? You're talking to that's what I'm saying. They're talking to us in the language of a more advanced intelligence. That doesn't mean they're greater than us. It does mean they probably have a greater technology. So, and the language, from what I've been able to understand, what John Mack suggested, is another way of knowing reality that's much more abstract. It's the difference between apprehension versus comprehension. When you comprehend something, which is nothing wrong with it, you collapse the wave function and say, this is a computer. When you apprehend it, you start to think more symbolically, more in a cluster of meanings, more associative, more as a wave. And so this is sort of the level of symbolic interaction these beings are having with us. And that's my conclusion at this point. It might change, as there is something out there that is trying to communicate with us. We just have to get out of the density that we've been locked into in order to meet the others on an even playing field. That includes being lucid in your dreams, thinking more creatively, intuitively. And then we start to open the field and start to trust your own knowing. I think you said that to me yesterday, Omar. Trust your own knowing.
Yep. Trust your own knowing, my man. Just follow your gut and follow your instinct, your intuition, because they'll never steer you wrong, right? That's your higher self really talking and communicating with you, and you really have to listen to that.
Yeah. So thank you for this. I'm sorry we missed the PowerPoint, because you get so much more with the visuals. Next time, Stonehoppert said, change your phonics. Yeah, change your voice, change your inflection, change your frequency. I'm sort of monotone, but we change the vibrational frequency of our voice. We start to change the vibrational frequency of our bodies, and we take in more light. And so thank you, blessed by the best. You are blessed by the best. That's a great name. And that's just a little bit of what I'm trying to discover, to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because we don't have the sense to make of this thing at this moment in our evolution. But that's why what you're doing, and Neil, and what I'm doing, is to put out these possibilities to start making sense, stop making sense, all that. Thanks, Omar, for the
beautiful.
And let's do more discussions.
Yeah, absolutely. I love these types of conversations because they really help us expand our vision, our mind, helps to throw ideas out there, brainstorm, and try to really wrap our head around what's really going on, because we've been misled our entire lives, and it's really is up to us now to try to discern what's been going on. And it's only through dialogue and gatherings and communication that we can really begin to go under this whole subject and begin to understand who we're being contacted by for what reason, for how long, what's the purpose, what's in the future, what have they done in the past, have they tinkered with us, things like that. We really need to explore that so we can understand ourselves, because the more we understand ourselves, the greater our future will be, the better timeline that we can create. But if we have fog and just there's no memory of what's happened in the past, then we're doomed to continue to make those mistakes in the future. So it's very important that we talk about these kinds of things. And I appreciate your contribution to Humanity Unplugged, Alan. Truly, I do.
Well, thank you. The reason we have no memory is partly the limited thought matrix that have been put on our own creative activities, and we're freeing ourselves from this to think unlimited thoughts. So if you have an unlimited thought, write it down, don't write it off, integrate it, tell someone, share it, because we're accessing the greater mind here, and it's always been available. That's why, inventors who come up with a new idea, most of it's laughed at, but then occasionally you get somebody who's saying, no, there is such things as anti-gravity, as time travel, as teleportation. These are not just,
Star Trek ideas.
These are things that are possible, that are happening in dimensions that are much more free than our own. But we're evolving. We're finally saying no. So let's start saying no to hunger, no to no. And I think we have to stand up as a unified force to change the vibration that we're functioning as a planetary species. So we're not ready to meet the others until we're ready to meet each other. That's really some of the subtext of the book here. So
yeah, and that is so true. How can we, you're totally right, Alan. We can't hope to connect with ET when our own backyard is dirty and nasty. We have to address our own social issues, personal issues, societal issues, and then once we have all of that taken care of, and then the universe and consciousness and everything that's involved will just make it happen, right? It'd be just a part of how things really are. So thank you very much, Alan. I totally appreciate your contribution. Guys, subscribe to Alan's channel, New Realities. It's an epic channel. It's been around a long time. It's a huge channel. I watch it lots.
Let me see this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah. But subscribe to New Realities. Take out a super chat. I want to get to 100,000. I have 75,000 subscribers right now. It'd be great to get to 100,000. Thank you. Can we bring Leanne on? I want to say hello.
Sure, we'll bring Leanne on. Where is she at? There she is.
Leanne, unmute so we can hear all your comments. Unmute yourself, Leanne.
I was saying that I had my glasses on so that I could look extra smart for you.
You don't need glasses for that, hon.
Yeah. What are you going to do for us today, Leanne?
What have I done today so far?
What are you going to do now?
What am I going to do now? Well, why don't you hang out and find out, Alan, and why don't you do it with me?
I love doing it with you. Okay, sure.
I know you do, Alan.
The way she said it was super aggressive, so I would have said no too. It was like, yeah, I don't know. It's
sure that one.
It's like that.
I love your counterpoint to Rob Omar. Like, that's a really good kind of interaction there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we're going to do a stretch now. Alan, before I let you go, once again, please tell our audience where they can get your book, whether it's available in Kindle, paperback, hardback that they want to order. Maybe they can order all three to have it as a keepsake on their bookshelf that they can read and share with friends and kind of what have you.
Definitely. It is actually doing pretty well in the marketplace. It's on Amazon, Making Contact by Alan Steinfeld. It's on Audible. It's a really good audio version of this with real professional actors that was done by Random House. I read the introduction, but everyone else reads some really great parts and all the different voices. They're playing, someone's playing Linda Moulton House, someone's reading Grant Cameron's thing. So there's a lot of great voices in here. That's Audible and Kindle. So it's in all three formats. And if you email me, I'll send you the introduction. If you email me just to kind of whet your appetite, newrealities@earthlink.net here. And I'll just send you I'll send you a little brief introduction to the book so you know what you're buying if you want to. newrealities@earthlink.net. You can also reach out to me. I'll send you a little brief and PDF. Leanne, do you have a question, or you just like is that a yoga position?
It's a new yoga position. It's called atrophy. No, listen, the book is really good. And I have to say something kind of like from a Hollywood perspective in that, and I commented on this when I had my fun little interview with Alan, who was kind enough to give me some time. It has an arc to it, just like a movie has an arc. You know, all these essays kind of build on themselves, just like these events do, you know, and it's very interesting that his book is able to do that with essays from multiple people. That's kind of hard to do, but somehow it happened.
You're right. That was a really brilliant observation because it was what I planned. You start out with a simple.
I don't need glasses.
Right. Put your glasses back on because then it makes more sense. But no, it was, Leanne, you're absolutely right. It goes from the simple to the more complex, and it takes the reader on a journey into their own mind to discover what they are. So thank you. That's really a really good point. Excellent.
Yeah. The only other thing I can say is that during the
what's that?
During the John Mack and or Whitley Strieber, I don't know. Like, I was very tired. It was after one of these events, and I just thought, I can't. So let me just audiobook for a minute. And I went into this weird thing, and I totally had sleep paralysis. And in my head, I was thinking at normal speed, actually at a higher rate of speed, going, okay, I know what's going on. Oh, wait, I said, okay. That doesn't mean you guys have consent. If you're not happy, people, get out of here. Thank you. Like, and that all happened in my head. Next thing I knew, I sat up in bed and I looked around like, what was that? So it can also kick things off if you're sensitive. Just heads up.
No, thank you. You keep stretching us into new positions there, Lee.
Yes. I just wanted to say that was an incredible conversation, Alan, and I truly enjoyed it because what you do is you talk about some of the things for some people that may be new, but then you use historical context to bring it back to the present or to the past and show us where it kind of intertwines with everything that we already know, and I appreciate that 100%.
Right.
I mean, thank you, Rob. I want to really make sense of what's going on for myself, but for other people, because I've looked at this for 30 years. So people haven't spent all that time looking at things. So how can I make it more assimilatable, I guess is a word, to other people just getting familiar with, like saying, well, maybe the government said now there's something out there. Maybe there is. So, you know, it's a big leap it was a big leap for me when I had my experience. It's like, no, that doesn't happen. And then it's like, it takes a lot of integration. So we've done the groundwork for a lot of people, all of us here on this whole 11 days. So other people can say, well, of course there's life in the universe. How could there not be? Right? I mean, that's what we're laying the groundwork. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Alan. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
I'll be back. Maybe I'll come in back later and make some comments later, okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Would love that, Alan. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, Leanne, talk to you.
Love you, brother. Thank you very much. And
I love you, brother.
Thank you, Omar. Thank everybody for watching.
All right, Leanne, it's your show, so it's 11:42. Let's go to 11:52, and then after that, we will have a presentation by our.
How about 11:55? Let's give it to 11:55. About 13 minutes.
Okay,
That's
okay,
13.
let's do it.
Okay, here comes some.
And then after, we've got Stone Hobbit coming on, and she's going to give us a extraterrestrial presentation. I'm going to load that up, so we'll do this stretch. And hey, little kitty. And then we will carry on.
All right.
Well, this track actually has a name. It's called Good Times. I think the next one's called Lunatics, before I actually wrote the lyrics. And then the one after that, I don't remember what's coming up. But either way. Omar has permission to use it. Oh, YouTube, God of YouTube. Copyrights. Let's get on our hands and knees. Get back into our containers. Feel where we're touching the ground. Try to get your palms under your shoulders and your knees under your hips, and start your cat-cows. Exhaling as we look down. Inhaling as we go up. Continue. Okay, let's go into rotation. Go one way. Breathing. The other way. Loosening everything up. Let's go down into a child's pose. Take 2 more breaths. Volume control. Okay. Let's push up into a downward dog and walk that out. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Okay. Pivot your feet. Stretch out your side ribs. Keep breathing. And the other way. Okay, now go back into that downward dog and really spread your fingers. And push back. And feel as if somebody's got a belt around the top part of your thighs. And push out of your hips. Good stretch going. Okay, deep breath in, step up to your hands. Exhale as you go all the way down. Breathe in halfway up. And then back down again. Okay, big breath in as we come up. Hinge your hips. Stretch up or lean back as you can. Exhale back down into a chair pose. Stretch back up to the ceiling. Go up on your toes if you can. And hinge back down. Exhale. Come back halfway up. And come back down into plank. You can do it this way, or you can put your knees down, either way. And come down 5. Slowly, 4. Keep breathing. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Okay, get up into your cobra. Lift from your knees and pull yourself forward. That's good, right? Okay, exhale back into a child's pose. Take another breath in. And come up on your toes. Exhale back into down dog. And walk those feet. Good stretch. Shake out your head. Breathe in, step up to your hands. Exhale and come down. Inhale, come up halfway. Exhale, come down again. Hinge your hips up. Reach to the ceiling. And go back if you want. Exhale back down into chair pose. Inhale and go up. Hit your hips back down. Inhale, come up halfway. Exhale, come back down. Take a breath. Come back into plank. Deep breath in and exhale as we come down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice, guys. Come up into cobra and adjust any of this as needed. Nobody has to do exactly what I'm doing. Exhale back into child's pose. Take a deep breath. Take another deep breath. Come back up on all fours. 2 more cat-cows. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. And carefully come onto your backs. Put your feet flat on the floor and come into a neutral position. Flatten your shoulders down onto the floor. See if you can flatten your lower back on the floor. Take a deep breath in as you tilt your head down. And then as you tilt your head back, let 2 go. Again, tilt your head down and then let everything go. Inhale one more time. Tilt your heads back, let it go. And then take 1 deep, delicious breath in. And let's all hold it together in the space that we're sharing. And exhale any way you want. And start rocking or swaying, whatever makes sense to your body. You can even make circles with your knees. I like doing that. Oh, right. This track is called Icky Picky. I have no idea why I named it that. Keep breathing. Or laughing. Either way. Okay, let's carefully roll over. No, let's not. Let's pull our left leg back. Down. Gently. And hug it down. Let's take a deep breath. Now let's pull it over. And let's take our arms out to the side. If you need to put something under your knee for support, that's okay. And let's put our arms, just sort of feel around to where it's really comfortable. And then start stretching from your hips up across your side, out in both directions from your arms, and take a deep breath. Take another one. And come carefully back up. Put your left leg down. Pick up your right leg, extend your left leg straight. And let's pull our right legs back, just to the side of our bodies. Whatever your body does, it does. Take a couple deep breaths. Okay, let's take our right leg over. And extend both arms out to the side. If you need to move your hip under yourself to get comfortable, go ahead and do that. And then try to feel that nice stretch up your right side, out your right arm, across your chest, out your left arm for your fingertips. And take a couple of really deep breaths. Okay, carefully come back up. Now put both feet back on the ground. Adjust your hips. Rock back and forth. Sway up and down. On the ground. And roll to one side, whatever your bottom arm is, stick it out, and then roll over and put your top arm down, palm first, and push up with that arm so that your neck doesn't freak out. Head up last. There we go. Okay. Come sit cross-legged. Feel your sits bones on the floor, hands down on your knees. Take a big deep breath. Feel where your body's touching the floor, ground down to earth. Another big deep breath. Do we have time for a twist, or are we done? As you can, put your left hand on your right knee, put your right hand behind you, and extend up on an inhale. And as you exhale, try to twist a little more from the bottom.
You got 2 minutes, Leanne.
Feel that nice twist. Take a deep breath. Inhale and pull yourself up from the ribs, from your hips, as your sits bones ground into the earth. And on your exhale, twist just a little more. And now do what you like with your necks, whatever they need. Take a deep breath in and exhale and come back to center. Palms up this time. Deep breath in. Put our right hand on our left knee and our left hand behind us. Take a deep breath in and pull up out of our hips. And on the exhale, twist from the lower part of our tummies. One more breath in. Pull yourself up and out of your hips. And exhale and twist a little more. One more breath in. And do what you need to do with your necks. And exhale. Come back to center. Take a couple of nice breaths. Bring the oxygen to whatever parts of your body need it. Feel how your bodies feel after we did all that. Another big deep breath. Namaste for allowing me the privilege and honor of stretching you out. Oh.
Thank you, Leanne. Appreciate it.
Love you guys.
Let's bring Stone Hobbit on.
Yay! Yep.
She is in there. Thank you, Leanne. Remove that. And then we've got Stone Hobbit coming up with a presentation. But before we begin this presentation, there's a little audio that I would like to play. It is the Night Terror that Stone had sent me and asked me to play this because it's actually pretty cool. It's about 3 minutes long, and I will play it right here. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
It was muted at 50 seconds, but it'll catch up in a second.
Oh, that was quite interesting, eh, guys? Stone, you want to come on to the screen? Turn your cam on.
Oh, I still get all emotional and stuff when I hear it. It's like, whoa, because that was the first time I've ever been able to capture my own night terror. So I was able to hear what my family's, anybody who's ever stayed with me has heard when I go into these dimensional states. That was a night terror. I had 3 different devices to try to capture it because they had given me a whole week's notice that they were coming in to visit. And if I didn't get the information by now, I might have missed out again. I had an encounter back around 2016, 2014, maybe even earlier than that, of these light beings that came into the room and they morphed into 2 beings and they communicated with me. It was my fear state that crept in eventually after having a pretty good encounter, but then they took on the shape of a familiar face, and straight away the fear factor programming kicked in and I ran out of that room screaming. I lost an opportunity for further contact because I wasn't quite ready, but it was enough to really shake my cage. And from then on, I've had these light beings coming. Now, if you've watched any of my stuff, you'll see that I have a lot of entities. Oh, geez, I don't know why. I really don't. But as soon as I was able to pick up a camera and start taking photos, I wanted, if I could see it moving, if I could see it and I could see the animals around me reacting to it, then I must be able to take, get footage. And over the years, I've learned how to read and communicate with the footage. It's forever changing. There's always more information that comes out in it. So these are, I've put together a little slide of some of the different contacts. And this one is particularly about the light being entities, and they're coming in the daytime. Now, this is because it was fantastic. Thank you, Alan, for coming on before me. So I had hoped that you'd stay around because I have regular contact, and this is some of the footage from these beings that you yourself have described in dimensional forms. So, and it is about clearing the different perceptions, the mindset. Once you've seen something, once you inner stand, you don't have to stand in the shadow of yourself any longer. You can come out of your shell now, and you can illuminate. You can be from your inner standing is now communicating. We are communicating on a higher conscious level now. And that as soon as you start doing that, you'll realize that you've probably already have been having multiple dimensional levels of communication and contact. Once you start understanding and listening to the symptoms, and I call them symptoms because it's basically they're letting you know they're coming in, picking up the telephone, knocking on the door. But it's how you read it and how you hear it. You have to listen and be ready for it. And they've been tuning us in for a long time. I still get whacked with frequencies. It tells me which sort are coming in. So let's have a look at some of these. Next one. So this is the entity. Are you able to blow up the bigger picture and have a look at the being inside it?
And they can go to full screen if they want to, but for us to do it from this point, it can't. We can only make it where you're not in the picture. See, it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I can jump out.
You can see it here on the right side. This orb. There's someone sitting inside of it. When Stone sent me this earlier, that's what stuck out, and it was actually this morning. I didn't know Mike was on, and I was like, holy shit, look at this, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, there's somebody sitting in there, and you can clearly tell the arms are there. There's the back, there's the legs, there's the head with the eyes. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, so this is the orange plasma sphere being, and I when I see this, I mean, we see them floating over the top of us, okay? And there are different types of dimensional beings. They look similar because they use similar frequencies, but they're doing this, they're coming from a different density. But this is the frequency that they can hold their image and hold their frequency, hold levels of communication, hold that energy, so that then they can absorb that particular type of energy to keep in that particular form. So those that are of a certain frequency will see this type of entity, this type of plasma spheres that are coming in, and there's a lot of different sorts, but this is the plasma sphere that comes in. If you go down a bit more, next photo or something. These beings have been coming around for a long time. They've really made me think about and question everything that I see, everything I hear. There's a lot of stuff out there that I can't agree with, because I know what I've seen now. It's changed my whole perspective of my life and the journey. Really, these guys came in force in 1 year, just like hammered me with all sorts of images. Everybody that came over was capturing their own footage and stuff. There was Ron was on first thing this morning, excuse me, and he was talking about the military plane that flew over. Now, with the regular contact, you get this sense, you get a pulling, you get a knowing that there's something else in your frequency, and it's like a ringing that goes on, and you automatically go outside. You know, it's I've been in situations where I've been pulled right up on front of the stage, or I've had to help somebody when nobody else would, yet there's hundreds of people there. You get to see the true inner being of that shell, that the human form shell. So in these, I've started seeing ourselves as light energy. So I started changing the way I use my words, my phonics. And that's when I started breaking the spellcasting. That's when I started understanding trauma programs, all these different programs that they've used out there on us. I realized I used my real eyes. I saw with what was inside and how I had been treated, and how the programs rule ego. When you don't know what your free will is and what it is worth, you don't know when you are being perpetrated. And I say this planet is totally under a veil of mass Stockholm syndrome. There's so much that's going to be revealed. So in this one, these on the three on the left-hand side of the screen, it's the same being. It morphs, it changes shape. This is its energy. This is how it holds its energy as it's traveling. It can also dim its light right out and go into shadow form, so you can't see it. But if you have primed yourself to knowing this particular entity or particular frequency of being, because I don't believe it's just a singular ship. I believe they work in a symbiotic relationship. After watching them come through the ceiling and morph into two beings standing there and then taking on a physical form, it's a symbiotic relationship energy. They can morph into themselves singular, and they can also carry other beings with them. This is just the findings that I've had so far. So then on the other side of this picture, you've got the different sort of sphere that are coming in. These are a different form of dimensional beings that are coming in. And they're also using the energy to try to manifest it in a form that we will be comfortable with. These beings know our thoughts. They know our thoughts before we formulate them. They just don't know how the formulation goes about or comes about. This is just some of the conversations I've had with these beings. So in this, I've seen that they've proved to me they can read our alphabet. They know our alphabet. They know our numbers. They know a lot of the sigils that we've used over time, because it's frequency, and they work in mathematical frequency, bars and strings, densities, and we will too. We will remember putting back together how to do it. We are telomeres. We are rebuilding ourselves. We don't have to keep dropping off at the end and going back into these blank states. We are that DNA. We are repairing ourselves. So you take that energy, that knowing, that healing of that light, and I believe that I'm sort of this type of energy, because I keep seeing them everywhere I go. I can be driving down the road and I'll see one in the distance, and I know straight away, they know that I know that they know I can see them. And then there's like these little games that go on, like I'll follow it around the streets or whatever, and they'll change their form now. They're now at a stage where they're now morphing into and appearing in front of us as creatures that we are familiar with seeing. So that took it to another stage, like when he started to morph into a familiar face for me. Now I see how the dimensional orbs, like the one on the right-hand side, will use the energy and morph into other types of light being energy, more energy form creatures, insects to start with, and then getting bigger. The more of them that there are in that space, and the more energy that they gain, the bigger the creature, or the form that they can take. on this other side, you've got these ones can take on whatever appearance. It's about frequency. If they are in the right area of frequency, they will reveal themselves. They will show themselves more to you. And then once you start seeing them, you're automatically building and clearing tunnels in your tubes, in your fantastic tree of knowledge, and it's opening up and it's starting to clear all of these different vessels. And the information just starts flowing. It just starts flowing. So there is a lot more to who we are and what's going on. And I'll tell you, I've had some really weird brain twinges. I know I should get checked out, but hey, but it feels like they've put their hands on the back of my head. It's tingled all over. It's like I've been hammered a couple of times. There's some crazy stuff that comes in, but at the same time, I am aware that there is something physical going on. There is something of another energy form going on, and I know that they're going to be standing in front of me. And I say things like, come on, show yourself. I've seen you. You've been coming here. You've been showing up. Everybody can see you. Why are you playing this cloak and dagger? I don't fall for that stuff. That time is gone. You're making a stand. We know you're here, so just, show up. And so my Frasher friend, he's an alien. He's a Zeta. And I get a lot of stick from them because he gets angry with me a lot for asking lots of questions. But that's just who I am. And so they start showing up in daylight, in form, and showing me stuff that's inside them. Now, this is the first time I've put out a lot of this information, including my night terror. With the night terror, it's when I was going into it, they showed up by one of the shadow spheres. Now, what I've learned about some of these dimensions is I get shadow beings, different types of shadow beings. And then one day when I was in an experience where I was in another dimension and I was running from a couple of these guys, a couple of these guards, because you got to have a ticket. You got to be, they've got to be waiting for you. If you just happen to suddenly pop in, it sort of knocks the balance out a bit. And I seem to tend to do that. So these guys were chasing me, and as I popped back into 3D dimension and I sat up, alert, boom, right there, I watched this being, one of these beings that were chasing me, step through, and it was like I saw light on one side, and as they stepped through, the shadow, it became the shadow. So stepping into our density was thicker than the density that he was coming from. So when I saw that, I realized it showed me another level of these dimensions, because I'm working with two dimensions here in this picture. So this is what I'm working with. When I'm working with one, the other one will show up too. There's always a negative and a positive. Now, I haven't seen any negatives with either of these two different beings, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. This is just the relationship that I've had at this point. Do you want to jump on to the next one? This is the same red orange sphere as the two in front. So this is showing some of its movement. This is right above my head, okay? This is right above my head. I have video footage like you wouldn't believe. Eventually it's going to come out. Okay, jump on to the next one. So in this one, on the far left-hand corner is the one, this is just a rendition from the experience. So it came through the roof, morphed into one singular being, and then it moved down the end of the bed where it split. So first of all, this is how I've analyzed it. It came in, it didn't give me any fear factor. My brain went through the stages of, okay, what's that bright light? Everything is clear in the room. I am seeing what I'm seeing. It's not a fireball. I'm not dying. I'm not going to go blind and catch on fire. At the same time, this being is moving in form as a humanoid down the end of the bed. And then when it gets there, I'm watching it. I'm quite comfortable. I want to know what is going on, what it is that I'm seeing. I'm still trying to comprehend what the heck is happening in front of me. and then it splits into two. It sort of molds out, and two stand up, and I can tell that one is a female energy and one is a male energy. Now, I had all sorts of crazy thoughts in the early days. Was that my family from another, incarnation? What was it? What was it? I stopped asking those questions because I don't really need to know the answers. The fact that they just showed up and have taught me so many other levels to this equation is enough for me to know that they haven't caused me any ill will or any harm, and that they're here to communicate. And who knows what they are or where they're actually from. I'm still working on that. But then when it started to morph into a more solid form and familiar face, that's when I freaked out. And the stories that we're told when we're younger, like the red eyes under the bed, or when they step out of the wardrobe, and all of this, they start to take on form. So next to that picture is a being that I knew I saw in both forms. I got the privilege to see in both forms, and he knew that I knew, which was, and he knew I took the photo as well, because we had a conversation about it. So that is a light being who came and was a native in a tribe down here, or, well, he didn't actually belong to it, but he knew who I was as soon as I came in because of the conversation that we had had. It was on a different level. So the next one is who I call or label the flasher. And at first, when I first saw it, when I first took this photo for years, it's only just been recently, I noticed that it wasn't just one face in this picture, and he doesn't have big pointy ears on the side. More like there are two other entities the same as him standing behind him, and he's looking out of a round window. So once I saw that, I've had to go on to another level. I've always known, because of another experience, I've encountered this being for easily 20 years. So I have so many different collections of information of encounters. One particular one made me realize that there was too much human contact going on between myself and this being and his crew. Now, I'm nobody special, and I'll be the first one to claim that. I always stay in my humble. This is just experiences that I've had, and now I'm comfortable enough with myself and the experiences, and I acknowledge that these experiences were real, because if I am that, if I have that much ability to be able to create these images, wow, I'm happy. But if I could just push a button and boom, it's right there and everybody can see it, that's all I ever asked for. And so I stand in truth, and I put my material out there so you can pick up the frequencies and you can know for yourself what you have seen and what you haven't. Because we have to analyze every little bit of those details when we encounter them. It's like what Alan was saying. There's been plenty of times I've been lying on the bed and I've felt movement walking across it, and I go, in the early days, I used to go into a panic state, because I come from a very dark background. I was a child that was sold and bought in child trafficking. My parents were pedophiles and groomers. So I went through that dark stuff, and I never saw these entities turn up. All right, I saw dimensional parasitical entities. There were some good entities on another level, another dimension, but I'm still analyzing that, and I sort of feel like they were just different versions of myself getting me through at that particular time because they felt so familiar to me. Now, when these greys turn up, I've had a lot of encounters with different types of greys. And when they've turned up, they've used things like the sleep paralysis, when the whole physical body basically feels like you can't move in your shell, but you're very alert up top. People talk about it being in REM sleep. Now, when I started going into that, that's when those noises that you heard me making on my night terror would start with me. I would be going through that density going, because as they come in from that recording you heard, this is the experience. With the different knockings, the blue sphere going up into the light bulb and that changing blue, and the tappings on the window, the knockings under the bed, I knew they were coming, and I you know, come on. I'd be crazy if I didn't by the stage. So I prepared myself. I got my recording devices, and as soon as I felt that pulling state, like I was about to fall through the bed, and then the body started, it's like it comes down and it goes along my body. So I know that I'm going through this wave that's coming down this. It's like a tunnel that comes down, and I stand inside it, or I lay inside it, whatever. I position inside it. And when that comes in, at the same time as that's coming down, I know that these other beings are coming in, and I wait until they appear. Or this last time, I had a shelf behind me, and it was loaded with books. And there's no doorway over there. The door's here, it's not over there. Anyway, I saw a blue door open, and I've seen that blue door in real life when I was camming with somebody else one time, and I saw it, but I'm not going to name names. And in this, that stepped through a tall grey. Now that's when I went, okay, snap out of this, pull myself out of this. You know it's happening. I get myself out of the state. I'm running around the house like a loony because I know it's about to happen. But I wanted to check outside. Is there a UFO? I couldn't see one. All of these things. I wanted to see if what was happening was real. So anyway, I made sure everything was working, got back into state. And before I could even think twice, I was back there. It was happening. The tunnel was over top of me. The tube was over top of me. I was watching the blue door open, and this being was standing there waiting, and this other grey being stood through. Tall greys. I've encountered them before many times. Stepped through, and it came over, and basically where I would have been lying vertical, it came and stood right there. So now my soul, or whatever you want to call it, my inner self, is now standing there communicating. I'm not worried. I can't see. I don't even bother seeing what's laying down anymore, because I'm in that moment. I'm in that frequency of communication. And so we start communicating, and it's like the voices in the head. It's very clear. I know what they're saying. I can't tell you if they're what the language is or what the language sounds like, because I already know when they send the message to me what it means. So it's been translated when it gets to me, and I know that they understand everything that I think. So, this time they asked me, he turned around and said to me, it's your turn. You asked me the questions. You asked the questions. And I can't tell you at this point what the questions were that I asked, but I know it's coming. I know it's filtering through. But it's opened me up to a whole lot of other information. Like when I came out of the experience, I sat up straight away. I knew I had a recording. I knew I had to have a recording. So I sat up straight away after it, and I listened, and I heard it, and I listened to it at least 100 times. And every time I went through tears, it was like this trauma, this energy, this sadness, this grief and terror was being pulled out of me. And what was being pulled out of me was programming. I felt the programming breaking, because I'm in that experience, and there is no terror. There is no fear. And yes, I know how different types of beings, some of the smaller greys and stuff, and some of the browns, and they like to use memory and terror, imprinting these illusions that they've created. We grow up and we see images of fear. We see all sorts of different programming and triggers, and we're not even aware that we've got it. You can get post-traumatic stress disorder, even to the point of complex, from sitting down watching a TV program, because the information has been programmed in you at an earlier stage, and it just takes that trigger point, and that comes in different forms of frequency. There is so much frequency manipulation, and these beings have come in and shown me some of this through the mere fact that they've even just come in. So move on to another one. I don't know how much time we've got, so anyway. Okay, now I showed this one previous on the first day of this absolutely fantastic human unplugging. Oh, I so love this. So this is what people call an orb. So, but this is a different type of orb. This is what I call a ship orb. When I first started working out what was the difference between a ship orb and an orb, because they gather the energy, and some of them will just spit out different little bug-looking light energy beings that are trying to take on memory forms within the energy that they see around them. So if they come at night, they're going to take on the images of the creatures, because that's the frequency that they're in at that time. If they come during the day, the same thing will happen. They'll come out like birds or animals or cats or dogs or other types of insects. But this one is what I call a dimensional ship, because you can actually see that there is another circular energy inside that where it has split open. Now this one's gone right through, and on the left-hand side top, you can see another entity has come out of that. Now, I'm not sure whether that's actually an entity in itself or whether it is another ship. But I say it's got eyes. That's where I'm at the moment with it. Do you want to pop on to the next one? All right, these are some of the ships that I've seen. The first one on the left-hand side, the triangle one, I was getting a lot of purple and pink tones in the skies and stuff. This was going back in, I don't know, about 2016, between 2010 and 2016. I was doing a lot of sky watching because of the colors and the art of the clouds. They'd started talking to me. And so I'd seen a sphere come across miles away from what we used to call the city tower. And it was come over, and it came over, and then it hovered high enough but low enough for me to see it and make it out. It would just look like a silver disc, like a silver circle, and then it shot off like a ball and went flash, and it was gone. And I just couldn't believe what I'd seen. And I took off, and I found the camera, and I came back, and I spent the whole time staying outside. I just knew there was going to be another one. And this triangle came across the top, and I just searched everywhere. I got the camera, and by the time, because it was a new camera, I didn't know how to use it. And by the time I managed, I got one picture. And it was like, anyway, I still got a picture, and I was happy about that. Now, on the other one, this was one of the first cylinder ones that I started seeing. Everywhere I went, I was seeing these cylinder craft turning up, and they were making different forms in the clouds. So I don't know which being is on board, but I know I've been on board. You want to jump to the next one? So, okay, because I can't blow it up, if you can see in the circle, there's actually a cylinder shape, and it's going horizontal. And if you have a look in the left-hand side of the right one, you will also see a horizontal ship going past. And you can see they make patterns and designs. So letting me know where they're coming from. Next one.
That's the last one I got.
Ah, sweet as in.
Yeah.
That's good then. Okay, so hi. So yeah, I get a lot of these different beings coming in. The sleep paralysis basically is stages of the body going into or going through that tubular field so that you can have that secure communication connection with that being. This is, I've had this so many times. When the little greys, they come and do it as well. They like to use your memories of terror, of things that have deep emotional connections to you. I've seen they've used Jesus Christ on me because when I was growing up, I had to go through the Catholic stage. So that Jesus Christ was embedded in the family on that side and it was imprinted. So when they brought me in the light into the room, basically on ship, they used the image of Jesus that was in my mind, and coming down the steps, because there were steps that formed, they were holding the hand of my son who had passed on from a cot death. He was 10 and a half months old. And from there, I realized, because it happened twice within a second, I realized that it wasn't Jesus Christ. It was a tall grey, and I realized that the shorter version was not my son. It was the impression of, it was a short grey. It was using the impression of my son. So from there, when I went into the next experience with these greys of a similar type, and it's basically the room becomes completely white, so white that there's no corners to the walls, there's no roof, there's nothing there. Anybody who was standing right next to you or lying next to you in bed, gone. You're there. All right. I ran into my kid's room. It basically felt like I had to break into my own kid's room and there was no lock on the door. And as soon as I opened it up, I basically stepped through one doorway, one dimension into this white room where I knew the bed bunks should be, but they weren't. And I'm screaming. And as soon as I interrupted them, I changed the energy field that was within that space. And in doing so, it was like, boom, I hit the ground. I didn't literally hit the ground. It was just like the energy, the weight of the room. I'm back in this density. And there were my kids, okay, and they all were acting a bit weird. We got out of that house. We don't actually remember how we ended up back in that house the next day. We don't. We got up on the road, and none of us have any other memory of how we ended up back in that house because we weren't going back in the house. So from there, I did a reading for a lady, and these images were coming in, and I'm trying to figure out where this information was coming from because it wasn't my normal abilities. It was too easy. You know what your energy is. You know what you create, and it wasn't that. And so I questioned what was standing in front of me, and as soon as I did, the illusion changed. Okay, it showed what was controlling that illusion, and it was a short grey. So when I said I could see you, that was it. That spell was broken, and they're all over the place. Okay, greys will turn up in all sorts of areas. When we talk about going in and being on a higher consciousness, I am aware that we communicate not even by touch. Okay, there's so many levels to our telepathy, to our skills of being able to communicate, and we don't give ourselves enough acknowledgement for it. And by not doing that, we are limiting ourselves on the communication with the beings that are with us all the time. I see us all in different energy forms. I've had encounters with reptilians. I have a shadow reptilian, or in other words, I have a reptilian that lives in the shadow dimension. Now they've shown up. I've really had to think about this because I've known that energy. I recognize that energy from different encounters I've had. So I've looked at it like one of the first times I've recall is I saw this big demon-like creature is in a reflection of my TV back in the 80s. And when I turned around, there was nothing there. So I didn't know where it came from. So when I looked back and then I did another look, it was on the wall behind me. And I'm like, what the heck? Now, back then, I was practicing black magic. I just, basically left home, getting into my routine, having my little family. But I was practicing what I grew up in. And so when stuff started to happen and it just went crazy, it was like, okay, what I saw behind me, was that a demon? It felt like it was a demon. It had demon kind of sensations, but that was programming to what is a demon? How does a demon feel? I only know what I've been taught by others, but I've seen these creatures and I didn't know what they were. But now, on hindsight, I communicate with them because they never actually caused me any harm. They've been there communicating with me the whole blooming time. So, hi, Rob.
Hello. That's, you know what? When you said that, the construct of the demon itself and what you were programmed to think that a demon is what it is. I think it's amazing. It's amazing that you had that realization that you could see that. So, I mean, that's shows how far ahead you are, Stone. And we appreciate that little presentation you did for us. We've seen so much presentation from you for the last few days. It's awesome. I'm really getting to know who Stone Hobbit is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now we're friends on Facebook. Everything's, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
But
I just say, look, the information is there. It's being, I for years being in stuck states, having authorities tell us they know better. And all it is a gold sticker to let people know that they think they know better. They don't. They don't know bugger all. I saw how the government works when I went through psychology. I did psychology to work out what people were saying about me by going through psychology, weird experiences. And what I found was I wasn't prepared to regurgitate information that is outdated. It is unstable in its thinking. It's racist, it's sexist, it doesn't compute with me. And we are forever evolving, and so should this knowledge be. Not stuck
totally agree.
So,
Agree.
Inner stand, people. Don't stand under your shadow no more.
Well, that's it. We can't keep it into a box. And, keeping it within that box only limits us to the potentiality of what it truly is.
Oh,
And you're absolutely right. And thank you again, Stone. We're going to bring in the next speaker, and Stone is going to be back with us for probably the rest of the day, I would assume, right? You're going to stick around, Stone? You're going to come back in and help us out?
Oh, you know it.
Oh, fantastic. All right. We'll see you soon, Stone.
She's in it for the long haul, brother. Thank you,
I
Stone.
know she is. All right. So next, I get to introduce one of my friends, somebody that I've looked to, who has inspired me for so much so far with his information. He is an author by the name of Philip Kinsella. He's written books that are You, the Public Decide, The Grand UFO Deception. He also has Philip Kinsella, Guardians of the Dead, and A Passage Through Eternity. So these are some of the books that Philip has written. He also co-hosts a show with his twin brother, and we're going to go talk about that in a moment. But let's bring Phil up here. Philip, how are you, my friend?
Hello, Rob, and do forgive me because it looks like there's light above me. It's not a UFO ready to beam me up. I have a sense of humor here,
We love it. We love it. Is there a way you can get your mic to come up a little bit? Maybe put it closer to your mouth?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Is that better?
Much better. Much better.
I look like Davros now if I took the glasses off from the
That's
Dalek.
all right. Listen, you look stylish. You look like, one of those guys you see, like a Brit that's walking down the street in the metropolitan area with his pea coat on, ready to rock and roll. I'm like, oh, this is a guy. All you need is that slick back hair that I have sometimes, and then you'd be right on the money.
It's grey, and it looks like I haven't got any in this light, but there is hair on there.
All right, Philip, the floor is yours, brother. See you soon.
Thank you. Well, a warm welcome to everyone. And I know that we're all here with our own thoughts, our own opinions about the UFO, UAP phenomena, elements of the paranormal. And I got involved in this many years ago when I had what I can only describe as an alien abduction in the winter of 1989 in the small village of Marston Mortain, which is 5 miles outside of Bedfordshire. And that was the only abduction that I recall. There may have been some others, but I have no memory of them. But there were certain events that led up much later in life which suggested that these so-called aliens are actually abducting people. And when I had my initial abduction back in 1989, one of the things that really puzzled me about it was how one part of it appeared to be physical and the other part appeared to operate on a level of non-physicality. And I'll briefly describe what happened. There was my brother and my sister, and we had a dog then. We lived in a small cul-de-sac in a fairly large house, and downstairs was like a hall. And as you went into the front door through the hall, to the right was what was then my brother's and mine study stroke bedroom and a shower room downstairs, a very large room. I was 20 at the time. And as you come through the hall, to the left was the living room and the kitchen diner, conservatory, and then out back to the pond and the big garden. And there's a reason why I'm explaining this, is because when I got the train home from Bedford in the winter, and at this point I didn't take any dates down, I do now, or the other experiences that I've had, I catalogue them very carefully. But back then I wasn't prepared for what they call an alien abduction or seeing aliens. So I got in the door around about, roughly about 7:10, 7:15, getting the train back and walking the mile or so home. And it was dark, and I entered through to the house, through to the hall, and then into the kitchen. I left all the doors were glass, like frosted glass. The doors were open in the kitchen, so when I laid back against the fixturing in the kitchen, I had a clear sight of the hall in front of me, and the dog was sitting by the breakfast bar. My brother was immediately in front of me, but his vision of the hall was restricted because there was a wall there, and my sister was to my far left. What happened was that the atmosphere began to change. It was very strange. It was like there was an electrical current. And it's really weird how I recall all of this, where some people need regression for their so-called memories. But I didn't need any of that because I think I'm very hard to regress. I'm very hard to be hypnotized. And as the atmosphere is starting to change, the dog begins to growl, and my brother goes into a strange trance. I've never seen it before. He stood there, and he raised his head up towards the ceiling, and he said, and his exact words were, "There's going to be an earthquake or Grandma's going to die." And at that point, I was puzzled, like, what the hell is he talking about? An earthquake? Grandma, our maternal grandmother, was still very much alive then. And as I looked out to the hall, and as this strange static feeling began to increase, there was a light that came up towards the front of the house, the front door, the glass windows there, up the driveway. And I thought our mum had come home early from work, and I realized at that point that she wasn't. This light began to intensify, to the point that where the glass was, it seemed like watching a cartoon, incredibly, being made pliable, moving backwards and forwards as though it was softening. And while my brother was still frozen in this strange trance, I don't know what my sister was doing because my attention was focused to the door, and our dog was going really crazy. And then all of a sudden, this small being, about 3 foot tall, clad in black, and I'm not dressed in black because of this. I didn't even think about that. But it was only 3 feet tall, diminutive, had a large, what I thought looked like a motorcycle helmet on its head, although it wasn't your classic motorcycle. The cranium was much bigger in proportion to its small body. It came through this pliable glass and shot into where our study and bedroom would have been. And then the glass returned, and immediately as that happened, my brother snapped out of his trance, and I said, "There's an intruder in the house." It's the only words that I could find, trying to register this incredible yet impossible or seemingly impossible event. And I shouted, "There's an intruder in the house," and I grabbed behind me to get a knife. And we went round the house. We couldn't find anything. In the early hours of that morning, I then found myself floating 3 feet on my back off the floor in the hall, in the very place where this being had come through. And I couldn't move. And people say sleep paralysis. Well, I've looked into that, but I can assure you that I had my faculties. I couldn't move, and I was being drawn through the glass doors to the kitchen. And I'm wondering, how the hell am I able to get through solid matter? That's impossible. You know, I'm physical, the door's physical, and yet I'm going through it as though I'm like a knife going through butter. I can see the dog asleep in his bed in the corner in the kitchen diner, and he didn't stir or react to my presence there. And I was pulled out through the other side of the kitchen door, through to the conservatory, and then out into the garden, rolled over into an arch, like so I was standing, but still hovering 3 feet off the floor. And I could see these UFOs, and I thought, oh my God, they're real, they exist. And I thought, my God, everyone's wrong, they actually exist, they're real. And there was one object that wasn't moving, it was dark, a spherical type object, and I was pulled up to it very quickly. I'm making this as quickly as I can because it's time. And immediately as I reached the craft, that was it, I blanked out. And then I awoke, and confused, dazed, hot, finding myself on some type of medical bed, naked, embarrassingly, hot. And the room was squat, dark, but there was some light ahead of me directly to the left. And when I looked around and to my right, there were 3 reptilians. And this is what I suffered for in the media. And I'm going to get to that in a moment about the theoretical applications of what we may be dealing with. And I was so shocked because I'd never seen anything like it. They didn't communicate. They were very muscular, very tall. I'd say roughly probably about 7 foot tall, dark, scaly skins. They were in this kind of fog, or this kind of a foggy steam is the only way I could explain it. And they were moving side by side, like in a strange gait. And it wasn't that was the only thing that horrified me. The other part is something that I suffered for in the media circuits, was that I found that there was something in the lower part of the anatomy, and it felt organic within the bowel region or stomach, because it felt like it was organic. And that was it. I freaked. I wanted to. I just freaked. That was it. I started to scream. And people laugh and joke, and I've been down that road. I don't care. I only report facts as they stand, because we can't really truly say what it was. But after this screaming and shouting, I looked to my right, and the 3 beings, what people call reptilians, had disappeared. There was all I got from them was complete no emotions, no empathy, nothing. I was just a slab of meat on a where I was. And this grey, it was a cream-colored grey, came forward from the partition, I think, from the area of light slightly to my left. There was another area there that the light was coming. It came forward, and the straps were released. The mechanism below was released very quickly. It just came out and on its own. And the grey ordered me to dress, and I was to follow it around this corridor. And we got to this area where I thought it was a wall, and I realized that it wasn't a wall, because when it seemed to open, I didn't see it open, it just was there, and I could see the village from a great height, and it was very early morning. And when I looked out, I could see, this is the last part of the experience, another sphere-shaped object hovering very low by our conservatory. And I knew that we were some height, and the Grey's looking at me, and the communication is rather like, well, you need to go, you need to get out. And I'm like, you just want me to leave? It's like, this is crazy. My mind was like screaming, I've got to get out of here. And I felt a slight push, and I interestingly floated back down to the ground with 2 Greys, one on one side, one on the other. I was ordered not to look at them. Very strange, considering that I saw one up there anyway. And as I came down, the last part of the experience really shocked me even more, because it's almost as if I'm not to look back. But ahead of me was another Grey, quite different from the ones that I'd seen, one and then those 2. I kind of like had a feeling like I recalled them as being the same as the one that told me to get out, basically. But as I came to the ground and I stood down, there was one last Grey, and he, because it felt male to me, was dressed in a one-piece uniform. He had knee-length boots on. He had this very tall hat that seemed to be quite modern. It seemed to wrap round part of his head, He looked kind of snazzy, smart, if that's the right way. People, if people were trying to depict it, they'd just stick a pointed hat on its head. But it wasn't like that. My brother's done some renderings of it, and in the books, and as we've written about it. But he had his arms folded, and he looked a little bit more muscular than an ordinary grey, like he got some meat on him, if that makes any sense. But his gaze was angry. He was really looking at me, really like intensely angry, like I'd really upset him on some level. I'll keep the language clean. And I'm like, you're angry with me? You've done this to me, and you're angry with me. I couldn't understand what the hell was going on, and I realized that I had this feeling near the solar plexus area, like I'd been punched, and I wanted to punch it. I wanted to punch him. I call him Noddy. It's the only way I could describe him. That was the character created by the British author Enid Blyton, who was the J.K. Rowling of her time, although he was very different from Noddy. But I wanted to punch Noddy. I wanted to really, but I couldn't move. And then a thought came into my head, and I thought, well, if I ask him a question and he answers this, then I'll be able to prove that this experience happened to me. So I said, or I thought, because people then try and catch you out by saying, did you say, well, it's when you're in that state, communication is rather like speaking anyway. It's just there. And I said, well, how the hell am I able to get through locked and bolted doors? I mean, that's impossible. And I thought that if he could give me the answer to their secret, then I would know how they do it, and I could tell people. But he looked shocked, like his mouth went into an O and his eyes widened, and then he raised his head slowly upwards so that he was looking underneath his craft, the disc-shaped thing, and immediately this electronic rasp came out of his mouth, and it reminded me of the ZX81 voice synthesizer that my brother and I had back in the 80s. And immediately as he started to create this very strange electronic muddled rasping sound, I went crashing, could see him frozen like that, crashing through the conservatory glass doors, crashing through the kitchen doors. I mean crashing because it was like it was much more intense than my being dragged out. And until I came into my room and bang in my body. I came back into my body. And there's a reason why I need to say this to the good folk out there. And when I woke up, I had a nosebleed. I had to go and sort myself out. The next day, my brother found there was a triangular marks behind my right ear. He tried to photograph with a self-developing Polaroid Kodak camera. Nothing came out. I had 3 marks on my right arm. I had continuous nosebleeds for about 2 years. The doctors were going to cauterize that. And needless to say, I couldn't walk very well for a while. And someone said, did you go to the doctors? Yeah, sure, I'll go to the doctors. I'll tell them that I've been abducted by aliens. And anyway, after that, I know that there was another famous UFO researcher who contacted me because I wrote to her and told her about the experiences that we'd had. And she was very interested in us because I have an identical twin brother. And at that time, there was no one really I could go to. I was 20 years of age. The last thing I was really involved in was UFO research or aliens. I mean, if you mentioned aliens or UFOs to people, they'd laugh you all the way, down the road. But I wanted to find out what had happened because my idea of alien interaction, I believed, happened on a very physical level of integration. That didn't happen with me. So what I started to do was I started to research the subject, and I mean really research it. I read every book I could get my hands on. I tried to find out the answers to what was going on with this. And it was then in 1996 that I was rewarded with what I can only call as a revelation. Now, people talk about downloads, don't they? Like they have a download, and it's like, I never understood what that meant. And I am ashamed to say I was ignorant and very, because I'm very grounded. I couldn't work out what's a download. But it's almost like a feeling like your mind opens up and then all the parts come together. And in 1996, this had been about the Greys. And the answer came to me, and I remember I was at work at the time. I scribbled it all down on a piece of paper at work. And when I got home, I typed the whole thing up. And I sent it to then a magazine called Alien Encounters. And that was published in 1996. I can't remember which month it was, but I have the copy upstairs in my filing cabinet. And what's interesting is that with regards to years later, the article was called Spirits in a Material World, and I'll get to that in a moment. years later, another British researcher by the name of Pierre Sabak was working with me, because all of us are important. We're all connected. We have our links, and those that we look up to, those that we admire, like Philip Mantle, my mentor here in England, great guy. Pierre Sabak said, well, when you had the experience back in 1989 with the abduction, did you realize that what the Noddy character was doing seemed to be mimicking what your brother had been doing earlier that evening? And I said, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe it, because what Noddy was doing was a reflection of what my brother had been doing, because my brother went into that trance, looked up to the ceiling and said, there's going to be an earthquake or grandma's going to die. And Noddy seemed to be replicating what he was doing. And that sent a chill down my spine, because I thought, well, what on earth is this about? Why? It seemed old or ancient to me. That was the other thing I needed to say here. So through that experience and through the download in 1996 with regards to the Greys, this led me into a deeper understanding of what we may be dealing with. Because my argument in new research and further research has been, where are the aliens? Where are they? People talk about them all the time. I mean, I've seen them as well. I understand for all those contactees or abductees. I wouldn't put a tease on my name. I don't know what mine was. People would classify that for me or categorize that. I don't. Where are they? And because they're elusive, we can't catch them. It's like chasing shadows. So I then began to work on the hypothetical model, or the theoretical design of the work that I've been researching, and with the formula that I had downloaded in 1996. And I think that before answering the question of what the aliens are and the UFOs are, I think it might be wise to take a good look about what we are, what we represent as human beings. And I know that, we live and we apparently die. We do die, but the system we serve led us to believe that that's it, that we are born, we ask no questions, we are programmed, you serve the system, you're educated, you go out and get a job, you get in debt, because the system gets you in debt by getting a mortgage or, paying your bills, and that most people are. And then you don't ask any questions, you pay your taxes, you wave your flags, and then you say goodbye and you're out. But I realized then what was happening with me, that as I was questioning the reality of the UFO phenomena, the psychic components kicked in. And I know that a lot of people that have had abductions or, encounters with alien beings, that some rewiring occurs within the neurological processing. And it seems to make the individual more empathic. Whether or not this is a direct result of the experience itself or the shock, what one cannot say, but all I can say is that I then found myself becoming psychic. Now, people would, say, oh, look, there's the man that studies UFO and now he talks to the dead. My goodness me. And I was embarrassed by that, even more so years later, many years later, when I wrote a book called Believe, Bridging the Gap Between the Psychic and UFO Phenomena, and incorporated the abduction experience in there. When my publisher was ready to publish the book, John Day from Kapelbaum Publishing Limited, I think it came out in 2009, I believe, because the spiritual one came out before, even though the UFO happened before and the psychic afterwards. It's the way it worked with me in terms of literature. My publisher said, well, we'll publish your book, but we can't include the part about the examination, the intrusive medical procedure, or the reptilians. And I said, why, John? Why can't we put that in there, John? He said, because the reptilians are, people don't understand. And he had a good point, because at that point in time, I didn't understand about reptilians, and I'm no expert in them. There are people out there who've done a far lot more brilliant research than I have. I'm more interested in the Greys. But how do they fit into this paradigm? And I understood him, but the experiences I had been published years before in another magazine that was published by Matthew Williams, who's a British ufologist, and Truth Seekers magazine it was. But I understood that kind of, like, from the publishing point of view, when they brought the book out, kind of stung. But happily now I'm able to address it, even though I still don't understand major parts of it. Now, where are the aliens? Where are they? I was always led to believe that they were physical entities, and I'm not disputing that fact. I mean, people believe they come from this star system or that dimension, or perhaps us from the future, or the demonic aspect, which is interesting. But I wanted to find out where they were, and and why it was that in a lot of experiences with people in so-called abductions, where the Greys, for instance, the most famous beings in ufology, they've been stereotyped so badly now within media. It's I think that's the way it works, isn't it? We can't differentiate between fact and fiction, and I think the system that we serve likes that. What are they? Why are they interested in us as a human species? And from my understanding of them, they do appear like clone beings. Now, I know that some other authors have suggested, researchers, that what we're dealing with is some type of advanced AI technology. Again, I am open to all forms of speculation. I will not put myself in a corner. We have to be open to all avenues of research and thoughts on this. But my idea is that, with the work of Dr. David Jacobs and many other pioneering researchers, why is it that there seems to be secrecy surrounding the Greys and their program, their hidden program, of hybridization? Why are they interested in human reproduction? Why are they interested in what makes us tick? It's almost as if they've lost those components that they may have once had, and through the art of cloning, self-replication, have removed themselves from creation. Now, people say to me, well, we're clones. Well, yes, we're clones with a difference, though. We are born through the reproductive cycle. We go through a gestation period. And my understanding is that when I go back to the question of what we are, I believe that we are eternal beings. I believe that we carry memories from the other side. And when we come into this incarnation as a human being, a temporary human being, modulated to walk and experience this life for a brief period of time, that, when we go out, we carry more memories that we've created through this life. And I believe in the other side. I know there's another side, most definitely, another dimension. And again, we get to the religious, circuits that have tried to kind of like, make it all fear and all wonderment and all that type of thing. And I think it's a natural process. But if, so I believe that we incarnate and reincarnate, and then when we die, we go to source. People call it God. I think we're all part of the same energy. But my argument here, and was what if I cloned myself in a laboratory 10 times? I would have come through the normal channel of reproduction and passed back with the inherent memories that I've harbored from not only this life, but probably the past life and future lives. We've got to take that into consideration. The biological, physical clone copy of me will live, and when it dies, the question is its signature strong enough to get back to the Godhead? It would only have the memory of one single incarnation. And, this is the question and people will ask, and the same was done in Blade Runner. When the beings, the clones said, will they see God? So if an extraterrestrial species have self-replicated themselves, we're talking about spiritual ramifications. And this is where people say, no, we can't deal with that. We don't want to talk about that. Because, when we're dealing with UFOs, we're dealing with physical structured crafts and physical beings. And I'm not disputing that, but let me give you an example. You have your mobile phone, and it is the physical hardware, and you have a signal that you cannot see that's kind of unique to you. That signal operates on a different frequency of awareness. You can't see it, you can't catch it, you can't destroy it, but it's there. And as it comes in, as it connects to this instrument, like the brain, it's downloaded its information from that dimension into this one so that we can understand it, so we can translate and do what we can with it. So when the physical hardware dies or is corrupted, the signal is still pure. And the signal, if the phone dies, will return to source or find another connection link to link with. Is it possible that the Greys, from their side, are using us in this way, that they come in rather like the signals to a mobile phone or signals through to our consciousness, and connect themselves into the human psyche. This is why a lot of, the experiences that people have with UFOs, when they come in, the lights are seen, the lights are very important. And then the abduction or whatever experience the individual is going through changes. It seems to come on a deeper level of psychosis, or, a psychological level. It's almost like a deep subconscious part that seems to distort time and reality. And when the experience is finished, the individual is left with, confused memories in a lot of cases, and sometimes it's hard for them to recall what happened to them unless they go to a regressionist. I mean, I remembered mine, but these things are interesting. Why these beings are intent in, masking themselves. And let me also, explain here as well about the lights. Now, the last time that my identical twin brother and I saw UFOs had been on the 9th of April 2016 at precisely 11:15 p.m. at night here in Kempston in Bedfordshire. I'm not going to go into it because it's a very long story. It's been documented, and the film that my niece had taken on her mobile phone has been analyzed as unknowns. But these huge 3 white discs were stationary and hovering about 90 feet above ground level when I brought my car home. We'd been out for a meal. It was dark and cold. I remember it very clearly. And they just hung there. And when we got out the car, we could see them from a great distance. I thought they were workmen's lanterns to begin with. They were not. And they had no markings, no sound. They were just sitting there in a triangular formation. They were separate because you could see the stars in between them, and there was some movement from one to the other and then back, and they aligned and went shot off. And this apparently had been recorded in another part of England, but they said, it must have been 10:15 p.m. I said, no, I don't change my facts. It was 11:15 p.m. And they realized that there could have been 2 sets of 3 lights, and other people had seen these lights. But I still don't understand. But one of the interesting thing is, when these lights arrived, when the crafts arrived, as we call them, there was no one. We lived down a street, a small street. It's not a busy street, but cars always come down the road now and again. There's someone walking their dog or coming from the pub. Well, that would have been nice for me, but I was driving, so I couldn't drink at the celebrations we were out with some police friends. There was no one. No, there was no cars. There was no people, and it felt like the atmosphere had changed, because when I got excited, like, oh my God, look, oh my God. And it was like that feeling when it's just snowed. So when these lights come in, when these UFOs or UAPs, the new acronym, come in, they, I believe, are distorting space and time, and they're bringing you into that fold. Now, another brilliant researcher that I've known about but met over the weekend, Barry Fitzgerald, has written a wonderful book called The Deception of Gods and Men, I think it is. Please forgive me, Barry, if I've got that title wrong. But Barry Fitzgerald, and he is assured that we are dealing with elements of the afterlife, or some negative part of that. And we're kind of like thinking along the same lines in terms of, why the phenomena represents itself in multifaceted forms. Why is it that we see different aliens? Where are they? Why do they deceive us as human beings? And what's interesting is that looking at the abduction phenomena, which I have very intently, it seemed to me to mirror the natural process of the near-death experience. So in NDE studies, I know they're 2 separate subjects and people put everything in its own boxes, but if you look at the near-death experience, you find that the person that's ready to leave their body, or they're crossing over, as it's called, they sometimes see a light, they see their loved ones or masters or whatever. There is a sense of timelessness. They communicate via telepathy, and the world they've left behind doesn't appear to be as real as the one they've entered. So it's like 2 sides of the coin. Remember the physical hardware and the signaling. And if their body is diseased on a physical level, when the NDE returns, because they have to return in order to report their experience. I mean, if they've died, it's no good, because they won't be around to explain their experience. But when they've returned, If their body is diseased or in any way traumatized, they normally end up being healed miraculously. So it's cancer, whatever. Now, take the abduction phenomena. People are taken through walls and doors. They see lights. In most cases, they see the beings. There's a sense of timelessness. The beings communicate through telepathy. And remember, what happens in the near-death experience, because the person is no longer in the physical realm, their vibrations have heightened to another level or dimension, and that realm is real to them. But they're still attached to the body because they have to come back. And the same, I believe, with the abduction hypothesis, is when someone's being abducted. Not in all cases, but a lot of cases, there's a sense of going through, physical material and going through the experience of seeing these beings and the beings wanting something from them. But in a majority of cases also, the abduction experience is more negative than the near-death experience in a lot of cases. Sorry, I've used the word cases too many times. I get excited when we're talking about research. Anyway, what does this tell us? Now, mediums, what's interesting, not jumping the gun here, I've got to get this through because I'm like some, crazy scientist trying to think about everything. Mediums see lights around people when they're reading for them. Now, some mediums got it all worked out, saying, well, the lights come in. I have seen them. I see them directly in front of people, not on the peripheral view, but directly in front of them. They come in different colors. Some are gold, some are blue, some are like a pearl color. I mean, I know I'm colorblind, but I know my basic colors. What are these lights? People who ask when I see them, I report them to the person if I'm reading for someone. And they said to me, who? I said, oh, I don't know who it is. I wouldn't tell you any old rubbish. I don't know, because I'm matter of fact, I'm black and white, yes or no. So it's interesting, isn't it, that those on what we call the spiritual dimension, their lights are much smaller or not as intense as those that's coming from UFOs, which come on a larger light form. And these lights then, in a lot of cases, disable, disrupt, or promote fear when they appear, when they come near. Now, that doesn't sound to me like a benevolent species of aliens. If you look at Skinwalker Ranch, I mean, you guys in the great United States of America will have heard of that, and many other places where the advent of the UFO phenomena seems to, come hand in hand with a lot of paranormal activity. I thought, first of all, that perhaps what's happening is that when the UFOs come in from their dimension or their reality, they may somehow rip open a hole that is unstable, and a lot of this other dimensional reality seep through. I think I may be wrong there, because new research has shown that there may be a lot more that's involved with this than mere emerging of alternate dimensions of reality. But we have to take into consideration also that when we send a rocket up through the Earth's stratosphere, that would create issues for the planet that is like a skin that does heal. But the astronauts also have reported that they feel different when they're in space. There is a connection, some kind of link. So when these abductions are taking place, it may be that because we're removed from the normal processing of consciousness that we're aware of here on Mother Earth, and we're removed from that, this may also lead to the understanding that memory is displaced, and when they come back, it can't be recorded fully, and it's stored within the subconscious mind. So the lights are very important. The phenomena is very important and very interesting on how there are varied levels of interaction with these so-called aliens. And I think that, there is a history that goes back, which talks about good and evil. And I think the system that we serve is adamant in not releasing this information to the public. And because, through the decades, they haven't helped themselves. I have to go back to Roswell, the most famous UFO case that started all really in terms of conspiracy. And I believe that a structured craft, because we've got to understand that perhaps these objects were, have created themselves through our reality, or maybe it's more fantastic than that. But what makes me laugh is that the military said, oh, they were in possession of a flying disc, and then they said it was an experimental mobile weather balloon, so secret that they didn't even know it was missing. So it appears to me that, you know, the system is probably going to find it very difficult to explain to people, you know, the reality of the UFO phenomena. And although we've pigeonholed it into boxes like, oh, space beings from another planet, but we're now beginning to realize that space is rather hostile and very vast. I mean, I'm not going to go into areas of the universe or multiverses or this type of thing, which is fascinating, and I've been looking into very, very deeply. But I think that these beings are interdimensional. I'm absolutely convinced, personally myself, that they're interdimensional. And, you know, and if I'm wrong, that's fine. I'm open to all forms of speculation, and I agree with everyone out there, whatever your thoughts are. I have no right to overstep your belief system, which is a very dangerous thing to do. But one of the other things we have to take into consideration is look at the Greys. They seem to have lost their identity. They do not understand about emotions, empathy. They have no memories. They don't know what taste, color, smell, love is. They've been robbed, it appears, of these attributes that they so desperately yearn for. The dangerous part now is that we, ourselves as a human species, are beginning to, you know, move forward rather like the Greys. You're not allowed to have an opinion today. You've got to think like everyone else. You're not to question. People don't want an identity. You know, where is this leading us now? And of course, the official narrative puts you in a corner. You're not allowed to speak without being attacked. You're not allowed to voice an opinion without being blocked or attacked. And you can see what's happening. So we're being, you know, we're being wrapped in chains when the dangers, the inherent dangers of what's happening to us as a species is clearly evident. And yet, you know, the system that we serve is adamant to promote fear. Now, the other thing as well, going into the alien hypothesis, UFO UAP hypothesis, notice how they changed the acronym into a more scientific explanation, unidentified aerial phenomena, because, you know, UFO, unidentified flying object, was too spacey. So the acronym had been changed to make it more scientific. And in the preliminary assessment of the unidentified aerial phenomena, which was released by the Federal Mandates Assessment and published on the 25th of June, which I know I've just got to read here so I don't get it the wrong way around, surmising its information regarding the UAP issue, it gave very little indeed, and we're still waiting for more information. And a lot of, you know, brilliant and renowned UFO researchers around the world are waiting for these documents to come out. But what is the system going to tell us? One of the other things I discovered, and which is interesting, you know, the 1989 abduction was not the only UFO experience. It was the only abduction that I recall. There very well may have been several others. One not so long ago that I'm still working on. There's another brilliant researcher in America who's going to help my twin brother and I with that. But I prefer to record facts and not embellish anything, which is important, to be honest and truthful and grounded with your research. But one of the things that I found is that this phenomena seems to operate on the guise of fear. You know, it seems to work very well when you're worried or you're fearful or you're going through a really bad time. And it feels like maybe there's some kind of excretion that we send out that these energies are and can attach themselves to. And of course, the phenomena does come in many guises, many forms. And so are we dealing with one entity that's a huge mind consciousness that is here on Earth, or are we dealing with a faction of different entities? We don't know. But we do know that all across the world, the phenomena carries the same patterns. When UFOs are seen or experienced by good people, honest people. They normally report paranormal activity, discarnate voices. And this is very worrying. This is troublesome, because I think this is why the system that we serve is not willing to release its data. And I'm sure that it's got most of its data from researchers out there in the world, secretly analyzing and collating information from other researchers to see what they make of the situation. And of course, they would have a core scientific unit or their best minds to try and work out what's going on. And I think myself personally that it's not good. I hope I'm proved wrong with that, because no one is willing to come forward. And every time you try to, use this like negative, you're unfortunately going to disable a lot of people's belief systems, those that are in the love and light aspect of it. But we have to look at the reality of the phenomena. It erases memory in a lot of cases. It tells untruths. It tells people about, how it cares for the world and, the environment. It's done nothing. My twin brother, Ronald, has always said that the phenomena has done nothing to help us. He's even stated that, they are able to disarm nuclear sites. And, if they were that concerned, why don't they continuously disable them so that we get the message? Going back into World War II, the Foo Fighters were seen, were they not? Tailing Allied aircrafts, watching the warfare, but never getting involved. So, in the long run, I think we're looking at an amazing phenomena, and I'm fascinated by it, but also slightly worried, because all we've had from the system we serve is silence or ridicule. And this is how the media work. But I think now there's been a change in the way that a lot of the media cartel operate in terms of revealing these stories. Because now of this report that came out through to the Navy's, witnessing of the Tic Tac UFOs, the very famous ones, was not the first time that they've been seen. It was the first time that the information came out and blew out of proportion, of control. So the system knew it had a problem on its hands and had to do something. And you're not going to tell me that the system wasn't aware of this or never has been aware of this. And this is where we come to in terms of disclosure. People want disclosure. Well, okay, you want disclosure. I mean, we all know as, prominent researchers, all of you know that, what are they going to say? We all know it's true. We know the phenomenon is true. It's there. It's unpredictable. It's also, it likes to secrete itself within the shadows. What is the system going to say? Okay, so UFOs and aliens are real, but, and there's going to be a really big but underlined in that, we can't control them. And we don't really know their true intentions. And if they do, they're not going to tell the public because the public will freak. And you know that, and I know that, because you only have to mention fuel shortage or food shortage, and everyone's out, like watching something from a Sir David Attenborough wildlife program, going ape. So you can see that we've got major problems, but I think that a lot of ufologists now are looking outside the box. I mean, I did years ago. I'm no expert. I don't have the answers, but I do work on theoretical content, and I am working on new applications to try and work out what we may be dealing with. And we have to bring in those other aspects that we shy away from, human species, where we derive from. I am convinced, however, that we were created by an extraterrestrial species, not so much the Greys. I believe that we were fashioned by something other than them. But we, are and represent two aspects. We are, the soul and physical. So it's like the mobile phone. You've got a signal and you've got the hardware. And it's interesting how the Greys operate on signaling frequencies, changing the environment, coming in this way. And, I'll give one other example here. The Betty and Barney Hill 1961 case in New Hampshire. Beautiful, loving couple coming back from a holiday. And, Barney gets out the car after Betty, and he witnessed this object that is not a satellite or a moon. And Barney sees the UFO at close range through his binoculars. And, understandably, both couple freak. They get in the car, there's some beeping sounds. And then the abduction comes through on a deeper level of conscious awareness in dream state. So even these beings seem to disable space and time. And they came on an alternative level of reality to that couple. So this is very interesting to try and work out why we don't have physical proof. What's really strange and puzzles me and bothers me is these cases of crashed down UFOs that come in remote areas. We don't know. We just have to, work around that. But the phenomena does show us that there are two aspects to it. One seems to be physical, and the other seems to be operating on a non-physical level of awareness or reality. So, this is where I've been taking a lot of my work. Now, as I said, the last UFOs that me and my twin brother had seen was on the 9th of April 2016 at 11:15 p.m. at night. And one of the things I kept trying to ask myself is, why are they here? What do they want? They'll know that we'll go and tell people. Thank God it was filmed and recorded and analyzed. Not when they were directly stationed over us. They were huge, but on their way, because my niece, who'd driven ahead of us, had pulled her car over after she dropped her mother off in Lower Shelton. She lived in Marston Mortain. She pulled the car over and filmed them on her phone, and she was trying to get hold of me on my mobile phone while we were there watching them. And I wouldn't pick up my phone out of its man bag, because I knew that the moment I'd do that, they'd disappear. And I wasn't interested in people saying, I want proof, I want this, I want that. Well, I'm afraid that whatever you give someone will not be satisfactory. That unless they've had the experience themselves, they will not believe, those that are negative in that area anyway. But one of the things is why, and people have it all worked out for you, but when you are there, they are above you, let me tell you that changes everything. They weren't secret military crafts. My brother and I will tell you they were not. And the feeling I got, and Ronald got, was that they're not from here. And it was spectacular. It was incredible the way they moved. And the next day, on the 10th of April, slightly earlier, I can't remember, around about 7 or 8 o'clock, a helicopter came over, very low over the house. And 3 times, see the pilots. It wasn't a black helicopter. It wasn't a police helicopter. You could see it so low, they could see the pilots in front because they were facing us and going round in 3 circles and went off. And I kept thinking to myself, my goodness me, this seems to generate levels of high strangeness, doesn't it? Because you hear this. And the other thing I found is that when you meet people, genuine people, who've had UFO experiences or experiences with what we call aliens, there's a lot more to them than just that experience. And it's like literally going down the rabbit hole, isn't it, with regards to the phenomena. I think that's what, when you get involved in this subject matter, you begin to realize that you have to loosen your grip on reality, because you're going to be taken for a ride. But what I tend to do, or what I try to do, is remain fixed and grounded. This is interesting. There are and have been new developments with me. Some things that I'm not willing yet to share, because I need some help with that I'm getting, me and my twin brother are getting, and may answer some truly extraordinary questions. But make no mistake here on this wonderful conference with Rob, I am no expert. I'm just a man looking for his own truths and trying to understand those things the system we serve tells us does not exist. Now, I will say again, very briefly, that I, with Nigel Ross is here in England, Nigel Ross created NUFORS, the National UFO Reporting Service, because we realized that a lot of reports are being hidden and not being revealed to the public, or the best reports, let's put it that way. So Nigel set this group up, and I wrote to Theresa May in Parliament after she was Prime Minister, asking whether or not she would be able to help us, because she was instrumental in the Gary McKinnon case. Everyone knows about that case here in England, and was involved with your great country, with him infiltrating some sensitive information that he wasn't meant to see. So I wrote a letter to her, a long letter. I have a copy of the letter detailing the fact that we wanted Parliament to get involved with our understanding of the UFO phenomena, such as it was, and bring some of those people within Parliament who are interested forward, and lay everything on the table, no lies, just bring the truth. Let's work together to try and work this out. Because here in England, you see, there's still not really much in the way of disclosure at all, except for the Ministry of Defence, which they had a small department of, cataloguing them, and that was about it for years. But we got silence back, and these, it makes me laugh, are the people that are meant to be for us. These are parliamentary people, and they're supposed to be there to help us, to guide us, to assist us. But the system ignored it, and my understanding is they don't want the public to know. So we're up against a huge challenge here, folks, because as researchers, authors, whatever you are, whatever you're doing, you don't have to be famous or well known to do that. We're all on the same level. I say to you, just keep yourself together, be honest, be open, and believe in your truth. So I hope that's made some sense.
Absolutely. And Philip, every time you come through, it's incredible. You tear it down with a bunch of information, and your perspective on the entire phenomenon of that contact, for me, it resonates so immensely across your energy when you're talking about it. It's so easy to take in and be like, yes, because it makes sense. You make it make sense. So I appreciate you, brother, and always love when you speak on these conferences. Always.
I would love to just know the truth. I think we all just want to know the truth, and that is exactly what. At the moment, it's still hard, but I tell you what, keep fighting, you X-Files guys out there, Mulders and Scullys. Keep seeking, keep searching, and believe in your truth. But please keep yourself grounded and be honest. I always say to people, be very honest. Don't lie. What's the point in lying? You won't get anywhere. You get found out. Just be honest.
I totally agree. And brother, I can't wait to do a show with you again. I have to have you come back on the show so we could do a follow-up from the last one. And like I said, your presentations are always superb, so much so that I'm just in awe when you're talking. So I appreciate you, brother, and it's always great to have you here. Always.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and God love and Godspeed to all of you and all your other wonderful and brilliant guests. Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Philip. Really appreciate it, brother. Love you, and have a wonderful day, and we'll be in contact after the conference.
Okay, you bet, you guys, and love to all of you, and Stone Hobbit, thank you, my lovely. God bless you all. I'm going to leave now, and stay safe. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right. So next up is one of my very, very, very good friends. Just like Omar on the other side, we have a thing that we do on Clubhouse. And I actually met this gentleman a while back on an app called Stereo. And the first conversation we had was about 5 minutes long, 5 hours long, 5 minutes, 5 hours long. And all we did was talk about esoteric contact. He's a hell of a handsome dude. I see him as if I don't get to see Researcher often on the screen, but I'm going to bring in the slideshow that he brought us. And it is just, when I tell you this kid knocks it out of the park every day. I really mean every day. He truly is one of the best researchers that I've ever met, with his ability to dive in deep, make contact and correlations, and everything makes sense when he's talking about it. So before his slideshow is processing on the way up, I'm going to bring in Researcher. Researcher, my brother, how are you?
Hey, what's happening, Rob? How are you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. You're coming straight from Jamaica, right? Tell the people who Researcher Stove is.
What's happening, everybody? Greetings. I'm Researcher Stuff. I am hailing to you from the sweet island of Jamaica. And yes, I am an independent researcher, a critical thinker, a truth seeker, and a co-founder of the Truth Seekers Tavern with yours truly, Rob the Ox. So, it's a pleasure to be here on the Full Spectrum Universe and watch us talk. You guys put on awesome events. It's an honor to be here with you guys. So,
dude, we love having you here. Right now, your audio is coming in a little choppy. Is there a way? Is something going on? Maybe.
Hold on.
There you go. Let's check it out. And then I've
Nice to
got
see you,
the.
Sophie. You're just as sexy as Rob was saying, brother. Thank you very
I
much.
told you he's a good looking
Here.
dude, man. I told you.
Yeah, I appreciate
Hey,
you, brother.
Omar.
You're a legend, my man. Here, I'll toss myself on screen just for a minute.
There you go.
Here I am.
Thank you. What's happening? What's happening?
Not much, brother.
Greetings.
Thank you very much for being here. But really appreciate you jumping in and giving us an upload. So, I'll leave there. Love you, homie. Just wanted to let you see what I look like. I'm sure you know what I look like, but I thought
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've been watching you a lot, Omar. What's happening?
Thank you, brother.
We got the 3 people here. So, can you hear me? Is it better now, Rob? Is the audio better now?
It's still chopping a little bit. I don't know what's doing it. Maybe it's the connection. I'm not sure. But
let me check my connection real quick.
Okay. So another thing that we just got to talk to Dr. Peter McCullough the other day, and it was a phenomenal interview. We've been trailblazing on Clubhouse a little bit, trying to get different speakers to talk about some of the surface level programming that we face and what they do to really dumb us down and make us not apparent or cognizant, or make us really have discernment or be able to make our own informed decisions. So we've been fighting back against that, the misinformation and the tyranny of mass media. So that's one of the things that we pride ourselves on. And guys, if you haven't yet, I've been sending out in the chats. I'm doing a Substack, which is a newsletter. Truth Seekers has one as well, which we're going to post very soon. But Full Spectrum Universe has that newsletter. And what we're going to do is we're going to take written form of what we talk about on these shows and give you things to take with you in the sense of articles to show people and really turn people on to what we're doing here. And it's going to give you more than just an episode, because some people don't like sitting through episodes. So when they, what they don't do is they don't sit there and listen. So when you show them something in written form and they can read it and really kind of, process it in that medium, it tends to help people to wake up as well. So we're sending that out as well. Researcher, how you doing over there? You good?
I'm doing great, Rob. How is my audio now? Is that better?
It's a little bit better. Let's just,
it's a little bit better.
Yeah, we'll go into it. Hold on.
All
Let's
right.
bring up the presentation. I'm going to alleviate myself from the screen. I am here audio wise, but if you need me, just call me. I know you want me to jump in at certain points, but go ahead. All you have to do is when you're ready to hit the next slide, tell me, say next slide, and I'll shoot it over.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rob. So welcome, everybody. Today I'll be presenting on UFOs and the secret space programs. Now, over the years, we've seen many sightings, anomalies, and NASA, of course, has never given us a straight answer on this particular topic. So I've done some research to present to you all some evidence to support the UFOs, UAPs.
Researcher?
They've been. Yeah.
Can you back up from the mic? If you back up, it gets better. The further back.
Okay, how's that? Is that better now?
I think it's a little bit better.
Is that better now?
Yeah, it sounds better. Go ahead.
Awesome. So UFOs and the secret space program, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over a few basic terminology. We're going to dive into the history of certain secret space programs, UFO developments, and talk a little bit about the different factions and the technology closer towards the end. So with that being said, my name is Researcher Staff, and it's a pleasure to be here, guys, and let's get into it. And you can see some images here on the opening slide that I've posted. These are the Hannibal models you can see in the top right, various images there, but let's get straight into it. Rob, next slide. So we're going to go through a little introduction. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of UFOs, some various types, UFO sightings, and we're also going to talk about USOs a little bit, and UAPs, which is a new classification that they're giving them right now. And of course, we cannot mention NASA in this entire conversation, can we not? They're at the forefront of the suppression of the propaganda. So let's get into it. Next slide. All right. So we're going to talk about the secret space programs, a little bit of a history of them, and
Hey,
some of the
researcher,
SSP
while you're
factors.
doing the presentation, shut the camera down. Bet you that helps from the choppiness of the audio a little bit.
All right, hold on. Is that better?
Definitely a little bit better.
Okay. All right, so we're going to talk about the secret space programs, the history of the secret space programs, the SSP factions, and I'm going to wrap up with some conclusions, and you can see the references at the end. Next slide, Rob. All right, so we're going to go through some terminology and some abbreviations. Unidentified flying objects, which are UFOs. This is the terminology that has been assigned and classified to them. Unidentified submersible objects, which are USOs. Unidentified aerial phenomenon, which is a new classification that we're seeing them classify these UFOs right now. So special access projects or special access programs, we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. And of course, the secret space programs, abbreviated SSP. So you will see these abbreviations during the presentation. So let's get into it. Next slide. All right. So now this document that you're seeing on the right is from the Department of the U.S. Air Force. They classify UFOs as any airborne object which by performance, aerodynamic characteristics, or unusual features does not conform to known aircraft or missiles, or which does not correspond to definitions in A or B above, which is actually in this document. Now, they've been looking at these unidentified flying objects for quite some time. And this document here, which has been declassified, is proof that the US government, the Department of the Air Force, has been monitoring, tracking all of this information regarding these sightings. So let's go a little bit further. Next slide, Rob. Awesome. Now you see this picture on the right here. This was taken from the Amalgamated Flying Saucer Club of America, which is headquartered in Los Angeles. And they released this photo. It was taken in New Jersey in 1952. Now, as you can see, it shows a flying saucer in flight, right? Any comments on that one, Rob?
I think, you know, a lot of these pictures that we see coming out, what they've done is they've tried to debunk a lot of them. But with that being said, they've pushed a narrative, especially through things like Project Blue Book and you know what I mean? Those types of programs to really, I want to discredit is more of a better word than debunk. They try to discredit these photos. These photos are actually seen more prevalent, and when people actually look into the digital makeup of those photos, they actually end up being completely true. So,
indeed. It's interesting, Rob. You know, the suppression that goes into the UFO file. You know, it seems to be one of the most highly suppressed classified documents. You know, the entire archive that they have, it's compartmentalized above several different levels, and we're going to get into that when we talk about special access programs a little bit later.
Just quickly, can I jump in there with that image? Just from observation, you know, I've seen lots of images before, and you know, the images falls when you have like a direct, you know, like your camera is pointed directly at it. You have that leveled image. But with this one, you can tell that somebody was in a hurry to take that picture, because you can look at the pole. It's sideways. They like kind of grab the camera, they'll, you know, and put their head sideways and grabbed it really quick, right? So that's right there that this picture is genuine because of the fact that it's angled.
I agree with that. Omar. And, you know, this is what we need to take into consideration when we're reviewing the evidence, you know. So you're going to see quite a lot of interesting pictures in this slide today, and we're going to have a nice discussion about it. So UFO sightings have officially been recorded in Canada, Sweden, Denmark, Greece, Australia, and the United Kingdom. The most complete records were those of Project Blue Book, so they say. But we know better than that, right? The earliest UFO sightings in recorded history can be found in 4th century Chinese texts claiming that a moonboat hovered above China every 12 years. Now that's kind of interesting. I might need to dive into that particular ancient lore, you know what I'm saying, about China. I haven't even looked into that one yet. But let's go to the next slide, Rob. Now, other enthusiasts cite the book of Ezekiel, which is a very interesting case study you can do on some of the scriptures in that book. But in the book of Ezekiel, a curious vessel dropped from the sky and landed in Chaldea, which is modern day Kuwait. A wave of these sightings occurred near Rome in 218 BC, and again in Germany in 1561. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Speeding up a little bit, during World War II, right, more recently in history, Allied pilots coined the term Foo Fighters for the bizarre orbs of light that some insisted flew alongside their planes during combat. Have you ever heard about the Foo Fighters, Rob or Omar?
I sure have, brother.
Absolutely.
I sure have. Weren't those the lights that would like wrap themselves around or hover around the aircrafts, and then the aircraft would lose power?
Yes.
That's
yes.
the one, right? If my memory serves me correct, yeah.
And also in Vietnam, they would shoot at them with, they called them Foo Fighters in Vietnam too. They would shoot at them with missiles, only to have those artillery shells shot back at boats in the rivers 10 hours, 12 hours later. It's wild stories coming out of Vietnam.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Absolutely. And, you know, when we see these reports, these incidents of UFOs and unidentified phenomena through time, we should take it into consideration, especially if we have, you know, several pilots indicating that they saw something. I don't know why they like to hide and suppress this information, but we're going to get into it. And maybe we can figure out some of the reasons why the suppression is taking place. So let's go to the next slide, Rob. Now, this is an interesting one. Do you guys like these images? Researcher brings the evidence, right? The evidence. This is what I'm entering into the conversation. Now, take a look at what you're seeing here. As you can see, there's schematic diagrams on the top left, and you can see actual pictures of these models in flight, right? Rather interesting, don't you think? So, are you familiar with the Hanabu models, Rob?
I'm looking at them and they look familiar, but I've never called them the Hanabu models. But go ahead, man. They look right on the money, and you can see, like you said, they're in flight. So obviously, some of those pictures could account for these specific craft being photographed from them, or from, you know, a suburban street when they're test flying it.
Yeah. Any comments, Omar, on these pictures that you're looking on here? I want to kind of pass the mic around while we go through these slides, you know?
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at those, and it's kind of reminding me of a design that we would see on the Vimanas that we see in ancient India, especially the drawings up on the left-hand side. That really gives me an indication and a memory of Vimanas out of ancient India.
Yes, I do see what you're talking about, because I have seen schematic drawings of Vimanas, and there is some resemblance with some of the models. What I would postulate is that maybe the persons who developed these were privy to some of the Vimana technology. Maybe that makes sense. You know, I haven't really found any continuity in the information, but I do know that Hitler was doing a lot of research, you know, before all of this stuff was developed, and he found some very interesting stuff in the Middle Eastern region. So, you know, maybe not.
They were definitely artifact hunting and trying to find some sort of upper hand through spiritual technique and or artifact, for sure.
Indeed, indeed. So what you guys are looking on are Nazi Hanabu models, right? Now these are the ones that are typically called flying saucers. And you can see there's several types. The Hanabu 1 to 3, I think, are in some of these pictures. And they're not to scale, so you can't see, you know, the exact scale of, especially for the ones in flight. But the models 3 and 4 are quite large, almost cruiser types, right? So when you think about what they can do, their capabilities, it's really fascinating that they had this stuff in the, you know, right towards the end of World War II. And this is when this was developed, you know. So just wanted to give you guys a quick history on the Hanabu models, but there's many other types of UFOs that have been spotted, right? We mentioned the Foo Fighters talking about these orbs earlier, and we've seen plasma orbs being spotted. We've seen cigar-shaped cruisers. Do you guys remember when we were seeing those sightings of the large cigar-shaped crafts? I can't be the only one.
Yeah,
That's like the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I've never seen a cigar-shaped one, but I have seen the saucer type, and once I saw the triangular one, but more than likely that was a TR3B, I'm thinking.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's part of the compartmentalized special access projects. You know, they're developing a lot of stuff using the taxpayers' dollars. But yeah, so you got many different types out there, the cigar-shaped ones, the TR3 series, and many other phenomena. So do you guys have any comments on this slide before we move forward?
No, I'm kind of curious to go look up some of those things myself too, the Hanabus, and check out what they say was the actual story for their development and things like that, and look a little bit further into it. So you definitely piqued my interest on that one.
Oh, it gets deep, Rob. You're gonna hear about an anti-gravitic device that they were researching, called the Glock, or the Nazi bell.
Das Glockenspiel, the Wunderwaffe.
Yes, that one.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, with that bell, didn't it like land in Philadelphia or something like that?
1967.
Yeah, that's it.
In the forest of Philly, and then it fell, and they took it away immediately. Nobody saw it. Like one person saw it, and that person was disappeared shortly afterwards.
Yeah, and isn't there like a great big statue of the bell there as well now? Could have sworn I thought.
Yeah, they do have some bell statues. You're correct, Omar.
Yeah.
There's even some, you know, well, we could do an entire show on just bells, you know, because there's certainly a history there that they're hiding from us.
That's where they were creating a Stonehenge. Once they got into Berlin, they found the Stonehenge with the chains on it. That it's not really a Stonehenge, but it looks like it, and it has the arches, and the bell was attached to chains in the center of it, and then it just disappeared with the creator. So it wasn't just the bell that was gone; it was the guy who made it too.
Interesting. And you know, those henge structures that you mentioned, we definitely need to dive into that, because they're definitely not telling us the full story about the technology that was available at the time. But we're gonna dive further into it. So let's go to the next slide. So guys, these images here, as you can see, the one on the right, that's real. Okay? That's some real stuff. You can question this, you can validate it, you can ask yourself, what is that cross that is on it right there, right beside the number 15? What do these emblems stand for? Right? So this is part of the Nazi German development program, their secret space program that they had going on. And this is one of the early Hanabu type models. This is probably one of the best pictures that I have found, a close-up, to see what it looks like, especially showing underneath. So, yeah, any comments on this one? This is just for visual representation.
You got something there, bro, because I've never seen these photos, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, holy shit. I've never seen that close up on it. So, I mean, that's a Nazi UFO. That cross is a Nazi symbol. They used to put it on all their aircraft from, even World War I before it was the Nazis. It was the Bolsheviks of Germany, and they had that cross, that specific cross. So I know exactly what that cross stands for. And it looks like they even have port windows and the old style machine guns that they used to put on the front of those two-seater propeller planes.
Yes, sir. And that's how you know the time of this. You can place this technology to a certain time period because of the type of guns that they were using. And it's interesting. They did say that there were problems. They ran with development because they were trying to figure out how do they attach a weapon system to a saucer that has like a spinning frame. You know what I'm saying? So that extra part at the top was also to enable for better targeting.
And that stays stationary, right? The whole thing spins in that stationary, that top portion, that top lid, which gives it that circular motion, which would create that anti-gravity style magnetic motion. If we look at it, that's what Mike Fiorentino talks about when he uses the magnets, and they whip around in a specific manner, and it creates the anti-gravity. That's wild.
Yeah, and to build on that just a little bit, Rob, right? Those three little hemispheres that you see underneath. I'm not sure if that's part of the system too, but they seem to be on all the Hannibal models. They seem to have these three I should say like the cut off spheres, like half of the sphere, the bottom half of it, orientated in like a triangular formation. Now, precisely, I think that you mentioned the guy Fiorentino. There's a whole lot of research on this stuff that they're not telling us, right? History needs to be rewritten accurately because there are people who, we'll dive into that a little bit later. But Omar, any comments on this picture, these slides here?
Yeah, brother, I just want to say I've never seen an image like this close up before. And that symbol that we see on there that looks like a cross is actually a ancient Saturnistic Saturn symbol right there. I showed that
that would make sense
this morning. Yeah, very Saturnistic.
Because there is a connection between the secret societies, Saturn, the Vatican, the German Order of the Black Sun. Maybe we should do a talk on secret societies, Rob. I know that would be fun as well.
Okay.
But yeah,
that's right up my alley, bro. You know I'm down with that for sure.
We're gonna touch on it just a little bit towards the end. But yeah, so this is why I do the research, to provide people with the evidence so that they can see for themselves. Does it look real to you? Well, yeah, that was a rhetorical question. Well, let's continue, guys. This is going to be a fascinating discussion, and we're just in the UFO section right now. So let's continue. Next slide. Now, what am I mentioning here? Well, apparently, this is a UFO sighting that took place at Obama's inauguration, when CNN used to tell the truth. I'm just joking. I'm being facetious.
I was going to say it was a lot longer before that. I don't think CNN has ever told the truth. Project Mockingbird.
Exactly. So what I really want to emphasize here is that sometimes at certain events, these UFOs tend to be spotted. These craft tend to be spotted at certain specific events. And I'm led to believe that that is not a coincidence. What are your feelings on that?
I think like these certain events create emotional energies, and those energies can be fed off of like the excitement around Obama becoming president. Now, while some people may be like, how were people excited? There was a lot of excitement created for this event, and it was a historical event. So, the first black president, of course, people would want to see this ceremony be so hyped up, and the UFOs seem to channel that and come in those moments that are so high energy for people.
Yeah, I agree. And, I would have to argue the black part, though, Rob.
Yeah, well, we know that,
I would
but
say
from what they believed,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't want to say it because I might flag this video, but, I would have to argue against that one.
Don't talk about Michael either. Don't talk about Michael.
Yeah, that's right. But, interestingly enough, you're right. The energy that people created, and I would assume that ET is monitoring us, 24/7. And when they see something historical like this happening, I am pretty sure that they would show up. And anywhere we have like huge energy, like I heard that there were UFOs spotted during the trucker protest in Ottawa not that long ago. So
Wow.
it's kind of
Think about Uluru. They showed up
at
too.
Uluru showed up too. So it's quite interesting. With there's a whole huge gathering of people, UFOs tend to show up. I wonder if that's like splitting a timeline, and they're observing that timeline as to like how that timeline began.
Oh wow.
I'm not quite sure, because I would imagine that these high energy events that happen in human history would be almost like a chapter, like a turning point or a split in the timeline. And then we have this timeline happening, another timeline happening, kind of like back in the day when George Bush and Al Gore were running, and Al Gore lost, but there would be two timelines split from that. And I would feel that the same thing would have happened here.
Very much so.
That's an interesting observation you bring up, because when we talk about timeline splitting and the type of technology that some of these groups have access to, it gets kind of scary, Omar. It gets kind of scary. I'm not even gonna lie. Some of the stuff that they're capable of doing with the technology that they have access to, you know, it really frightens me, especially if these
World
people are
or
using it.
planetary ending type of technology. That's what it really comes down to. It's like you could literally snuff
Yeah.
out the entire multiverse, probably.
Well, I know that they have technology out there that is able to destroy, stuff on like a planetary level. The stuff that's like, affecting different planes of reality, like CERN, and those type of experiments. You know, well, I have no idea what's gonna come of that, but there are many portals on the surface of this planet. Some of them are natural, and some of them are created, through use of technology and so forth. But it's rather interesting. But I kind of wanted to bring up this stuff about Obama's inauguration, and also kind of talk about one thing before I go to the next slide. Right? Think about let me ask you this question, Rob and Omar. Have you ever heard about Obama going to Mars?
No,
I
I've not heard that.
about him possibly being a secret space program like adjuvant. Like he went there, went through training, and then he came back, and now that's why
Rob, you heard of it? Okay.
they had him become the president. They hoisted him into the presidency because they were coming up on the end of a bargaining agreement with alien races, and they wanted somebody who was, I guess, versed in what's going on out there with the planetary corporations and whatnot to be able to speak on behalf of humankind.
How interesting. I never heard that before. When you said training, I had other things going through my mind, and not Mars.
Oh God! Listen, I go down a rabbit hole sometimes, and I can't come back out unless I've got like 2 shovels and some spiked shoes. Like I really jump down the rabbit hole sometimes. I'm not gonna lie
Same
about it.
here. And everything around Obama to me is like a little fishy, right? It's a little strange, and there's a lot of weird things happening with that guy. And and his partner. I'm not really, not quite sure what's going on with him, but that is first news for me that he was part of SSP. Now I wonder how many times he's done the 20 and back. Right, that's something I would have to think about if he's going to Mars to do this type of
That's an
training.
interesting question.
I was going to say, I know he could take the eight.
idea
The
how
eight.
to
I
answer
can
that.
say he could take the 8 and back, but 20 and back, that's a little bit, a little bit too out of control. Or is that too much of a dirty joke for everybody?
Yeah, it's appropriate.
All right, so take a look at well, actually, go just look up Obama's trip to Mars, and you'll find some interesting stuff. All right, but let's go to the next slide. All right, Rob, we can talk about that rabbit hole another time. Now, everybody has heard about this one, right? The Black Knight satellite. Some say this is over 13,000 years old. I don't know where they're getting those numbers from, but as you can see, this is definitely one of the anomalies that NASA has photographed, and they've tried to obfuscate and delete these photos or put them in places where we can't access them. So the image on the lower right is, basically showing you the atmosphere, and this Black Knight satellite in the upper atmosphere, and the top image is basically like an enhanced close-up view of the same object, which is known as the Black Knight satellite. Now, the Black Knight satellite is an object that's seen in Earth's orbit. Its composition is unknown, and many believe it to be constructed of some sort of metal. It is metallic, and it has reflective characteristics where light hits it. It moved slowly through space, apparently not in line with how Earth's gravitational pull should have moved it. So this is how they first detected it as an anomaly, because it wasn't following Earth's gravitational pull. So the first known sighting was in 1954, but photographic proof was not provided until 1998. Now, some accounts of the Black Knight satellite claim it has been orbiting Earth for over a century, but there is absolutely nothing to substantiate that. Allegedly, after this proof was shared with the world, the object disappeared from orbit and has not been seen since. Now, clearly we know there's something there. It's in the photograph, if you believe NASA. Of course, they're not putting this front and center for you to see. But if you ask NASA about the Black Knight satellite, they will say that, it's give you some sort of deflection excuse, as they always do. But let's move forward. We're going to talk. Well, actually, any comments on the Black Knight satellite?
Sophie, let me jump in there. Interesting thing about this Black Knight satellite is that it's in a polar orbit, meaning that it's going from north into the southern hemisphere, and communication satellites are on the equatorial orbit. So if you have a polar orbit, then you have access or range to the entirety of the planet, instead of if you're on the equatorial orbit as well. Cliff Dunning from Earth Ancients recently, or a couple of years ago now, wrote a wonderful book on Black Knight satellite, which I think you might find of interest. And anybody out there who has an interest in this Black Knight satellite, like myself, that is a wonderful reference to go and check out. Cliff Dunning from Earth Ancients. I'll try to get the title here for you guys in the background while Stofy is giving us an upload.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you. Awesome. And that's what we got to do, guys. We got to share the information. Rob, any comments on the Black Knight satellite before we transition?
No, I mean, I'm intrigued to learn more about it myself. I'm not versed on the Black Knight satellite too much. It's one hole I haven't dove down head first, but yeah, we've talked about it a couple of times, but not in great detail. But no, yeah, it's like Omar said, that polar orbit is way different than that equatorial orbit, and that's going to really give them access to anything that they want on this planet. They have full access to it at that point. You can't be, they can literally see across the entire surface of the earth from there.
Billy Carson from Forbidden Knowledge recently did a documentary. I think it's like a 3-part documentary on the Black Knight satellite as well. I have huge interest in this stuff. Yeah, this is like one of the mysteries that we need to solve. And Forbidden Knowledge, Billy Carson, is another great source to learn about this. I'll try to find the link for that documentary for you guys as well.
Yes, he is. I love Billy Carson, man. He's just an awesome human being. He's spreading so much knowledge, dropping so much gems to enlighten the people about what's been suppressed on this planet. He covers so many areas. It's hard to kind of tie it down into one place. I mean, spiritual development, ancient histories, the space stuff.
It's all connected.
I definitely,
He's kind of like our buddy Neil Gore, right? Give him some gum.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll tell you the molecular makeup of that gum.
That's right. Or you get to tell him you want a presentation on goldfish.
Yeah.
It'll make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. What I was going to say something else. Oh, yeah. If you guys want to check out some of the conversations that I've had with Billy Carson, you can see that under the video archives. Just a shameless plug there during the presentation.
Ooh, awesome. I don't mind. I do not mind. I will be checking that out, Omar. Thank you. Make sure you send me the link for that. So guys, we're awesome. So guys, we're going to move on right now to the USOs, right? And we're going to talk about the Baltic Sea anomaly for just a little bit. Now, USOs, unidentified submersible objects. Now, the Baltic Sea anomaly was discovered, and explorers discovered it in June 2011, right? It was called the Baltic Sea anomaly, and it's roughly 70 meters long. It has a strange, shape. Let's call it that. That doesn't look like a natural structure, right? So there's been many people have postulated that it's a crashed UFO that crashed in the ocean and found its way there. Some say it's very old. We don't have any evidence to substantiate the age of this so-called artifact, but it definitely is an anomaly, and it's worth mentioning regarding the topics of USOs. Especially since most of these craft that are now being developed seem to have underwater capabilities as well. Now, let's move to the next slide, and we'll kind of talk about the Baltic Sea anomaly a little bit more. So, the image at the top that you're seeing is a tuned sonar image of the Baltic Sea anomaly. Now, this is what convinced me that we're not looking at some sort of geographic or geological formation, I should say, right? Which is the excuse that some of these researchers like to give. Oh, it's nothing but a geological formation underwater, anyway. So when you look at these,
Yanaguni.
Go ahead, Omar.
The Yanaguni comes to mind off the coast of Japan. That is clearly a man-made object that's been submerged underwater, but they continuously go there and say, no, that's a natural formation, blah, 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 but that is incorrect. That is made by someone.
I agree. It is incorrect. So in terms of like, we see their modus operandi, Omar. It's like that's the excuse that they use for deflection. Oh, it's a natural geologic formation. Just forget about it. So anyway, we can see here some rectilinear formations here, sharp lines, sharp edges, and this gives us an indication that this structure is man-made. As Omar said, there's various indications that you can use when you're looking at these or when you're analyzing these underwater structures. Now, Stefan Hageborn, which is part of the Ocean X team, and they did some extensive work on the Baltic Sea anomaly, they said their electrical equipment stopped working when they got to within 200 meters of the Baltic seabed. Interesting.
EMP, anybody? EMP? Protective layer? Protective layer?
Yeah, like, well, think about it. If the object is giving off some sort of electromagnetic disturbance, right, that is affecting your electronics, then even more reason to believe that it's not a natural geologic formation, although there are some natural areas on the earth that do have similar types of phenomena there, but albeit for a different purpose, or I should say a different reason. But yeah, so he's quoted by the NDTV as saying anything electric out there, and the satellite phone as well, stopped working when we were above the object. So let's move forward. One more slide on the Baltic Sea anomaly here. And here we see somebody has done quite an interesting analysis, a structural analysis of the dimensions and structures of the Baltic Sea anomaly. And, I had to add this in there because I was like, well, see for yourself, So I definitely think that it's, like a Millennium Falcon type spacecraft that we're looking on here.
I was going to say the same thing. Just like Chewbacca should be driving that thing. Like, that's exactly what that looks like.
That's what I was just thinking too.
Or it's the front saucer of the Stargazer from Star Trek.
Well, guys, it's like Star Wars, Star Trek, all that stuff is kind of real. But let's move forward. So the Baltic Sea anomaly. Let's go to the UAPs now, right? So what are UAPs? Unidentified aerial phenomenon. This is the new classification that they're giving it. So as stated by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the ODNI, in 2021, unidentified aerial phenomena, or are airborne objects that are not immediately identifiable. The acronym UAP represents the broadest category of airborne objects reviewed for analysis. Now, quick comment here. This is the new classification that they're putting UFOs under. All right. So just to update, you're calling them UAPs now, not UFOs, but tomato. All right. So USG, United States Government or Industrial Development Programs. Now, some UAP observations could be attributable to developments and classified programs by U.S. entities. Let me repeat that. Some UAP observations could be attributable to developments and classified programs by U.S. entities. Any comments?
Well, that goes back to what you were talking about before with the Hammurabis and the manufacturing of instances where they're man-made or homemade objects that we're seeing, and everybody goes, "Oh, look what I got on camera. You see it?" And it's like, "Yeah, we built that."
That's why I think they've created drones, right? That we see every day that people have. This, I think, one of the reasons why they are allowing people to fly these drones around, so that anytime a UFO is seen, they can pass it off as saying that no, it's a drone. And the whole UAP thing, all it is that the government shot themselves in the foot by putting this stigma around the word UFO. And because there was so much stigma attached to it, they have to approach it, I think, with a different language, right? Unidentified phenomenon. And now they're trying to work around that to put credibility. Because the thing we have to always keep and remember that these guys, even though they lie to us, they do have to tell us the truth. That's part of the karmic law, the universal law. So they have to tell us in one way or another. They might, beat around the bush for a little while, but towards the end, they have to do it. And I think the rebranding is based off of that whole conspiracy stigma that they attach to it themselves. And then now they're trying to dig their way out of it.
I agree with you, Omar, because they've dug themselves into quite a mire right now. But we're going to talk a little bit about some of that. I want to really get to the end, right? So we
Yeah,
can
we got
dive
about
into some
20
of it.
minutes left, and you still
20
got
minutes. All right,
yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
still
go
got like
rapid
20
fire
slides
for
to go
the.
through.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go rapid fire now, Rob. All right.
Go ahead.
So my I should say what I want to reiterate right here is that they themselves give us indication that some of these UFOs, UAPs are actually from US government classified programs. That's the most important thing I want you guys to take from this slide. Next slide, Rob. Okay, so yeah, so most of the information that you saw in the previous slide was actually quoted from this preliminary assessment of unidentified aerial phenomena released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So this is what they're saying. Not my words, all right? They're the ones that are saying that these UAPs are possibly from these classified programs. I don't know how classified it is if the ODNI doesn't know what it is, but food for thought. So this is part of the executive summary from the document there. I'm not going to dive through that right now. Next slide, Rob. So I had to put this for visual stimulation.
Yep.
Are you familiar with these books? Oh yeah.
Because of you,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. This is just the tip of the iceberg, man. Tip of the iceberg. So the FBI, CIA, UFO connection. Oh yeah, they've been hiding a lot of stuff from us with these three-letter agencies, the NRO, the NSA, all of them, you know. And then you have the secrets of anti-gravity propulsion, which goes into some of these propulsion systems that they were developing. And of course, you have Dark Mission by Richard Hogan and Mike Barra, The Secret History of NASA. Interesting image on the front there. Food for thought. Let it resonate. This is why you never get a straight answer from NASA. They're designed not to give you guys a straight answer. Literally. But yeah, let's plow through. We're going to go into the Secret Space Program section and the SSP section. Or I should say the Special Access Program and Secret Space Program. So, throughout the years, this is kind of a brief overview. You had like the Sonora Aero Club, and this is not the entire list, guys. Trust me, there's more stuff out there, but can't fit everything into one presentation. We have to do deeper dives. So the German secret space program was associated with a few things that we do have evidence for. The Glock, the Nazi Bell, the World War II saucer models, the Hannibal, which we saw earlier and we are talking about earlier, and also the Antarctica base, New Schwabenland, and in more recent history, Dark Fleet, also known as Nachtwaffen. Of course, there's underground military base facilities as well, and NASA essentially exists as a secret space program misinformation agenda to withhold the actual truth from you. But there are also many different types of special access programs, of which secret space programs fall into one part of that. So the image that you're seeing on the right is actually from an Italian newspaper where they were talking about Hitler's reverse engineering some anti-gravitic technology here. And this was reported in 1942. Yeah, people. Check your old newspapers. Next slide. Wow, so we mentioned New Schwabenland, right? I thought that was just a conspiracy theory, right, Rob? Have you ever seen this map before?
No, I have not.
Yeah, this is what researcher does. I bring to you the Fox man, straight from Jamaica, man.
Yeah,
but seriously though, what you're looking on right now is an expedition map of New Schwabenland, the Germans' expedition to the Antarctic region. Now, consider this evidence. That's all I'm gonna say. This is a map, right? Maps are made for a reason. Cartographers don't play games when they're making maps. They make maps for specific reasons and for specific purposes. This actually shows one of their main routes in the expedition. So log that in your memory bank. And yeah, so the German space faction, after World War II, they went to Antarctica, where they established a breakaway civilization with off-planet technology, right? A secret base underwater beneath the ice shelf. Some say it's accessible by submarines only, which would actually make sense, since we know that some of the Hanabu models that they have were able to actually go underwater. I'm pretty sure Admiral Byrd. Yeah, Admiral Byrd had an interesting encounter with some of them, right? We all know about that story. I know Rob knows about it, but we'll dive into that a little bit later. So the Navy sends a force to investigate the so-called German base, right? Called Operation High Jump. Next slide. Now, in February of 1947, you got Admiral Richard T. Byrd, right? He was in charge of this procedure. And of course, they went to the Antarctic region. Now, clearly, there was some thoughts that the secret underground Nazi establishments in Antarctica, there was much evidence that there was something there. So the Navy sent a force to investigate, and Admiral Byrd was heading up the force. Unfortunately, he came across some of these German Vril flying discs, and some of these Hanabu models, which actually emerged from the ocean and obliterated most of his fleet. So the story goes. But we can dive a little bit more into that. And the top picture on the right is image of Antarctica with some known German base locations. And you can see the image right there beside Admiral Byrd's face. That is another Hanabu model taken from Operation High Jump, so they say. So next slide. Let's plow through this, because I got a few things that I want to talk about now. Operation High Jump. Clearly, you can see the ship there. This is part of the expedition, and they might say it didn't exist. There was no Operation High Jump, but clearly you can see the insignias. All right, the Navy South Pole expedition. So we know who was in charge of this particular expedition, right? Now, 1946 to 1947, this Navy operation was run by Admiral T. Byrd, right? He was, and then you had many commanding officers. So what they wanted to do was to establish an Antarctic research base called Little America. Well, that might be part of the cover story. You never know. So let's continue. Next slide. Hollow Earth. No, can't mention Admiral Byrd without mentioning Hollow Earth. Now, Admiral Byrd had some journals where he indicated that he actually entered into the hollow interior of the Earth, traveled several miles over mountains, lakes, and waterways, and, similar animal life existed there. Now, when people talk about Admiral Byrd, he's mentioned as a very, honest, upstanding man. So we have to take that into consideration when we're reading his journal. Next slide. So this one here now shows a more detailed picture, schematic of Hollow Earth as depicted by Admiral T. Byrd. Now, Inner Earth, also known as Hollow Earth, Agartha. Interesting. So I'll read this little part here. According to Admiral Byrd, he said that the inhabitants there, they claim to be the protectors of planet Earth, to protect its inhabitants from the scurrilous activities of the power brokers and nefarious government agencies with impure agendas. And we know that there are some impure agendas out there in these government agencies. So, food for thought. Just want to let that one sit. Next slide. We're gonna plow through these quickly here. Special access programs. So what are special access programs? Well, the Center for Center for Development of Security Excellence, which is an entity that provides security education, training, and certification for the Department of Defense and Industry, defines special access projects as being necessary for a specific class of classified information, requiring a higher level of protection and restricted access than for those normally required for information at the same classification level. Makes sense? Next slide. Let's dive into that. Now, special access programs means you are allowed to access certain information that is restricted even to secret and top secret clearance levels. Say what? So when people are trying to tell you that there is no clearance levels above top secret, right? Clearly, there are clearance levels above top secret. Clearly, right? They're just not official. These unofficial clearance levels. So, food for thought. When you're dealing with special access programs, the nature, the type of people you interact with, the need to know basis becomes essential, right? And a lot of people will say, oh, there's no levels above top secret, but trust me, there most definitely is, even if there isn't an official name for it. So let's move forward. Next slide. So we're going to dive through these secret space programs. We're going to talk about some of the various factions here: Lunar Operations Command, the Naval Network and Space Ops Command, Air Force Space Command, Kruger, Mercenary Corps, Monarch Solutions, the Interplanetary, the Corporate Conglomerate, also known as the ICC, and the Dark Fleet. Next slide. Now, you have many different factions within the secret space programs, right? The ICC, you have the Mars Colony Corporation, and from there you have the Earth Defense Force and a subgroup called the Mars Defense Force. You also have the Global Galactic League of Nations, and you have the Draconian Federal Alliance, the SSP Alliance, and of course the SSP Alliance comprises of defectors from various factions from the ICC, the Dark Fleet, and other rogue special access programs. And also you have the Earth Alliance as well, which is another group that is working for benevolent purposes. Next slide. So SSP technology, so this is what we're dealing with. This is what they have, this is some of the capabilities that they have, right? Neural interface, right? Human soldiers being hooked into ship computers, regeneration tanks capable of regenerating, your entire body just from a, as long as they have your brain, I hear that's all they need to regenerate your entire body. Consciousness transfer technology. Yeah, very scary stuff there when you're talking about that. Memory wiping technology. Well, various SSP whistleblowers have talked about their memories being compartmentalized and being activated. So we know of this technology as well. Of course, there's also teleportation rooms and quantum technology, and that's where you get these space wormhole portals that they're developing, and even a quantum time leap program that the ICC was involved in, i.e. time travel. So this is the sort of stuff that we're dealing with. It's a crazy world out there, guys. So next slide. So we got like about a few minutes left here. So let's take a look at some of these SSP models. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but this one is the Good model, right? By Corey Good. And it shows some of the groups here and their connections between each other. Solar Warden, haven't mentioned them a lot, but they're definitely a part of one of these secret space program factions. And Gary McKinnon found I think it was sometime in the 1990s, where he found a list of off-world officers, possibly a part of that particular group. But next slide. Let's take a look at the Wolf model. Now, the Wolf model is a bit different from the Good model. And, these are just models put together of these various secret space programs that exist based on the knowledge that they have. Now, this model here talks about the Alliance and the Corporate Federation of Worlds and the United Races of Orion. But you can also see mention of the Cabal and MJ12, which are, definitely, I'm sure you guys have heard about MJ12. So they're intricately connected to this and, all of the secret space programs. Next slide. So we're going to look at the hybrid model here, and I might spend like maybe 1 minute on this, but so this is a comprised model. taking information from Wolf's model and Good's model, and also cross-referencing it with the information that is known. So as you can see, Solar Warden, U.S. Space Fleet, and you have various factions. And of course, you can see that certain treaties were being made, and you have the secret governments, including the NASA is involved, the NRO is involved, the NSC is involved, and DIA is involved. So lots of different factions working together to shield and compartmentalize information from you. So what I'll do right now is next slide. This is the last slide here now. So just a brief wrap up and conclusions. Now, early records show that several factions were involved in the development of exotic propulsion technology. Sonora Air Club, the Virile Society, the Order of the Black Sun, etc. Now, by the end of World War II, there was a breakaway civilization that established a base in Antarctica. This is fact. NASA is the white space program, which is acknowledged. That's what they want you to know, right? If you want information that they're feeding to you, go to NASA. If you want to find out what's really going on, do your own research. The SSP is part of the special access programs, which are dark space programs, which are unacknowledged. Most of them are unacknowledged by the U.S. government. And even in the ODNI report earlier, or I should say where they were defining what special access programs was, you can see that they do not give any attribution to the UAPs, the UFOs, to any of these secret groups. But you can only conclude that the ODNI is clearly not on a need-to-know basis for this information, or he is also tasked with, censoring his report in such a way as not to reveal information. But UFOs and other exotic technology have been utilized by several factions to further their own agendas over the years. And right now, we're in a time of awakening. A lot of people are starting to see what is really happening on this planet. And with that, I'm going to just conclude. Researcher staff here, thank you guys so much for allowing me to present this information on UFOs and the secret space program. I hope you guys take care and have a wonderful day. Researcher staff, I'm signing out. Peace,
Dude,
love, and light.
Absolutely epic, bro. That was absolutely epic stuff. I love when you come through and drop some knowledge. You did a hell of a job. And I appreciate you, and I can't wait to talk with you further on that stuff. I mean, you just showed me a couple of things. I've been doing this research for upwards of 10, 15 years, and I haven't seen some of the things you showed us today. So I always appreciate that, and we love you to death, brother. So we'll see you soon. So next, I'm going to let Mr. Omar come back on the stage. What's up, brother?
That was really amazing. I loved it. So much great nuggets of information there. So much awareness. I totally loved it, and I love how it delivers it too. That was really epic. It's got humor in it, some seriousness in it, and some sternness in it. It has everything in it. It's like a good teacher would, deliver his stuff. I loved it. Love to have Stofy back again.
Yeah,
he's
got his own show he's been working on too. So. He's getting out there. We did a lot on Clubhouse together, and I kept pushing him and said, "Listen, bro, you got to get out there and do your thing. Mm-hmm. You got the voice for it. You got the information. It's time. It's time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been trying to get him on my show for a while, and I'm going to blow up his spot a little bit, but I've been trying to get him on my show for a while.
I'm coming, Rob. I'm coming.
I know you are. That's why I'm saying it right here for everybody to hear it, because now they're going to tell you that they want you to come. See how that works? Maneuver you into it.
No, I love
muted. You're muted.
Most definitely. It was a pleasure, guys. Peace, love, and light to you all, and just keep doing the great work. Some of your presentations that I've watched, the speakers that you've put together, it's fascinating, and I think that we're really causing a change, guys. We're really causing a change right now, and so many people are coming into the knowledge of what is really out there. So much of this information has been suppressed, willfully. But I don't want to take up too much time. I know you guys have the next speaker waiting. So take care, peace, love, and light. This is Researcher bidding you adieu.
Beautiful, brother. Thank you very much. I love you, and looking forward to seeing some more from you. So I have our next guests that are in the house already. Let me take Rob off. Looks like he froze. These are some of my favorite people. These are the most beautiful couple I've ever seen. I love their energy. I love their knowledge. I just simply love them. They're amazing. We talk often, or not often enough, I should say, but we do keep in contact, and we work together. And I just totally love these guys, and I know that you know them. I know that, but I'm going to keep that as a surprise here until like 1 second from now. So guess who my next guests are? They are Dr. Sasha Alex Lesson and his beautiful, beautiful wife, Janet Kira Lesson. So Sasha Alex Lesson, Dr. PhD from UCLA, is in anthropology, and his MA in counseling psychology from the University of Humanistic Studies. He is a Groff certified holotropic breathworker, tantra master, certified hypnotist, Vinny yoga instructor, Jungian past life therapist, and an avid student of Doctors Hall and Sidra Stone. It's a long one, but I'm not going to keep going. And then some about my favorite person, Janet Kira Lesson, is an author, radio talk show host, television personality, educator, experiencer, contactee, researcher, conference presenter, conference organizer, workshop leader, hypnotherapist, and counselor, a content creator, and just totally, totally amazing teachers these people are. And I totally love these guys. They're just amazing. I can't say enough about them. I've done several shows with them, and you guys have to check that out. It's in the video archives of Watchers Talk. The last one that they did was on LSD. Imagine that. And I learned a lot. And in my younger days, I took a lot of that too. So it was a good experience, and a lot of great education there. So Dr. Lesson, Janet, thank you very much for being here at Humanity Unplugged. I totally appreciate you guys coming here and giving us an upload.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Welcome for having us. Sasha, you're on mute. I think you're muted.
Dr. Lesson, you're on mute.
Down at the bottom.
Aloha. Hey,
There
thanks for
you
having
are.
us again. I just love the little film that you made out of our last show. And it's just, what great production. I love it. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Doctor. This is, I respect you guys, and I follow your work. And then when you come and do a presentation on Watchers Talk, I want to make sure that the production value of it is quality, because your work is quality. So if I went and messed things up, then it wouldn't look good on me, and it wouldn't look on you, and it wouldn't look good on the topic that you're talking about. So it's respect, right? And because you had respect for me, came onto my show and gave us just this beautiful upload, and then for me to turn around and do something soulish just wouldn't be cool.
Yeah, I think both of us are motivated to communicate knowledge that can benefit humanity, and that's how we are brothers.
That's right. Your father, more likely, and I appreciate that. Janet's more like a mother, and I appreciate that, the love that you guys have for each other and for us. I just totally appreciate it. So with that being said, I don't want to steal too much time.
We appreciate you too. Thank you.
Thank you, beautiful. I'm going to throw your guys's presentation up here onto the screen, and just say next, and then I will go to the next slide.
Okay, I think what I'll do is I'm going to rap about each one rapidly, and as all wise people know, in existentialism, interruptions take precedence over what seems to be ongoing. So I leave for Janet the right and the privilege of interrupting any time when her higher sense says to. That being said, we're going to talk about the. Okay, so we're talking about the boons, the perks, the problems, the suffering, and the promises, the pledges that the Anunnaki, these extraterrestrials who time and again pick up the survivors of whatever disaster we're having as we pass through the torrid stream and so forth, and re-educate them and show them the temples that they already built or built new ones and tell them how to contemplate these structures and understand everything. In the meantime, they instruct people. But let's look at the next slide. Next. Okay, so what we're going to look at is, as I say, what did they give us? What did they curse us with? And what do they want? How can they help us do better? They say they're going to, we'll see. Next. When they come down, they're usually way bigger than us or than the people that survived the last catastrophe. Here's Shamash, the commander of space operations. He was a full-on, Shamash actually was a grandchild who was born on Earth, so he wasn't nearly as tall as the original guys. But there's some ordinary people being brought before Shamash, and there's another Anunnaki woman. It looks like very much like Inanna, clapping hands. We're just trying to show you they're different size. They were big people. There's giant skeletons all over the world, every continent, every island, and under the seas too. Next. And we know about him because of our teacher, Zechariah Sitchin. He basically got hold of the book that Enki, the chief scientist of the Anunnaki, had dictated to his scribe in Dubskar. He brought it all together, these clay tablets that at the end of each one, it said the next one's first sentence is, and the end of that one, it says the next, and it had a sequence. So this was called the Lost Book of Enki, and he basically said, these guys said, they don't say everything, so that's what we got to remember. These guys said in these things that they wrote, and they wrote it, this stuff was written about 6,000 years ago, and now it's getting translated by Enki's scribe, just barely 4,000 years ago. So this is about stuff that happened 450,000 years ago, and based on earlier and earlier and earlier stuff. So the Anunnaki are these people whose tale was told by their chief scientists way many years after they've been here. Next slide, please. Okay, so, oh my gosh, my perk is slipping down. Its S is falling off. But anyway, we're going to look at what did they give us? They gave us life. They gave us genes. They gave us science. They gave us technology. They gave us crops. They gave us livestock. They gave us entheogens. And they gave us social structure. There's perks in these, even though they may have some downsides too. Next slide, please. So let's look at the first of these. How did they give us genes? Well, first there was the first Adam and Eve. There's two Adam and Eves at different times. They were called Adam and Tiamat. Tiamat's amazing. And then that's 300,000 years ago. And then 200,000 years ago, they made some specially very, very smart ones called Adapa and Titi, and they became our genitors. And then we have the Nephilim, the people that survived Noah's flood and stayed with their wives that they had married and the lineages they begat in Canaan, and they were given the choice of going back to Nibiru, where these guys came from, or just staying on the really high lands that wouldn't get washed out, and then helping with the reorganization. And then we have Noah, and we'll talk about how he's contributed, especially through his sons, Ham, Japheth, and Shem, to the life and genes that we've got. Next slide, please. So the first Adam and Eve were deliberately hybridized. And who were they hybridized with? They were hybridized with a intelligent human being, the ancestor of Bigfoot, who is already here, who is part of the original humanoid Draco distribution that of the primary earthling that the Council of Hatona let us have. But Erectus was when the chief scientist Enki saw Erectus, and he saw Erectus was letting all the other animals out of his traps. At first they thought Erectus was an animal, and then they were, oh no. Not only that, they were communicating telepathically. And Enki realized, my gosh, this is another human. And some of them are kind of good looking. Maybe if we bred with them, we could get some good results. Next slide, please. So the first Adam they made, they did tried all kinds of things. Direct intercourse, that didn't work. Doing test tubes thing to critters worked a little better. Then they made all kinds of defective humans before they finally got to the first boy. And he was made to be a clone master. And so they got this zygote that was fertilized with both Anunnaki, these guys, these are great big humans, that's all they are, and Homo erectus genes. And then they decided it wasn't working unless they had some mitochondrial DNA from a Anunnaki, from one of their Homo sapiens. So the chief medical officer, Nima, said, look, yeah, that's what we need. Also, the chief scientist said, well, use my wife. She'll do it. And Nima said, no way. It's my experiment. I'll take the risk. We don't know how long this thing's going to gestate or whether it's going to kill me and so forth. So she birthed this first child. We'll go into it more later on. But the interesting thing about this child was the child was brown, like the red-brown, like the clay of Africa. He was just like the Anunnaki boys, except for one bit of skin. He had a foreskin, and the Anunnaki didn't. So that's one of the distinctions of our race versus the others. But so there it is. The first boy, this is supposed to be the clone master, was this brown boy. Boy, were they happy to get him. Next slide, please. There's a close-up of this. Of course, this is a perk. This is a miracle. This is a being. This is the beginning of us. Next slide, please. They decided these guys were they had a lot of them to give them women so that they would enjoy themselves too, and so they created a female. Again, she was supposed to be a clone mistress, clone master, that they were going to give to the clone man, and so again, Enki was volunteering his wife, and this time she took it. Okay, I'll take this one. I saw nothing happen to Nima. I'll do it too. And so they put this second child in Enki's wife. Her name was Damkina, and she has blonde, red hair, like so many of the Anunnaki in her genome. And so let's see what we get. Next slide. She gives birth to a blonde, blue-eyed, white-skinned, sandy-haired kid whose name is Tiamat. Next slide. And what Ningishita, that's Enki's son, he's wearing his, he liked to dress with that thing over him, or maybe that's how he appears himself. But in any case, he's a scientist. He is the greatest scientist of all time, probably. He found the X and XY genes that let Adamu and Tiamat breed. But this was not anything authorized. He did it on his own. Next slide.
Dr. Lesson, just really quick before this fades from my mind, is this the reason why we have X marks the spot?
There's many reasons for X marking the spot, but the biggest reason is that X is the sign of crossing, where Nibiru crosses the inner solar system between Jupiter and Mars. And that's what the critical cross is, because every 25,900 and some years we pass through the toroid stream as Nibiru does its perigee with Earth. So that's the main reason for the X.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is so I just want to iterate again that the first boy was brown and the first girl was white. We were brown and white from the get-go, so it's nothing. And if there's any Southern United States people listening, hey, it's cool. We're brothers from the get-go. Okay, next slide, please. Now, this thing about Tiamat is the big boss. His name was Yahweh or Enlil. Said, hey, I heard you got these clone masters you made. Bring them up to your place next to mine. You got this others, and so I can take a look at them. And so they brought them up, and of course the parents, Enki and Nimma, came to take care of their kids. They're just teenagers, and Nimma had a garden of psychedelics of all kinds. That's what she brought over from Nibiru, and Tiamat took one of her fruits. It's probably some form of dimethyltryptamine, and then she had sex with Adam, and she had a Kundalini experiment. She became enlightened. She was really smart, and she had the smartest adults in her whole society educating her anyway. The snake there is a representation of Enki, the way he's come down in the Bible. But anyway, let's go to the next slide, please. When the boss came over to see these kids, that's Yahweh and Enlil, he little Tiamat, the first Eve, comes up to him and says, "Hi, Uncle, look what I've done. I'm working out the geometry and she was doing this thing on a table, and look what I made, these clothes," and she's just chatting, just like a smart little Nibiran girl, a royal, just like a princess. She was a princess. And well, the boss, Enlil, called for his son, who's got all the weapons, and said, "Put cuffs on him and put him in a stasis. I want him tried for treason. He was only allowed to make just clones, that's all. And he made this creature smart. That's really stupid." Anyway, so that next slide, please. And they'll say, "Well, you're supposed to be slaves, huh? You said you wanted them." Enki had organized a revolt of the miners who had come down from Nibiru to help get gold to send back to Nibiru, so that he could say, "I got to make slaves," and that was his whole excuse for making this whole experiment of creating slaves. That's what the clones were all about. So Yahweh and Enlil said, "Well, okay, you say you want slaves? Well, take them down to your place in Zimbabwe and make slaves. Leave me alone. Get these things out of here." Next slide, please. Well, Enki said, we've created these beautiful children and we educated them. I'm not going to let this die. And someday humans are going to evolve past the commander. God, he's awful. I'm going to take the smartest of these and teach them. He calls me a snake. We'll call it the Brotherhood of the Snake. And I'm going to teach selected humans how the science, teach them we are not gods, teach them how mechanics work, how math works, and all those things like that, and teach them to teach others in the secret society. But we can't let the boss, Enlil Yahweh, know it. Next slide, please. And there's a representation of the snake and the society of the snake. Next slide, please. So they worked out pretty well. They dug the gold, they smelted it, they sent it up the Persian Gulf to Sumer, where it was refined to bars, and then it was rocketed to the Igigi, this astronaut core, Nephilim, rocketed to Mars base, and from there it was shipped up to Nibiru, their home planet. Next slide, please. Well, when things got rough, it's one of the times that Nibiru came close to Earth, and there was all kinds of meteors hitting there, and changing climate and making it too hot and too cold and all kinds of things. The people in Africa who had descended from the first Adam and Eve said, heck with this stupid yellow stuff. We know how to grow food. We grow for ourselves. Let's get out of here. And so they went off in the bush. And so the commander thought that, gee, they're really bad slaves. They thought, wow, we're really smart. We got out of here. We're not slaves anymore. Anyway, next slide. The boss, Yahweh, said to the chief scientist, Enki, make better slaves. Enki said, oh, yeah, I know how to do that. He knew how to do that. Next slide. He made it with those two girls you saw in the last slide. And he had a boy named Adapa and a girl named Titi. And Adapa, he put all his energy into educating Adapa. Adapa was probably the smartest human we've ever had. He taught him how to run all the farms, the herds, the estates, how to organize his descendants, and also who are the elite, and also the descendants of the earlier slaves. So Adapa's descendants are called Adapites. The ones that they had, and they came about 200,000 years ago, the earlier ones were called the Adamites. The reality that we now know about human beings is every human being is got his own song to sing and his own life to lead and his own light to shine. And it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter who your ancestors are, in my humble, I guess so, opinion. Go, next slide. Now, we get kids, and this is very interesting because Enki has different values than the Me Too guys because he got it on with one of these women again, and Cain was his direct descendant, whereas Abel, the other of the two twins that came out of the Adapites, is only 1/4. So Cain was the one that bore this pure seed. These people are so obsessed, as are so many people to this day, on who their ancestors were. But let's go to the next slide. Okay, the next big incursion of genes that we got were from the Nephilim. That is, they were known as the Igigi. They were led by Shamgaz, who were pals with Enki's son Marduk, and they arranged for what looked like a abduction, but it wasn't an abduction. I now know it was really, and also, and C's, there should be I before E. We'll correct it next time. But in any case, they ran off with the prettiest girls who came to serve them at Marduk's wedding after Marduk and his wife, Sarpanit, went off to Egypt. And so the Nephilim and 200 of these women took over Canaan. They actually took over the landing port. They aimed artillery at the boss, at Yahweh, and said, "Leave us alone. We are not going to back. We were not going to back down." And so Marduk said, "Yeah, leave them alone. Just let them settle." And so Enlil, Yahweh heard this, and he decided not to push it with the astronauts because they and Marduk had each other's back. But he was planning stuff. Next slide, please. So the Igigi, there's a dramatic picture of them beginning their genetic combinations with Earthling. As those of you who followed anything about the Nephilim know, some of them were helpful, some of them were went berserk and so forth. But this is the Igigi, and they took the women and they set up their places, and they had the guns and they had the ships, and they got what they wanted. Next slide, please. So you have to realize there's a pattern that keeps happening after we go through these periodic climate catastrophes. Every single time the Anunnaki find they choose certain humans to survive and help them survive, and they send a sage with his wife and 7 specialists to help them start civilization again around either the surviving large block buildings, or they make new ones, or show them how to use natural environment to do that. So these things keep happening. That's part of the pattern. Next slide. So there's a depiction of these groups of 7. They rescue the survivors and they re-civilize them. And we may be coming to, we may need some more help soon. Next slide, please. Another big and very important source of life and genes for us was Noah. Noah was a son of Enki. And Enki, in his usual fashion, told his overseer, a guy named Luma, listen, everybody's really angry at you. They want to kill you because you're trying to enforce Yahweh's demand for more and more crops and less anythings. So I'm going to save you. Why don't you go over to Nimrod's place, her hospital, and hang there. You'll be safe. And as soon as he split, he arranged to see Lumak's wife, Batanash, and they got together. Next slide. So when the flood started coming, the Anunnaki knew it was going to come. They could see what was going to happen, that the Antarctic ice sheet was going to fall off into the South Sea and make big waves. That was especially going to impact certain places and less so other places. But he's had it. The Enlil, or Yahweh, was saying, these Earthlings are an illegal slave race, and Enki pressured me and tricked me into making them to breed, and I want them to all die. And so don't you dare, he says to his assembly, tune them in, or they'll mob the spaceport and we won't be able to get off. And on pain of death, I bind you all to not tell the Earthlings. Next slide, please. I'm ready for the next slide.
It's up, Dr. Listen.
It is?
It's up.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay. So they sent the message to Nibiru. Oh, boy. And Nibiru sent back the thing saying, get the hell out of there. I want you to get all the gold that you've gathered and tell the people that the Igigi and others that want to stay on Earth, they can stay on Earth. Go to the highlands, save yourself, because here's the flood. We'll tell you exactly where it's going to come. And as far as you leaders go, and he's showing them this document. They had a phonetic writing, and it's got his seal on and everything. And it says to the leaders, you got to stay here on Earth during the flood, because if you go back to Nibiru now, you're going to die because of the aging that you've done on Earth. Now, it turns out this is a lie. He's telling them on purpose. Okay, next slide. Okay. And so when the flood is over and Noah and the people that helped him build the boat have survived, and they get off on top of Mount Ararat in Turkey, and they're having a big party, and Enlil's coming down in his helicopter, Wilbur they called him, and he could see, my gosh, there's Noah, who's supposed to be the king of Sippar, and his sons, and Enki's son, Ninagal, and Enki too. And so he comes down in his, and Yahweh Enlil comes down in his helicopter, and he rushes at Enki. He says, I'm going to kill you. You disobeyed me. Treason. Fortunately, he was talked out of it. Next slide, please. Enki said, look, I didn't tell him. I just put a computer program in his wall computer, and he read it. But I didn't talk to him. I was just talking to the wall. Oh, bullshit. I know what you did. They had to, so the sun, Ninurta came down, and Nimrod came down, and they're holding the chief Yahweh's arms. Listen, Dad, you got to stop it. We're going to need somebody to do work for us, or we're going to have to do it ourselves. Let them live. We need some slaves. And they finally talked into Enlil to let us repopulate and gather other survivors. And this is the beginning of Sumer after 1,000 years of getting ready for it. Next slide, please. We'll just rule. They talked Enlil into it through Shem, Japheth, and Ham, the kids of Noah. And we now know that you've confessed that Noah was your son, and that's why you protected him. And we understand that. Okay. So that's the way it's going to go. They're going to be the kings and begat the righteous shepherds, as we'll call the kings. Next slide. One of the great boons that we got from the Anunnaki was the Anunnaki rebuilt every time this global network that was all in contact with each other, and they educated their princes. And one of the princes they educated, probably in Egypt, but maybe not, but at least the knowledge of Egypt was with him. After the big flooding, the Anunnaki survivors from the north, from the east, and from the west, both converged on Easter Island, Rapa Nui. And their kid was the greatest mapper and navigator, way more than almost anybody else. His name was Maui. And his job was to map out where are the coastlines now? So much is sunk. Where these peaks? Where are they? Are they what islands are they part of? Make maps for us. And so Maui went all around. He brought his people to New Zealand. There was already other survivors that were there, but the maps that he made maps, and he showed symbols that the Anunnaki use everywhere to show that it's part of this system that they have of a worldwide network. Next slide. Okay, so anyway, that's so much for genes. Let's look at some of this things that they gave us in terms of science. First, astronomy. Next slide. They had accurate, lots of them, diagrams of where Nibiru is and where the other planets are in relationship to the sun. And it was on the walls of Sumer 6,000 years ago when people could not even see with a telescope. This is part of the what they gave us. We understood heliocentric Earth, and we understood Nibiru as an exogenous planet that passed through the inner solar system. Next slide, please. And here's a diagram of how when the Anunnaki first came 450,000 years ago, Nibiru, which is part of a solar system that revolves around a dark, a red dwarf, which you can't see except in infrared, called Nemesis. And Nibiru passes through our inner solar system between Jupiter and Mars, and it did it every 3,600 years until 9,703 BCE, and then it sped up a bit. Next slide. Another thing we learned in astronomy way before our scientists could even admit it at all is that it's water on Mars and other planets and moons. They told us about it way before our scientists trepidly said, maybe there's water. Okay, next slide. They also, because they had this perspective of hundreds of thousands of years, they told us different things about the map. They said there's 4 rivers that come out into the Persian Gulf. And of course, people nowadays say, there's only 2 rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. Not so. What happened is because they saw what things were like before the floods, they made this map. And now when we applied our machines, which could see underneath the earth to this area, what they found was there was a big river a mile long going as wide as our Mississippi, and another one that came in from the other side, as you can see in this map. They showed us that they were here and that they observed things that we could not have observed unless we had knowledge. But they had knowledge and they were willing to share it with us. Next slide, please. That's a perk. The same thing. They gave us a perk. It was a hardship because a lot of us drowned from it. But because the leaders were circling the earth and were afraid to go back to Nibiru, and some of them went to the moon and some of them went to Mars, but they could observe what was happening on Earth from above. And the ice sheet on top of Antarctica slipped into the South Sea and caused this terrible set of waves that left seashells on top of the Alps and so forth. But there's the map of Antarctica. And now that, we've got the depth way of looking at things, indeed, they were right. Gee, how do they know that? We just thought it was just myth. Yeah, myth. Their myths were truths that we were not ready to understand. Well, here goes the next one. That's perfect. They gave us biology. They showed us how to splice all kinds of genes. They had so much fun making stuff. They might have even made the pigs. But back on Nibiru and on Earth, they made all kinds of things. And a lot of the creatures of mythology are myths. They're Anunnaki experiments. Next slide, please. Lots of them were junk. They didn't work. But some lived quite a long time. Next slide. Other perks they gave us were technology, metallurgy, canals, ditches, dams, plows, writing, math, all kinds of stuff. They gave us power generation and laser and sonar tools. Now, a lot of these are things that humans are so smart that when they see things, they can figure out sometimes. And sometimes they imitate it. Sometimes they're helped. And we'll look at some of those. Next slide, please.
Apologies there, Dr. Lesson. My finger was twitching.
No problem. After the flood, they built dams and canals. I mean, I'm telling you, Iraq was a muddy mess, and they dug everything. They made let's put the Tigris here and the Euphrates there, and they dug it out and they made canals so people could water stuff. And that's definitely a perk they gave us. Next slide, please. They gave us, of course, the beginnings. They didn't give it all at once, but real important ones were the plow, the cart, the boat, the kiln. They made bricks with that, and the forge. And these are the bases. They taught us these things directly. Next slide. They had writing, their own writing, and they had a phonetic writing, and they taught their scribes. Of course, were making little scratches and stuff. And they said, "Look, let us help you," and they gave them ultimately a phonetic system of writing, and that's what we've got now. They gave us writing. They gave us a twitchy finger, mathematical astronomical system based on 60s, and we still use it today. Next slide. They gave us metallurgy, and this is especially from the last big floods. They had been settled in Armenia from 450,000 years ago, and they were able, as Armenians, to really rebuild a civilization and fight off the Assyrians and the Hittites, and particularly to move their technology to Sardinia, and then from there all over the world. If you look at in the upper right, you'll see how the Anunnaki, who survived and prospered in Armenia, spread north, south, east, and west. Next slide, please. They certainly showed us that they could generate power. They underneath pyramids, and like in Giza, they made a little channel from the Nile. But pyramids themselves gather water underneath them. In any case, they pump on the water, and the water goes up into a chamber where they fire HCl and potassium chloride to make a hydrogen explosion, and it's given amplifiers, and it's picked up by stelae, and that's how they got energy, and they can still do that now. We know how to generate energy the way they did. Next slide. They showed us rockets. Lots of them record seeing rockets. Gilgamesh saw these rockets, and here's a draw from Anu's temple. There's some astronauts inside this structure, and there's a capsule on the front of the nose of it, and you can see that on the surface there's just a garden, and our ancestors saw these guys in their rockets all the time. Next slide, please. They had computing devices, and they had some that are personal computing devices that could only work for a person that was keyed into them. And they all over the world, and you can see I've got examples from several different places all over the world. Anunnaki are carrying these dedicated computers like our president and Mr. Putin carry, perhaps. Next slide, please. Another perk they gave us, as I say, are crops, animals, and entheogen. When Nibiru took one of Enki's sons and trained him on how to breed animals, and gave him lots of seeds, and goats and sheep, and sent him back after the flood. Help these earthlings. You're going to help them be herdsmen. Next slide. And of course, entheogens. Nimrod planted grain for beer, grapes for wine, and lots of entheogens, and lots of stuff you didn't know what it was, and a lot of stories about people trying whatever it was but not really knowing. Next slide, please. They gave us, the Anunnaki, as a perk, I would say, gave us cities, management, courts, libraries, arts, schools, and taxes. And there's perk and a little bit of problem in all of those, probably. Next slide. But Nimrod, that great genius, the head medical officer, gave us another model, another way of doing things. It's called a partnership paradigm, where people took their creative energy, competitive energies, and made synergistic things like dancing with bulls in Crete, and a whole nother way of relating. And it's a way of, she wanted us to be able to break out of the dominator consciousness, which is still troubling us. Next slide. Unfortunately, she was overthrown, particularly in Crete, where her civilization reached its highest level, by a Minoan hostage or guest who allied with the other slaves. And when the flood that caused Noah, Moses' flood, from also flooded the island of Crete and sunk the Minoan fleet, the head hostage, Theseus, and their head priestess rebelled. Of course, he just dropped her off on the Isle of Lesbos and sailed on back to conquer the rest of Greece. But in any case, Camelot existed. Okay, next slide. Another thing that they gave us was crop circles, and they're still giving it to us. They answer crop circles. Here's a crop circle that the head scientist, Enki, who's still around, gave us, where when he's answering Sagan's thing where he sent this is us, and this is what our man looks like and what our genome looks like. So Enki gives this crop circle back in binary, MS-DOS, and he says, here's who we are. So crop circles have been given us a long time. They used to make crop circles out of in space with ice. But next slide. Okay, they gave us some junk things too. I call them problems: shortened lives, dominator attitude, murder, war, greed, religions that enslave nations, and ideologies that slave you, and lots of slavery in the home, in the army, in human sacrifices even. And of course, there's debt slavery. That's what they did. And the idea is to keep us pitted against each other so we don't overthrow them. Next slide, please. At one point, Adapa, Enki's son, figured out how to make his own airplane, all kinds of things. And the king of Nibiru, Anu at the time, said, hey, send me this Adapa, this prodigal. I want to talk to him. And so Enki, Lucifer is what your Bible calls him, sent his sons, not just Adapa, but Thoth and Ningishita and Dumuzi to Nibiru, and he gave Thoth Ningishita a tablet, and the tablet said, hey, I got to tell you, Dad, Enki said, Adapa is my son. Please don't keep him there. He's going to ask you for everlasting life because he knows we live a long time. But I need him. He runs everything for me. I'll be overwhelmed by stuff to do, and I've got really creative things to do. Let him come back. Please don't take my son from me. And so, okay, well, we're not going to give him life forever. We'll let him live a really long time, but not as long as us. Next slide, please. Well, the worst thing they did in a lot of ways is they give us this dominator mindset that still goes today. The ones that kill, people will kill to be the boss. Everybody's always competing with everybody. Men put down women, and winners rule losers. That's the dominant mindset from the time that the Yahweh and Marduk started controlling us right up to very recently. Next slide. Dominators mindset, they'll kill anybody. They'll kill their mother, brothers, sisters. They hire people, they're killers. Next slide. and boy, did they put down women. Marduk, when he got to control of everything around 2024 BCE, fired all the women that were running the education and started this period of brutality, really put down of women, child brides, women that are physically abused in every way and whose minds are abused too. Next slide, please. A terrible example is Enlil, Yahweh, having Jezebel killed because she tried to bring tolerance to Israel. Next. And of course, these guys do war continually. War. Don't pit them against each other. Don't let them realize that we're running both sides. We are the Koch brothers or whoever. We are still having our problems with war. I think you probably noticed. Next slide. One of the worst parts of this war is that it turns nuclear. When Yahweh just knew that Marduk was about to take control, he decided, we got to do something about it. Nuke him. Next slide. They asked the king back in Nibiru, and Anu said, yeah, we got to stop Marduk, or he thinks he should be king of, because of that silly thing I signed with Alalo under pressure and things under pressure. But I'm really the king, and I know Marduk thinks he's king, and we got to stop him, or he's going to come back here with some of these unfortunately smart human beings and try to take over in Nibiru. Next slide, please. So the Anunnaki nuked Sodom and Gomorrah and Zoar and the spaceport and the Sinai. Next. They actually, the way they got Sodom and Gomorrah and Zoar is they actually, Nergal dropped bombs on the south end of the Salt Sea, which became the Dead Sea, but it washed those communities out. Next slide, please. However, that's the picture of what the flood must have looked like. Beware of the blob. Next slide, please. There's still a scar. Look at that picture of the Sinai, right in the middle where Ninurta obliterated the spaceport because they knew Marduk was just about to close in on it. However, this made a great big cloud when the two nukings of Canaan and Sinai came together. Next slide. And this radiation cloud from these two nukings blows all over Iraq and Kuwait. Marduk's place in Babylon was a little far north, so it didn't get them. And Enki's place in Eridu, he had fallout shelters. But all the rest of Sumer, all of Yahweh's people, all the humans died. And of course, the Anunnaki got in their boats and planes and submarines and got out of the way, except for one lady who stayed to help the humans die. Next slide, please. Another problem we got from the Anunnaki is they regularly used germ warfare. Just before the flood came, Enlil, Yahweh wanted to make sure everybody, all the humans he could die, and so he basically he saw they had disease. Nimrod said, "I know how to cure them. I'll give them a vaccine." Yahweh said, "No, I want them to die. There's too many of them. They're supposed to all die." And then Enki tried to teach him, well, here's how you deep sea fish. And Yahweh told his son, bomb it so they can't get out to sea and get any big fish. Nice guy. Next slide, please. Greed was another thing that we got on the junk side, the problem side. Inanna personified it. She got it on with anybody who would help her in her until she wound up being the head god for a while. Next slide. Dominator mindset leads to slavery. We've still got it with us. Military conscription. Here's a gun. Go kill those people you don't know. Or in many places, you got to marry, or you're a slave. You got no choice. Or you're in debt. You're a slave. We jump to the next one. Okay, that's all right. Prisons, of course, are not modern form of slavery. We know darn well that it's especially people of color and poor people that are made to work forever. It's like what they had in the South. It's still going on. It's in our prisons. And a lot of them are pay private companies that starve people and don't give them adequate anything. And you have to pay for the cell, whether it's filled or not. So they try to find lots of minority people to fill them with. And it's a form of slavery. Next slide, please. They practiced human sacrifice from the get-go. In making the first Adam, they had a volunteer, an Anunnaki. His ghost is supposed to be there every time there's a sacrifice. And boy, did the Aztecs and others take this to extremes. But this is all part of our heritage from these Anunnaki. Next slide, please. Well, what did they promise to do about all this? When Anu came down for a visit in, I think it was 50, 80 or so, he told the people who had filled the other Anunnaki, look, humans are going to take the earth, not us. We can see that's what's going to happen. So I want you to tell them as much as they can hold. Teach them to have morals, and then get the hell off this planet. Next slide, please. But Marduk stayed, and he got control of all the power centers on the planet. And he runs them through proxies who are really answering to him. He's the power against all these forces. For example, Russia and America. It's the same Marduk that was being on both sides. So for a long time, we have been, and he ultimately is saying, well, this is going to stimulate them to technological singularity, and then they'll be able to handle things. But right now, they need to be challenged. Next slide, please. Well, Allah, Nanar tried to stop Marduk, and for a while they were competing on Earth really heavily. And then Anu abdicated, made Nanar king of Nibiru, and he said, now is on board with Galzu's order. You got to go back there and clean up the mess. These people are probably going to extinct themselves. We don't even have to wait for the toroid meteor shower the way they're going. Go back there and clean up your mess. Next slide. And Marduk said, oh, I'm so sorry. I had to do it. Our informants among the Anunnaki have long conversations with Marduk. He said he was compelled to do it. It's to bring us to this singularity that now we can use our computing ability to work out everything that needs to be worked out by computer. And so the Federation, and that's another slideshow I'll have to do, but the Federation basically has a guy that goes around with Marduk, and if he gets up to any of his old tricks again, his order is to shoot him, but he's not going to. He says he's really contrite. The problem is he's a kind of confused. We shall see what happens. Next slide, please. Ningishita's niece, a friend of ours at Anunnaki, and what happens is the Royal Anunnaki particularly tend to walk into a present avatar. And so we have people that are avatars of the Anunnaki, modern day embodiments. So one of them is Gillian Green, and she's saying, they're here, relax. And not only do you know, she told us, Jesus is one of them. He's always been one of them. Okay, next slide, please. And of course, one of the most powerful around nowadays is the peacemaker, Michael Lee Hill, who's been recognized by American Indians and by Penray and myself and others. We know who he is. This is the guy to listen to, in my humble opinion. Next slide, please. But the one I really listen to is Nimra, whose present embodiment is Janet Kira Lesson. So I'm sure she's going to have some wisdom to give us about what we've just gone through. And let's see if I have any more slides. Let's see if there's another one. Next. Oh, yeah. So we just told you in a few minutes about the perks, problems, and pledges the Anunnaki gave us. That's the slides. And now comes Janet and wisdom. Okay, we pow. Finished. That's how we say it here.
You're funny. Does anybody have any questions or feedback?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions, Janet, but why don't we get an upload from you for a few minutes, and then we'll hit up a few questions, if that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, that was an interesting slideshow. I hadn't seen the whole thing. My husband, he goes in the back room and he works for weeks, and then it's like, this is my first time to see it all the way through. What we're finding is a lot of people are fractals of the Anunnaki, and so they're coming forth with the information and wisdom about what's going on here from the Anunnaki perspective. And then we have all these experiencers. And so I've been interviewing a lot of experiencers and correlating their information with what I have from my experiences in Johnson Atoll and other lifelong experiences with the extraterrestrials. So your other guest was talking about Antarctica. So when I was on Johnson Atoll, which is 800 miles southwest of the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean, I was a civilian working for the military. And so part of what I did, we're getting some feedback here, I'm not sure what that is, was working in the underground installation. There's Sasha. He left. And down in the underground installation, there's the dragon at the end of time. The dragon is a large original species being from the original polarization of existence. So the original polarity was Lyran and Draco, or Draconian or Reptilian. That was the original polarity, like male and female, masculine, feminine, and we had this polarity. So the whole entirety of existence works on polarity, and we're working, like Sasha, Dr. Lesson said, to embrace the opposites within us and outside of us, and come into a singularity, which is symbolized by oneness, universal consciousness, and alignment with each other. So we go through the separation, and that creates all the wars and division and polarities. And so when I was on Johnson Atoll, I don't know what your other guest what his name was, but he talked about the neural interface. So a number of experiencers are neural; they're able to interface with extraterrestrials and other species. So I'm one of those people that can do a neural interface. And so when you
Janet, that was researcher Stoffi.
Stoffi, okay. So when I went to the underground installation, I kind of plugged in to this large dragon, who was just like the dragons we see, and they come in various sizes. They start out very small, and they go to the size of like Smog in Lord of the Rings, and some of them are so big they're not even able to fit inside our planet. So they have the whole scale. So this dragon was big enough to be inside the planet, but she was extremely large, and she was so large we couldn't see her all at once. So she projected an avatar of herself so she could stand in front of me. And then we plugged in by looking into each other's souls through our eyes. That's one way you can kind of do the Vulcan mind meld. And when I was acting as an interface, then I received this download from her about what's going to go on, especially in these times and throughout the continuum. So at this meeting, there were like 1,000 different species, or mainly Anunnaki, but various representatives of other species from all over the universe, I guess. And there were also a lot of military brass, plus some representatives from all over the world. So, I'm not the only person that's had this kind of interactions with these grand meetings of all these different species and beings and top brass and top world leaders. Gloria Hawker also had one of these experiences about 20 years ago or something. So I've heard this from other experiencers. But my experience was I plugged into I guess it's the universal supercomputer. Now, this little brain of mine can't hold all this information, and I'm doing the best I can to translate. But there's a part of me that's just my eternal self, and they can access the quantum computer. And I was able for that time period to answer all the questions that were being directed through me, like I was a big CPU interface between me and the dragon. And so for that exchanger, we had all this information. And then I've been processing it ever since. That was in 1995. So I'm writing a series of 3 books right now. And I'm also doing my ancestry, and I'm researching I call it the dragon at the end of time, because the dragon never left us. It's symboled all over the world. And if you do your genealogy, a lot of people, when you go back, you keep finding the dragon in the coat of arms and in the shields and the flags and everything. So these are our clues, our little breadcrumbs for us to put together this puzzle. And I wish I hadn't chickened out. I left in 97. I got into Elverwell because I am just a human. I'm an eternal being and a human being at the same time. And I had to just go and integrate that information with it because it was really beyond anything imaginable. And so I'm still, downloading and processing it. But one of the things I could have done had I stayed on Johnson Atoll was go in rotation. Because I was in this, we talk about the different levels of for some reason, because of who I am as an eternal being, I was in this Bub Talk secret program. And I think I'm allowed to speak now because now it's time. For many, many years, I couldn't speak if I wanted to. I kept censoring myself, blocking myself, and when I tried to say things, the words just wouldn't come out. So I think we are finally at this point of, it's kind of like that movie, Don't Look Up. Are we going to get taken out by meteors? Or are we going to have the nuclear war, which is what happened with the Anunnaki? They did it. They launched the missiles. They blew up a large part of the earth, but of course they survived. The Dead Sea is dead, but the area came back. So I'm not sure. I'm not in that level of science. How long it takes for the radiation to dissipate, and that we're able to come back in and habitat or reproduce and take over the area again. So these are some unknowns for me. But it looks like what we're doing, unless we get intervention, like what happened in the day the Earth stood still. So in '54. What was it? I think it was the 20th. Eisenhower met, and I'm piecing it together. That was the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were the first species that came through, and they said, stop the nukes, and we'll give you technology, and we'll bring you into the Federation. Basically, it's just kind of summarize it. And they said no. But if you really examine the Anunnaki, their delivery system, the main species they worked alongside are the Greys. And the Greys are like their delivery system. They pick up people, they return them. The Anunnaki, or whoever's really in charge, which it looks like it's Marduk, and then he recently has come into another belief system and is aligning with humanity rather than trying to manipulate and control us. Dr. Lesson left, but I don't know where he's at. So we said no. I said no. Hi, honey. And so they send in their backup team. So it's like good cop, bad cop. So we've been operating in this paradigm that we think Ike left us with the abduction phenomenon. And that's been going on for the past 60, 70, 80 years, right? So where was I, Sasha? Help me get back on track. You're muted again. You're muted. You're muted. You're
Janet,
muted.
just a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's from John Johnson. Actually, I've got a couple that
Sure.
I'd like to ask, but it was let me just find it here. John Johnson was asking for you to speak a little bit more on the atoll because he said that he was there and
Good.
and didn't hear it. But I'm just trying to find the comment so I can bring it up. There's just so many of them. Yeah, John Johnson. I was stationed
In the meantime,
at Johnston
I might just
87088, and then right here, here's the question. It says, "Will you ask her to explain further underground on Johnston Atoll? I was there for a year
Right.
and never heard of something under it."
Right. Well, you're not going to, because that's the need to know basis, and that's the secret. That's the SSP. That's the secret program. So the bite program, I guess they call it, the one that's known to the world, was Johnson Atoll, and the cover story is we're destroying nuclear or chemical weapons. And so I want to ask John if he's still there. What year were you there? I was there from December of 95, and I left in February of 97. But so I had my story, and I was like, okay. And then I had a witness, a gentleman that was in the military, and we connected after that, and we compared notes. So he was taken with me to the underground installation. But then I met, I forget his name. I'll look it up. There's a gentleman that was going around doing harp installations, and he contacted me. I don't know if I'm still there. Okay. He said that, yes, he was putting up the array, and he said it was down by the shark chute. So, John, if you were there at the shark chute, you know what it is. So this guy kind of proved it to me because, okay, so he said there's an axis down by the shark chute, down where they had what do you call it? The facility where they took the chemicals and they broke down their elements. He said down there was an entryway, and he says that the underground installation goes 13 floors down. So I went down into that via like a shuttlecraft came to the beach and picked me up and picked up my boyfriend, and we went out past the coral reef. If you've been there, John, you know the coral reef. And when you get past it, that's where you can go down and see, get to the base. And we went in a submersible aircraft, spacecraft. It's able to go space and under the water, and so we entered in there. So while I was there, they took my boyfriend and they did the normal examination. They put him on the metallic table, and then they asked me to come down telepathically. I put on this dress. It was like a ritual, like eyes wide shut, and then I went down into the underground installation where we had this large cavern and everybody was assembled. And then I stood in front of a beam, and the beam, when I stood there, it was like the key, and that was like the interface where you stand, and I went to this mode of interfacing with the beam. It was revealed after the wall kind of shivered, and we could see beyond the veil there, which was covering up what was really there. So it was like an interdimensional portal was accessed somehow by my standing there. But I've always been very psychic and telepathic, and they look for people like that have the metagene, and they have these abilities to, do things like remote viewing and astral projection and all kinds of things. So apparently I was able to do that. That's who I am as a higher self being or an eternal being. But I'm still human. I can't do it, and I can't like twitch my nose or blink, and it happened. But during that ritual, that's what happened. Anyway, go ahead. Was there a follow-up to that, John? Do you have another part of that? Or anybody else? What did you want to say, Sasha? You started talking. You were talking at the same time, and you muted yourself again.
No, that was Janet. I muted him because there's an
Okay.
overlap. There's an overlap. So if you can mute your mic, that would be great. Then we won't have that overlap going.
Okay. This is going back a bit when you mentioned the two visits that Eisenhower had with first the Anunnaki, then with the Greys. And I just wanted to say that way longer ago, millions and millions of years ago, when the Dracos first attacked the Lyrans, the first planet they came to was Apis. And they told the humanoids in Apis, join the Draco Empire or we're going to blast you. And they said the leaders of the Apis people said, we'll call a council. We'll definitely consider what you're saying. Give us a little time. And they said no time. And they started attacking Apis. Some of the people went underground. Some of them escaped. And ultimately, after many years of being bombarded from the end, the ones that were inside of Apis, they finally left too, and they became spacefarers. And over the years, they evolved into the gray form. There's different castes among the grays, but they are people. They are people like us. They are not soulless beings. They're homo. They're humans. They're a little bit different than us, but so who ain't? So that was just my little aside about the Greys and the Anunnakis. As Janet says, Janet, I think you're right on. They are the same team.
Right.
But they want us to stop doing news.
Right, and that was the reason behind the day the Earth stood still in 1951. So we had Roswell in 47, and they were delivering craft, so we would reverse engineer and catch up and become intelligent, and maybe they give us technology sometime to facilitate our ascension and development and growth, and it's a gamble. So then they came in 51. They did the day the Earth stood still. If you looked at that, especially the final message, that was like an Eki emanation, maybe an avatar. And he said, "Stop the nukes, or we're going to send our police and annihilate you." It's like something that humans can relate to. But that was repeated in 54 when they came down and talked to Eisenhower, and then there was I think it was 57. Valiant Thor came down, and so he was there a couple years at the Pentagon. So we've had a lot of contact trying to get us to stop the nuclear holocaust, because it happened before, but I don't think they're going to let it happen. They want us to have free will so that we will evolve and become a conscious species, and then we can join the they told me it's called the Federation of Planets, Love and Light. And I said, well, that's kind of corny. They go, no, it's just a comprehensive name, because we are like a higher evolved group that is about love, light, consciousness, and we're not the lower level secret space program and all those. Those are still into Star Wars. The ultimate species are more Star Trekian, and they're about space exploration and making friends and connecting and honoring all life and all consciousness. So I think if you look at what's going on now, and we're basically on the eve of destruction. When I was a kid, we were dancing to the "Don't believe we're on the eve of destruction." Here we are, and any day now they can nuke us. Will they? Will the Anunnaki let that happen? It seems like they go over the different facilities and they turn them off. So that's my question to everybody. How's this game going to end? Are we going to get conscious and move past this Groundhog Day? Dr. Lesson's presentation was about we wipe ourselves out, or the meteors come in. We had that wonderful movie, Don't Look Up. Watch it. Which way are we going to do this cycle? And can we wake up and get conscious? Not woke, but really conscious, and understand our oneness and stop playing these games which aren't games anymore. I mean, we're going to live as eternal beings, but this earth is precious. And anyway, I'll get off my pulpit, but that's where, I'm doing my research. I'm working on 3 books. I love what you guys are doing. I wish I could pay attention to it more, but I'm kind of being guided on my own track, and I'm working to get these books out as soon as possible. And I'm planning 8 books in the next 6 months to 2 years.
Wow, you're on fire, Janet.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Go ahead.
That's excellent. You're on fire. I've got.
I'm on fire.
Let's do one
It's
question.
shit to get off the pot time. It's really shit to get off the pot time. Massage making faces. If we don't do this now, when are we going to really become conscious? Are we going to blow ourselves up, or are we going to let the meteorite take us? But part of this meteorite thing is, if we become a conscious species, we can actually move ourselves out of the way or deflect the meteors. We don't have to have that same thing happen, but we got to stop playing this little polarity game. That everybody's demonized and they're the boogeyman. You're the boogeyman because you're a different country, you're a different race, you're a different color. What is that? That's insane. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's insane. You're absolutely correct on that. And I agree with you that with our consciousness, if we all come together and use our consciousness and become conscious and aware of ourselves, then there's no doubt that we can deflect anything that's coming our way. Whether it's intelligent or if it's just a rock in space. I totally agree with that. Let's hit this question. We'll do this final question with Dr. Lesson. We have Mary Rodwell in the house. So, Dr. Lesson, this question is from Greg Herrera, and thank you very much for the super chat, Greg. The question is, what is Dr. Lesson's thoughts on firmament and flat earth mentioned in Old Testament, fact or fiction? Dr. Lesson, you're muted.
Okay. The parts, this isn't a globe. There's a flattening at the poles, particularly, and we have documentation, just as the researcher in the last presentation told you, where Admiral Byrd went in the North Pole down to a civilization there, and that's why he was selected for the journey to the South Pole when he met the craft of Hitler's allies that were defending the whole. So that's who. That's part of it. Everything that's in the Bible, if you just concentrate and focus on it, it's especially that part in Genesis is a description. If you fully understand it, it's amazing how accurate it is. And so the story that goes with the ancient CIA documents that I and some other researchers have been able to get are this. Earth was a water-covered planet with water vapor all around it. And there were escapees from the Lyran-Draco wars that had run away from these Dracos that were coming through. They blasted Mars, and they blasted Maldak, another planet that became the Kuiper belt of asteroids when it got broken. But this disguised meteorite was really full of Dracos, but it had a strong gravity, and as it came next to Earth, it drew off enough of the waters and enough of the water vapor so that 2 continents arose: Lemuria in what we call the Pacific, and Atlantis in what we call the Atlantic. And then the meteorite went on to become Venus, and a number of things happened. But those were the first 2. So that's one story that the ancient things that the CIA has been able to accumulate and let Stuart Swerdlow look at it, and he shared it with all of us. But there's a number of people that have that exact same tale, and it's told again and again in different metaphors. But everybody all over the world, all the great traditions, all the wise people always come up with the same thing, however they phrase it. But this is really not just the worst of times, it's the best of time. It's the only time you got. When you're going to be kind to your neighbor, when you're going to play with your kids, now. When everything comes down, you'll either die or you won't, but you might as well live while you're alive.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lesson. I appreciate the answer, and we're ready to bring our next speaker on. So maybe Janet, you can tell us where people can find your work and where people can follow you, listen to your radio, read your books, etc., things like that.
Go ahead, Sash. What's your website?
No, you said your turn, Janet.
Go ahead.
Okay. EnkiSpeaks.com is where Dr. Lesson's writings are. He's got a huge following, about 5 million people. One of our friends gave him some stats somehow. EnkiSpeaks.com. I'm writing a lot of stuff on DragonAtTheEndOfTime.com, which is my upcoming series of books. And I'll be, I'm right now trying to publish it, and I'm getting rejected by something I'm not doing right. So hopefully it'll be up in a couple of days. And the other one is aquariumradio.com. And I haven't been broadcasting for like a year. I will go back to it as soon as I get these 3 books up that I've been working on for the past year. I'm going to go back to doing probably a weekly show. And I'd love to interview some of the people that are on here. We like to go really deep into subjects, and I like to kind of take things apart and look at it under a microscope. So thank you so much for having us. Great group you have here. It's amazing what you're doing. I really appreciate you doing your work. You're just amazing, and thanks for doing this, especially during these COVID times. We need to get this information out because a lot of people, it's not safe for them to go to conferences at this time.
Thank you, Janet. And there's someone I would like for you to meet. They're great friends of mine, and I thought I would introduce you. This is Stephen and Evan Strong, based out of Australia. And Stephen Evan, this is Dr. Lesson and his beautiful wife, Janet Lesson.
G'day. How are you?
Hi.
Really enjoyed the talk too.
Well, I did.
Great stuff.
I only just got here.
Well, I did anyway.
I'm sure it was good.
Yeah, no, awesome stuff. Hey, I'm gonna have to watch it again a few times just to unpack everything. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to contact us, you can write to me, JanetLesson@gmail. I love to talk to people. Sometimes you go in deeper, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. I saw your comment. That was yes. Okay. Nice meeting you both.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Dr. Lesson. I love you both. You guys are incredible. And I will be in contact. Have a great rest of your day. And stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
Aloha. Bye-bye.
Bye. Aloha.
Boring. Right.
All right, guys. I will give this to you. And do you want me to bring Mary on right now, or did you want to do a bio or something?
I've got a little bit of a bio pulled together. So
Evan's got one now, yeah.
And then I'll hand it over.
No, you do it.
Okay.
I'm happy for you to do that. That was good.
So we've had the honour and privilege of appearing with Mary on stage a few times here in Australia over the years, and even to the extent of driving through insanely intense Melbourne rush hour traffic, trying to get to the other side of Melbourne to an event. And she got to put up with me talking her ear off for a couple of hours in between everything, the chaos on the roads.
And she recovered?
It was a while ago. And she's even been on one of our shows as well. Shameless ad. But Mary's recognised as internationally one of Australia's leading researchers in UFOs and contact phenomena. And she's the founder and principal of the Australian Close Encounter Resource Network, ACERN, which was started in 1997. And it provides counselling, support, hypnotherapy, information to people's paranormal experiences and contact experiences. She's also the director and chair of the Experiencer Support Program of Dr. Edgar Mitchell, and has researched more than 3,000 cases, suggests extraterrestrial encounters on a global phenomenon, and evident in new humans, which we can call star children. And what I like about Mary's research is it's got a broad focus. And if people remember a few days ago, my rambling improv talk kind of highlighted the fact that research needs a broad focus. And yeah, so if anyone heard that, but yeah, no, she gathers evidence from scientific, biological, psychological, anthropological, spiritual, historical perspectives, and it creates a genetic engineering program for the upgrade of the Homo sapiens and a shift in humans. And also the writer of several books, Awakening How Extraterrestrial Contact Can Transform Your Life, and The New Human, and a few documentaries as well. So, yeah.
And the most important part of this is Mary's dealing with the children who are our future, and very soon to come, they are going to be the major part of how we step forward. So she's dealing with the children, and there's nothing more important than dealing with our children. So we've always had a very fond spot for Mary because of the fact she is working with the children, and the star children mean everything in the future. So anything she's got to say about children, we should listen to. She is the expert.
They are our future. So
yeah, definitely. Right. At least I said something for you, Evan. I only got back here 2 minutes ago. Okay. All right, Mary, look, I know it's going to be a great talk. It always is. And honestly, guys, you really should listen to this because she's talking about our children, and that's everything. Nothing else counts. The ones that are with us now, the older ones with grey hair, we're moving out and making the way for our children. And our children, the ones who are going to lead us, are the ones that Mary talks to. So this is an important presentation. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you both. Lovely to see you again. And I will put on share screen because I have put something together as I usually do, and lead everyone into my weird and wonderful world, which, as you know, is pretty broad. So I'm going to share screen. Share screen. There we are. Let's have a look. Now, please let me know when the entire screen. Share. Hold on. I don't know what's happened there. Oh, hold on a minute. Exit. I want to exit this, guys, because I want, hang on, share slides. Oh no, that's not right.
Mary,
hold on.
You have to stop sharing your screen first, and then go down to share screen.
Yeah, go to share screen. Hold on, stop screen. So hold on. Stop sharing.
The presentation on your computer open in the background?
Yes, I've got it. Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's go to share. Let's go to share and then share screen. And then up top, you'll see entire screen that's highlighted blue. To the right of it, you'll see window. If you click window, you'll see your presentation in there.
Right. So I've got share screen. So I go where now?
You go to window. If you look above top, you'll see entire screen that's highlighted blue. To the right of it, you'll see window.
Hold on. I've got share screen, share 2 monitors. Hold on a minute. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to go from here. I've got screen sharing tips.
Okay, yeah, just go through those prompts. It'll give you that when you screen share. I don't know why it's doing that to you again, because you shared screen here before.
Share audio checkbox next window. Share video with audio. I don't know why it's share screen. Sorry about this, guys. I normally just click on and it goes. Share screen. Where are we? Chrome tab. Share.
Just right next to the Chrome tab, you'll see window, Mary. You'll have 3 options. It says entire screen, window, and Chrome tab. So you would want to hit window.
Oh, I'm still trying to find it. Sorry. Screen sharing. Oh, gee whiz. Helps it during the stream. Still lost now, I'm afraid.
Oh. Looks like Mary just totally left here. Let me start my cam in here.
You know what? I've been out of the stream the whole time. I didn't even realize it. I wasn't even in the stream. I was sitting there talking to her. I unmuted and started talking. And I was wondering why she wasn't answering me. I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening here? I wasn't in the stream. Now, you know what? She had it. She shared the first screen. It just wasn't what she wanted.
That's right. It was the one just over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll come back here right away. Where did Evan go? Aloha, Evan, are you around?
Hello.
Yeah, but Evan,
my friends. Where are you?
Let me shoot Evan a message here. Bro. Okay, so maybe while we're waiting, let's maybe bring Leanne Curtis on, and we can get our stretch on. That sounds like a good idea while we're waiting for Mary.
Unmute, Leanne. You got to unmute. Son of a beeswax. Let's go.
Okay, son of a beeswax. What a bunch of horse pucky. All right, we're gonna play some.
I don't know what that is, but I'll let you have it.
We don't want to know. There's no horse pucky here. There's only truths and amazing stuff. Wow, those two, Janet and Sasha. That was a lot. All right, here, let's stretch a little bit because Mary is going to get ready. Let's honor Paulette with a little of her music.
I think actually Mary's back right now.
Mary's back. Hang on, Leanne. Mary's back. Let's add Mary to the screen here. Hi, Mary.
Apologies.
Let's try this again.
Right. Now look, down the bottom here, I've got share. I've got, so if I go to share, I can hopefully press the right button. Is that right?
So if you click share, you're going to have share screen, video file, extra camera, and slides. Do you see that?
Hold on. Yeah. Video file is the one I want, isn't it?
Well, are you sharing a video file or you're sharing a presentation of slides?
Yeah, it's a presentation, and I first press share screen, do I?
So what you're going to do is you're going to hit share screen.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you're going to see it says all the tips, you know, and then you're going to hit share screen again.
Yeah. Got it.
And then what you're going to see, it says choose what to share. StreamYard.com wants you to share the contents of your screen.
Right.
You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see entire screen, window, and Chrome tab.
Right. You're in the
What you want to do is you want to hit window. And then once you hit window, you'll see your presentation. If it's a PowerPoint or whatever you use to create the presentation should be in that window, as long as it's open in the background.
Wait a minute. You're in the show. So share screen, video, share screen, and it's got entire screen is the one I want, isn't it?
No, you want window, the one next to it, to the right.
Okay. Got you.
Now
Got
click that.
Yeah.
And now you'll see options of whatever program you're using. As long as it's open in the background, you should have PowerPoint, or what did you use PowerPoint for?
Yeah. Look, I've got here Chrome tab window. Is it Chrome tab is the one I want, isn't it?
No, it should be window.
Or window, nothing's coming up. Oh, hold on, hybrid conflict.
Is it open right now?
Yeah, I've pressed window and it says hybrid.
No. The presentation itself. Is the presentation open in the background?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So nothing's coming up other than hybrid conference. Is that the one I press?
That's probably, yeah, that's if that's your presentation name, yes.
No, it's Cosmic Gateway, which is the one that's under Chrome tab.
Okay. Well, then maybe it's open in a in that window in PDF format.
Select tab to tab. Select tab to preview. No, still not coming up. Oh, here we go. Let's see if we've got it now.
Is this what it looks like?
That's it. So slideshow, play from start. Here we go.
There you go. All right, I'm out of here.
Hallelujah. Thanks, guys. Sorry about this. I'm very...
We did it. We did it. Victory is ours.
Victory is ours. Sorry about that. Hopefully it's worth waiting for. Thank you, Stephen and Evan, very much. And you're quite right. I've got a very broad spectrum of looking at all of this. And what's really important is the fact that it's brought me very much to how important our new generations of human are. What I'm going to give you is a bit of very much left brain information as well as right brain intuitive information. But what we're talking about here, and I know Evan and Stephen understand this, is actually about human consciousness. And that's understanding that consciousness is primary here. So let's start off with the 3D nuts and bolts of ufology, particularly, and how important it is we've got to get, move from not just looking at the tangible, but the intangible. So we're waking up to the fact we're being visited. There's craft of all forms, shapes, and sizes coming from many different intelligences. That's why there are so many different ones. And here you have an evidence of some of them. It's said that every 6 minutes around the globe, someone sees a UFO. It's probably a lot more than that. I think that's just the tip of the iceberg. If we want to get into the science, then here's just a very brief summary from Dr. Rudy Shield, a good friend of mine, who is also one of the co-founders of the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Freeze Foundation. He says this: UFOs get here much faster than the speed of light and allow their alien visitors to interact with us in a variety of ways. It's been confusing because the craft can be so different and the beings reported can be so different. It simply suggests there are a great many civilizations out there interacting with us. Basically, all stars in our galaxy host a family of planets, much like our own solar system. And what article of religious faith would it take to say life emerged on our only on our planet when there are billions available? And I think that's really crucial to where we're going. So the modern perspective, human origins, gods or non-human intelligences. And this is where our perspective changes with our understanding of these visitors that have come throughout the ages and were seen as gods, understandably so, because they had technology and what would appear like miracles to the primitive humans. Here we have evidence in drawings, cave drawings, right through to many different images from various countries that show that these visitors have been visiting through millennia. And of course, interestingly enough, we also have to look at religion with this, because again, what are we seeing here? Things like the baptism of Christ with this strange object above the painting by Art de Gelder. Also in the crucifixion, and also here as well. The Christian Bible in Genesis, then God said, and now we will make human beings. They will be like us and resemble us, but who is us? Well, if we bring this now into the modern perspective, here on the right of the screen is a blue being that Imoko, which is a 9-year-old's special friend that comes and visits her. And many of the children that I talk to have a special friend. And I think in the past they would be considered imaginary. Well, I don't believe they're imaginary in this case. I believe they're very real, and they have relationships with them. Here we have the Indian god Krishna and what suspiciously looks like a craft above their head. So star beings, many, many different forms. And what we discovered with our surveys with the Dr. Greg Mitchell Free Foundation was that the primary being that most people see before any others actually are energy beings, and then humanoids, and then the greys, which is not what everybody understands. Everyone thinks the primary one is often the grey Zeta beings. Here we do have a whole range of different types. The lion and feline beings, there's many different forms of Zeta or Zeta types. And as you can see here, we have Nordics, blue type Zeta beings, many, many different forms of intelligences that are visiting this planet. And of course, our indigenous peoples know about this. And this is a beautiful painting that I have personally been, absolutely love because of the explanation of it. This is an indigenous artist, and this is a drawing of how she understands our visitors, life on the stars beyond the Milky Way, the connection to the Seven Sisters constellation. And she says this: the planets are half a day's journey. The beings are friendly. They just watch the Aborigine way of life. They have no guns, spears, or weapons. The air on their planet is food. Their green uniforms protect from Earth diseases. These space people speak all languages. The elders say the space people show them how to grow food, find water, and show them how to use amethyst stones for healing. And this is really important to look at, is that indigenous tribes all around the world are very familiar with the star beings and know they're there. We also have evidence of hybrids and gods that are part of our history, if you like. And this one is the pharaohs that had the strange elongated skulls, which are seen all over the world. And we have lots of talk now about hybrid humans. The experiencers get told information about our heritage all the time. And Tracy Taylor, many years ago, was told this. One night she had this feeling before sleep and wrote in a process with little control, something beyond her present understanding, contrary to everything she'd been taught. It said the human race had been created by extraterrestrials, and information about genetic manipulation of human and extraterrestrial DNA to create another species. A 13-year-old in Canada drew this of a being that he saw when he went with his brother on board craft. And he explained to his mother this. He said, I felt these beings were like scientists, were curious about us, and I was told it was something to do with genetics. And we have now noticed with our surveys that 25.80% were given information about the upgrading of human DNA. And this is where we get into the new human. We've looked at this, I believe, and I know many others understand this, initially from a very nuts and bolts point of view, seeing craft, talking about crashes, what does the government know, all those kinds of things. And we have photographs, people have video of the spacecraft, the sightings of viewed as credible, implanted objects. Some of them were removed by Dr. Roger Lear in his book. He talks about the aliens and the scalpel, marks and scars which fluoresce under black ultraviolet light. There's whistleblower testimony, for example, missing time where people find out they've had encounters, EMF changes in soil after a spacecraft, multiple witnesses was what was the focus in ufology. But what we have come to understand through our research, and certainly my research as a hypnotherapist and therapist generally, is there's a broader, more inclusive, multidimensional aspect to this that has been hard for the nuts and bolts side of ufology to understand. It's been a limited paradigm we've been exploring. The evidence for the reality of extraterrestrial encounters is supported scientifically through the quantum hologram theory of physics, and linked to non-ordinary states of consciousness. So what we're discovering is that the surveys are saying that out of the 4,300 individuals surveyed with conscious recall, 75% of their encounters are out of body, not physical. And that is extremely important because it makes it much harder for the nuts and bolts to look at this. But we have to look at this from a completely different perspective, which is consciousness. So the quantum reality of expanded senses is people that may have had near-death experiences start to have contact. They may be already very intuitive, perceiving spirits or orbs, energy fields. They may have had a shamanic experience or a Kundalini awakening, which activates their connection to the multidimensional reality and consciousness. They may have had healing experiences or find they have healing abilities. They have a heightened intelligence, information downloads, heightened multidimensional senses such as telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience. They may have past life recall, and many, many children are aware of their past life origins that are now coming onto this planet and have done over the last 20, 30 years. Telekinesis, moving objects with the mind, and also producing a whole range of creative information that is being downloaded or they've got access to, such as music, scripts, artwork, star language, etc., etc. Dr. Olson, a molecular biologist, is one of those scientists that now have come out to share her story, and what we're seeing happening is disclosure is coming from the ground up, no matter what the Pentagon Papers are and the bright lights they talk about, where they say they don't know where they've come from. She asked for guidance to know if she was on track and if she should come out to give her a sign. She suffered dislocation of her atlas vertebra, causing extreme discomfort. Spontaneously, the vertebra rotated by itself into its correct position. She now swallows without pain and called that her sign to coming out. And it was with the mantis being. So she's now talking about her experiences as many, many very credible individuals from right across the spectrum are now sharing their experiences. She has also experienced both physical and multidimensional experiences with a number of extraterrestrial beings. At least, I think at the last count was at least 12 different types. And this is what people need to understand, is it's not necessarily just one type of being. She's had a near-death experience and out-of-body experiences, past life recall, shamanic experiences, healing as a healer and being healed. She's been given scientific and intuitive understanding of loading and energizing water, and understanding the new upgrades such as the letter people, which we call Asperger's, ADHD, dyslexia, some forms of autism. All the new generations being misunderstood, she calls letter people. These are some of the beings that she's interacted with. And this is what is so profound, as many experiencers realize there's not necessarily just one type of intelligence they're interacting with. You know, she's got all these wonderful intelligences that she connects to. And what is really important here is that we look at maybe only one or two different species and think that's all that's coming to our planet, when in fact there are many, many different forms of intelligence: fairy, pixie beings, water spirits, shadow people, blue orbs, and the orbs can contain within them many of these intelligences as they're going in their, if you like, the astral form. And we also, I believe, will be in that kind of form as an orb, or which some will call a Merkaba. So there we have a whole range of amazing beings, cat beings, mantid, etc. So how do we start to bring some sense into understanding what's going on? I go back to this wonderful gentleman, Nikola Tesla, and he said this: if you wish to understand the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. And that's really what is causing, I believe, what people are calling awakening and ascension, is a vibratory shift that's happening to this planet on multiple levels. Dr. Olson has talked about this, as many others have, that the human DNA has the ability to transform. The information of the donors and their background is there, a hidden key, and like PC programmers hide their work. It can be activated, and these programmers know the person's ready to be contacted. The activated ones spread a signal to wake others up, and she feels they're speeding this up. And absolutely, I agree with that, because I have never been so busy in my work with the numbers of people that are now exploring their experiences that may have been silent for many, many years, but now feel they have to understand it. And I believe that's the timing trigger that many are operating with now because of what's happening on this planet right now. Evolutionary gateway, activating human consciousness. These symbols by Antonio are some of many that people are producing that are activating that consciousness within us, activating our dormant DNA into understanding who we are. So what happens as we get activated, we start to have communication with galactic or interdimensional, extra-dimensional, trans-dimensional, and certainly it appears maybe visitors from our future as well, as one 7-year-old explained to his parents that he was from the future, and he now he doesn't look like he does. He looks now, which is in human form. He looked more like a Zeta. Multidimensional education with encounters, physical contact through spacecraft, out-of-body contact, downloads of compressed data in and also in dreams through music, art, star languages, codes, crop circles. Visiting sacred sites can be another one for downloading these frequencies. Activation and hyper communication. We also know that communication isn't just, you know, from a verbal perspective, but is telepathic. And it should be borne in mind, as Tracy says, that the nature of extraterrestrial communications, that in a majority of instances, star visitors communicate with humans by telepathic transfer of mental images and concepts rather than by words and speech, because everything's made up of the same matter resonating in different harmonics. So the ETs are able to communicate with us, directing thought on subatomic levels, and so activate the subconscious. The symbols are meant to communicate the nature of the macrocosm. And this is interesting because many people are activated through this very method that they're downloading these symbols. And what I was told by one experiencer was even one small symbol of a script can contain information that can fill a room with encyclopedias. So the new human, what does this mean? Who are the new humans? And I think we all have the potential to be an activated new human, although the children are coming in already activated. So the new paradigm, or the new human, what are we looking at here? The ancestors, the DNA manipulation of Homo sapiens sapiens, intergenerational link to these star beings, because we notice that those that have had experiences, that the link goes not just from the grandparents down to the children. So we have this intergenerational link that is also means that we're all part of this. Only some of us are more activated than others. Upgrades of each generation. The new human programs and how to recognize them, and how do the non-human intelligences keep us awake. And part of that is through schools that we go to astrally or physically. And how can we help? Tracy mentioned this many years ago to me, that there's a race of beings upon the planet increasing in number, although visually and physically indistinguishable to most humans. They're the bringers of light. They're here to guide the awakening of terrestrial consciousness. The new children are born without programs and will bring about a global awakening. And that's why they're much harder to educate, by the way, because they're wired differently, deliberately, I believe, so they won't be programmed into an inaccurate system of reality. So what do they have? They have direct connection, superior mental and analytical capabilities to higher awareness, extreme sensitivity to thought and emotion, enhanced DNA, photographic memories, fast motor neuron response, manipulation of time and space, non-verbal communication, and resistance to disease. And Dr. William Brown, a molecular biologist, said this many years ago to me in several of his communications. I believe genetic modification is occurring right now in utero, producing new humans. The exponential increase in autistic, ADD, and indigo children have new genetic architecture, which allows them to see the world in a multidimensional fashion. I believe research would show dormant genetic regions are being reintegrated into the biological systems occurring in all of us to produce expanded awareness. Their brains work faster, they have access to more information in the beginning. In the classroom, learning is much faster than normal. And he said this, I believe they know what is being taught. So the new programs for humanity may be under the misnomer of ADHD, Asperger's, dyslexia, forms of autism, even potentially bipolar. They're called Letter People by Dr. Olson, who is also a letter person, has experienced much of what she is talking about in terms of the new human. And she says this, I do not believe these are broken genes, but offering new multidimensional skills to prevent limited reprogramming of a third dimensional reality. And this is what I am observing with many of these children. And we say, oh, well, they don't do well at school. They don't have the concentration and what have you, particularly the ADHD. But what is interesting with that is, if that's the case, is there a purpose to this? And I believe there is. And it is that the harder they are to program, the more they will retain the integrity of what they've come in with as new aware humans. And this is also what Dr. Olson is tested herself on herself in terms of the physical senses, such as above normal sensory cells for pressure in the skin. She hears sound frequencies above and below normal range, aware of minute differences in shades of color than normal range. Taste and smell are enhanced, sensitive to all frequencies, and can feel overwhelmed at times by sensory overload. Sensitivity to radioactive radiation, energy fields, and energies beaming out from angry people, as well as love and happiness. She said, as Letter People learn how to focus and control their energy fields, they'll be less prone to getting ill from their surroundings and use their self-healing abilities. So there you have not just more aware, multidimensional awareness in their abilities, but their physical sensitivities are enhanced. And that's why many of them struggle being in crowds of people, feeling other people's energies and emotions, because many of them are empaths as well. This is a very interesting retranslation of ADHD, which is in a very positive way. And I got to understand more about this through Anil Gold, who's a researcher in Hong Kong. When I talked to him, he wrote the book Close Encounters of the ADHD Kind. And he said this, my book's about what happened in my extra-dimensional world where I met the light beings of light. Being symptomatic of ADHD, I'm not limited to the square template of the universe. I'm wired to the multidimensional universe, my internet browser, and I can browse into chaos, be it on Earth or the multiverse. I can perceive hidden layers of order and make sense of it all. Most folks without a supercharged browser cannot do this. They're focused towards convention in this reality. And he retranslated it into always dialed into higher dimensions. And that to me is really spot on to these children if they're given a chance to stabilize and be able to operate healthily. And there are ways to do that. And Dr. Olson has found various things you can give the children, both in vitamins and minerals and food, that can actually allow them to stabilize. So to be a hybrid is to be awakened. And this was what Zach told me some years ago when he was only 16. The hybrids are a part of the new human archetype we're evolving into. The labels don't matter, the humans are evolving. Our DNA is advancing and we'll express it in any way possible, and it's contained in our DNA. There is scalar imprinted memories of all other beings in our DNA has passed through. We can express it in the new human. We can express it in the hybrid forms such as indigo crystal. That is the energy they're expressing or perceiving through their reality lens and what we are emitting. They are all interconnected, but you perceive it as different if you wish to. He also mentioned he was told he was hybridized for expressing the human genome. There are many different agendas on the planet, and each species has their own programs. What he has been told about the hybridization is it's to expedite the evolution of humanity. It's not like hybridizing us by replacing our DNA with theirs. We already have their DNA in our bodies. They are activating it through frequency and light manipulation. The consciousness that we're vibrating with is the attributes we take on. So if someone is strongly connecting to Arcturians, they will take on Arcturian attributes. If one is connected to the Greys, it's the same thing. You're connected to which creates the expression. So as our DNA is activated, our star heritage will be activated, and we will start to connect to different star systems as those genetic inserts are activated. This one by Marina Seren, who's got a wonderful story and is now talking publicly. She said her DNA was activated when she was 15, intensely and very fast. So she experienced a very accelerated awakening. It was so prompt, my energy shift, and I had the ability to go out of my body consciously to other dimensions with my astral body without meditation. I instantly remembered what some would call my star origins, Andromeda and Arcturus. But it's not so simple as foreign DNA, as Dr. Olson is explaining. It's a combination of genetically improved bodies in combination with souls from different places in our universe, incarnating in these improved bodies. The souls have different frequencies and vibrations depending on their evolutionary status, and that plays a role in activation of the DNA in that particular body. We also have to take into account the collective soul of Homo sapiens. And this is why we have to broaden our perspective into what is consciousness. What are we? What is soul? What is spirit? You know, because all of that is that non-physical part of our consciousness that is inhabiting a biological system, but is connected to our source, whatever you call that source. The DNA of the Star Kids has a tenfold the amount of information, Tracy's told me. Abilities such as telepathy, manipulation of time and space, non-verbal communication are all conscious abilities for these children and quite natural. The ability to access memory is enhanced, and they often have photographic memories and extremely fast motor neuron responses. Their molecular structure allows their cells to vibrate faster. Everything is accelerated, including immune responses. Their DNA is encoded to recognize all types of foreign organisms. So what we're seeing here is some amazing abilities with these children that are being born and have been born over the last 10, 20 years and more. So the modification of the DNA is more like a remodeling of the genome to make dormant regions accessible. That is really confirming the way Tracy, as an experiencer, understood it. The intrinsic understanding of knowledge and information operates at biomolecular level, where sentient activity of the brain takes place in the atomic structure of the DNA molecules. It's transgenerational information. The information is encoded within the atomic structure of the DNA molecule. It can be accessed more efficiently to produce savant-like characteristics. The modification of the DNA is more like a remodeling of the genome to make dormant regions accessible, because vast amounts of information and functional capacity is already there. It's more about the architectural arrangement of the chromosomes. But he said the hybrids are altogether a new species. So we have a difference in the fact that the hybrids are telling me that they have more of the ET DNA, and that's how they manifest their differences, if you like. So this is how Zach explained it to me. He says he likes the term new human because it fits, because we're going into something that's new for us. The labels such as crystal, indigo, rainbow is not describing the person, but the person's expression of self. The indigo child has the warrior personality to break down the system that's wrong and needs change. Crystalline child has the aura of love and peace, the healer, the medium bringing in the sight. The rainbow child has the energy of the creator, leader, kingship, personality. It's a vibrational difference. It's a term humans are using only because of limited understanding. Those who call themselves these labels are just resonating to the frequency of those attributes and not staying with the status quo. And he also said that animals are changing personality too. And we're noticing, particularly with the new humans and some of the older models, that they are able to communicate with animals. And there is a shift in that. Many are calling themselves animal communicators. I had an 8-year-old child tell me that he communicates with animals, and it's also to help people understand that we need to have respect for the consciousness of all the animals that we interact with as well. But there is an upgrade with them as well, and also that some are able to communicate with plants and even what we would call crystal or minerals and what have you, as a form of information. And if anyone's done psychometry, which is getting information from holding something that belongs to somebody else, you're actually picking up information from that source, which is actually a solid, what appears to be a solid object or whatever. So psychics can do this, intuitives can do this already, and we've been doing it as part of accessing that information. Past life connections to extraterrestrials. My contact with non-human cosmic beings was since before I was born, and this is really crucial to the new awakened new humans. Tracy says the beings were my family before I came to be on the earth domain. I had a close relationship with them that was continued after my birth. One 10-year-old explained to me that he was a blue being and he'd come to this planet for the first time. And he explained he was a center seed, which meant that he connected to the center of this planet and he was going to help with the pollution on this planet. He'd come with his skills to help with the pollution. He also told me that he could see interdimensionally with his eyes open, for example, and was also bringing in other awareness to help this planet. There is so much fascinating information from the children and how they understand their multidimensional abilities. What we noticed in the free survey, that 96% of ETs travel to and from other dimensions. And this was, again, from a survey of 4,300 individuals. I came through a portal in the sun, David said. Many of the children born these days have memories intact from their previous existence on board craft as extraterrestrials. They're kept on track by continuing their interaction with their cosmic family while they're in human form. What's fascinating in recent years, not only have we talked about those that have come from their past, what they're seeing as their past lives, but some have come from future lives to help the planet at this time. And there's been several that have mentioned that they have come from the future, including this 9-year-old that explained that he was from the future and he didn't look the way he looks now. He only got 4 digits and more like a zeta, more like a grey, and he'd come to help. So whatever you want to understand or how you want to understand that, it's how they understand their own journey in this reality. 4-year-old in Canada. My daughter talked to me about her life in the Crystal Kingdom far away from here, where no one is ever hungry or sad. She said it's wonderful and our special friends are there, but they really aren't really special because everyone is a special friend there. The mother said, I think it's her way of saying that everyone is an ET. She told me that everyone lived in a giant crystal building and it was clear like quartz. She picked up the quartz to show me what she meant. She had described living in a jungle world with other cat people. And I've met many now that have connections to the felines or lion beings or what have you, and have hybrid children on board craft that are a mix of human and felines. And I talk about this with one former air hostess in Brazil who told me she met her daughter in a physical way in a corridor where she wanted to know where the little girl mother and father was, and as she turned round she was part human, part feline, and it frightened her so much that she ran away. But later, when she was taken on board craft, she saw this being again and was told it was one of hers. And she also explained to me that she's seen her 6-year-old daughter on board craft playing with her hybrid sister, who is a part human, part feline being. So there is, it goes into so much depth into what we don't know is actually going on these other levels. And most people will not talk about it, understandably so, because of the lack of understanding on this planet. This 9-year-old explained to me when he wanted to talk to me, he said he wanted to tell me that he was a light physicist on Orion. He worked on time travel technology, and the closest to his understanding on Earth is the work of Nikola Tesla. He explained to me that he goes to various sacred sites for downloads, particularly because they help him understand more of what he needs to know about being on this planet. He also explained the pyramids aren't working in the way they should, because they should be surrounded by water, the purest water possible, and that the consciousness of the individual is needed to be of a high consciousness, and then they will act as portals, was how he explained it to me. So Boriska is another young man who got well known in Russia, and there's many stories about him. He's now probably a young adult, but he spoke about his life on Mars, its inhabitants, and flights to other planets, including Earth, and a country called Lemuria. And he also said there's knowledge under the pyramids, and that the Lemurians were 9 meters tall. And of course, it's interesting that we don't get any information on all the skeletons that have been found over the globe of giants and how they've been hidden from the public. We call them my special friends. And this is a 3-year-old speaking to his interactions with a mantis as big bugs. He thinks they're really funny looking. He describes the lion being that comes to him. He calls him a baby lion. He's here to keep him safe and is his best friend. She said this: my children have a beautiful understanding of our ET friends. They're aware that they're taken on board craft and have a sense of loving familiarity with the beings that visit them. And this is how it's shifted in terms of consciousness, is the feeling of being comfortable with their non-physical awareness. Whitley Strieber, many, many years ago, wrote a book, The Secret School. And I know he got vilified for it because everyone thought that was really quite weird or strange, that the children would get taken onto craft or being taught by these beings in a non-physical or physical way when sleeping. And he said this: remembering the journey outside of time was another step. 9 lessons involved the manipulation of time, because learning how to use time as a tool is the key to reaching higher consciousness and a real relationship with the beings. And for him, it was about time not being linear. The children will explain they've been on board craft. As this 5-year-old said, I don't mind going through the walls. I learn more on the ships than I do at school. The cosmic syllabus taught in spacecraft and off-world. Quantum physics, the holographic nature of the universe, awareness and connection to all sentient life, levitation, psychic abilities and skills, understanding spatial geometry of thought, how to operate in a multidimensional reality, states of consciousness, parallel universes, how to communicate, interpret, and interact with interdimensional and other non-human intelligences, out-of-body training, telekinesis, telepathy, mind melds, multidimensional ecology, manifestation, directed thought and emotion, healing, working with energy, true history of man's origins, and universal spirituality are just some. And also what they are shown: how to pilot spacecraft and how to navigate star maps, shown advanced technologies, consciousness, soul, spirit moved into another form, a non-human container. And what I mean by that is, many have told me that when they go on board craft, they may in fact leave their human body and go into another form, another possibly biological form for tasks. One young lady saw herself as going into a Zeta form as a scientist and doing work on board craft. And I said to her, how do you get back to your human body, which was to one side? And she described a ball of light traveling from that Zeta form back to reanimate a human body. shown genetic engineering of different species, both on and off world. That was an 8-year-old explained to me. She was shown how they alter different species to fit different seeding different planets, both in this universe and others. So it was an ongoing process, not just on planet Earth, which is obviously it's happened, but in many, many other planets and universes. Healing procedures on board craft, the nature of black holes and wormholes, to decode and understand scripts, symbols, and light languages, time travel technologies, taken on missions on Earth and off-world, taught advanced physics technologies to create non-polluting energy sources, and ecologically friendly environments and interstellar abilities. So these are why the children are struggling often in a 3D reality, because most of this is completely denied them. 3-year-old complained and said to his mum, "I know, go to school. I've already gone to school. I was at school with my special friends." She asked him when he was at school, and he said, "Today, nighttime. I've got back now." I asked him what school looked like, and he said it was a small class and a boy was teaching them, but the boy had really big black eyes and white clothes. These are just snippets of some of the abilities that the children mentioned to their parents. This was a young lady talking about seeing auras. My 6-year-old mentioned she can see emotions as colors when people speak. It comes out of their mouths. She said that when the mother was angry, it was a different color than when she was happy. So this is what is actually going on. Is the children are perceiving their reality in a multidimensional way, and it's very hard for them when they're told that what they're, that isn't real, and they have to try and work out what is real or what's acceptably real in this reality. And this is why a lot of the parents struggle, because they're wanting to honor this, but also know that to explain this to them is very hard. This is a wonderful model that Antonio produced, a model of technologies he explained as a school project. And he said this about this one. He said, "This one's resonating on pure light and sound with crystalline generators to increase the vibratory level of the physical world by crystals around the pyramid." He stated those with the pyramid can project the vibration of those inside the pyramid and send it around the globe. So this is also an indicator that there's something very special about the children when they start to produce such amazing things. The new human will help humanity awaken. The new earth, many talk about the new earth, and there's many theories or suggestions about what does that actually mean. So I asked Zach how he understood it. And he said this: "My understanding, there is a new earth, but not necessarily new. We are just moving into a new vibration, but to us, it is new. It's been there for a long time. It's waiting for our arrival. Gaia is already at the destination she wishes to be. She is waiting for us to move with her. She's moving to a higher frequency, a collection of similar frequencies. After all, we are in actuality just a collection of vibrations. There will be a change in human consciousness. The energy is heading this way, and the essence of this energy is light. The energy will repair our DNA and will make us complete in who we really are." I've mentioned Mike Oram in many of my presentations. A good friend of mine, he's now in his 60s, and wrote the book, Does It Rain in Other Dimensions? The thing that was profound, and way before I realized just how many of these new generations of human have this understanding. What he said and what you're reading there is what he was trying to tell his mother at 4 years old in the 1950s. So here is a child of 4 explaining a shift in consciousness. And that was in the 1950s. So we've been having these new generations of upgrades coming in over, I believe, the last 100 years. And we're all part of that. It's just that some of us are more awakened to who and what we are. None of us, I believe, are going to be left behind here. It's just that we've all got a different soul agenda that means we wake up at our own personal timing. But the new ones have come in as really to help shift that and accelerate that process, I believe. This is another one that demonstrates the awareness of these new children. This is a 5-year-old. And this is what the mother said. I never taught my son meditation, but my son placed a pyramid and crystals in a configuration in front of him. He said that each corner of the pyramid represented specific feelings. He placed a clear quartz crystal bead ball on the point of the pyramid and said it represents love, and said that that is what he was focusing on during the meditation. And this is your indicator. These children have an awareness of their multidimensional reality. They are seeing beings. They recognize orbs. They understand they can communicate with them. They understand energy fields. They understand your emotions. Many of them are absolutely telepathic. And I remember an email from a woman writing to me saying, my daughter's been telepathic from birth. She reads everyone. And she said, the thing that's the issue for me, Mary, she's 3 years old and she's still reading me. And she said, it's very hard. She said, knowing that, you know, everything you're thinking is being available to your child. And the challenge to think in a enlightened, positive way all the time, because the child can pick up those thoughts. And I believe that that's part of the lesson that we're being taught as well as adults, is thoughts are things, and that we have to really watch, not just say the positive things, but also be in a positive frame of mind as much as we possibly can, because these children will pick up those energies, either positive or negative, and understand them. And we've got many of those children, I believe, on the planet now. So we have a scientist, Mitch Batras, author of Solar Rain, saying this: evidence that the sun produced charged particles to affect humanity. Solar cycle 24 has begun. The sun's activity is 50% stronger than cycle 23. This wave affects not only the planet, but the human body, the human body's magnetic field, and the human emotions. Batras believes the magnetic influence of the sun will usher what is described by our ancient ancestors as a transition, bringing in a new state of being. The free surveys that we did with the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation. And I think, you know, when people realize this is so far, the only research that has taken on that number of individuals, 600 questions. And what has unfolded is definitely highlighting the consciousness aspect of contact. 65% had off-world or ET healings. 85% were more clairvoyant, psychic, with intuition. 93% had knowledge they'd not consciously learned. 92% had out-of-body experiences. 37% had a near-death experience. 56% had their conscious thinking speeded up. 76% with paranormal experiences. 51% a greater desire to help others. 71% highly positive ET contact. And this particularly is significant with all the information that's been out there in the past and the negative propaganda around contact. 85% had a psycho-spiritual transformation, and 75% were taken out of body, with only 25% physical. And that is why, looking at this from a nuts and bolts perspective, you will never get an understanding that you need about what this is about. The only way we're going to understand this is that consciousness is primary. And that's where we're going with the research now, is looking at it from a consciousness perspective. Many of you will be aware of Dolores Cannon, an amazing author, hypnotherapist, have written many, many books on her work with people in altered states, in trance states, their subconscious, superconscious, higher information. And she said one thing that I concur with absolutely. Are we a hybrid species in transition? She was told that DNA has been expanded to 12 strands. Many have mentioned the 12 as being activated. And interestingly, before he died, Command Sergeant Robert Dean, a very wonderful soul in ufology, mentioned this. He was taken on board craft, and he explained that he'd been told that we were created with 12 different extraterrestrial DNA. He also said that we are in transition, and although we will be going through a challenging time, we will supersede that. And he said, I've seen the future and it's glorious. So what he's saying there is that we are in transition, and we are part of these otherworldly star beings who are our ancestors. And there'll be some that are self-serving, but there's many others that are here to help humanity in a way that will enable us to transition to a higher awareness and to become part of this galactic community that's been helping with that transition. So the new human is already there. They don't need governments to tell them we're not alone in the universe. They already know we're not. They know the planet is in dire shape, both ecologically and spiritually. They know we are lied to and manipulated. They know we are educated and programmed into a limiting and limited reality. They know about covert technologies which control the public and its fear-based mindset. They're aware of their psychic abilities. They know about the many extraterrestrial species visiting our planet. The new human is here to wake up humanity. And many of these that are coming in now are doing exactly that. So the new human is this you. Human beings, as this 9-year-old said to me, human beings have no idea how amazing they are, but they have to believe it first. So really, it's up to us. It's up to us to realize that we all have that potential, not just the new generations of human. And the more that we put out that desire to connect to that, the more we create the frequencies that enable us all to wake up and use our abilities and become the new human that we were meant to be. Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone.
I'm here, Mary, just waiting for Stephen. He's got a bunch of questions for you, and he should be here with us shortly. There we go.
I heard the door. There he is. He's in the background. He's just getting his questions. Okay. He's got some good and fantastic talk, Mary.
They were on top of the crosswords, so I have to bring the paper in also. So the Herald's joined us for this. Okay, Mary. We've got a little bit of a gap here because we're a little ahead of time and we're looking for Sonia at the moment. So bear with me. I'm going to ask a few more questions than I thought I would. The first question I want to ask about all the different alien groups, and we know there are many different types. Some of them lived a long way away from here and they've been here a long time. I sort of get sick and tired of people trying to discuss if they're here because that's a waste of time. My big question is, why do you think they came? What drew them to this planet?
Oh, my goodness. That's a very good question. What can I say? I think if I go with what an 8-year-old actually mentioned to me when they were being shown the way they mix species of different types on board craft. She was told that they're doing this across the galaxies to seed other planets. It's part of the whole evolutionary growth of exploring what can be achieved through various mixes of intelligences and what have you, and different experiences. So I feel it's just one of a huge program of seeing what they can manifest through various genetic mixes or whatever it is. Although I believe it's more than that. I believe there's also a very much an energetic component to that as well. So we're, in terms of consciousness. So it's providing vehicles for consciousness in different environments So we get to the soul journey from that, you know, we want to experience. I mean, the children have talked about being blue beings, dolphins, energy beings, creator beings, all of these different things. And recently, more and more, I'm exploring a very interesting one to do with the Sasquatch, and their communication with various people, and that's taking it to the fact that they are interdimensional, but they can be physical, and they have connections, and the ones they're communicating with often have a connection to the human, and I'm seeing past life connections with that to the particular humans they're communicating with. And this is all part of another presentation that's connecting past lives to their present life now and why they've incarnated now. So really, we're talking again about consciousness, however you understand that.
Yeah. Are all the aliens, all the different types of aliens on board with this, or are some trying to subvert it in some ways?
Very good question. My sense and what I've come across in my research is there are definitely appears to be some intelligences that are self-serving. They've got their own agendas, okay? But when you look at the surveys that we've done, where 85% of those that had encounters noticed a complete transformation, a psycho-spiritual transformation, I think that suggests very clearly that the majority are benevolent and wish to help us reach another level of awareness. Otherwise, you know, it wouldn't be that kind of statistic. And that in itself, 4,200 individuals, is very profound, I think, in terms of what is the outcome. The outcome is a far more aware spiritual human.
And of course, that leads up to something, because probably, as you know, there are certain alien races, and I'm thinking of David Icke for one, where they've made a blanket statement about that alien race having, let's say, less than honorable intent. Do you think that's the case, or do you think it's really difficult to try and say that all of a particular race are against this? I tend to feel like there's give and take and everything. What's your take on that?
I'm with you with that, Stephen, and I'll tell you for why. Because in terms of, say, for want of the one that gets a bad rap often is the reptilian, for example. Okay, I have met people that have had the most amazing, loving interactions with certain reptilians, and one of them is a well-known researcher called Barbara Lamb, and she explained to me that she went in her room one day and there was a 7-foot reptilian, and all she felt from this being was love, and she was embraced by this being. What I've heard is that all races are being affected by this frequency.
Yes.
So the ones that want to reach another higher level of spirituality, it's happening with all species, not just the human species, that we're all being affected by these frequencies. And there are some that want to get to a higher level, and there's some that, like in humans, want to stay put and stay with the status quo, depending again on the soul agenda, which is, I'm going to be this form, I'm going to ascend in some way to a high frequency during my journey or whatever. And that goes for the Zetas. I was told there were 165 species that this lady knew of. Well, you can't just take one Zeta and say, well, they're all like this.
That's the point. Yeah, good one.
You know, because you are labeling. Well, we could label humanity going on some of the beings on our planet like this. Well, that's the point, isn't it? That so it's illogical. And what I say to people when they see a being, rather than go on what you've read, what are you feeling from this being? Not what somebody else is saying about them, because they're coming from their own perspective, their own maybe lens, their own judgment, their own fear or whatever. What are you feeling from this intelligence? And often when I do hypnosis with all of this, Stephen, I notice that when you take them into the experience and they have an interaction with that intelligence, they often have realized that they've been connected to this being right through their lives. And not only that, they may actually have some genetic part of them is related to that intelligence as well. So we're looking at, the fact that they may in fact be looking at part of their genetic parentage. So this changes everything when people understand from that deeper level. And that's the problem, that with the conscious mind, we edit out what's unpleasant or difficult, or we're just scared of the unknown. Once we get more of a sense of what is really going on, that can change us 180 degrees into a whole new perspective.
Definitely. I'm pleased you said that, because I do feel it's very important we understand that there are good Homo sapiens, there are bad Homo sapiens. There will be good and bad in every race, and we should never be put with the same blanket. So that's a really good point. Now, speaking of that, as you know, the original people, and I had plenty of elders who would actually had one elder, Uncle Jerry, before he hung up, he'd repeat the same line every time. He'd say, my grandmother taught me that the Pleiadians are our brothers and sisters. And we all know that in Australia there is that strong link. What I find interesting in this, and it's still not quite clear, and I'm hoping you might add some clarity to it, is at present count, we found 17 different hominins are running around this planet. Right now we've found new ones called Dragon Man, which has got a larger head than ours. Denisovans have a larger brain. Neanderthal have a larger brain. Homo heidelbergensis has a larger brain. And obviously the flat-headed being we've got's got a larger brain. The question you've got to ask when you look at this, at the moment, I think we can rank ourselves 6 on the intelligence scale with hominins. Why was it that the aliens tended, I mean, what's left now are just sapiens. Why were we chosen out of all those different hominins? What was the talent we had that attracted them to us?
That's a good question. And all I can look at is when they're seeding, the whole idea is to give us the potential so that when we reach a certain level of consciousness, more of our potential unfolds, so that we start off as quite limited in terms of our consciousness, but as we grow as a species and we learn and experience, we activate more and more of our connection to our ancestors and what have you. And that process allows not only the soul to grow, but also allows us as a species to go through a process of growth. And they're saying that they do this all over the cosmos, that this is a vehicle for the soul to experience. Everything is a vehicle for the soul to experience a new understanding and gain new understanding. I can only look at it from that perspective. That's the only way that makes any sense to me. And so, look at what we're having. Why it's happening so accelerated now is because we've reached a certain level of technology where they're saying you can destroy yourselves, and you also can destroy other things that are put in place in terms of this reality, in terms of the dimensional side of it as well. So it's saying we've got to upgrade the 3-year-old that's got a loaded gun and wants to shoot everybody. And we've got to upgrade them now to an intelligence and awareness and an understanding of what actually is going on. But the potential, I'm being told, is for the human. There is something within us that enables us to be quite extraordinary in ways we can't even imagine.
Right. That's the difference, I think. I think there's something innate in sapiens as a race. There's got to be a reason for that. And let's go a little bit further with something you mentioned when you spoke about ADHD and autism being our future. I was, in my other existence before here, I was a teacher, and I actually was head of special ed. And I found it interesting, that word autism. I think we need to clarify it a bit, because autism has been misused. I've had children I've taught that could never speak. And I remember one kid in particular, every time a truck drove past, he would get incredibly excited and start to make noises, but they were not noises you could put together in a sentence. And he's claimed to be autistic. I've also was at a school when 5% of the kids coming through on that year were autistic, and it's normally point something of a percent, and everyone ignored what happened, but we know something did. What's interesting with that is I think we need to be very clear what autism is and what it isn't. And I want to make the point, I think you're talking about the kids that don't fit in, that are quite aware, but have one characteristic that I'm hoping is an indication that they are our future. Proper autistic people have a real issue with sarcasm and lying. And I'm wondering if when we talk about autism being our future and our children, I feel that you're right, as long as people understand what autism isn't. Because you can't say someone with an IQ of 138 has the same illness as children I've taught that have got autism that are called TLA, too low to assess, below 30. That's not what it is, and I want to make that clear, because I don't think you're talking about the kids who have IQs below 30. You're talking about the ones, that's what I wanted to get very clear there, because from a teaching point of view, people may get confused with that, and they may put what is an artificial construct, and I think it's done deliberately. Yeah. Because you're right, the autistic kids we're talking about often don't fit in, can't be programmed, and I think their most endearing feature, and I think I'd like you to talk about this a bit, is their inability to lie, which means the stories they tell you, if they were lying, it's against their actual medical condition they claim they have. So I find that an interesting parallel. What's your comment on that? Do you find that autistic kids have this issue about lying?
Well, let me put it like this. I spoke to an Asperger's who said to me many, many years ago, he said, Mary, they say that we can't socialize. He said, that's not true. He said, with each other, we have absolute harmony. We understand each other absolutely. He says, but what we can't deal with is masks and social conditioning, because it's not real. It's not got any integrity, so we can't be bothered with it. We just, because it's not the person. They're following social norms and they're masks. They're not real. That's why we don't want to socialize with them. But within ourselves, it's what we're saying is coming from us. It's real. It's not these masks, these social masks that we're expected to be part of. So that was how he explained it to me. And what's interesting too, with some of what they're not aware of, is many of the autistic, so-called autistic, are telepathic. Many of them are reading you. They're reading when you're frustrated. They're reading when you are not coming from integrity. They're reading, and they will respond and mirror you in whatever way. So if you're not coming from, again, a place of integrity, a place of honesty and truth, they will read that and then they will switch off and they will react as well. That's how I have come to understand this awareness. And I remember one, she was autistic, and they said to her, why don't you look at people in the eye? What's the problem with looking people in the eye? And she came out with, every time I look at someone in the eye, I get 10,000 images all in one go.
I think you've summed that up really well, because there are all sorts of lies out there. I mean, I was a head teacher of special ed, so I know what I'm talking about. There are so many lies about the fact, you can't touch autistic people. They don't respond to affection. Absolute lie. Absolute lie. That's been created by shows like Rayman and other things where people have got this idea. And I think it's really interesting what you said about the fact the reason they don't want to look us in the eyes because they don't like what they see. They just think, I don't want to do this because, they're right. You're right about this. I think it's really important. I've said this myself. I think autism is not a disability. It's an extension. It's an improvement on what we are. We shouldn't be, as we do in education, because this is what I'm very concerned about in education. Once you give someone that label autism, they feel they have something lesser about themselves, when I've found that the autistic people we're talking about are an extension upon ourselves. Because honestly, if we lived in a world where no one lied ever, it would be better than what we have today. Nobody could convince me, and I've said that to many people. This world is built on lies. And right now, people don't trust people because they know they lie so often. Or the cleverest lie is the omission when they don't say things. But autistic people can't do that, can they? They have to tell us what they feel and what they think.
Yeah.
And we call that a disability. Let's talk a bit more about schooling now. Schooling. I believe it's probably the thing that is a deliberate attempt to sever our connection with our star heritage, our activation, and our connection to the other side. Do you believe that's what schooling does at the moment? It takes children in kindergarten that are like unplugged little souls, and I see them when they come out in year 12. And I see that light in their eyes. As it goes through infants, it's still there. Then you see it disappear piece by piece by piece. I can only blame schooling for that, or am I being hard?
No, I think you're spot on. Absolutely spot on, Stephen. And the reason I say that, I've been talking to some educators, and you know, with my book, I didn't ever expect to have what I would call more of the mainstream get in touch with me. And I've had educators as well as clinical psychologists get in touch with me, seeing these children. But the educators know there's something, because a lot of them are star seeds. So they've gone into education to try and change it. And they're recognizing these children and saying the problem is that what we're doing is we're programming them in a 19th century model. And they will not ever respond to that because it's not where they're at. They are reading you, and some teachers have talked about mind melds, or them seeing right into their information in their consciousness and pulling it out. And so the whole point of the 3D model is to shut that down. That is the whole purpose of it, so that they lose their connection to source, lose their connection to their awareness, so that they then can be programmed even more. And what's so brilliant about the ADHD, they're operating on such a high frequency. They shut them down through Ritalin so that they can program them back into the system. That's what they're doing. And in fact, what we're doing is we're shutting down these amazing souls that are part of this new program to change our planet and the consciousness that we are heading for.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's exactly what schooling does and has done from the very beginning. It's trying to create a semi-robotic humanoid that comes out and obeys, works, consumes, contributes money, then passes on, and we get another one. It's like a process. I also find it interesting too, and I wondered about this quite a lot. Aliens, I've been told many times, I'm going to find out off you whether it's correct or not, often incarnate into human form. Why would they do that? What would they gain from it? It seems to me like there they are, really advanced, got the whole idea of what's going on to an extent, not completely, it's been made clear to me, and then they go back down to kindergarten in human form. What do they gain from that?
Well, some of them have volunteered. What I heard from many is that, and that not just the ones that are in our physical reality, but the ones interdimensionally that have come through the dimensions, to bring their skills and their awareness to assist this planet with its transition. Just like the 10-year-old explained that he was a blue being, he'd come here for the very first incarnation. He's a center seed to connect to the center of the planet, and he's going to help with the pollution. So that's his job, that's his mandate. So others are coming in, different mandates to help the planet, not just the planet, but the consciousness of the people. And we're getting more and more of those. And some of them will call themselves hybrids because they're more connected to their star ancestry than they are to being humans. And a lot of them find themselves getting very depressed here because of heavy energy and say, I want to go home. I don't like it.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm feeling they must feel that sometimes, my God, why did I volunteer for this? But they keep doing it, don't they? Yeah.
Well, now they're helping, Stephen, because people are saying, well, why aren't they helping us? Why aren't they coming down to help? But they are. They're coming in, they're embodying in human form because that's the way they can help. They can't just come and fix it, but they can through consciousness, through coming in and being in human form, so they can actually influence what's going on around the planet. And this is what we're getting all along now, is these wonderful souls coming in with different awareness and understanding, so they can help us do, you know, as a species, to reach that other level.
And that brings us up to something quite interesting I was going to talk about, and I had written down next to the crosswords, and I'm having big trouble with the crosswords today. And it was this, that it's a notion, as you know, Leah works with us and is in contact with an alien by the name of Mesref. And he was giving us an example of something which is called free will. He said that every being on this planet has free will. And that sort of runs against a lot of people are saying, why don't the aliens, I know that, like you said earlier, I heard you say something every 6 seconds, and there's probably less than that, some form visual appearance or some sort of appearance of an alien is seen or sensed by someone. Why don't they take up their big mothership and land it on top of the White House and show everyone, like those films, here we are, we do exist, and resolve that problem instead of this argument, do or don't they exist? Why don't they do that?
Well, first of all, they'd be shot at for a start. Would happen or whatever. But it's a process of actually engaging consciousness, because there are so many in our society that to do that would be such a shock to the psyche. Let's look at ourselves, look at the process we went through to acknowledge this is a reality. And it takes many years sometimes to come to terms with our reality is the same as mainstream anymore. And it's about a process of bringing that information in through consciousness. And that is the way that we learn and we grow and we become more open to new things. This is what's so important. It's part of that soul journey.
Right. Well, I've just got information that Sanya is about now, so we've got her. But I am going to ask one more question about this, and I want your response to this. As you know, we do in our online conferences now, we have a session where I ask questions and Leah passes those questions on to Mesref, then she responds with the answer. And I found this issue of free will quite interesting, and it was brought up. I didn't know that the power we have of free will is so, and I think that's why we don't see the aliens, because then it's not free will. You think, oh, okay, then I believe in this now. I think we have to find these things. And I asked Mesref a question. One I thought was very simple. I said, humans have 3 beliefs about the afterlife. Number 1, nothing. Nihilism. It doesn't exist. Number 2, heaven. You go to heaven and there you exist for the rest of your time forever. Or number 3, reincarnation. And I made the mistake of saying to Mesref, only one of these could be correct. And his answer was this. He said they all are. He said because it comes down to each individual soul. If they believe heart and soul that after this existence they don't exist again, they will not. Yeah. If they believe that when they exist once, they go to the other side, which is a curtain, which is right next to me right now, it's that close, but don't want to come back, they don't. And if they want to come back and learn more, they can come back. So what he was saying is that every soul has its own journey and can make its own decisions, and if need be, can even stop the journey. What's your take on that?
Well, I'll go back to a book I read many, many years ago by a clairvoyant, Doris Stokes. Some people may remember her. She died in the 1980s or 90s and wrote lots of books and came to Australia, actually. And she said, whatever the belief system is when the person dies, that's what they'll experience in the afterlife. In other words, if they believe in Jesus and Mary and heaven, that's what they'll get, certainly initially. So it's what belief is as you leave this planet is what you'll experience, whether you stay with that or whether you go to a point from that and experience other things. Then my understanding when I I asked about the whole free will thing. The way it was explained to me was because I take people through past lives, ask them what have they learned in that past life, like compassion or whatever it is. Then they tell me they're making a plan to come back to this planet, picking mum and dad, picking their siblings, choosing the challenges that they will have in this life to help their soul grow. So everything is planned by them. And what I was told was the free will was your attitude to it. Were you seeing it in your life as a victim, or did you see it as a way to grow? There is your free will, to choose whatever it is that works for you. And you may choose to be a victim, or you may choose to say, through this, I grew and changed and understood more. And that's how I've understood the free will. No idea whether that's correct, but that's the one that I was given. So hope that answers.
It does, because it's what Mesrev said too. It's entirely up to us. It's what you get out of it, what you feel that you need and what you don't need. It's your call. Well, look, thank you, Mary. We went a little bit longer than expected because we were just cleverly ad-libbing, so no one knew that we didn't have Sonia, but we do now, do we? Is that correct, Evan?
Yeah. She's in the background.
Okay, so look, thank you for that. And look, as I said before, every time you speak, I can't say that I listen to everybody, but I always listen to your stuff, mate, because you talk about children, you talk about my major interest. I was a teacher before I did this, and I still have this love of children because when I see the children come in through kindergarten, I see souls there that are so pure. And then I think to myself, I look around in the classroom and think, oh my God, what are we going to do to them? How much will they survive this? It's an ordeal. And yes, you're right. I hope our future is the autism that I believe, the one I understand, the ones who can see through your soul and can't lie. If that isn't a progression, if that isn't an improvement, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a disability. It's an extra ability that we've lost and we need to get back. So, yeah, you're right. So things are improving. Thank you, Mary. Love your work. You know that. And talk soon. Okay, we'll throw back to our leader. Well, not us.
Apparently, we are now the leaders. Bow down before us.
No, don't bow down to me. Where is Omar? We got Sanya. Okay, we're back.
I'm right here, guys. Hi, Sanya. How are you?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah.
Lovely. Can you see me?
I sure can.
Woohoo! We are on.
I thought
great to see you guys.
I thought because Stephen and Evan know you the best, I will let them introduce you so that you get a proper introduction, and because that's very important.
All righty.
Okay. All right. Look, we know Sanya through two ways. Sanya is the mother of Leah, who we're working with quite a lot, and that's one part of the story. There's two things that make Sanya very unusual. The first one is actually having a daughter called Leah. That is something very unusual, and she won't argue with that. The second part is this. I'm maybe slightly overgeneralizing, but not by much. Most of the archaeologists we've run into are slaves to the system. They are not discoverers of information. Their basically main function is to find information they already know the answer to, and that to me is disappointing. And I don't think that's an overgeneralization, is it, Evan?
No, I mean, science should be about gathering data, not just...
With your eyes wide open. And what we found is that over the time we've done this, we've run into about 4 archaeologists, all women. Did you notice that? All women. Something about the men here, we're falling behind, gentlemen, where we've run into these people that are rare. Insofar as they have all the other archaeological skills, got the tick at the end of the line, did all that, but they managed to keep their eyes wide open and to look at the big picture. Because if you look at archaeology properly, you will find that there have been earlier civilizations. You will find the aliens have been part of this civilization for so long. And this is not the first time we've gone up and down in these civilizations. These are all self-evident truths. Yes, there have been giants. Yes, there are unusual skulls found around the world, and they have been found, and yet most archaeologists can't see any of it. Sanya's that rare breed that has done all the tricks you're supposed to do, got all the marks. I got through 2 years and stormed out and never went back. I didn't have the patience. All credit to you for doing that. And has also had the advantage of being to some really amazing sites, and in particular had a close-up encounter, and I'm sure she's going to talk about this, with some amazing skulls, these elongated skulls that many humans tried to copy in different forms. And that's the reason why there was skull deformation. It was basically to copy what was going on. Well, she's been there. She's been on site to these places. We've had her on our show to talk about outside, what's taking place around the rest of the world. And it's nice to have an archaeologist on that is aware. And I'm sorry, a lot of them are not. Now, I'm not blaming the archaeologists, because it's not a well-paid job, is it? And it's a poorly paid job. And those who have got the money are thinking to themselves, am I going to walk down that path and lose that job I've got and therefore become an unemployed archaeologist that barely earns any money, like most of us?
Yeah, I remember when I did my undergrad major in anthropology and archaeology, I went, Centrelink, here I come.
Or maybe waitressing, or what's the main word for it? I'm not sure what it's called. Whatever. Yeah. But she's been to some amazing places. She's seen some stuff, and she can explain to you exactly what it is from a very strong academic viewpoint. But the most important part, you're going to listen to an archaeologist that is aware, and they are a rare breed. So, Sanya, over to you to tell us the real truth about what's around the world today, and we know you will. And equally, she's also the mother of Leah, and I'm going to give one last thing I'm going to make very clear. This is the second tick she gets, because Leah was obviously in contact on the other side, and like 99% of the parents, they tell their kids this imaginary friend you've got is imaginary. You're a lady that actually decided it wasn't imaginary, and for that you get a bigger tick than being an archaeologist who actually listens and looks. Over to you to tell us your story, and I'm sure it'll be interesting.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Yes, my name is Sanya Korlet. I'm an archaeologist with a scientific background in biotechnology, with the main interests in Peruvian, Egyptian, and Aboriginal cultures. Also with interest in ancient alien contact and present alien sightings and contact that's happening right now. So I have a big presentation for you today, jam-packed with information. But before we delve into the subject, I just want to say a few more words about myself. So I consider myself an alternative archaeologist, simply because I don't subscribe to the paradigm that our progression of civilization has been linear, simply because there are too many unexplained mysteries out there, anomalies as they call them, that don't fit in the present historical view. And so to me, it looks like there were many different civilizations before us at high level, high technological level, that have been there and gone. So here we go. Here we go again. It's a probably cyclical process. So I'd like to open my presentation now. How do I go about that? Omar, please help.
Sanya, just go down to share. Click the share.
All right, share. Where is my share?
Just at the bottom of the screen. It
Yep,
might give you
got
like
it.
a prompt to go through some things, right? Just bypass all of that. Do you have your presentation open in the background?
I surely do.
Okay, so you can go. You can either go straight up to slides, but you said you have a big slide, so we'll pass that. So just go to share screen.
Share screen. Yeah.
Click that, and
Share
then
screen.
go to window.
Oops, not this one. Cancel. Share screen again. Where
And
do
then
I
you'll
go?
see a share screen. Click that.
Yeah, it takes me to this same. This doesn't work, does it? Let's try something else.
Do you
share slides? Try that.
Yeah, go to slides.
My computer. I don't know.
It might take a couple of seconds to load up, Sanya, so just give it a moment. Or it might say that it's too big. Is that what it's saying?
No, I think it wants me to open it right now. So, okay, give me 2 seconds. I clicked open. Can you see anything?
No, not yet. It usually takes a couple of seconds when you pick slides, right? It takes a few minutes for it to load up, and then once it does, it'll pop up here on my end. Have you shared it?
I certainly have.
Okay, we'll give it a couple of seconds. Maybe you want to give us a download while that's uploading?
Download? Oh,
I have a video that you also wanted me to play, so I can play that while we are waiting for the presentation to upload. Did you want me to do that?
Yes, you can do that. Oh, I see it's uploading. Naskamamis. Okay, beautiful. It's going. It's taking time. All right. So,
Sanya,
yeah, okay, up to you. If you like to do that, yeah.
Okay, sure. I'll toss it up here right now.
Can you hear me? Can I talk while this is going on?
Yeah, absolutely. I can hear you.
All right. This is Jamin palpanensis. That's how they given a name to this particular species, unknown species. This particular mummy was found in Peru, as all the other ones have been, and somehow she finished up. I think she was sold to Russia, and she came back, obviously, to Peru. And so you've seen a short anonymous video of this particular being. She is as tall as we are, 168 centimeters, 168 centimeters. She's a humanoid. She's got 2 legs, 2 arms. Elongated head, as you can tell. She's got 3 fingers, 3 toes, 3 long toes. When you get to can you see the toes? They look like they're curved. They don't look like they've been used for walking on flats. They look like being curved as talons. They look more like they've been used like talons. So we really don't know anything about these beings when it comes to where they lived, where they come from, what did they eat, but when we get to the presentation, which it's now on, first slide is there. Let's see, how do I just click on this on my presentation slides? Oh, you have it. Wonderful. All righty, so my presentation is called the case of Nazca mummies, the extraterrestrial biological remains and the scientific proof of their authenticity. So let's go with the first one. Can I move the, okay, I can, here we go. The discovered location is at Nazca Desert. So at the beginning of 2016, the humanoid mummies, but not human, were discovered by grave robbers, just by chance, somewhere between the rivers of the Nazca Basin, between towns of Palpa. You can see that on the map, and I can't show it to you now. Is there a way I can show with my cursor where this location is on the map?
No, unfortunately, it doesn't have that feature.
All right.
But I've
All
asked
right, no
for
worries.
it.
So anyway, on the left, you can see Palpa, you can see Nazca in east, and you see Cahuachi, ancient pyramidal complex down south. So in between there, the location was somewhere there. And we still don't know the location because robbers, well, that's their job, right? They don't want to say, they don't want anyone to know the location, so they can keep taking stuff out of this grave. The picture on the right, you see the Nazca Plain. Yeah, I'm taking it from the tower, Maria Reike Tower, that's been built there some time ago. And when you are up in a higher spot, you can see the geoglyphs, you can see the lines. Yeah, you can. Otherwise, on the land, when you just walk there, it's nothing. It's dry. It's just desert, rocks, and even if you get to the lines, which now in these days you can't. You're not allowed. They are very much protected by UNESCO. Even if you could get there, you would not be able to see the shape. Definitely not. All right, next one. So what was happening with me in 2017? Well, I was finalizing my study of archaeology and ancient history, and I was looking for a placement into bioarchaeology subjects somewhere on location, because if you're on location, you can dig and you can, handle the bones and you can learn better. So I first of all found it in Egypt, but unfortunately that trip was canceled. That was a bit of disappointment. But then I applied for the bioarchaeology in Peru. That was organized by the US-based Institute for Field Research at Sondor, at location in Sondor, which is archaeological dig location. And so somewhere in, I can't remember the date, in April, I arrived to Lima. And first thing I saw is this particular old ancient adobe pyramidal structure called Huaca Pukeana, and it was right next to the place I actually I got in to stay for a few days, called Pukeana Guest House. Small guest house, but very, very nice and very close to this place. So I had a few days before the bioarchaeology started. So I decided, okay, look, finally I'm in Peru. I'm so happy. Let's go and see a bit of ancient stuff around. And I organized a day trip to Caral because Caral contains, well, they say the oldest pyramids in South America. They say they're about 5,000 years old. And in Sulpa Valley. So, yep, that's me there on the picture. Very happy, looking happy, and happy with myself. And yeah, the day was interesting. So, if you happen to go there, yeah, it's a nice one to have a look at. So, a few days later, I was in Talavera. Talavera is a small village near a larger town called Andahuaylas. This is all up in the Andes. So we had 2 weeks of bioarchaeology theory, and we were studying on the ancient Chanca people remains. They were around 600 years old. And these people obviously practiced the head binding technique, as you can tell by the shape of their the head. On the first one is first picture shows the elongated total head, And the second picture is showing the female, artificial deformed female skull. Oh yeah, she also has holes in her head, but that's because she was probably attacked. Well, they chunk of people were contemporaries of Inca, and they were in constant war with Incas. They were killing each other every day, probably. All right, next slide. After these 2 weeks of intense theory, we had we were coming to these peaks, Andean peaks, at 4,600 meters above sea level on the dig. So this is the dig. This is the archaeological complex hill. First one you see on the left-hand side, where usually tourists come and have a look. So every day we would arrive by bus, because this is even higher than where the village is that we were staying in. We would arrive here. We would walk up this reconstructed cottage, which you see in the middle of the hill. We would turn left, keep going, and kept going onto the next hill, which you see on the left, kind of behind. So the second picture is showing the location where archaeological square was set up for excavation. So that's the start of it, and I'm not gonna go through it because I'm not really allowed to talk about it. So anyway, we'd go back to it just to tell you that all of us who usually live at sea level, we were all sick with this high altitude sickness, and the symptoms are basically you are running out of air and you don't have much energy for anything, which was a bugger. I really wanted to dig a lot, but obviously at the end I didn't dig a lot because I couldn't. 2 weeks later, I was finally traveling through Peru free on my own, and I came to Nazca Desert. That was the spot that I always wanted to see, because I guess for me it was the most mysterious ancient wonder ever. You probably know it's now, as I said, it's protected by UNESCO World Heritage Site. And the second picture is taken from one of the nearby hills. So you can get onto the hill and see sign lines and bit of shapes. But this straight kind of road-looking thing is a line. These lines actually go for, some of them are very straight. They're going for 10 kilometers. You wouldn't believe it, but some of them are really, really long and very straight. And they think they've been, archaeologists think they've been created by this so-called Nazca culture somewhere between 200 BCE to 600 years current era. So that's a span of 800 years for Nazca culture. While I was in Nazca, I took a day tour. So obviously you need a local tour guide. So I met Orlando Flores, who took me to see this interesting cemetery, which was interesting because you have very strange shaped skulls there, and some of them had very, very long hair. And then he took me to see the ancient aquifer system at a spot called Vista Alegre, also near Nazca. And while we are walking around this amazing spot, which is in really, really good, still very good condition and functioning. As you can tell, the one in the middle, the picture in the middle shows me going down into one of these swirling wells, and you can see water down there, very crystal clear water that's still used today by farmers for agriculture. You can drink it if you want. It's coming from the mountains, so it's a few kilometers away. The system still works, and yeah, the water is beautiful. Anyway, as we're walking around here, he goes, last year some grave robbers have found some interesting remains that don't look like from this world, look like extraterrestrial remains. I said, huh? What? Can you just repeat that, please? What did you just say? And then he goes, yeah, that's been found. And I said, well, tell me everything about it. I want to know everything about it. Can I see those things, And he goes, well, actually, I could organize that for you, but I need a whole day because I have to prepare it for you. We don't have a particular spot for that. So we have to organize a room in a hotel, and I have to take you there at night because we don't want locals to see what we are doing. And okay, I said, well, tomorrow I have flight of Nazca lines. I have to do that. That's like one of the things off my bucket list. I gotta do it, and I can't really change my itinerary. But maybe some other time. He goes, yeah, maybe some other time. All right. So picture 3 is taken from the plane because this is when I was flying over the Nazca lines. All right. Next day, the day after, I said goodbye to South America. And back home soon, a telepathic message arrives through my wonderful and amazing daughter, Leah Capitelli. You already heard about her. Well, she's a lifelong contactee, and she receives a message from one of her contacts, not the usual contact, somebody else that obviously knew a little bit more about these remains. And this time message was for me. And the message said, if I go back to Peru, I will be able to see the remains. And they were not sure if I will be able to touch them, but definitely I will be able to see them, they said. Right. Okay, that was an interesting message and made me think, and I thought for a while, and then, okay, if that's the case, I applied for the volunteering position on the archaeological dig near Nazca, which was the pyramidal complex called Cahuachi, which I saw that previously and was looking kind of interesting. And I thought, okay, let's do this. Let's do the whole thing. I'm gonna go and on the archaeological dig, and I'm gonna probably see those things. So I was on the move again. So this is the year after, 2018. At the location of the archaeological dig. You over here you see the main pyramid, which is basically a hill topped by mud brick pyramidal, pyramidal structure. The walls. So they built these walls on top of the hills, and now the whole thing looks like a pyramid. So this is a whole complex. This is just one of the pyramids, but the whole complex is large, and there's about site is spanning about 1.5 kilometers of these sandy mounds covering unearthed pyramids. So there's a lot of work here that could be done. Unfortunately, some of the land there that holds these pyramids is now in private hands, which is a crime. It should never have been sold. Archaeological camp right next to the Cahuachi pyramids is obviously not a 5-star accommodation, not for everyone. This was my bedroom, sorry, for 3 weeks, and sand was everywhere all the time, and the sandstorms would come every day around 2:30 and start hitting your face and hitting your exposed skin, and it's not nice, I can tell you that. Like you have to cover yourself, especially if the wind is a bit higher. So anyway, somewhere in the third week, one of my back muscles just given up on me. I stranded it, and that was the spell. That was the end of it. That was the end of. I couldn't dig anymore. I was in pain, and that was the end of my digging days at Cahuachi. So I was free again, obviously, to be a tourist and to be a researcher. And what I wanted to find a proof, some sort of, proof, artifact that shows the contact between ancients and these people that had three fingers and elongated heads, and so I started going around, and first of all I went to the hill near Palpa with that contained an ancient Chichitara petroglyphs. So you probably know this petroglyph from the Ancient Aliens TV series because it's quite famous. It's got an anthropomorphic figure on the right-hand side. You can see a petroglyph that features a being with 3 fingers and large head, large eyes. And so this area was found to be between 2.8 and 1.8 thousand years old. So this is before Nazca. This is before everything. So in this area, you can find many petroglyphs of star-shaped, many star-shaped petroglyphs. It's littered with star-shaped petroglyphs in this area. So this is a time of Paracas culture, actually, that precedes the Nazca culture emergence. Another spot called Kemazon holds Kemazon petroglyphs, and there's another anthropomorphic figure with 3 fingers and large eyes. And the age at this spot, they found out that all the petroglyphs were around 1,000 years before current era, which is 800 years before the emerging of Nazca culture. So everything is before emerging of Nazca cultures. Just before we jump on this, go back to 1 second. I want to show what else I have found. If you can see, this is the replica of ancient Nazca culture vase, and it's showing 3-fingered, 3-toed being with large eyes. So it's a replica, meaning they had them like that. All right. Finally, I get to contact Orlando Flores again, and I said, "Look, come on, I want to see those things. Can you please organize?" Oh, he goes, "Yeah. All right, it's going to be fine for tomorrow night. You will have to pay 200 soles." What was that? I can't remember. $50, $100. And yeah, I'll take that. It has to be nighttime. I said, "Fine, all right, let's do that." Finally, my special night in Nazca arrives, and Orlando picks me up, takes me to the hotel room. Well, it was wasn't a room really. It was a whole big area where they have placed the large tables covered with white sheets, and on them they were the remains. They were different ancient remains. There was a man in a white lab coat standing there with rubber gloves on his hands, and he greeted me, and he said he was an Nazca doctor and he couldn't give me his name, but I said, "Okay, that's fine." I asked for a pair of rubber gloves. He said, no, you can't touch anything. Oh, okay. I was a bit disappointed. I really wanted to have a look, a little bit of, when you're holding something, you can gauge if it's real or not. But all right, fine. I started checking the remains, but as soon as I got near them, I knew it was real. They were a real thing, because they had that smell of old tissue, like if you know how the old fish smells, and something smells, it's not plastic. And yeah, I could even see the tendons coming out of some of the out of the longer hand. So when he went to the other room, I quickly decided, I'm going to touch this tendon. I don't care what he's saying. I'm going to touch it just to see if it's how it feels, And so when I exerted pressure on it, it kind of bent. It bent. It felt, and it didn't break. It just bent a bit and went back to its previous position. So I definitely decided, oh my God, this is real. Oh, I'm so lucky I'm here. I'm so happy I'm here, you know. And so I wanted to take pictures. He wouldn't allow me pictures either. So all right, what's the girl to do? Well, I had to draw all of this after I've seen the whole thing. So picture on the left is my first drawing. There was 4 small 60 centimeter beings, dried beings, humanoid reptiles, we call them now, with elongated heads. There was a long 3 large 3-finger hand, about 40 centimeter long, with metallic implants. Now these metallic implants, they were rings embedded in tissue. The third picture is showing large elongated male head with metallic implants. This was quite a shocker. This head is a little bit bigger than human head, human skull. This head was still had skin and everything intact. It was, you know, it was in very good state of preservation, and it had amazing metallic implants. It had upside down triangle between its eyes or eyebrows, somewhere there. Even it didn't have eyebrows, and it had 2 semicircular metallic implants above his. He didn't have earlobes, so above the ear canals. He had smaller mouth, probably same size mouth as we do, but smaller nose, no hair whatsoever, and kind of had a gray looking, you know, skin, and had elongated. The whole shape was a bit elongated. When I saw the whole thing, the doctor came and brought a small box. He opened the box and he took a small head, a small head, which you see something like that. This is what you see now in this picture, and put it on my hand. So it was a palm-sized, very elongated head. And this was a bear skull. So that's why I'm saying it's not the same, because I was holding a bear skull of this creature, and you are seeing the picture of the same creature, similar creature skull. But this picture, on this picture, you see that creature still contains skin. So anyway, I was quite confused with this skull, because the skull did not have a jaw. It had a large round opening instead of the jaw, and when I turned it upside down, I could see a square opening, which was absolutely strange, because we humans and all like the primates, we all have round foramen magnum, as you can tell. You can see the oval shape of foramen magnum, through which your spinal cord goes through and connects your brain to your body. Well, this is not what they had. They had some square opening, which I could not understand, and I don't think anybody can understand at this stage. So, all right, I returned the little head and thanked them for everything. And I was asking, okay, so what would you like to see? Like, what? I know you are involved in all this. What would you like to see happen with all these remains? And the doctor said, oh, first of all, I don't want to go to jail, because in Peru, it's crime picking the graves. You know, you just can't go and pick the graves. And he says, I'm a doctor. I'm not a grave robber. I don't want to go to jail just because I'm showing these things. But he also said, then I was contacted by extraterrestrials, and they told me I need to keep doing this, so I'm doing it. all right, well, that's amazing. And also he said, we would all of us involved in this find would like to see them finally finishing up in some sort of museum, being protected, so they don't just disappear. So the whole world learns what these remains are. That was his wish, and he got his wish maybe a year later. Anyway, we'll go to that. So I said thank you, goodbye, and yeah, I came home to my room and I started drawing everything. And when I came back to Australia, I started my research to learn more about these remains. So on the right hand side, you see an X-ray of this head of a small being head, 60 centimeter being head, and you see that there are few there are many unknown features. For example, as I said, they don't have jaw. They figure out there was a plate or two plates instead of the jaw. They were used instead of, yeah, as I said, used instead of the jaw to mash the food, I guess. So when the doctor told me, the nurse conductor did say, we think they were just able to drink. They had to be able that just to have some liquid food because there was no jaw. But later on, they have found these round plates, so maybe they could consume a little bit more than just liquids. All right, so I'm going to jump just quickly to Paracas because I went to see elongated skulls of Paracas. There is a huge collection of elongated skulls there, and some of them are natural, some of them artificially deformed. They are all placed at the museum, historical museum at Paracas, which is on the coast. And they have been found by archaeologist Julio Tello, Peruvian archaeologist, back in 1928. And he has found more than 300 elongated skulls at particular cemetery around that area. We'll go next one. So there are naturally and artificially elongated skulls. The difference is in volume and obviously would be in the DNA. So on the left-hand side, you see the naturally elongated skull with 25% larger volume than normal human skull. And on the right-hand side, you see artificially elongated skull with no difference in volume. Obviously, the shape is not going to change the volume. Okay. There are lots of actually naturally elongated skulls with burgundy, still have hair, with burgundy hair in different Paracas museums. So the specimen on the left is found at the museum, a historical museum at Paracas, at Marina Turística de Paracas. And the specimen on the right is also probably of the natural shape, with brown reddish hair, with jaw missing. If it had a jaw, it would be probably as tall as the specimen on the left. And it's on display at Reserva Nacional de Paracas in Anthropological Museum building. I'm telling you all this where to, so you know, you if you go there, you know where to go. Now, these two good scientists, physicist Nassim Haramein and molecular scientist Dr. William Brown. What have they done? They actually succeeded in taking samples out of these two Paracas elongated skulls, and they've done genome comparative analysis of these two skulls with 1,000 human consensus reference genome. And what they have found is quite interesting. The genetic mitochondrial lineage, which is the lineage that we inherit from our mother side, was traced to the Black Sea area people of these skulls. However, but paternal lineage could not have been traced because no matching Y chromosome could be found that matches modern human lineage. And so what they decided, that father was not the father of these species, was not a Homo sapiens, and the Paracas remains were hybrids. That's interesting. Remember that. We'll come back to these two. Let's see, after all, what has been found in that grave we have we mentioned, and the grave that huaqueros, or that's in Quechua, grave robbers, don't want us to know. They are, okay, so they said, there are stone sarcophagi containing humanoid dehydrated remains of different sizes, stones, bones, and metallic artifacts, including golden pieces with unknown writing. Now, you can imagine golden pieces have already left the country because everyone wants to sell the gold, and that was the easiest to sell. Now, they would like to sell everything, but for some reason, they decided that they wanted to know what this really means in a bigger picture. Lucky for us. So there are three types of biological entities whose existence is proven. The small doll-like 20-centimeter humanoids that being X-rayed and removed from the research at this stage, simply because the researchers decided, oh, they look too much like dolls. We really don't understand how could they exist and, you know, move, and we just don't understand this. This looks like a fake. We're not going to do it. All right. Then there are the second ones, the small 60-centimeter humanoid reptiles with 3 fingers and toes, with very elongated head, with large eyes and no jaws, which I already kind of mentioned. And there are also tall 168-centimeter humanoids with 3 longer fingers and toes, with elongated heads and slanted eyes, with no auricles, but external auditory canal is present. And some of them had facial metallic implants and other oddities. These are the pictures that grave robbers have given us. So on the left, you see the so-called defined cave entry. It looks like constructed of megalithic stones. And on the right-hand side, you see the in situ biological remains. The first one shows 3-finger hand. I reckon that's the larger being, and the second one is showing the smaller being foot. And you also can see this is not just sand. They have been covered by a powdered substance, which is not usually used on the remains by ancient people. So at the beginning, we did not know what this powder was. Now let's see what happened in 2017. And this is the main protagonist of the story. His name is Thierry Jamon. He's a French-Peruvian historian, researcher, and founder of the Incari Institute at Cusco, Peru, who is otherwise looking for the Incas, lost city of gold, Paititi, or you might know it as El Dorado. He got in contact with these grave robbers. Actually, they contacted him and showed him some of the first pieces, and he, of course, got very interested. And later on, they brought more of these pieces, and he decided, okay, I need to set up a crowdfunding project so that we can properly do and finance these scientific tests, because we don't understand these remains. We don't know what these things are. They look very different, and we need to find out. So that's what he does. He sets up a crowdfunding project. He comes up with, it was successful. He comes up with some, I can't remember, 35,000+ euros. And they do lots of tests. They do X-rays, CT scans, carbon dating for age, and DNA nucleotide sequencing to compare to genome of all known organisms, including humans. Now they were getting ready for the first conference in Lima, but the results were not complete for that particular conference titled Alien Disclosure. Yeah, so if you go to the alienproject.com, you will see lots of information there. That's Thierry Jamon on the left-hand side. So for the second press conference in November of 2018, they had a large presentation at the Congress of the Republic of Peru in Lima. The present, who was present? Well, all the scientists who were doing their presentations were there. So you see the biologists, Mexican biologist on the left. Then you see Thierry Jamon sitting there, our historian researcher. Then you see radiologist, Peruvian radiologist. Then you see a congressman who organized the whole thing. Then you see forensic examiner from Mexico. Then you see a Peruvian doctor, Lady Clara Ines Martinez. Then you see a Russian scientist, Dr. Galetsky Dmitry Vladislavovich. And yeah, there are other people in the audience, including another geneticist from Mexico and a representative of the Peruvian Ministry of Culture too. So we'll go quickly through their findings and their presentation. The white substance that's been found on all these remains was found to be consisting of two compounds, a cadmium chloride and diatomaceous earth. Now, cadmium chloride is a white crystalline solid powder, which is a chemical which can be used as a fungicide. As a chemical, for chemical, you need a chemical processing plant to manufacture it. You need electricity, you need raw material, and lots of stuff, which is unobtainable by primitive cultures. Diatomaceous earth is also a powder. And the picture on the right-hand side is actually a picture of the electron microscope of these things. And under electron microscope, you can see that these are the fossilized shells of microalgae. These are skeletons made of silica. And it can be used as a natural fungicide, insecticide, and desiccant. And the natural deposits of this thing is found around Nazca Desert. And maybe that's why they were covering these remains, to keep them in a good shape. Our sample, however, was processed technologically, crushed and ground. So it wasn't just picked up and put on. Let's go through the remains that have been properly researched. Let's start with these very long three-finger hands. So they're around 40 centimeter long, and both of them, there were two of them. Both of them had metallic implant. First one on the left had ring implants, two ring implants. The one on the right-hand side had a disc-shaped object implanted. So the age was found to be, by different laboratories, found to be anywhere. Let's start with the first one. Caribbean Trace Genetics and Archaeology came up with the age between 1080 plus minus 25 before present time and 7027 plus minus 40 years before present time for skin. So bone and skin were they found of a different age, which is a bit funny. Maybe the skin was covered with this material. Maybe it was contaminated. The laboratory in Mexico found it to be old between 1177 and 970 years old. And the beta analytics in US found it to be between 7,415 and 7,255 years old. When it comes to DNA, the DNA, different laboratories had very different results. it was anything between 0.36 to 100% in common with human DNA. And here you can see the need for repetition of these experiments, because you don't need me to tell you this is not a human hand, obviously not. So if they said, oh, it's 100%, result is 100% human DNA, that means some sort of something happened during handling this, and somebody obviously touched it who shouldn't. So that's why we have 100%. And this is just a picture of one of those hands where you see the tissue exposed when sample was removed to be tested for carbon dating and DNA testing. So you see the two layers, a spongy central layer and cortical thick bone layer, which is quite similar to what we have. These are direct x-rays of 3-finger hands with metallic implants. So the one on the left, you see, even had some broken bones, but you see the 2 metallic implants. And you also see 6 phalanges. And we humans, we have 3. And the one on the right-hand side shows that this metallic object, an alloy made of gold, silver, and copper, known as tumbaga. So that alloy was used at the time of Nazca culture. However, the alloy on the left, the rings on the left-hand side, where you see on the picture on the left-hand side, were made of stainless steel alloy, which was not available before early 1800s. And patent was only filed in 1861. All right, next set of dry biological remains. These are the 60 centimeter human. We call them humanoid reptiles, and we give them names. Josefina is on the first picture. Alberto is on the second picture, and they are quite similar specimens, but they are not the same. Josefina was found to have still inside of her 3 large eggs and 1 very small forming. She also had a copper implant that functioned instead of her broken large clavicle. Now, we figured out they had 1 clavicle instead of 2. So we have 2, they had 1, more like birds, furculine birds. Alberto has, he had a type of a hip replacement implant, also made of silver and copper alloy. Due to a degenerative bone disease they figure out he had, and this disease shortened his leg, which means this implant was there to help him walk. Again, you can see 2 of them, Josefina and Alberto, on the left-hand side, and you see Victoria, similar being, of the same sort, but no head, unfortunately. And she was found to be between 730 and 655 calibrated before present time years. And that was by Mexican laboratory, and also to be between 954 and 815 calibrated before present time years by Brazilian laboratory. When it comes to DNA, Victoria was found to have between 5 and 6% in common with Homo sapiens, and a large percentage was completely unknown. But I need to tell you something before you start thinking about this 5 to 6%. We humans share 98.9% of genome with chimpanzees, 95% with gorillas, 60% with fruit flies, and I think similar amount with grain of rice. But so when somebody is sharing 56% of genes with us, that means they're very, very far away from our genome, and they have really nothing to do with us. These are their X-rays of Alberto and Josefina. The Alberto is on the left-hand side. You probably see his right leg shortened. and there is, I'm not sure if you can see, metallic implant in his hip. You also see Josephina's thoracic area with her 3 eggs still inside of her. These beings had about, if I can remember, 31 vertebrae, and the number of ribs was not the same in all of these specimens. It went between, I think, 9 to 11. Alberto had 11. I think Josefina had 9 ribs. And they were round ribs. So mostly round. 2 last ones were just kind of floating ribs. These are the CT scans of the 2 specimens. And you now see there's one bow forming the forearm and one bow forming the lower leg in these beings. This is very different to what we have. And this is what makes them different from all other ancestors, all other beings, humanoid beings on this planet. Because all other beings, including us, we have 2 bones. We have ulna and radius, if I can remember, in the forearm, and also two bones in the lower leg. So because of this, the researchers decided these beings are evolutionary removed from the ancestral line, and they're different from all other species. These are the enhanced CT scans of Josefina's eggs, analyzed images by the Russian specialist team. Thanks God for good Russian scientists. First picture just shows the shape of her eggs, which are more reptilian, and the second shows what's inside of these one of these eggs, which shows an embryonic formation similar to an 8-week-old human embryo. This is done by Dr. Dmitry Galetsky, PhD medical scientist of First St. Petersburg Medical University in Russia. And you can find it in a book I'll mention later by Dr. Korotkov. Dry tall biological specimen, Maria, with three fingers. She's a 3-finger humanoid named after Ramon, Thierry Ramon. So I call it Jamin Palpanensis. So that's like according to his name, Jamin. And Palpanensis means is a part of a name that we give to the new species according to the location where they have been found. So she was found near Palpa. That's why Palpanensis. Her cranial capacity was found to be 90% larger than average human. So it was 1,650 cubic centimeters, while average human has 1,400 cubic centimeters. And the shape of a head was similar to Homo habilis, I think, the oldest intelligent human being, which was extinct 1.6 million years ago. All sutures of her skulls were present and closed. The DNA results show that she has between 23 and 33% of DNA in common with us, with Homo sapiens. And researchers concluded that Maria does not belong to any species identified on Earth. There she is again. And her age was found very similar, in a similar brackets by 2 laboratories. One is Beta Analytics in US, the other one is Mexican IFUNAM, and they both came with a very similar results. Her age being around 1,705 to 1,540, 60 years of age. So this puts her in the time of Nazca culture, meaning she was living at the time of Nazca culture, probably along the ancient Nazca people. These are the 3 X-rays of Maria, Jamin Palpanensis. You see her feet on the left-hand side with 3 long toes, which, as I said, they don't look like they've been made for walking on flat. They probably look like they were there more for gripping. The middle picture shows the thoracic cavity. She was found to have the same number of vertebrae as us, the same number of ribs as us. Everything was there apart from coccyx that was lost. Maybe an animal bite was there as well. Maybe she was bitten, so that part is lost. And so she also didn't have genitals. The picture on the X-ray, the 3rd X-ray, shows the facial bones of her skull, and you see the large mandible, the large jaw, with a few teeth still remaining in place. And when these teeth were checked and analyzed, the researchers decided she was probably about 40 years old when she died. The resting position was in fetal position, like other Nazca culture mummies. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe she hugged herself as she was dying. So we won't know if she was put in that position and then put to rest, or she just, died like that. You see her on the left-hand side. The right-hand side shows the dry corpse of a female that belongs to an ancient Nazca culture, which was around 2,000 years ago. The location of the cave of this find is still undisclosed. There were some attempts by the grave robbers to take Thierry Jamon and his crew to a couple of spots, and there he is crawling into one of these caves, but later on he's been told, oh, no, that's not the real one. This is a CT scan of Maria from above, the superior position, and then underneath you see the sagittal plane view cut in two, and first of all, the first one shows kind of well, and that she has quite elongated head with large jaw, and the second one is showing all her internal organs still intact. So the brain was there, the heart was there, the lungs were there, her digestive system is there. So even coprolites is there. So if we figure out, if we analyze coprolites, which is the dry poo, we will figure out what she was eating when she was alive. Remember that those doctors, the molecular scientist William Brown, when he saw Maria, when he saw Maria's results, he came up with a new theory. He said that her species, Jamin palpanensis, may have interbred with Homo sapiens, resulting in hybrids. Who are the hybrids? Well, natural elongated skull people. We have them. We have them in Peru. We have many skulls in Peruvian museum in Paracas. There are other remains that also have been researched. This is baby wawita, species unknown. Her DNA was found to be around 25.6% in common with Homo sapiens. You see the X-ray on the right-hand side. The volume of her head was found to be 90% greater than in humans in relation to age and size. And there was no relation to Maria. Even she was found next to Maria, to tall Maria, the Jamin palpanensis specimen. But no relation whatsoever. Recently, I have been in contact with Thierry Jamin through Skype, and he has sent me more pictures that surfaced. So I wanted to share these pictures with you. This is a large extraterrestrial biological entity head, something similar to what I've seen when I was there. And this is part of Maria's collection in Palpa. This is another large dried extraterrestrial biological entity head, part of the same collection in Palpa. This is a small dried elongated head, part of the same collection. A reptilian shaped head, very much so reptilian shaped head. Maria's collection again. There's a family of 6 small 60 centimeter tall humanoid reptiles. They call them family, but basically these are, now we have all 6 humanoid reptiles, not just 2. There are stone artifacts depicting extraterrestrial biological entities' elongated heads. And finally, you now know all these remains, these entities. You know, these are Josefina and Alberto, Wawita, and Maria. And finally, they have found a place at. They have their own place. They have their own room. They are safe and protected at the University of Ica. They have taken onto their responsibility to take care of them and continue the research, which is most important. In November 2019, they have done press conference from there, and for the first time, these ancient bioremains have been shown to the public. When it comes to metallic implants, I think I already mentioned a little bit about them. Josefina's large implant was found to be 80% copper, which was consistent with a pre-Columbian period metallic object. Alberto's implant was found to be 50% silver and 25% copper, an alloy known as tumbaga from a pre-Columbian period used at that time. A tridactyl hand disc-shaped implant had 60% gold, 30% copper, and 30% silver and 10% copper, alloy also known as tumbaga, while tridactyl hand with 2 ring-shaped implants were found to consist of iron, chromium, and carbon, otherwise known as stainless steel, not available at that time. What do we have here? Case of anomalies. Case for unknown high-tech civilization in Peru around 2,000 years ago. We have unknown humanoid reptile species, which are biped reptiles. Metallic implants used as an aid to a body. Processed diatomaceous earth not used by ancients. Cadmium chloride compound mixed with diatomaceous earth found on the bioremains skin surface, unobtainable by primitive cultures. We also have unknown humanoid Jamin palpanensis species, possibly interbreeding with Homo sapiens, resulting in hybrids, naturally elongated skull people. This is proposed by molecular scientist Dr. William Brown. Jamin palpanensis may be an ancestor to the naturally elongated skull people, therefore. How did they now look like when they were alive? And their reconstruction has been done. This is their appearance. Formidable Maria on the left-hand side. If I saw her, I would run away. And then you see a smaller 60 centimeter tall humanoid reptile being. Yes, they had greenish color, gray-green color. They also had scales, small scales. And could I still be around? No, I just happened to have met someone. We have an eyewitness testimony. I met Jose Manuel from first time, second time when I was there, and he told me what he has seen back in 1978 when he was doing gold panning between the rivers of Madre de Dios and Inambari rivers. So I'm going to read his account. So as I don't want to miss anything. On the left-hand side, you see his drawing of the being he has seen, and a larger picture shows what I imagined he has seen. So the story of our eyewitness goes like this. Back in 1978, I was working on gold panning somewhere between the rivers of Madre de Dios and Inambari River at 800 meters above sea level at the edge of the jungle, or sawa, as they call it. It was about 6 p.m. when my colleagues and I were working very near our camp, which was in the mountains. It was already getting dark when we noticed a huge circular ship appearing in the sky, emanating an intense bright light. From this mothership, 3 smaller ships came out of its bottom and descended towards the mountain. From each ship, few smaller beings came out, looking like the one I drew for you. I started feeling fear and paralysis, so I was not able to move. I calculated the distance between us was about 30 meters only. The radiated white light were difficult to make out. They had yellowish complexion and brightly lit white suits that covered their body apart from a head and hands. Their hands were different, having only 3 fingers, and they were only about 1 meter tall. I could not see their feet. They appeared to look for something on the ground. They stayed on the ground for a few long minutes. The fear and paralysis persisted until the little beings returned to their ship and the mothership that disappeared at great speed. At that point, our brave bunch were able to move again and run for their lives. Now, recently, I have talked to Thierry Jamon. He was very chatty, happy to talk, and unfortunately, I don't speak French very well. He doesn't speak English too good, and we had to do kind of paper interview. So thanks God for Google Translate. So I had to do that. So I sent questions to him and he replied to me. So I'm going to read again. So I said, please introduce yourself briefly. So he says, I'm a French researcher established in Peru for 20 years. At present at Incari Institute, Cusco, I devote my research to study the permanent presence of the Incas in the Amazon rainforest and the location of the main center of the population, a lost city that the conquistadors have been looking for since the beginning of 16th century, known under the name of Paititi. Second question, have the officials of the Peruvian Ministry of Culture showed an interest in these mummies yet? He goes, despite the evidence demonstrating the authenticity of the famous mummies of Nazca, the Peruvian Ministry of Culture refuses to recognize these dried bodies unique in the world. Question 3. If international archaeologists or scientists wanted to do research on these mummies, how would they go about it? Who do they need to contact? He goes, the official study of the non-human mummies of Nazca is now in the hands of officials at the National University of San Luis Gonzaga de Ica. Since September 2019, it is this university that carries out the new studies and analysis of these remains. For any specific team wishing to join the work of UNICA, or this university, I advise them to contact directly Dr. Roger Zuniga, president of the commission responsible for the study of mummies. Question 4. What is the next step in the research? What would you like to see happen next? This is what he said. For the moment, it is therefore the University of Ica, which is currently studying non-human mummies. They have Maria, Juanita, Albert, Victoria, and Luisa. That's a 5th one that arrived. We are now, Luisa is the one you have seen right at the beginning of my presentation on the video. We are now awaiting the official presentation of the results of these new analyses. As far as I know, these analyses are very interesting and the results incredible. I hope that UNICA will be able to formalize in turn the results of these new analyses during this year or 2021. It all depends on the situation with the COVID-19. Yes, it all does. And final question, how important is this discovery to you and to the world, and why is it not on TV news, on all the stations all over the world? This is what he said. If these mummies are authentic, this discovery made by famous Mario, the grave robber, is historic. It is likely to totally change the history of man. It proves that ancient civilizations were in contact and may still be in contact with civilization that came from the stars. It is a fundamental discovery with incalculable implications on the cultural, religious, philosophical, and other plans. It's a real paradigm shift. I think humanity needs to be given time to understand the significance of such a discovery. The truth always triumphs at the end. Personally, I have faith in the future. This discovery is a great hope for humanity. It is a proof that we are not alone, indeed. So I'll try to read the significance of this find. We are close to the end. There are few sentences that researchers involved have said about this find. Maria lived at the time of ancient Nazca culture and may have influenced the development of Nazca lines, which is still a mystery. An extraordinary discovery, the most important investigation in my life, said Jaime Maussan, the TV investigative journalist. They are a new paradigm for the history of science and natural revolution of species on this planet, by Dr. Jose de Jesus Zalche Bentiz, Mexican forensic doctor. We could be facing the biggest discovery in history that could prove the beings from other planets lived with humans and influenced the development of the ancient civilization. The most important discovery of the 21st century. It should be a world sensation. It should be on the front pages of all newspapers, but it isn't. The science does not want to recognize their existence. If it does, it needs to fit them into evolutionary tree, but there are no free twigs for them. So the scientists pretend they do not exist. This is Dr. Korotkov. By the way, his book, I want to show you. This is the only book, his book. He has written on the mysterious mummies of Nazca. The only book, yeah, thank you. I don't know if I can, yeah. The only book that I could find on this subject, and it's quite interesting. I can tell you lots of pictures and his work he's done.
Oh, where did Sanya go? Her device looks like it just disconnected.
Oh.
Yeah,
that was wild.
Maybe it could be the internet. Like, oh my god, like I've never seen anything like that before. Like,
really? She just disappeared.
Okay, I've got.
Oh no, I don't mean like here in my studio. I mean like her presentation, bro. Right?
Oh yeah, her presentation is still up.
Her presentation is sick.
I know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it says back here they will need to connect their mic cam before you can add them to the stream. So Sanya, if you can hear me, please leave the studio and then follow the link and come back in.
Yeah. So we've got questions.
There we go. There we go. She just left the studio. She'll be coming back in.
All right.
My God, man, what a presentation! I seen a comment up here that said these things have been around for 2,000 years and we're just finding about it now. Isn't that we're like 2,000 years behind time? Here she is. Let's put. Oh,
No.
There we go.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, we've got
What's
a
going
black
on?
screen. We know you could be there.
You're not seeing Sanya. Something wrong with the camera. Yeah. Sanya, maybe go to settings and then pick camera and then see if there's a drop down menu for you to see if you can connect your camera.
All right, Jesus.
No, I don't think that's the problem this time around.
I've never seen this before. This is new.
Well, I got Rob.
Got Rob. Does mine work?
We still got us.
There I am. Hello.
You're there.
Let there be light.
Okay. Well, we'll talk to.
I suppose we could ask questions.
Maybe if that doesn't work, maybe try leaving the studio, X the StreamYard tab altogether, and then open up a tab and then try coming back in. That might help. So let's hear some let's hear a download from Steve and what he thinks about this presentation here so far. Because, like I said, I've never seen anything like it. I was aware that there were mummies around that were like this big and like that. I was quite aware of that, but I've
to
never
see it is something else.
Really
That
heard
was
anything about
wild.
this in like this depth before.
Plus the science that was done on these beings, because they're certainly not from here. That much is definite. I find it interesting, and I wish I could talk to Sonia about it. Was the links? I'm particularly interested in the science. Obviously, the scores of 5 to 6% Homo sapien DNA and 22 to 23%. In fact, with the exception of one being, and I know what she's talking about, people have put their fingers on top of the actual skin, and that's why they've got that 100% link. People got to understand, I'm glad she put that in there, we are 60% the same as a fruit fly. So when you get someone that's walking on this planet that is 5 to 6% DNA similar to us, it's not from here. It's not, just isn't from here. You can't have it. I mean, we're 50 to 60% DNA of a fruit fly, which is true. And that's about as dissimilar a score as you can get for anything that lives on this planet. And these things are at 1/10 that score. They're not from here. It's that simple. I found, I'd love to talk to Sonia about it, but we're not going to get a chance. And then you got that powder. And then you got stainless steel. And I knew straight away stainless steel is an 1800 invention. And it's inside a person's body. And somehow mainstream have managed to what? Put it in a black hole.
Yeah, just ignore it.
It begs belief, honestly.
It's like head in sand.
And you know what I find? No, we're not going to get Sonia back, so we'll just make some comments. I also find it interesting that there was one guy that tried to line up a link.
Are we not getting Sanya back? What's going on?
I don't know.
Okay, you guys do that. I'm going to try to connect with her. Maybe,
Okay.
Evan, you can try to connect with her. Here she comes.
Oh, good. Okay, we'll try the. Hello, we've got the dark part.
Can you at least hear us, Sonia? If you turn your
I can-
camera off, you can be the ever-present voice in the background, even though they won't
It's
see
the
you.
voice of God. There's a
Yeah.
voice
Can
of
you hear
God.
me?
Yeah,
Can you
very
hear me?
effective.
Yes, we
Can you
can
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So what we could do is I was discussing a few things with the gentleman then, and now that you're here, it'd be nice to get your reaction to it.
All right, okay. Let's try
Okay.
that.
The first thing I find quite interesting is I think I lost count. I don't know how many different ones there were.
Yeah, I know. I lost count too.
I find it interesting that I was just talking to the other guys about this, that one of the guys there tried to explain a possible human link with one species of that. And I found it interesting. If you put this in context, I think that's what's most compelling about your presentation, It was like, in the end, I can't remember how many different readouts you did the science for, and none of them get close. I mean, in combination, isn't that the end of the discussion? Shouldn't that have finished it off?
I was close. I was very close. And look, yeah, it was close to the end. I did not have any new any new remains to show. Just what else I was gonna say? I decided at the end, I was gonna take people to see those remains, because if you are interested to go into Peru and you want to see these remains, I have organized in next year in May to take all the interested parties, and because it's my first organized tour like that, I'm not going to take many people. So if you are interested, you will have to go to my site, which is aetours.net, ancient enigma tours.net, and see all the info is there. And we are going to see these 4 remains that are now in at the University of Ica and displayed there. And we will also try to see unofficial remains still, somewhere in Nazca, because these 4 aren't the only ones. There are more remains there. And I have also heard from Thierry Jaman. He said the robbers have made sure, if all these remains are, stolen, taken away, he has more. He has another cache he has taken to Bolivia, another country, and he's hidden it. So they ain't gonna disappear. We have the proof. Ancient aliens, call them aliens, extraterrestrial beings from not from this planet, have lived along ancients of this planet. They were here. They were definitely here. And how did they help? Did they help progress? What did they do? We have no idea at present. Particularly, I'm talking about these ones that we have just talked about. How did they influence these ancient Nazca culture? Obviously, possibly, because Maria was found to live at that time. And she was only 40 years old, it seems, when she died, which is a shame. We haven't got a clue. We haven't got a clue how long could they live. I have a feeling they could have lived much longer than we could. So anyway, what was the question?
Well, basically, my disbelief that when you put all of that science together and the credentials of the people involved in that, you would think that those findings should have been in the front page of all the newspapers and covered by current shows. That's what should have happened. Have you got any understanding of why it didn't happen?
Yes, of course. Forbidden archaeology. This is a Roswell of archaeology. Roswell event of archaeology. So basically, you have been in contact with archaeologists and scientists and others. They don't want to know that there is something else different to us, and they don't want to be involved. They are either scared for losing their careers, or they are scared to lose their minds. I don't know. They don't want you to crush their paradigm, view of their world, and they simply don't want to be there and don't want to be involved in this thing, because I guess it's not easy. It's not easy to be involved in something new. It's a new. They are the new paradigm. We have to be able to explain. We have to be able to explain, since they are there. How did they have they arrived here? Have they evolved here? Well, we really don't know. Have they crashed here? Have they been brought here and left? We at this stage, no idea. It would be helpful if we could find this original cave that, where everything else. has been
Do you know,
found.
I have a feeling that actually, to be honest, I think that in one respect, I think we're blessed that the robbers found it. Honestly,
Probably.
so many government representatives, if it had been so many people who had gone to the government, reported to them first, it may well be that we would have never got to the stage we got to. So I was thinking all the way along, thank God for the robbers, because they seem to have more respect and understanding than what the governments, because look, you did the science and you gave it to all the people who were supposed to deal with this, and they all said the same thing, nothing. I find it interesting. I like the robbers. I think they're showing. But of course, there's another point too. What I know the people are talking about that answer. That question I asked, I could have answered that myself. It was the same answer. We know what the problem is. But I think it's interesting because a lot of them are saying that the beings themselves are some form of mutation and sorts of things like that. But you know what kills that? It's the powder. Your work on the powder and the analysis of the powder and the obvious need for technology for that powder, which, what has it done? It's preserved mummification. They take the organs out because they rot. Well, look what happened here, mate. They're still there. The skin's still there, for God's sake. The mitochondrial DNA is dripping all over it.
Yeah. So what's different? Sorry to stop you there, but you just reminded me I need to say something. These are not mummies in a sense we know of as in mummies in Egypt, you know. Classical mummies we think of where organs are taken out and everything else is, you know, taken out and you just have shell. These are well preserved, intact bodies, just very well preserved, dried, intact bodies. So I'm sure this powder has helped. This process for them to remain in such a good condition, and also the location itself, because they are found in dry Peruvian desert. Now, my God, is it dry? It's terribly dry. It's awfully dry. You can't even. There is no air over there, not enough air for you to breathe unless you are, you are next to the plants or some sort of greenery around you. So yeah, it's a good location to leave the mummies there.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you. Yeah. I think the point is even if it was mainly the conditions that preserved the body, and that may well be part of it, and this was partially responsible, it's the way, the composition of what is there, which implies a technology was used to get that powder. Whether it works or not, to me, is not the point I think is really salient here. The fact is, very simply, you've got stainless steel objects inside people. Shouldn't be there. That's a given.
Shouldn't be there, definitely.
You got that dust, that's weird dust that was created by a technology that needs heat that goes into 1,000 degrees Celsius. Well, I'm sorry, you can't get that in a campfire. That's something else again. And what you're looking at there, and I think this is the problem. You're looking at something, absolute proof, the same way, as you know, we've got the skulls and we've got the same proof they've got here in a different way in Australia. Both of us have the same issue. The government have approached us so many times, it's not funny, and threatened to put us in jail. The problem is, what we're both proving is aliens were here. And that is not in the curriculum. It's not taught in the school. It's not taught in any of the approved text anywhere. Maybe it might sneak in a couple of places in Russia and maybe Bolivia. I think in South America they do mention it a bit. But it's not in mainstream academia. So we're fighting against something that breaks all the rules. And I really think the two important parts of science there is, number one, your dust, and number two, that metal that was not made until the 1800s. I mean, our rings, the rings we've got, I can think of one in particular, and that's the one that's got so many IUMs I can't remember them all, and 41% not from this planet. There are 6 metals there that were found and first used from 1800 to 1960, first time around. They are the things I think that mainstream would fear more than the bodies. Because the bodies, you've got one guy explaining one away and another one saying, well, it's not really a hominid at all. It's something different. And we think, well, what's that species? They've got all these little make-believe getaways, but when it comes down to the stainless steel, 1800, first used, well, what's it doing inside something thousands of years earlier? That doesn't fit straight away.
It doesn't fit.
No. The same with the powder, doesn't fit. The same with our rings, they don't fit. These are the things they fear the most. I think the bodies are important, but it's the metal that wins the day. And that's what you've got there. You've got the science. And of course, you did have a Russian scientist, and we know how well they're regarded at the moment around the world. It's gone out the window too. But the one problem there is, look, you know what I want to make a point is I spend a lot of time, Evan gives me scientific papers all the time. And reading them is about as enjoyable as getting a tooth extracted. It is appalling to read. And I'm going to tell the people that listen to that, you have no idea how good a scientific paper that was, because I've read thousands and most of them are read by 7 to 12 to 15 people, and they're unreadable and they're meant to be like that. What I like most about what you did, you gave us nice, solid, hard science, but gave it in a user-friendly manner, and that makes so much difference. And it makes it.
I tried to show it from my perspective. So it was an experience for me, and then it was learning curve for me to learn all this, and then finally understanding. Okay, now I know. As you have always said, we were never alone, and we do have a proof.
Yes, you do have proof. And did you write a paper on this? Was this submitted as your paper?
Look, I have an article that came up in New Dawn in English. And then I have the same article translated to Polish, Italian, and then it came into their Polish Nexus and another, I think, international UFO magazine in Italy. But if anyone wants to read it for free, go to my site, AE Tours, Ancient Enigma Tours, aetours.net. And yes, and you can read it there for free.
Well, you know what was sad about what you just said? I loved that other people picked it up, but I noticed you didn't mention any accredited scientific or archaeological mainstream publication outlets. And that's the sad part of this story, because you're presenting such a powerful collection. And I love it's a collection. You can dismiss one. You can try and explain two away. But then you get these tiny little things with heads you can put inside your hand, and you're thinking, but that's still a being. Oh, by the way, can I make the point?
Sure.
You did talk about the person without a jaw.
Yes.
You may not be aware that they have discovered a hominin without jaws. It's called Neshat Ramla. The Israelis found it. It's 130 to 140,000 years old, and it has no jaw too. So,
incredible.
Yeah, so there are other examples of that. We both picked that up when you mentioned that.
It just went click.
And he could not get his head around, how can you have a hominin without a jaw?
Oh my God. It's so confusing, Stephen. It's confusing seeing this little skull. It was the size of my palm. And okay, I can see eyes, big sockets, right? It's got a bit of a nose, bit of a, and then what? Okay, is this a mouth? This is a large, round opening for mouth, but where to hell is a jaw? I don't understand you. I just don't. And so this was bear skull. So it didn't have internal parts, those plates that I have discovered later when they have taken x-rays, I could not see the plates. They have fallen out. And so I didn't have any idea how these beings could eat, absorb nutrient. And so at that time, like first time I saw it, it was complete mystery. Later on, I figured, all right. So there was some sort of two plates. They were mashing this, whatever they were putting into their mouth, masticating it, because you're using jaws and teeth for masticating. They didn't have that. They had to use something else.
Well, they were eating, obviously, because they obviously they had organs to process that food, so there would have been a body that went with a head. We know that.
Yes.
So we know that. It would have had more to it, because what I'm starting to learn, and I've learned a lot of this today from your presentation, is that the variation, and as you know, your daughter's made this point too, the incredible variation in the types of bodies that aliens inhabit is beyond even our great scientific, the people who make Predator and Alien, all that sort of stuff. I think it's even beyond our imagination, the capacity to imagine the different forms of bodies that beings inhabit within, and that they're all turning up in this planet. I find quite interesting, and I was talking to Mary about that too. I find that you also went to Corral.
Yes, I did.
That's been claimed by many people, and it makes me wonder if this was a really ancient civilization. Even mainstream, some from mainstream, have said the Corral could be the first city on this planet. And it's interesting you went there, and it's interesting all the around it.
I wouldn't call it the first city on planet, because you know that Göbekli Tepe has been now found that it's about 13,000 years old, which is in Turkey. So slowly we are pushing our history back further, which is about bloody time. So Corral on its own, yes, it's interesting. I have to say it didn't impress me awfully, because I expected kind of megalithic structure, megaliths used in construction. Maybe 2 or 3 I could count on my hand, and then the rest is just was made out of small stones, which it's interesting, but again I expected something else. So with that site, archaeologists also figure out they couldn't find village. There's no village. There's just that site, and there's lots of musical instruments they have found there, and no weapons. Ancients and weapons, that goes together, right?
Now that's fascinating, because you're talking to me. It sounds a lot like you've got these hippies playing musical instruments and not carrying guns.
Gotcha, extraterrestrial hippies. Woohoo!
Well, I mean, I'm just going on the evidence you've given me. No guns, but plenty of guitars. That says a lot to me. Could it be?
No.
I'm wondering whether Corral is a lot older than what people think it is. That's what I was hinting at to begin with. I know Göbekli Tepe is around at 13,000. Of course, we've got Atlantis and Lemuria, which go back further again. But could it be that this was a place? Because I'm getting the sense here that there's a lot of different types of aliens around in that general area. Could it have been the first meeting place where humans and others got together and started to live together? Why would they need weapons then?
Yes, you have a little bit of a point there. This area is very open, and it's kind of on a hill, and there is nowhere to hide. You would expect ancients, be able to hide from other tribes, because they were constantly attacking each other. You would expect some sort of walls, something where you can hide behind. There was nothing like that. It's very open space. You are exposed to the skies, basically.
Yeah, so that would mean to me, and Debbie's got that too, that would mean to me we could be looking at the remains of something that's been there a long period of time, where massive buildings weren't an important part of it. And because it doesn't have fortifications, and I do remember reading about that myself, and that was really unusual. Could that mean this came from a time, because I believe that humans for long periods of time were not at war with each other, because they all respected a belief that the place you live is where your spirits are, where you come back to. I belong to this place, and therefore other places I can't go there because the spirits don't welcome me. That's how original people thought. And that's why in original society, no tribe ever took another tribal land. I'm wondering if Corral is of a much more ancient way of living, where there wasn't conflict, where you knew, okay, we're going to have a war with another mob. We'll go to what we did in Australia, to agreed neutral territory, throw our spears for a period of time, get it out of our system and go back. I'm wondering if that's what we're looking at there, because remember, there is very strong evidence that original people have been in both North and South America going back a long time, way before the sort of Clovis period, well back. Now, I'm wondering if Corral is the first time where that the aliens and humans met together and said, let's try this sort of living together process opposed to hunter-gathering.
Right. Well, I can't really, there's no evidence for it.
No, well, it won't be. That's the problem, because they'll be living in a way that archaeologically doesn't leave much evidence, except that there's proof there. You've given me the big clue. There's no red
well, always good.
And that leads me down that path of a time when humans didn't feel threatened by their neighbours. Well, that's pretty rare. It hasn't been around for a while, and you've got to go back a long time. Yeah, interesting.
Right. Yeah.
All right. I think we've covered most of the things we thought about, except to say it was a great presentation and a great science. And I find
there's always more I can say, but there's not much time. Anyway.
Good. No, great stuff. And it's nice to know we have people on this planet that have 1/10 the DNA of fruit flies, because it means there's still hope, isn't there?
Yes, there is still hope.
Yeah, all right. Nice to talk to you guys. Hi, Omar. How are you?
Hi, Sanya. Thank you very much.
I can't see you, but we'll wave goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I truly enjoyed it, and I'm going to go and read a bunch of articles now. You've raised my awareness on it, and now there's no stopping me, because now I'm just going to be digging and looking for more info. So thank you very much. That's a really, it's a gift to raise someone's awareness on certain topics, or any topic for that matter. So I thank you. A lot of gratitudes.
Oh, you're most welcome. It was enjoyable for me too.
We got to do this again.
Fantastic. And Omar's right. I haven't seen a lot of this yet, but now I'm about to dive into, because I wasn't aware that they had found this. And now that I know that it's out there, it's definitely something to, we see a lot of different topics, but, and a lot of them, they really intrigue us when we go into, and we evaluate them. And then for a while there, it feels like there's not much left to really cover in any direction, but it just opened up a whole new paradigm for me. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
right now.
yeah.
Before you,
we have, go for it.
Sorry, go ahead, Sanya. I was just going to say, before you take off, I just have one more question for you, but go ahead.
Go for it. No, that's fine. I was going to say, I am so much interested to hear more about these species that are at the University of Ica, because they are supposed to redo all the experiments and possibly do some new ones. So I'm waiting for the results. I'm very excited about these new results. So the next presentation will have hopeful results. We can talk more about it.
Looking forward to it. Sanya, just one last question is from our friend John Johnson, and he's asking, do you know Brian Forrester, or are you aware of his work? Because he's done a lot of work down there about that.
Yes, I'm aware of Brian Forrester. I have been to one of his presentations when he came to Melbourne a few years ago. He is working with people who have money and can actually pay for the scientific research. I know that. But he is not a scientist himself. So he obviously has learned a lot doing this particular research. However, I like hard science. I like to find what scientists have found, have done on in any research. So that's why I look for that particular sources that are not very often out there, but are credible sources, and I can put my hand on, yes, Nassim Haramein is the real scientist. Yes, molecular biologist Dr. William Brown is a real scientist. He knows his stuff well. He knows his and he works on DNA all the time, and he can explain well. So that's why when he says, look guys, these elongated skulls that look like they are naturally elongated, they could be hybrids stemming from humans and Jamin palpanensis. Well, I will take that seriously. But probably we need more evidence. We need more support to his theory. However, it is a theory at the moment. I'll leave you with that.
Okay, good answer.
All righty, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanya. Thank you for that answer. We ran a fun poll on Watchers Talk. The question was, let me just quickly check here. Question was, do you think these mummies are aliens, humans, or hybrids? And our audience thinks 62% aliens and 38% hybrids. So
right,
it's always,
okay, good.
Always good to get
not one human.
No
Yeah.
humans, no, definitely. So definitely no humans.
That's the easy part.
Science shows us easy part. Yes, science shows us.
They're smart.
You've
They're
seen,
on it.
yeah, you've seen X-rays. You've seen internal parts. You've seen they are very different to us. And yeah, science, DNA. Come on, guys. You cannot close your eyes. You cannot close your eyes and say, oh well, they are maybe humans. Well, they're not. I'm sorry, they're not. It's just human nature that it's hard to break paradigms we lived with all our lives. It's very hard. If you think these civilizations are so far away from us and there is no technology that would bring them here, first of all, you're wrong. And second of all, you will have hard time understanding they are already here. Not just they are already here now, they've been here in the past. So yeah, we were never alone, as Steve says, and I think I better leave you with that.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Sanya. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Star
Talk to you
Sister,
guys.
thank you.
Next
Thank
time.
you.
Bye.
Thank you
Our
very much.
brothers. Goodbye.
again.
Goodbye. Take care.
Bye.
Have a great evening.
You too.
Or a
thank
great
you.
day for you, right?
Yeah,
day.
it is.
Daytime.
All right.
Love it.
All right. See you guys. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
That was wonderful, and some great questions there, Steve. And thank you for bringing up the metal that you guys have discovered in the rings that you have. So I thought that really wanted to know that if there was any kind of connection there. So thank you for asking that.
No worries.
Yeah, that's about it. Any final words from you guys before we close the evening off for the day?
No, not really, except congratulations to you guys for what you're doing. It's an amazing job. I guarantee you when you're finished, you'll sleep for 4 days.
Oh, it's definitely a marathon run, for sure. By this time every night, I'm like, am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? It's been so long. My eyes are burning. But
How about we get Evan to do a shameless plug for chapter 18 and our alien ancestry.
Yep. So yeah, our next conference, which will be only a few days after this one, so you got a couple of days recovery, and then we've got our conference coming up. Yeah, so enough days to have a little sleep, and then turn around and join us. And we've got it's called Children's Business, so we're going to talk about children and education amongst all this stuff. So we've got an Australian original artist, so some culture teacher, Peter So he'll be joining us, and then we've got Sarah joining us as well, which you may have seen her name in some of our slideshows. Her and her husband took the footage of that Uluru kind of UFO event. So she's going to talk about the future from the perspective of a mother. So yeah, we've got that coming up. Should be a good one, I think.
Yeah, sounds like it. Looking forward to that. And all 17 chapters have been excellent, right?
Yeah.
I highly recommend that you guys sign up and start attending those, because there's not too many left.
Yeah, and you'll see some of the names pop up from this conference that are in there as well. So yeah, and then the first 50 people that sign up will get a 10% discount if they use the code children 2. But that's up on the screen.
All in uppercase, Evan? It has to be all in uppercase. All right, guys, remember that it's got to be all in uppercase. It's $15, right? And that's 15 Aussie dollars. Okay, so even though inflation in Canada, that's around $8 of our dollars.
Well, it's getting close now. It's getting close for us in the U.S. It's evening out just a touch, just to say it.
And in Australia at the moment, it's probably a thimbleful of petrol because she's pretty expensive over here.
Yeah.
So why not stay home? Don't spend all your money on petrol and listen to this instead.
That's
right. Gas for everybody in America. That's gas.
Yeah.
Just in case they don't know.
Instead of spending $15 on a hamburger with inflation, right? Why not spend that $15 on some Mind Delicious Chapter 18 and raise your awareness? Because these guys put on some fantastic events. Like I said, I've been to every single one of them. Missed a couple, but I watched the replays, and they're just totally amazing. So check it out. And we got more coming up, guys. Lots more. We are just a little halfway in now.
A little over half.
Yeah, just a little over half. So we got just a tad more to go, and a few more days, and then we got her in a bag. And you know what you guys saw here tonight is you're not going to see that in like any classroom anywhere on this planet.
Ever.
The only
until we take over. You're not going to see it until we take over.
Humanity Unplugged, and then once our children grow up and our grandbabies grow up, then we'll begin to see this kind of stuff in the curriculum. But we're really setting the pace now and setting the precedent as to what the future is going to be like, because we're raising awareness and we're bringing subjects and topics to people that either have no awareness on them at all or very little awareness, and then it plants those seeds, right? Like you were saying the other day, seed dreaming, right? And I find this to be seed dreaming as well, because we're planting seeds just everywhere, and they're sprouting because look, we've got a solid crowd been watching all day, and they've been here for all of those days, and all the people that have been in and out, right? So definitely some seeds of consciousness going on there. So guys, with that being said, we'll get some final words from our star brother Evan from Australia, and then we'll get some final words from our star sister from down in New Zealand, and then Rob and I will just quickly go through tomorrow's schedule, and then we'll call it a night.
Well, today was a pretty amazing day, and there was some stuff here that really blew my mind, and I'm sure everybody else's. So it's just great to be here and part of that. I mean, there's information coming out over these last few days that you just can't find anywhere else. So
definitely,
we're blessed.
Thank you, brother. Love you, Evan. Love you, Steve. And we'll catch you guys in a few days, and have yourself a good day. Stay safe, and don't go anywhere.
Don't move. You stay right there. Don't move. Don't let that hair. Don't touch one hair on that head. I would have paid triple what the conference ticket was for you guys to get hair like that. So keep it together.
See you all soon.
See you, brother. Love you. See you soon. Bye. Stone Hobbit. How about it, sister?
Hey, honey.
Thank you very much for that presentation earlier. That was epic. I really liked that. Man, what a great day. We just shared like lots of aliens and UFOs today all day long, even though we had a couple of cancellations. But, that's just the way the universe works. And the universe didn't want that in this event. And it wanted you in this event, and then you've been our backup, and you've been just giving us like an upload after upload after upload.
Oh my God! I really think that you've put like everything you know on the line for this conference. This is going to be Unplugged Humanity and Stone Hobbit Conference. Like that's what we're going to change the names for sure.
Don't do that. Just keep it as, Humanity Unplugged. This is for everybody. We've all got this information in us. And this is the job they gave me. So, and I've just sort of decided, I'm so tired of the fakes and everybody trying to make money off somebody else's material. It's just enough. So now it's time to, stand up and give yourself acknowledgement, because it's real and it's happening now. And there's so much more to come. It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, this has been one very epic journey with everybody, meeting everybody in the room, everybody that's come along in the chat. I just want to give you all much love. Mwah, aroha, a lot of aroha. Thank you so much for coming along and supporting us all. This is a lot of work, a lot of hours, but we're going to get it out there, and it's time for change. We're going to be that change. So.
And I'm going to change it. It's Humanity Unplugged. Explore the Stone. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's gotta be. And let me tell you something. I've been fighting with people on Reddit all day long, and I was even in UFO groups, and they're like, "What is that?" Blah blah blah. And I literally had to go to bat, like, dude. So, and I had to ask them, where are your references? Tell me who you listen to. Who, the government, ancient aliens on TV? Who do you talk to? And they're like, "Well, that's not. No, that's the point. Like, go ahead."
Yeah.
We have like the leading researchers in the world to come and give us downloads. Like, this is what it is. Sorry for those people out there who want to say, well, you guys don't know what you're doing. That's not real. Okay. All right.
Okay,
you'll see.
Yeah.
Whatever you say is what I say.
It's just the level that they're at the moment. This is a frequency, and we're kicking it into high power. So high gear. So, other people are going to wake up and they're going to come seeking, and that's what we are.
We've actually, what Rob just said, we've actually put that to the test before. It was a few months ago. It was last year. It was during Forgery Unmasked, and I posted a poster about Forgery Unmasked, and then this guy comes along on my page on Facebook and starts bashing all of my speakers and MCs and presenters. So, I lost it on him, and I went at him, because I'm not going to let anybody diss my speakers, because, I have a responsibility to them. And then he just kept on going with the pseudo, it's not real, blah, blah, blah. And then Rob's like, well, I'll debate you. And the guy's like, yeah, okay. So Rob's like, all right, bring it on. So they went on Open Loops and had a debate, and Rob just owned him. And all this guy could do was just repeat what Rob was saying back to him as part of his own argument. And we're all sitting there watching, and we're like, well, Rob just said that, but what's your counter argument to that? Because you're saying it's pseudoscience. So are you like agreeing with him? Right?
He was referencing the Bible, right? Like he kept going back to the Bible, and that was his like factual context. And I'm like, if I'm referencing something that's like evidential within science or can be given to you in paper form and say, look, this is what they said, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, but the Bible referenced this. And I'm like, yeah, it referenced. It didn't even say that. I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
How could, if you're doing the same type of research that I'm doing, but you're going to say yours is more credible by any means, you have no leg to stand on. That's pretty much what it is. You're assuming like at best.
Yeah, it was like that guy that we spoke to the other day that I decided not to bring into the conference because only he knew the truth. No one else knew the truth. And
that's it. And everybody else is BS. That's exactly what he said to us.
Yeah.
Everybody else is bullshit or they're liars.
I was
And we're
like,
like,
no, no,
no,
no,
thank you.
not bringing this guy on.
No thanks.
Bye now. See you later.
Yeah.
We're not going to have that type of closed-mindedness happening here. You know, especially like the other day when we did 3 pyramids in a row with 3 different perspectives of pyramids, right? Like we're here to open our minds and not say, well, you're full of shit, you're full of shit, I'm the only right one here, and you have to come to me for the truth, and that's it. There's nobody else.
It wasn't even his experience. It was somebody else's
Somebody
experience.
else's. Yeah.
And that's the crazy part, right? So if you walk into a room and say there is 7 billion people on this planet, but only one man has had that unique experience, and everybody else is lying. How statistically, how can you? You can't fathom stuff like that. And I looked at Omar, and I'm looking at him like, oh my God, thank God you poked the bear, Omar. Omar was like, well, wait a minute. Well, hang on a second, because I was just like, you know what? Let him do his presentation. It's a good presentation. The information is great, but if you go and talk to the guy that he's talking about, even that guy will tell you that he's not the only one who experienced it. It's only this guy who's not even the real experiencer telling you that that's the only one. And he can back it up because a CIA guy said that it might be true. He said, read this article. This guy says that it's true. And that's not what the CIA agent said. The CIA agent says it sounds plausible. But I have no evidence basing that's saying that that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
So, but he confirmed it. But the guy confirmed it. So
I had to push him. I was just left with no choice. From what I was hearing, I just had to kind of push a little to see if I can antagonize a little, to see if I can get that lower emotional reaction if he has one.
Quick. You got it really quick.
Yeah, very, very
really
ego,
quick.
Right? So I just asked like a couple of questions, and the guy freaked right out. And then I was sitting there thinking in my mind, it's like, wow, I have like 120 epic presenters coming on, and this guy's coming on and saying that they're all lying, and then he has the truth. I was like, nah.
He also insulted somebody else who wasn't even a part of the conversation. That's close to us, and he knows that we know this person because that's where we got the information from. But then he had the gall to say that person didn't fully understand what he was even talking about. Like, okay, buddy, you keep staying and dwelling in that basement and hanging out and not talking to anybody because nobody understands you. But I mean, it's wild. It's wild out there. Sometimes it can get very combative. And when Omar was trying to get pushed by that original guy he was talking about, I kept saying to him, let's debate, dude. Let's do it. If you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me. So be it. I don't care. But then he tried to weasel out of it and say, well, let's do a written essay. Let's do this. I said, no. This is like a presidential debate. 3 minutes, rebuttal. That's how we're going to do it. Couldn't even stick to it. And then he put it up on his YouTube, and we haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, and he cut out everything that you said.
Of course he did.
I've kind of gotten to a stage where, I see people's true colors, and it only takes 1 or 2 words, and it's like, okay, well, thank you for sharing, and thank you for showing me your true colors, and I hope you have a good journey. That's it. You don't need to, you don't need to expose yourself to crap. You really don't. If they're stuck in that frequency at that particular time, that's where they're going to stay. They obviously don't want your help or your energy to move forward. So, if you decide to jump in and confront them and all of this, I mean, debating's good. I loved debating when I was at school. I still do it. But these days, when it comes down to your material and you know what you've got, I mean, we always have this room to keep exploring. All right, we keep exploring.
I did it for the basis of, on the internet we get a lot of pushback, and I was kind of putting it out there that I was going to stand up for what I believed, and I had the confidence in myself to push my research forward and not listen to people like that. But also, I wanted to show that even though he didn't agree with me, we could have a civil discourse about what we were talking about. And I mean, I was super calm. He was getting a little heated and then raising his voice and then he said something a little out of character. And I was like, now you're going to stop. Like, now you're going to stop. and I'm going to tell you why. And then I brought it back down, but it was a lot of fun because Greg was the one moderating it, and I love to give Greg that kind of content where because he has that ability to really like accentuate the back and forth type of monologue. It was really cool. It was really cool.
No, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Anyway, guys, we've got another great day ahead of us tomorrow. So I hope everybody.
Nice transition, Stone. Perfect.
You could tell I've been doing this a while.
I know. We were getting off topic, so yeah, let's do it. We got to bring. What do we got to bring up?
Thanks a bunch to Kathy Mason for purchasing a ticket to Chapter 18 of Our Alien Ancestry. Right on, Kathy. I will see you there, my star sister. And we are going to. Are you sharing screen or am I sharing screen, Rob?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, cool. And I'll toss it on. We got a great day coming up for you guys tomorrow. Another beautiful upload that's going to happen. I'm looking forward to it. Again, same time, same place. Check us out on the same usual channels that we've been streaming to. And March 18th is tomorrow the 18th? It sure is. Wow, time just flies, eh? So tomorrow is going to be and sparkle of masculine day. It's going to be all about energy, and I'm totally looking forward to it. We're going to have some music, and we're going to have some great discussions. So go ahead, Rob, take us through the list, please.
You got it. So starting at 8 a.m., we're opening the room. 8:10 a.m., we'll have Brad Olson. Then we will have at 9:15, Joan of Angels, one of our favorites.
Oh, yeah.
At 10:20, we will be having Debbie Garcia. At 11:55, it'll be Jody Sirota. And then at 1 p.m., this is all remember Pacific Standard Time for all you people looking on the East Coast. It's 3 hours after that. So when we say 1 o'clock with Victoria Reynolds, it'll be 4 o'clock for you. 2:15 with Michelle Falcone. And at 3:20, we have Dr. Rita Louise. She's always amazing. And then at 4:25, we have Ford. 5:25, we have Carrie Ann Fields coming in to do the stretch. 5:40, we have Claudia Thomas. And last but not least, another one of our personal favorites, Sheila Seppi at 6:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. 7:45 is close day 7. And that's the ball game, folks.
Right on. It sounds like an amazing day. Start off with Brad and end with Sheila. My God, and everything in between. It sounds like a mind-delicious day to me, and good brain candy, mind candy, awareness candy. So with that being said, guys, my name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk with my friend Stone Hobbit and Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe, coming at you from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. I will see you guys tomorrow morning. I love you guys lots. A lot of kudos, lots of respect. Thank you for all the donations and all the super chats today. It really does help us to carry this channel and all the other channels forward. As you guys may have realized by now that we all work together, and this helps us a great deal. So thank you very much. Any last words for you, Rob?
Good night. Thank you for the support. We appreciate it. Whatever you could do to help us out, it only helps us to bring you more content and expands our resources and reach. With that being said, I am Rob Yox from New York. Full Spectrum Universe time. It's out. We're done. It's over. Stone?
Oh, yep. I'm Stone Hobbit from New Zealand, and I'm out too.
And guys, visit Stone's website. I put it in the comments up top. Visit the site and connect with Stone on Facebook if you guys use it. And until next time, love you guys. Stay safe. Be well.